Well, hello there, everyone, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is Sunday, April 6th of 2025, and I love this day. It is a great day because it is my birthday, and I'm happy to be here with you on my birthday to share time with you, to speak with you about pretty much anything that you guys want to talk about, and to have discussions about politics, political commentary, and also the fact that I've been alive for 57 years now. And in those 57 years, I've had a lot of experiences. I've lived over in Moscow. I've lived on both coasts of the United States. I've been in the Marine Corps, lived through the Bronx and the crack epidemic in the 80s. There's been through fires and floods and earthquakes, been hit by a car. These are a lot of the things that I've had to deal with. And just last night, Windows 11. Oh, thank you, Windows. I love you so much. My main computer, which had a whole bunch of stuff set up so that I could share it with you on my birthday, died. Just is dead. Blue screen, dead. I cannot bring it back up. I cannot save it. And so I'm on my backup laptop computer with a Logitech webcam. And I'm trying to because the show must go on. So I am doing my very best with the laptop, which is back up and it's old, and my webcam, which is old, to still come to you because on my birthday every year, I spend my time with you. I know some people go out and they have drinks with their friends or they go out to a club. I know some people like to go on adventures, take a vacation somewhere. I spend my birthday with you. For at least the next 12 hours until 9 p.m., I'm going to be with you talking about various aspects of life in America, our history, our past, our future. We will have many guests, or several guests at least, that will be coming onto the program. Larry Sharp is expected to be on. I believe Larry will be with us at 10 o'clock. I have a couple of Patreon members that will be coming onto the program. Maj Toure is expected to drop in. We have a international sci-fi author who's mentioned that he may drop in at some point. We may have a member of Congress, maybe two, who will drop in and maybe pop in for a few moments and speak with the audience. We have, I believe, Kit Cabello. I know something came up in his life, and so he may not be able to make it, but Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media, he may be joining us as well. And I don't know, many others. I've sent out some messages. We may have Dan Wass, who may join us as well. Andy Hoosier, a national radio host, may be joining us as well. So we have a lot of people who may be dropping in. They could be in for 5 minutes. They could be in for half an hour, an hour. There's no rules on my birthday, other than I will be here with you talking about politics, talking about life, talking about America for the next 12 hours at least, possibly more. Now, for some people who are new to the channel and new to our program, they may say, well, Mike, are you just copying Cory Booker, Senator Cory Booker? And the answer to that is not in the least. If anything, Cory Booker is copying me because I've been doing this for years now. Besides having our channel, which we've been doing this for about 20 years, political commentary for the last 20 years. And I've been doing this live stream on Sundays for the last 8 years. And I believe for the last 5 years in a row, I think this is the 5th year I've done my birthday where I spend my time with you. So if anything, Cory Booker's copying me. In fact, I think the inspiration for Cory Booker was either Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, a movie with James Stewart, which is a great classic film from 1939. Black and White. Really great story, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. Or maybe he saw an episode of The West Wing, I think it was season 2, where there was a Senator Stackhouse who decided to get onto the podium and was filibustering. Actually, in the TV show, Senator Stackhouse went 24 hours, and of course, Cory Booker went for his 25 hours. So he's imitating art instead of art imitating life. So I think that's the difference there. This is something I've been doing. It is a passion of mine for many, many years. And in fact, part of the passion that I have in doing this is not only that I will be spending time with you today, and I hope people will be able to stop in throughout the entire day. You can say happy birthday, you can say whatever you want to say. And I know that Happy Life is with us. And by the way, Happy Life, I want to mention, and I know there's several comments coming in, and Happy Life has said, happy birthday. I want to say, Happy Life, I am glad to see. I know you're in Thailand. I know that there was an earthquake recently, a very devastating earthquake in that area. I'm glad to see that you are okay. And thank you for leaving a message so that I know that you're all right out in Thailand. Matt Ice has said, happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you very much. John Lascombe is saying, is with us today. I look great for 56. Well, yeah, considering I'm 57. Nice joke. Let me see here. How did you do it? A lot of exercise, a lot of fasting. I cut my hair. That's what happened. You don't see as much gray because I cut my hair. Let's see. Matt says, Windows is trash. Yes, it absolutely is. Let me see. How much has feminism affected the quality of life in the last 57 years? I'm going to get to that. Give me a moment. Before I go further with the comments, I do want to take a moment to stop and mention that I'm not only doing this today for me, for my celebration of my birthday, to speak with you, to take your questions, to talk about politics and anything else that you guys want to talk about. But I'm also, and I want to make sure everyone is aware of this, we are going to be, where is it? There it is. I am raising money throughout the day today. I'm going to be raising money for a worthy charity. It's called the Jericho Project. It's here in New York City. They help veterans, the homeless, and families in need. And so out of every $10 that may come in today, whether it's from a super chat, joining the Patreon, PayPal, which will be in the description. You can see that in the description of the video, whether on YouTube or Rumble Rants, whatever it may be. For every $10 we are able to raise, I will be donating $4.68 to the Jericho Project. Now, the Jericho Project is, why is it $4.68? That's my birthday, 4668. So $4.68 of every $10 donated will go directly to them. And I think I put a line of clothing out, which is on Teespring, which I think you can connect to off of the YouTube channel. Again, same thing, every $10 we get out of there, we're going to be donating $4.68. The Patreon members should have seen a link that I sent out to them. They do get a discount. The promo code has been sent out to you guys. But again, throughout the month, anything that's purchased, any donations, we're going to be giving $4.68 to Jericho Project to help people who are homeless, to help veterans, to help families in need. And one of the reasons why I'm doing that is because I've been homeless in my life as well. Something that I've spoken about many times. I've spoken with gynecologists to speak about it. And it's something that I have a great passion for. And behind the scenes, I do a lot of work. I try to help the homeless in various programs. And I don't usually put my name on anything because it's since I'm political, I don't want to bring politics in it. So I don't put my name out there. I just try to help wherever I can. And this year, on my birthday, I'm helping the Jericho Project to raise up money to help the homeless, veterans, and families in need. 3 issues that I think are phenomenal. So you'll see that on the bottom, the ticker down there, and that's what that's about. So I do want to talk about Cory Booker, the differences between what he did, what we saw in the 1939 movie, what is it? Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, the West Wing episode, and what I'm doing. There are differences, but I do want to go through some more of the questions that we have here. We have a lot of people joining us. I'm so happy. And I can't see any other platform because computers killed my computer and I'm on my laptop. I can't see if anyone's on what people are saying on Rumble or on, I think the comments are coming up, but I can't see the channel. So I believe we're up on like 4 or 5, maybe 6 different channels. Let me see now. And I'm going to try and get to everyone's questions. Don't worry. If I don't get to it right away, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here for 12 hours. I will get to your questions, each and every one. Let me see here. We've got Matt. Matt Ice says, after 25, a birthday is just another day for me. Well, 50 was a big one. I mean, that was half a century. So that was a pretty big one as well. But yes, after 25, there's not as much fun in having birthday after birthday. But I don't mind. You know, at 57, I can tell you guys, once you get into your 50s, late 40s, 50s, you don't mind being older. You don't mind being whatever age you may be. So there is that. Oh, we did get I believe it's a super chat from John. John R. has donated $50 in the super chat. $50. That means that 5 times $4.68. So that's $24 being donated to the Jericho Project. Thank you. Thank you, John. You're the first one. You came in with a super chat donation, and that is $50 for my birthday, and that means $24 will be going to help the homeless, veterans, and, of course, families in need in the Jericho Project. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, John. Let me see. We've got Happy Life says, I met Cory Booker in real life in New Jersey during Occupy movement. He sucks. I agree. Cory Booker does suck. Happy Life goes on to say he was dizzy from that earthquake. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've been through an earthquake myself. I was in the Northridge earthquake in 93, 92, 93, or was it 94? I was living in California, in Hollywood at the time. In fact, I was living in Fallbrook, the Fallbrook region, West Hills of California, just suburb of LA. And I went through the Northridge earthquake. I was 5 miles away from the epicenter. It was horrible, horrific. So I am happy to hear, Happy Life, that you survived the earthquake in Thailand. And I know a level 7 it's movies can't tell you. Just a quick aside before I go further about earthquakes. When I went through the Northridge earthquake, I woke up in the middle of the night and I didn't know why. I had just gotten home about an hour, 2 hours before. I had been out on my motorcycle. I was drinking and I had come home and I woke up and I didn't know why. And it was probably the foreshock of the earthquake that woke me up, shook the ground. And so I'm kind of like getting ready to go back to sleep. And suddenly it felt and sounded like a freight train was running past me, like inches away from my face, just right there next to me. And it was just, you would have thought it was a freight train and you're just standing right next to the tracks, like a foot away as it passed by. That was terrifying. Terrifying. I mean, I've been through earthquakes before, 2s and 3s, even 5s. I've been through those. not such a big deal. But when you talk about a 7, I mean, it is exponentially bigger than a 5. And it was devastating. I'll talk more about that down the road if you guys want, but I just wanted to mention, yeah, I know Happy Life. I know exactly how it feels. Lynn has said happy birthday. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you for being here with us. She said she'll be checking in later. I know there's a few people like Grace. Grace Grimm is going to be her sister. Grace Grimm, to your sister, happy birthday to her. I know she has the same birthday as me, and I hope she's having a good day in Florida. In New York, it's drizzle. In Florida, I hope it's sunny. I hope you and your sister will have a great birthday. So I know a few people will be in and out throughout the day. I appreciate whether you spend 5 minutes or 5 hours or the whole 12 hours with me. I appreciate it all. And again, I know that the sound quality may be down. I'm doing the best I can with this emergency. This is my emergency backup laptop, and it won't accept my microphones, any of them. So I'm trying to do the best I can with the microphone and the camera equipment that I can run on this backup. Let's see. Tony Zarunda's with us, and he says, happy birthday. By the way, you share your birthday with his brother, Chuck. Well, I hope your brother, Chuck, is having a great birthday as well. Kim Husky has joined us. Larry Sharp will be there in about an hour. Yes, Larry Sharp will be the first guest joining us today. We have several throughout the day, and Larry Sharp will be the first one. He should be here sometime around 10. Again, my system's acting up, so bear with us. We're going to make it work. Matt says, you're going to be on for 12 hours. Yes, I am. Yes, absolutely 12 hours. And it may even be longer than that. Depends on how long my voice holds up. Let's see. Lynn says, age is wisdom. I hope so. I hope 57 years has given me some wisdom, given me experience. I'll give you that. Kim goes on to say, wisdom seems to come faster after the big 40, the big 4-0. Well, time seems to go faster. I can tell you that. After 40, it starts speeding up a lot. 57 came very quickly. Matt says he lived in Japan for 6 months and was surprised that he never felt an earthquake there. You probably did, Matt. A lot of earthquakes, like a 2, a 3, you wouldn't notice them. It's like a truck running past, the truck's down the street and, running down the roadway. It would make the same kind of impact in your home. But once you start getting into basically a 5 is where you really notice. That's when things are moving around, and it is substantially different than anything else. And once as you go up, it does become exponentially stronger. And I guarantee you will know. Wendy, my dear, thank you for joining me. Wendy's on, and she says, happy birthday, Mike. Let's go. Yes. And Wendy knows that when my computer crashed, I was talking to Wendy at the time. It was like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, we made it. We made it through. All right. So with that said, I want to step back. We got a lot of things to talk about today. And I know there's several questions. Trust me, folks, I will try to get to everyone's question as much as I can. I will get to the super chats as soon as I see them, and I will put them on the screen. And if you ask me a question in super chat or a Rumble rant, I will make an absolute direct effort to get to that first and answer it directly. Again, we'll be making the donations out there as well. If Rumble rant isn't working for some reason, somebody let me know. If it's not showing, if the show isn't on Rumble, somebody let me know. I will try my best to do what I can. But I wanted to step back. Tony says a class 4 earthquake and the Richter scale you can notice in a big truck. Yeah, like I said, once you get into, I always said 5 because I've noticed it when I rode a motorcycle. I noticed it when I was in my house in California and LA. I would notice it there. Not so much in cars, but then again, when I lived in California, all I did was drive a motorcycle. until my accident, until I got hit by a car, which is kind of interesting. A lot of people who meet me in life don't realize that I've had a car accident, but sometimes they'll notice that when I'm standing, I'll suddenly switch and I'll go, my shoulders would be like kind of like that, and then they shift and they go, "What did you just do?" My legs aren't the same height. I have about 5/8 of an inch shorter on one of my legs than the other. That's because I got hit by a car on my motorcycle in California and it shattered my lower leg. And I have a rod and pins in there, but I lost about 5/8 of an inch, almost 3/4 of an inch of my leg. The bone was cut out, taken from my hip and put in. And so I lost that. And so I actually am not, if you'll notice it sometimes if I run or if I'm just standing, I switch legs that I'm standing on. And so you'll actually see me shift in height. It's kind of interesting. People notice it, freaks them out. It's kind of fun. So that's a little bit about, there's a lot of things. I got stories about everywhere I've been. Crazy. So whenever I travel, hell, even when I stay home, crazy things happen. Earthquakes, floods. I've been through riots, the attempted coup in Moscow. I was there too. Crazy stuff happens. I've lived a weird life, a very weird life. Please let me know if the volume is okay. I'm trying to project as much as I can, but let me know if the volume at any point gets a little wonky. Shouldn't, but just let me know. So I wanted to go back. One of the first things, I know a lot of people are talking about the Trump tariffs, and I will be addressing that at some point, possibly when I'm talking to Larry or any of the other guests that come on. I may be talking about that there. In fact, we may be talking about many things. And yes, I got glasses. So yeah, it's the other thing. Everyone laughs. When you're 20, you laugh at people and go, "Oh, look, they got reading glasses." Yeah, get 50 and then tell me you don't need reading glasses. We all do. It's funny when you're 20. It's a reality when you get 50 and older. I have reading glasses. And yes, they're broken. What can I say? I know I want to talk about the Houthis. I should mention that on Tuesday, as part of our ongoing effort to make sure that the voices of people, candidates running for elected office, we try to make sure we get as many candidates every year from all across the country, if we can, to be able to do an interview so that you know who you are voting for. Very often, we are able to speak to candidates, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, whether they are progressives or socialists or conservatives or libertarians. These are people who are often overlooked by the mainstream media. Mainstream media will pick their candidate and then they don't talk about anyone else. That's why we just did coverage of Curtis Sliwa when he was at an event. He was at the Midtown Republican Club on last Monday, and we covered that, and the mainstream media was nowhere to be seen. Will be Tuesday. We're going to be talking to Tyreek Goodman about his race and what he's looking to do. We may also be speaking with Gonzalo Duran, who's running essentially for the assistant mayor. And we should be able to cover him. That's going to be Saturday. Also, Curtis Sliwa will be having an event in the Bronx on Saturday. We hope to cover that. That'll be at 11 a.m. Hopefully I'll have a new computer or something. I don't know what I'll do, but I will find a way to make sure we cover that for you guys. I wanted to use Hal. By the way, Hal Stewart, I loved your intro. I want to try and figure out at some point today to get that on. I know Hal Stewart isn't going to be here, but he did a great little, he made some song for me for my birthday, and I do want to play that for everyone at some point. I will get there. So that's just a couple of things that are coming up, plus various other things, but we do try to interview as many candidates as possible, and I'm willing to interview Democrats, progressives, socialists. It's not about my preference as a Republican or as a conservative. It's about informing the public, regardless of what I feel, to let you have an opportunity to hear what these people are offering in any election. And so we are going to continue to do that every year. We've been doing that for 20 years now, and I'm not going to stop. I know that we want to talk. So Sliwa, I mentioned. I did want to mention there was in New York City, a pro-life woman was attacked by progressives for asking the question, what do you know about abortion? I want to talk more about that later in the show today. We're going to try and talk about some of the Democratic regulations and, of course, Jon Stewart and many Democrats, many people in America coming to the realization of how many regulations we have and how they are impacting everything. You want to see green energy? Fantastic. Do you know how many regulations are stopping it from actually being possible? You want a new hospital? I know, like in upstate New York right now in Oneida, they've been waiting for a new hospital that Andrew Cuomo was the one funding and trying to bring in a new hospital that many of the residents didn't want. And the government has bought up the property and kicked people out, disrupted businesses and charities, and they still don't have a hospital. It's amazing. So that's because of regulations. We'll get into a little bit of that. We'll be talking about Jasmine Crockett and what it is to be a ghetto fabulous politician and how that is an insult to voters, as well in the case of Jasmine Crockett, also to people who are Black and women. And I'm going to compare her to Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy had a movie, and she seems to be doing in real life what he did in the movie. We'll talk a little bit about funding the Department of Education and why that is such an important thing and why we should be behind it. We'll be talking a little bit about Chuck Schumer and what he thought about the Russian tariffs. That's something I had on Twitter. I'll try and make sure it can be seen here. We'll be talking about censorship and some comments from James Woods. We'll try and get all of that in there. But again, so I wanted to give you an idea of some of the things I want to cover today. But of course, I am also more than happy to cover any comment, any question, anything that you may want to know, anything about how I grew up or what I've done, the businesses that I've started in my life, getting a house, losing my house, being homeless, living in Russia, living across America, just about anything. There's really no question there's no holds barred. There is no question that's unacceptable. As long as it's respectful, I'm happy to hear any comment, any question that you may have on any topic. And a lot of people may be surprised that a lot of when I go onto shows, I have several shows that I go to or I appear on, or when I go out and I speak at colleges, and people are often very surprised that I'm known for being able to talk about any topic whatsoever. Pretty much if it's been in politics in the last 40 to 50 years, I probably know something about it and have an opinion about it and can reference it and talk about it. So don't worry. Whatever your question may be, ask away, and I'll do my best to answer it. I probably will be able to do so. There aren't a lot of topics that can stump me. One or two, but not a lot. I usually am pretty good with that. So let's see. Wow, half an hour. Only 11 and a half hours to go. Okay. Let me start off with a lot of people think to be successful, you have to be rich. That's something I've noticed in my life. And I know a lot of people today are a little bit despondent. They're going, oh my God, there's so many tariffs out there. Taxes are so high. Inflation is so high. The system is rigged against me. I won't be able to make it to whatever dream you may have. And you're not famous. You're not rich. So it's impossible. That's not true. That's not true at all. not in my experience in my life. And it's not like I've been through deep recessions before. There was stagflation when I was a kid. This is under the Carter administration in the late 70s. We're talking 76, 77. There was an oil embargo. Oil had spiked to what was then a huge price. Cars were lined up at gas stations for blocks and blocks. You could only go every other day to fill up your car. There was incredible inflation, was double-digit inflation. To think about interest rates at about 11, 15%. That's the going rate. Your credit cards would be like 30%, but every interest rates from the government, from the bank, we're talking about 11, 15%. It's ridiculous. You're talking about inflation that would be about 5 times the amount of inflation that we're seeing today. Literally, like 5 times as much inflation in the 1970s. And we all survived. We all made it through that. I know that I was a stockbroker when the Twin Towers were struck, which was a devastating day. Brokers that I knew, traders that I knew, worked in the Twin Towers, and they died on that day. And I know a lot of people. I worked in Wall Street. I worked around that region. I know a lot of people who were working in that region suffered PTSD and lung injuries, and it was devastating for a lot of us. One of my clients, as a broker, she was driving her truck. She had her grandchild with her, and she was driving her car, an SUV style. And she was right there next to the towers, and a piece of the tower, we believe it was possibly a part of one of the planes, crushed the front end of her car, of the truck, destroyed the engine, missed them by about 1.5 feet. So I understand the difficulties. I've been in Moscow. I watched the coup was happening. The city was closed off. Tanks were literally running down the street. People were terrified. We were getting rumors and true statements that people were being thrown into gulags, and that the communist government was coming to take all of the foreigners, expatriates as we're called. They were coming for all the expatriates of all the different countries, and they were going to put us all in gulags because we were spies. That was a day my mother did not like. And 3 days that my mother just was losing her mind. So I understand how sometimes life can feel very overwhelming. I lived in California, and I was trying to start a business, called it Post Station, where we would, a small movie studio. We were trying to buy a studio lot, which we were very close to buying. We had an investor from overseas who pulled out at the last minute, but we were trying to buy Valencia Studios. We had contracts in place for a couple of movies, including Red Wings, the Red Wings movie with Lucasfilm. We had a contract that if we took over the studio, we'd be able to do some of the filming there. We had post-production deals that were set up as well. And the deal fell through. I lost everything. I had bet everything I had at the time on that business deal going through. And it failed. And I lost everything. First time in my life, I had lost everything. I literally had one bag with a pair of jeans, 2 pairs of shirts, and I think a pair of underwear. And that was it. I don't think I had anything else to my name. That was my entire life. Small bag, small black bag. I used it as my pillow when I would go to sleep. So I had the clothes on me, and I think, I had a pair of socks, maybe two. That was it. That's everything I owned at that time in my life. I had lost everything else because I put it into that business deal, and it failed. And it was devastating because I was living on church steps. Those people who've been to Hollywood, if you live in LA, if you live in the Hollywood area, it's not like what people see in TV very often, where they're seeing all of the elegant homes, and that's the Hollywood Hills. That's the Santa Barbara. That you get to see those in the helicopter shots, or they're showing you, and it looks beautiful. Multi-million-dollar mansions and beautiful homes, but that's not Hollywood. That's West Hollywood. Hollywood is basically like downtown Manhattan, honestly. You would not be that different than the main street in most towns, most cities in America. If you got a mid-sized city, that kind of looks like what Hollywood looks like, at least in the 90s. I can't speak about today, but in the 90s, looked very much like that. And that's where I was homeless. And it was a difficult time. I was in my mid-20s. I was about 24, 25 at the time. I'd been out in the Marine Corps. I had lived overseas already, and it was just me on my own in California. Next closest member of my family was 3,000 miles away. They were on the East Coast. Nobody was near me. I was all on my own. And so I would walk around Hollywood doing odd jobs whenever I could to be able to pay for cigarettes, a habit that I've had since college, and not the best habit to have. Not as bad as others that you could do, not drugs, not alcohol, but smoking, yeah. And I remember, I would walk up and down, and I'd try and get any work I could during the day and raise up as much money as I could so I could get something to eat, so I could have some cigarettes, and try and figure out what I would do the next day. And every night I would go over, there was a church, I believe it's on Orange Street in Hollywood. And that church is considered sanctuary, or at least it was in the 90s, that once the sun goes down until the sun rises, that's a sanctuary spot. The police would not arrest anyone that is there. And so the homeless would come in, and church would close down, and they knew this. It was known. So the church would close its doors, and the homeless would come in right around 8 o'clock-ish, 8, 9, and they'd have mats or blankets, sleeping bags, and they put them out, and they'd go to sleep there. And there were cliques. Oh, yes, trust me, there were cliques. There were groups. They all knew who each other were. These are people who've been homeless for a long time, almost all of them. And so they had spots. And you couldn't just walk on up and just sleep anywhere on those church steps. Because it was a sanctuary, they knew police would not disrupt you there. But every spot was allocated to someone. So you couldn't just walk on up and go to sleep. And you had to be careful because there were some bad people that were in that crowd. Most of them were great, salt of the earth people who just had bad things that happened in their life. But this is in the 90s. There were people who were dealing with drug addictions there too. There were people who were addicted to crack that were in that crowd. And they would more than happily rob someone that they didn't know, that suddenly just showed up, a new homeless person joining that crowd. They'd rob them just as much as anyone else. Take whatever you have and try and sell it. They would do that. And then there's obviously concerns for women and for men. I know everyone talks about women being assaulted. In those kind of situations, men get assaulted too. So no one is necessarily safe when you're new to being homeless in that kind of scenario, which is disturbing to say the least. I was not thrilled in any kind of way. I was very concerned. But, and I went to sleep. There was a second set of steps. I forget what it's called. It's where the priest and the nuns live next to the church. It has a specific name and it starts with an A. I can't think of it at this moment. But it had a separate set of steps that were a little bit off of the main street. It was a little bit inset and hidden, so you couldn't be seen directly on the street. And I would sleep on those steps because I didn't know anyone else. And I was leery of becoming known to that main group. I didn't know who were the good guys, the bad guys. I didn't trust them. It was very scary. And I didn't have any weapon. I had a knife, of course, but that was it. I had no way to really defend myself, especially if we were a group of people. And so trying to sleep on those steps is probably one of the more unsettling things in my life. More than the coup attempt in Moscow, more than when I had someone, about as same as when someone broke into my house. A guy on PCP broke into my house one day. I'll get to that story later in the day, but that was very unsettling as well. And sleeping on those steps outside in the open, it's not covered, so weather could affect me, rain and all that. I'm just outside. I'm laying on the steps, laying on the one bag of the handful of clothes that I had, trying to sleep. And it's not like a sound sleep in any kind of way. It's one of those sleeps where, if someone stepped on a twig, I was awake. If someone kicked a can, I was awake. I had to be. Didn't know who was walking past, didn't know what they intended to do. It was terrifying. Now, it so happened, and this is the reason why I'm an advocate for the homeless. It so happened that early in, luckily for me, one night, I was laying there. I couldn't quite get to sleep. I decided I was going to get up. I heard some noise, made me unsettled. I figured, okay, let me get up. I've got like 3 cigarettes left. But since I'm up and there's noise, until things settle down, let me just get up. I'll have one of the 3 cigarettes I have left. Make sure everything's okay, and then maybe I'll try and get back to sleep. It had to be like 2 in the morning, maybe 3 in the morning. So I get up and I step around the stairs so I could be seen on the street. Anyone walking back and forth. Got my bag with me. Getting ready to light up my cigarette, and a guy was walking down the block towards me. And he kind of jumped a little bit because he saw me pop out. And he didn't know what I was up to. He didn't know if I was popping out to try and rob him or, I could have been on crack or something. He didn't know. And I jumped a little bit because he could have been on crack. I don't know. And I don't know if he was coming to get me, had noticed me sleeping, and was coming to try and take what I had, the little that I had, and try and see if I had any money, which I didn't. But he was going to come at me. So we kind of shocked each other. It was scary. And so what we did, we stopped for a second. We looked at each other and kind of nodded our head. And he nodded his head. I decided to light my cigarette because that's why I came out there anyway. I wasn't thinking about him. Kept watching me. He walked over and he got a little closer and he goes, "Do you got another cigarette?" And I said, Yeah. Gave him the cigarette. Don't know why. I only had 3. I said, all right, fine. Here's one of my cigarettes. Might as well. You know, he's home. He seemed a little haggard. He didn't look like a guy going to a club or from a club. He looked a little haggard. So I'm like, let me just give him a cigarette. Why not? Nothing. I still have one more to get me to the morning. See if I could make it through. And peace. I do see the birthday message and the super chat, the $9.99. Thank you very much. Let me finish up the story. I'll come right back to it, but I want everyone to know, thank you, peace. And that is another $4.68 that will be donated to the Jericho Project to help people who are homeless, to help families in need, to help veterans. Because this story I'm telling you about, which happened in my life, I never want anyone to go through this. I don't want anyone to have this experience that I had. And Jericho Project does help to make sure that that doesn't happen, or helps people when it is happening. And so thank you, Peace Logic, for the $10, the $9.99. That's going to be $4.68 that I'm donating to the Jericho Project. Thank you very much. So I was mentioning this guy, I gave him a cigarette, and I'm still not trusting it because, give him a cigarette, is he just trying to, I don't know, jerk my chain, try and surprise me, try and use that as a distraction? Is there someone else trying to come around from the other side of the stairs behind me? These are the things you think about when you're homeless. These are the things you're thinking about when you're the only one and you don't know what to expect. But he, as it turned out, he was a crackhead. And I don't say that to be insulting. He was. He was a guy who was addicted to crack. And he knew it. And he decided, we started talking. Don't know why. Just, I gave him the cigarette. He lit it, said, thank you. You okay? I'm all right. Are you okay? Yeah. It's night. What can you do? And I'm like, yeah, there's not much we can do. We had some small talk, and then we started to actually have a conversation. We're just standing there having cigarettes, 3 a.m, just him and me on Orange Street in LA next to a church. And I found out he's homeless and I'm homeless. So we're two homeless men, about the same age. He's a little older. He's maybe in his 30s. I was about 24. And life was rough. Now, on his part, he was homeless and then he became addicted to crack. And a lot of people who are homeless many of them have mental issues, but also many of them are addicted. And sometimes that's because of the mental issue. Sometimes it's because you become very depressed about your life because you're homeless. Sometimes you have the addiction and that makes you homeless. Sometimes it's the other way around. You're homeless and that leads you to become addicted. And the longer you're homeless, the more likely it is that you will become addicted to a substance. Because it's a very depressing life. I mean, it's a very fearful life. Again, as I've just been describing, my life was going topsy-turvy because I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't get a single night's full sleep. So I'm talking to this guy. And I swear I don't remember his name, but it was something like Joe or Mike or Bob, something like that. I'm going to call him Bob. But it was something very common. And we were just talking back and forth. And we wound up spending, I think, an hour, so maybe until 4 a.m, talking. Random, but trying to lift each other's spirits up, because it was a late fall, early fall day. So it was warm, but it wasn't that warm. So we just wanted to have something to do. As it turns out, and as he tells me, He pulls out this. He pulls out a screwdriver, kind of like this one. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. So it's a screwdriver, except at the tip, he sharpened it. Sharpened it a little bit so that he could stab people. Now, one, it's self-defense. He had something to protect himself in case someone tried to jump him. But also, he had it so he could rob people because he was addicted to crack, because he was homeless, because he needed money for cigarettes, he needed money for food. He was in a desperate way. Not that different than myself, desperate as well. But he had gone down that path. He had been homeless longer. He had become addicted. It was a difficult life. And so he made a decision. At one point throughout that process, he became a criminal, a little bit of a villain. But he was remorseful. And he didn't take out his screwdriver to attack me. It wasn't a threat. And he let me know. Let me show you. I'm going to show you something here. Let me know ahead of time so I knew he wasn't coming at me. He wasn't going to attack me. He says, you know, I'm a crack addict. I'm struggling. He's trying to get clean. He wants to be clean. And he's in a program. And he's working the program to try and get clean. But he was having a bad night. He was having a very bad night. And when I woke up, he was just in an argument with someone. And he decided, that's it. I'm going to just go get crack. I'm depressed. I'm angry. I'm just going to rob somebody, get some money, go get some crack, get high, and forget about the problems. He'd still be homeless, but it didn't matter. He'd at least be high. He wouldn't be thinking about them. And that's when he bumped into me. When I surprised him. And so when we started talking, he calmed down and he gathered himself. And he was able, because of the conversation we were having, to reset his mind, to get his will back, his strength of will reinforced, to be in a better mood, have a better outlook. And so he decided he wasn't going to go and rob someone that night. That he wasn't going to go and get some crack that night. That instead, he was going to go and reach out to his sponsor. He was going to go over to his sponsor's house. He was going to talk to his sponsor about his drug addiction, his crack addiction, and try and work through the night without robbing anyone, without getting high. And he did that because he was speaking with me. Now, he knew why I was right next to the church, these additional church steps, where there were very few people. All of them were new people to the homeless circuit in Hollywood at that time. We're talking like 94, 95. And so he said, you know, what? You know, we had been talking about, I lost everything, tried to build a business, lost everything that I had, and I don't know what I'm going to do next. He goes, how long have you been out here? I'm like, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks, something like that. He goes, and you sleep there? I'm like, yeah. Look, do this. You're going to go over to the main church steps. You're going to walk over and you're going to see a blue, I believe it was blue, a blue sleeping bag. And it's going to be empty. And there's a guy in a green blanket and another guy in, I think it was like a red blanket or sleeping bag on either side of that blue sleeping bag that's empty. He goes, that's my spot. That blue sleeping bag is mine. So what I want you to do, walk on over to the steps, go over to that sleeping bag. Now, when you walk up there, those two guys on either side, They're going to ask you, who the hell are you? What the hell do you want? And you're going to tell them. No, I think the guy's name was Anthony, now that I remember. You're going to tell him. Anthony said it's okay. Anthony said that I should go to sleep and that you should take me through the circuit in the morning. That he's going to go and speak with his sponsor because he was going to go get crack, but he changed his mind and he's with his sponsor so he doesn't get crack tonight. And he did me a favor and said, nope, and that you can sleep there and that these guys will take care of you. And he assured me, don't worry. No one's going to touch you. You will be able to go to sleep. No one will touch you. Those guys will be okay. As long as you tell them what I said, you'll be all right. And you'll be able to sleep tonight. And you'll be able to sleep in that sleeping bag. And in the morning, they'll take you to get some food. I said, okay. Bet. I'll do it. I'll go and do it. Now this is me putting a lot of trust in this guy. I could be getting set up for all kinds of atrocities that I don't want people to think about. That's the problem with being homeless. And it's possible. But the rapport, the conversation we had was positive. It was uplifting. It was good for both of us to be able to just talk to someone. So I did. I took him up on his word. Gut said, you can trust this guy. You can trust this moment. It'll be okay. Go check out the scenario. And I did. So I went up to the church steps. All of the homeless around were watching me. Like, who is this new guy? What the hell is he doing in our area? Walking through our zone with our people. Who's this kid? So I walked up to the guys, told them exactly what he told me to say to them. They looked me up and down, said, all right, go lay down, go to sleep. Don't worry. Nobody's going to touch you. You're safe. In the morning, I'm going to wake you up. Don't do something stupid. Don't try and hit me. I'm going to wake you up. Then you're going to come with me. We'll get breakfast. I'll show you where to go. Go to sleep. So, and these are bigger guys, by the way. The one guy I was talking to, he was the guy in the green blanket. He was a big guy. He wasn't a small guy. He had to be about my height, like 5'10". But he weighed like, I don't know, 50, 75 pounds more than I did. And back in those days, I was a little heavier than I am now. So I was a little more muscular. I used to work out a lot more back when I was younger. So I was a little more muscular, but this guy, way, way bigger than me. So I took his word for it. Got in the blanket, put my bag down for my pillow, and I was trying to maintain that half sleep, half aware thing. And I'm sure I still was aware, but I fell asleep. And I have to tell you, it was one of the best sleeps I had in my life. I was safe. I was relatively warm. And I could just rest. I could finally rest on those church steps. That next morning, woke me up. We all get up. Everybody, the entire encampment of all the homeless people, all wake up at the same time. Hey, get up. Gotta get up. Okay. And we got to get off the steps. We're safe when the sun is down. Sun comes up, you got to go. The church wasn't opening up yet, but we had to go. We had to get up, and this is like, I don't know, 7 a.m, something like that. And so we had to get up, and we had to get off the steps because the police were allowed to arrest us at that point. So we had to go. It's the agreement between the homeless, the church, and everyone. We had sanctuary when it's night. During the day, we don't get that same privilege. Okay. And the church will be opening its doors at like 8, 9 o'clock. And then we could go in and pray if we wanted to. And regular parishioners would be able to go in. So they got me up and said, okay, before you do anything else, come with us. We go down to, there's a park very close by, public park, and it's got a public restroom, not one of those little porta potties, but an actual, restroom for men and for women. And it says, okay, they come in, they say, come on, come with me. Okay, you're going to go in there. Now, I get a little nervous at this point because this is real world. You're a young man surrounded by a couple of older, bigger men walking into a restroom area in a park, surrounded by a huge crowd of homeless people. You're the only ones that are there. It's like 7 a.m. There's no one that's coming to help you. There is no police officer. And if something's going to go bad, this might be the moment that it's going to go bad. But so far, everything's been above board, and everyone I've talked to, good people, got a good feel. But obviously now there's the bathroom, and I'm a little like, I don't know if I want to walk in there with these guys. Then again, I got to go into the bathroom, and I don't know who's in there already. So I don't know what I'm walking into. You're getting that fight or flight kind of feeling going on. And my military background is ringing all kinds of warning bells, like, be ready, Marine, be ready. So I go in, but I'm like, you know what? These guys they could have done dumb crap to me while I was asleep. They didn't. They've all been above board. They've done, their word. I'll trust them. I walk in and he goes, yeah, by the way, you're going to come into this bathroom. You come in with me and his buddy. So you come in with one of the three of us. Don't come in here by yourself. Don't do that. See that guy over there? And then he started pointing out a couple of people. Say, see these guys? Yeah, that's one clique. And there's these guys. See, that's another clique. Yeah, don't ever come in here with them. If they're in here when you come in, get out. Just put it right down the line. You're not going to like what they're going to do to you. It's not going to be nice. They're not good guys. They're going to do stuff. They're going to do stuff to you. So you see them in there, you get out. They walk in after you, you walk out. Okay. Well, you can imagine, you've seen enough movies. It's the real world. I understand the warning. Doesn't have to say it twice. Okay. So he's there with me. And, okay. So I've got some kind of backup. Get to use the facilities. Walk out of the head. And I'm like, okay. So I splashed some water on my face. Got to use the facilities. Now my thought is I got to go and I need another cigarette. I'm having my last cigarette. I'm like, I got to get money for cigarettes. I've got to figure out how I'm going to work somewhere. Got to get some food in me. Don't know what I'm going to do. He goes, wait a minute. Don't leave yet. We're going to go get breakfast. I'm like, breakfast? What do you mean we're going to get breakfast? I got no money. It's like, that's okay. There's a charity. The church that we were sleeping on the steps of, they have a charity. And so the homeless, this is part of their routine. First thing they do in the morning after washing up, or at least most of us washed up, they would go into the park. And you'd form a line. You'd form a line, and they would give you a breakfast. They give you a tray. Catholic charity, all nonprofit, has nothing to do with the government. It's just people from the church. And what they would do is they'd give you the tray, and so you get a bologna sandwich. It's 2 pieces of bread and maybe 2 pieces of bologna. Not thick slice. We're talking thin slice. An orange or an apple. And a container of, I think it was milk, but it might have been orange juice. Or I might have traded someone for orange juice. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly if it was milk or if it was orange juice. It was one or the other. One of those, we're talking about those little containers that you see kids in kindergarten get for their breakfast. I think, at least they used to. One of those little tiny containers. It's like, I don't know. It has less milk or orange juice in it than my creamer in the morning for my coffee. Okay. It wouldn't fill up this mug that I have, wouldn't be filled up with the amount of milk or orange juice it had. And I was thankful that I had it. Didn't give a damn about how big it was. And so we got that, and they just gave it to us. Oh, and an apple. Did I mention an apple? Oh, no, it was apple or orange juice. Apple or orange. I got an apple. And so got that. So come on, we'll walk over, went over by a tree in the park and just sat down. There's a bunch of the cliques of the various homeless people were all there. There's, by the way, there's women there too. There's men, women, younger people younger than me, teenagers, people older than me. Some of them were mentally not with it 100%. And some of them were obviously drugged out. We're not talking just crack, although there was a lot of crack in the 90s, but other drugs as well. And you could see it. It was very clear. And then there were just people who were having a tough time. And as I had breakfast and I was talking to the two guys that had watched over me during the night, made sure that I was safe and I could sleep for the first time in, 2 weeks, where I could get a good 5 hours or so. It felt like 5, 6, 7 hours of sleep. It may have been just an hour. I don't know. Didn't have a watch. Didn't know what time it was. And even if I had a watch, I wouldn't let anyone see me with a watch because they'd rob you for it, because they could sell it for drugs or just have money so they could buy food or cigarettes. So I said, okay. Oh, by the way, Liberty Lady, yes, you can drop the link. Absolutely. You can drop the link anywhere, share it with anyone. I'm more than happy to share any of it with anyone. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And so I got to talking to these two guys. They were about 35. And they were both from the Midwest. I forget where exactly in the Midwest, but they both had been working in factories in the Midwest. And the factory downsized and they lost their jobs. So they came to California because they figured, well, there might be jobs in California in the 90s. And they couldn't get a job. There was nothing for them that matched their skill set. And eventually they wound up becoming homeless. One guy had been homeless for a year. Another one had been homeless for about three years, if I remember correct. So not that long, but living every day on the street, that's a lifetime. It's a huge amount. And they told me something that's very important. And I remember to this day, and I do mention to people when I talk to homeless people, say, don't stay homeless. The longer that you are homeless, the more you will stay homeless. It's one of the reasons why it's so important to help people as soon as we can when they become homeless, because it becomes an ingrained pattern. It is amazing what human beings can live with. We can live with almost anything. I've lived in a coup. I've lived in earthquakes. You can live through earthquakes and floods. You can live through oppression. You can live with and through virtually anything. Look at all the people who are on drugs. They live with that addiction, even as it destroys their life. You can live, and that's a positive thing, 9 out of 10 times. You can live through and live with almost anything. Car accidents, fights with friends and foes. You can, good governments, bad governments, you can survive almost anything if you put your mind to it. And it will become normal for you to live in whatever situation you find yourself in. So that means the longer you're homeless, the more that will become your normal. The more that becomes your life. And it becomes harder and harder to break out of that. Because you will develop, because you have to, you will find a way to survive in that situation, how to survive that scenario. And so you're going to do whatever it takes. And you will build up a pattern that makes sure that you will live, because no one wants to die. You're going to do what it takes to live. You're going to say, okay, this routine keeps me alive another day. I'm going to do that every day. And then you're no longer trying to not be homeless. Now you're just a permanent homeless. So we got to break that cycle. That's one of the important things. Break that cycle, or help someone not be homeless, to get them out before they build into that pattern. And it's human nature. We all do that. So let's try and work it together. And so they told me that. And it's very important that you haven't been out here that long. The lifestyle of being homeless hasn't been ingrained in you yet. You can break this. Break it. Don't know what you're going to do. Don't know how you're going to do it. Get out of this. Don't keep coming back. Don't find something so that you can not be homeless. Otherwise, you're going to be here 3 years from now doing the same thing with your own crew of people. Whether good people or bad people, you'll be in a crew. And you may be on drugs, or maybe you won't. And that'll be your life. These were intelligent men. Good people. Good hearts. In a bad situation. Just like me. In a bad situation. Things didn't work out in their life. They failed. And it was hard. It was harsh for them. Oh. There we go. Hey, Larry.
How are you, sir? How are you?
Oh my God, I didn't realize. I was talking about my time in.
I've been listening. What are you talking about? I know what you're talking about.
Sorry, and that's a kind of emotional memory of my past, and I wanted to mention that.
Tell your story.
Yeah,
tell your story. It's all
so
good. I heard these stories before. It's fine.
I know. I know you have.
Yes.
For folks who don't know, by the way, as you can see, the gentleman on the screen right now, that is my good friend, Larry Sharp. For people who care about it, he's a libertarian. Yes, I'm a Republican. Yes, we can be friends, even when we disagree. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we vehemently disagree. It's fantastic.
True.
But Larry is a great friend of mine. I've known Larry, I think we've known each other 8 years now, almost 9.
Yeah, 8 years. Yeah, 8 years. Yep.
And he's been a very good friend, been there for me, and I hope I've been there every time he's needed as well. And he decided, I said, Larry, would you like to come on my 57th birthday? We're going to raise money for the Jericho project. We'll talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. And now, as you can see, folks, he said, yeah, I'll come in, and it's 10 o'clock, good for you? And I said, yeah. And here I am talking over his time. But you notice he was there. He was right there for me. So, Larry, go ahead. What's on your mind?
You're here, man. The thing you're talking about, and I want to echo what you said. I mean, life really is habits. That's what life is, right? If you have better habits, you increase the odds of having success. Life is habits plus odds, right? Sometimes fate is going to smack you no matter what you do, no matter how you act, it's going to happen. And sometimes you're going to get lucky no matter what you do, sometimes it's going to happen. But it's fate. Fate is, or life, I should say, it is habits plus odds. The better your habits, the higher your odds of getting what you want to achieve, whatever that thing is. I completely agree with you. And the same thing, when you have bad habits, you get worse outcomes. Usually, there's exceptions, obviously, but usually. And people create habits all the time. Trying to break people's habits is the hardest thing. As you know, Jericho Project, Mike and I both know about Jericho Project. They help out veterans in the Bronx. And, they have the same issue. They're trying to break the bad habits. To your point, once someone gets into that environment, they create habits that make them survive, survival habits. And those habits become the norm. And what some people don't get is they go, we should just house the homeless. I get that. It makes sense logically. But in reality, that doesn't always work, because some of these people, they don't want a house. they come to a point where they feel more comfortable on the street than they feel inside a home. So it isn't just get them a house. I like the concept. I do love it. It feels good. I get the emotion behind it, but it doesn't work.
What is that? The Little House Project, I think it's called, or Tiny
Yes.
Homes. Tiny Homes.
Tiny homes. Yes.
Yeah.
Tiny homes concept is a wonderful concept. I love the idea. The question is, it's got to actually work. And with some people, it doesn't, right? It's a good concept. And for some people that work perfectly. And then remember the homeless, I mean, you brought this up, right? The homeless population isn't just, the crazy veteran who wants to spit on you. That's the thing you see on TV. Mm-hmm. That is a part of it. Yes, it's a part. Mm-hmm. But a lot of it is people who just got in a bad spot. It's some people who are addicts of mental illness. It's also families sometimes who are in bad spots. Mm-hmm. It's a mix and a match of different people. It's not a monolith at all. The cool thing on TV is the same guy every time, right? But that's not what it really is.
And they always pick the one who's the loudest, most dirty person they can get for that TV clip. But that's not the reality. And I've not only having my personal experience of living through it, but I've also, and I know you do this too, Larry. We may be public figures, large or small, but we've been helping people in these kind of situations before, that where the TVs aren't paying attention to that mom and kid, or that the family, mom and dad and a kid, or dad and a kid, that are just like, okay, I need help. I just need to get through the next day. They made a movie, The Life of Happiness. Remember, that's with Will Smith, about the true stockbroker.
Yeah.
Homeless, working on Wall Street. Homeless every night. He's trying to find a spot for him and his son, but he's in a suit. And the next morning he shows up.
They showed the most important piece, which is they make a system that is more concerned about keeping track versus helping. So remember, if he couldn't get back on time, if in the movie it was called The Pursuit of Happiness.
That's it.
If he couldn't get back to the place on time, then he couldn't actually get into the place. Meanwhile, he had to work till 5. So if you had a job, you couldn't get a room. What is that? Right? That the system is so broken that it doesn't work, which is why almost always you got to go outside of government. Your story earlier was church. You still see that here in New York City, right? If you look at your story about LA, anyone who lives in New York City will notice that on Park Avenue is where all the banks are now. The banks used to be on Wall Street. Now they're all on Park Avenue. Park Avenue, you don't see any homeless people except one place, in front of the church. Because the cops, as you said, that sanctuary, the cops will roust every homeless person on Park Avenue out, but they will not roust the guys in front of the churches. They leave that alone. That's sanctuary. You're exactly correct. Still to this day in New York City. Was that way in LA, as you spoke about? Still to this day. And we diss churches all the time. And I'm like, why because we don't like their message on whatever, some social issue. Okay, great. Then don't attend that church. Fine. You don't like that social issue, whatever, it bothers you. Don't attend that church. But why you dissing churches when one thing churches have been, well, they're not as much anymore, and that's because of our culture. But without question, churches have been in the past centers of culture, centers of community. They have been centers. Dude, the black church used to be the thing where you would go when you were in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not true anymore, but it used to be, right? That when you were in trouble, you go to if you look at some of the most successful people from, say, the 80s, 90s, maybe even early 2000s, almost everyone tells you, I grew up in a black church.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson grew up in a black church. Whitney Houston grew up in a black church, right? All the people who got successful at all, anyway, they grew up in a church.
And when they stopped going to church, they got into trouble.
Bingo, yes. Because they left their communities and they went to be super cool guy. Yes, exactly right. They went to go be super cool guy. So no, I get it, man. I totally get what you're talking about. I'm glad you're open to. Me, I talk about my mom's issues a lot.
Yeah.
My mom was an addict. She had a lot of issues too. So when you talk about this, the thing that I hope that people see from the conversations that you and I often have, it is that we try to humanize ourselves so that people know that just because some guy's talking trash doesn't mean he thinks he's perfect.
No, and we've I always like to hope people will understand. Yes, any of us could become homeless for
Yep.
1,001 different reasons.
Yep.
And you can also get out of it. I mean, that
Yep.
was when I was 24, I was homeless. By the time I was 35, I had a house.
Right.
Now I lost it again, but that's besides the point. That's another story altogether. And that's a story I'll probably talk about later, but you can turn your life around. It isn't a trap you can't get out of. It's a process. It takes work. It ain't easy. Also, a little bit of luck, like you said, Larry.
Yep.
It's about putting together a great pattern, a repetition. You have to put in the effort, and that gives you an opportunity to get lucky. I mean, that's how I stopped being homeless. I got lucky. Somebody, it was one of those like pergs where you call up people on the phone for surveys.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of nonprofits run that. I got one of the nonprofits were hiring, and they're like, yeah, you got a decent voice. You've talked on phones before. Okay, we'll hire you. Didn't ask for my address.
Yeah.
Critical.
Yep.
Didn't ask for my address.
I'm glad you brought that up. That piece is a critical piece. People don't understand how hard it is to get a job without an address, or sometimes even without a phone.
Well, now without a phone.
Yes.
In the 90s, it was just, I didn't
Yep.
have an address. So I was like, oh God, what am I going to say?
Yes.
Didn't ask.
Yep.
And
absolutely.
I was like, oh my God. And then I got paid and didn't ask about, well, we got to wire it here or there. It's like, here's a check.
Yep. Absolutely. A whole different issue.
Cash place down the block. They didn't ask. They didn't care. And actually,
but government does, though.
Oh yeah. Oh, they won me. I remember they were asking me about my taxes right after that. I'm like, I was homeless. What are you talking about? What taxes?
Yes.
It's like, no, but didn't you get a job? I'm like, eventually.
Yes. Yes. No. When I first met you, you were living in Binghamton.
Binghamton, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's where I got my house.
I remember, and your studio was in your house.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, studio was in your house. Yep. Did you have a cat then?
No, my little dog.
You still had your dog. You didn't have your cat.
Yeah, my dog's 14 years old, so I had my dog.
Right.
But
there we go.
He's a 20-pounder.
So yep.
Probably
there
thinking
we go.
of him.
That's what I was thinking. Because I was like, wait a minute, there's something's walking around here that was little. It was a dog, not a cat. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Yes. All right. That's what it was.
But he's really calm. He is a really calm dog. So a lot of people sometimes think that's like, did I just see a cat go by? No, that's my dog.
There we go. Yes.
He's just calm.
Yeah. I think that was 2017.
Yeah.
I think that was 2017.
Yeah.
2017. Yeah. Because I remember I tell the story often. My first actual official campaign event was in 2017, and it was in Binghamton. And I went to a diner in Binghamton. I forgot which one it was. It was a diner in Binghamton, and there was literally one guy there. My first event had one guy, just one.
Ooh.
I was like, I'm having a campaign event. And this is how the guy starts the whole conversation. He starts the conversation with, so when did you know 9/11 was an inside job? not hi, my name is, hey Larry, good to see you. No, he opens with that. I was like, okay, this is going to be a great campaign. That was my first campaign stop, and that was my first campaign follower, was a guy who opened. Now look, I don't want to talk about you want to talk about conspiracies. I'm talking about it. Yeah, but that was his opening, and his opening wasn't, do you think? It was, when did you? Like, of course it's true. Just when did you figure it out? That's how he actually started. I was like, oh my God. So that concept of doing that, again, made me feel like, and by the way, I had a guy with me at the time who was working with me, my body man. He came and he was like, oh my God. He walked out. He was like, we're in trouble. He walked out. So what did I do? I sat with the guy and we had lunch together. I just sat with him. We had lunch. One dude and me, we sat, we talked. Some guy, we talked. It was nice. And by the way, he kept coming to my events for years. He passed away a couple years ago, but he kept coming to my events for years. He just kept coming to my events because I sat and talked to him, and he just kept coming. He voted for me in 2018, so he just kept coming. And that's why I always had a heartfelt, feeling for Binghamton because it was my first official campaign event in 2017. So yeah.
Well, that's where we met. A lot of people don't know. We met there, and it's kind of interesting because I've talked to a lot. You've talked to a lot of politicians, so have I. I know people who've run for national presidential campaigns, and I know people who've run for Congress and local races, all parties, same as you. But what people don't know is like we met because Larry was speaking in Binghamton. I was covering it like I do with a lot of candidates. Yep. And afterwards, I walked up and I was like, I'd like to do an interview real quick. Can we get that set up? Larry's like, sure. When? I'm like, well, you want to do it now? He's like, sure. I got to turn to your body man. Said, how long we got? We got a half an hour. Okay, we can do a half hour. I'll give you a half hour. Well, believe it or not, folks, that half hour turned into 2.5 hours.
Yep.
And not as cordial as we're talking right now. It was a little antagonistic. I was pushing you, a little antagonistic.
No, it was good. Because I remember, and this is the funny thing that people don't often get, and because you see it with other politicians. Most politicians, they don't want to talk to the people, right? Yeah. It's a pain to talk to the people, and also most politicians are afraid of the press. They only talk to the press when they're prepared or their body person is there, that kind of stuff, right? It's important. But when I was running, I realized that I had to not be that guy, because if I was that guy, I was definitely going to make no impact. So I just talked to anybody, and I would have a chat. We went back to your house. I think I was like, let's go. Let's head on back and do it. I didn't mind at all. Let's go do it. I talked to a lot of people, and you have to sometimes roll the dice on this, right? Sometimes you have to roll the dice, because when you're trying to make impact, there is a level of gamble. You talked about it in your story. When you gamble, believe in this guy, right? Believe in this guy for breakfast. Believe in this guy right. At some point in life, you got to trust your gut, and you just got to go. And sometimes you'll be wrong, but there's a whole book about this called Blink by Malcolm Gladwell, and he talks about the idea that most of the time your gut is correct. Not always. It's sometimes off, and sometimes people who know how to manipulate your gut will sometimes purposefully, manipulate you. But generally speaking, your gut tends to be right. So I trust my gut. I said, this Mike guy. Okay, he's a crazy Republican, but he's a good guy. And that was it. And I thought, okay, I trust this guy. And that's what happened. It was very simple.
Something a lot of people don't realize, for me, they see me, I'm very authoritative and bombastic when I'm doing my show. And they think, I can't do an interview with this guy. He's going to try, he's going to be all over. He's going to be, I don't know. I don't even know what they think I'm going to be like. I don't do that when I do an interview. I don't do that when I'm talking to, because it's no longer about what I think,
right,
or what conclusion I'm coming to. It's about the public would like to know. Here are questions that I've either heard or I believe the public would like to know about why you're running, and that's all I ask. And generally, I shut up right after I ask the question. I stop. Doesn't matter if I like the question or not. It's just answer the question because the public wants to know. So.
But I'm gonna say something which I should have said immediately. Happy birthday, brother.
Well, we already said that the other day, but thank you.
I know.
Thank you.
Yes. Happy birthday. I am very happy that you've made 57. Look at you go, you old ass man. I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you made it. So yes. And the thing that now Larry. I love. Yes.
I'm older than Larry.
I was going to say that you got me by 3 months, so you will always be old to me. Just keep that. Remember that. You will always. You're 3 months older than me. That's true, indeed. My birthday's in July, so yes, you got me by 3 months. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Oh man, it's the way the world has changed is so amazing. But I take solace in that we're all people, individuals. When you sit them down, I don't care what political party they say they're with, because I've known diehard Antifa members. Sit them down, had a beer, they'll talk. They're a regular person.
Yep.
And when you get, God knows, I wish I could have the conversations with some of the extremists, both on the left and the right, that I have when I'm sitting down, just like having a beer and talking
Right.
with them. I wish that would be the thing they would do on, when we get live. But literally, same guy or gal comes on, they're doing an interview. They certainly switch on that politician mode. And it's like, 10 minutes ago, I was just talking to this isn't you. This is not the way you present that. You were presenting it completely differently 5 minutes ago.
This is the point that I bring up, and people, somebody once told me this, and it was one of the best compliments I ever got. He said, people always say, never meet your heroes. He said, Larry Sharp's the exception. And I was like, that was the greatest compliment that I can remember getting as a politician. Because what he said was, I was the same guy that he saw on the show that he saw in person. Like, I was the same guy. Like, I didn't, to your point, I didn't go, oh, now I'm in front of people, so now I got to put my mask on and I got to play this role of this guy or whatever. I was the same dude. I'm the same. And you know me, Mike. You know me better than anybody on the show. I'm the same dude, whether you see me, outside, inside, whatever. And you see me at events. Oh, yeah. And I'm the same guy at the events, right? I'll talk to people. I don't
same
whatever.
Talk. You'll have the conversation, and it doesn't change. It doesn't suddenly get nicer, or you're like, this is where I'm at. And
and I think that piece, I think more, and this is one of the reasons why Bernie was so successful. Even though clearly I'm not a Bernie fan, but I can still say what was successful about him. People believed what he was saying wherever he was. It was consistent everywhere. The 1%, the 1%. Right. That was every single time, every time. And people thought, oh, okay, this guy's real at least. And the sad part is, why were we fooled as a country, not as individual, as a country, by people like Bill Clinton, by people like Barack Obama? And I think we were so accustomed to being treated so poorly that any personable person seems like magic now, right? Like, oh my God, because we're treated so poorly when we get anything. It's like Stockholm syndrome, right? They lock you in a closet and they don't feed you. Then somebody gives you an old sandwich. You're like, he's my savior because I had nothing. Now I got an old sandwich and now I love him. But I think there's an advantage of social media. Now, there's so many bad things about social media, obviously, but there's one advantage.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the advantage is that people are starting to think that I can be more human. I think that is happening. So that part I do like.
Yeah, but you know what's the problem with it? It's when they're already starting to abuse it. And this is my opinion about Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett. Yes.
I really dislike the way she does politics. I don't know her personally, so I can't say I don't like her. I don't know.
I've never met her.
Never seen her in real life. But what I see her doing in interviews and on Congress, that is such a caricature of a ghetto black person. And I think she's doing it to get money and to be elected. Like, I'm ghetto and I'm here, so you got to support me, because she's an educated.
You don't think she's ghetto?
She's a lawyer. She's got her degrees.
There's lawyers that come out of the ghetto, Mike. You know that.
They don't talk like that. I'm not saying she can't be poor or from the ghetto, but what she's saying, she literally, I can go down the block and I can listen to the local crackhead and they sound just like her. I don't expect that from a member of Congress who's gone to college, who's lived in life, has some education. No, I guarantee you that she can speak well without having to curse every other sentence, without having to be ghetto every other sentence. That is a performance. And I've heard rumors, I haven't been able to confirm, but I've heard rumors that there are videos of her not doing her little minstrel show where she talks like you and me.
The question, though, becomes, right? Look, for those of you who may not know this, if you're in the black community, you code switch. It's what you do, right? My father taught me this when my father was a chameleon, right? And he taught me this, or he's like, this is how you survive, how you do well. And my father taught me, he said, I think I told you so before, whenever you're in an elevator He said, and someone walks in, always say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the people who are in there. Don't say, hey, what's up? Don't always say good morning or good afternoon, good evening or hello, something polite and nice always, because you're a black man and they're about to put you into a small place. This is what he taught me. I'm not joking. I mean, some of you may laugh at that because you think, oh, I'm a nice guy, whatever. You're allowed to
50s,
shop.
60s, different
Yes,
world.
my father grew up in the 30s.
Okay.
And the 40s.
Yeah.
So my father grew up in the 30s and 40s. So you know what? He that's what he knew, right? That's what he grew up in. He was born in the 30s. He grew up in the 40s and the 50s. So that's what he knew. So like, that's what you got to do. So he taught me all these things, right? But he was also a chameleon. He would code shift all the time. So I'm sure Crockett can code shift. It's how it works. I know she can code shift. The problem is, why is she, you're right. Why is she doing this in a political arena? If you're hanging out with your friends in the block, okay, I get it. You're hanging out with your friends in the block.
No, I don't get it. By the way, I should point out, I hate code switching. I hate when people do that.
I know, but it's a thing.
You know that I speak exactly like this everywhere I go.
But you know it's true.
Plus minus a little more cursing, but otherwise same.
Yes, but you know what I'm saying is true, though. You know what I'm not saying.
No, I know it's true. I just
it's true. Yes, so I get why she's doing it, but you're right. Even if that's what you do, okay. Look, Matt says it. I code switch a little bit with my black friends. He said it too. It's a thing that we do, right? It's natural. It's what people do. It's natural. And people laugh at it, but no, it's fine. But to your point, it's not appropriate here. It's just like the Fetterman. And look, I'm not a huge, you know me, I'm not a huge dress code guy. I'm not. However, there's a however here. There is a cultural level of respect that you show. Like, I like wearing my t-shirt. If I go to a funeral, I'm not wearing a t-shirt. Right? Now, could I go, well, it doesn't matter. I wear a black shirt. Who cares? It's cultural, blah, blah. Yes, it matters. People are going to see respect. They're going to care. It's cultural. Put on a dark suit. Just put on a dark suit, man. That's all I'm saying. It's a funeral. Put a dark suit on.
Yeah, but you're going to the State of the Union. You're not going to a barbecue with your buddies, Mr. Fetterman. Dress up.
Yes. Throw a jacket on, man. Yeah. Throw a jacket on. Something. Throw a jacket on.
No, he said, I got shorts and I got a hoodie. Oh, I'm Fetterman. Well, screw you. You're talking to the president in front of the world. Put on a suit. It's very disrespectful. It's the same problem I have with Crockett. I have with Fetterman, because it's the same kind of disrespect.
Yes,
I think.
Agreed. I'm with you completely. I think what is bothering me when it comes to her is, look, the part that I think people like, and I think you would disagree on this one. The part that Democrats want somebody to fight, because they see how broken they are. They will take virtually anybody, and that's not good. But again, you've heard me say it. You fight with who you got. These are the soldiers I got. Who's the best one I got? I got these. Okay. And I still think the best group right now for the Democrats is still the Bernie AOC combo. That's the best they got right now. Crockett's not the best they got, but it's all they got.
Not a long shot.
So they take it, right? They take it. Would you seen the guys some of the best talkers they have, which is Newsom? He's off doing his own thing now. He's not messing Democrats. He's attacking Democrats. He's walked away, which I think for him is smart. But all that's left over.
He's trying to get that middle ground so he can try and pretend that he's not as left as he is, like he didn't do everything that he's complaining about right now, which is, again,
of course he did.
Dishonest.
I didn't say he was honest, Mike.
No, you didn't.
I'm not going to sit here and try to say Newsom's honest. Unless it's April Fool's, maybe I'll say it on that day, but I'm not saying it the day but that. All I'm saying is he's a talented speaker, right? The one thing I try to not do when I don't like somebody, I don't want to just give them all the bad traits. And that's a common thing humans do. Oh, I don't like this person. So they're ugly, they're stupid, they're evil. I add all the bad traits. And I'm not. I think Gavin Newsom is a terrible person. I also think he's a terrible governor. But that doesn't mean he's not a talented speaker. You can be all of them. You can have some positive and some negative things. So that's the reason why I want to make sure we're clear on that piece. Newsom is a good speaker, and he is a good fighter in the arena of debates. He's good at that, but he's walked away. Who you got left? AOC's not a good debater. That's not her skill set. But she does have
Cuomo.
Cuomo's a good debater.
He's a mess. Oh my God! And they're actually considering him. I don't understand.
Yes, again. You go with the soldiers you have, brother. That's the army I got.
Train the soldiers you have, and some of them you put on the front line because you know why.
Yes,
they're fine.
I'm just saying.
They're gonna go.
What do you think Hochul is? Hochul's fodder.
Fair.
Hochul's fodder. She's fodder. They threw her out there to defend the Democrats while they try to figure out what the hell to do. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
They threw her out there like, okay, you go out there, pretend you're going to fight Trump, you're going to knock him down, talk your trash, and girl power. You go do that. And meanwhile, we're going to go in the back about what the hell we going to do now. That's literally what happened.
Yeah.
And she's out there trying to figure something out. Yes. Yeah. But that's the Stefanik thing you talked about, right? Elise Stefanik, this was a thing that initially I didn't get until after I saw it happen. For those of you who aren't paying attention, Elise Stefanik is a New Yorker. Mike and I both know her. Mm-hmm. She is from North Country, and she was going to become the UN secretary for your representative, ambassador, right, to the UN for the US. And then Trump said, no, we're not doing that. And the Democrats are saying, see that? It's because they think that the Democrats are going to win this North Country, New York seat, and they're scared. I don't know how they think that garbage, but that's their talking point. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. The reality of it is, this was what people don't really understand is in New York State, how it works is the governor literally decides when the next special election is. Mm-hmm. So the governor could say it's tomorrow. The governor can say it's November 3rd. Like the governor can do whatever she wants in that regard. No one's going to stop her. She has a supermajority in the assembly. No one's going to stop her. She can do whatever she wants.
Total control.
So she went down to DC and she threw that at Trump. She said, Trump, look, give me what I want. And if you don't, I'm just going to make sure that I hold off this election till November. I'm just going to hold it off. That's what I got. That's my card. And Trump went, shit, that's right. That's a problem. Trump said, okay, at least you're done. Pull that card outside of Hochul's hands. Trump took that card out of Hochul. Note, Hochul's quiet now.
No, she's
quiet now.
Yeah,
because that was the card she had. That was a real card. That was a card she had, and she was trying. And what I know she did, because I know her, I don't know her. I know how she thinks. I know people who know her how she thinks. She didn't go there saying, Trump is making a deal. Here's what I'll do. I will hold that election next week. I'll hold it ASAP as soon as it's physically possible. Do me a favor, give me my congestion pricing or whatever she wants, right? Mm-hmm. Give me my thing. I'll do it right away. Right away, I'll do it. She didn't do that. She walked in, I'm boss babe, and I got this. And Trump went, oh, no, I don't play that game. Because Trump hates negotiating from weakness. He hates that. So he immediately was like, okay, we're going to end this. We'll talk nice. I'll say nice things. Then he got rid of Stefanik and said, that card's gone. Now what you got? That's what actually happened.
Yeah, she's got nothing. And
she had that, though. That was something she had. Not anymore.
It's like what they're trying to do with Adams as well, because they had him, and it's because of their own actions. Think of whatever you want. Adams is a political survivor.
Correct. And agreed.
He's willing to grift off of anyone. But
I agree.
But he thought that he could use the open border illegal aliens as a wedge in an election year to force Biden and the Dems to give him more money.
Yep.
And therefore give him more power as well. He'd have more attention. He'd be more powerful. He misread that. And they said, shut up or you'll be punished. He didn't believe them. So they suddenly indicted all of his friends, everyone in his circle, all of them.
They all bailed on him.
Years afterwards, they all suddenly get investigated for stuff that Democrats do on a regular basis and no one cares about. And then...
You saw my show, Mike. I showed that it's legal.
I know it's...
I put the receipts. New York City, corruption's legal in New York City.
And you did. And people should see that show because it's true. But he didn't care. They just wanted something to shut him up. And then he now goes and they lost. They lost Biden, Harris, they lost. And then they suddenly went, oh, well, Trump's not going to help him because Trump's a Republican. He's a Democrat. And Trump said, I want New York City votes. I want New York City positivity.
Trump is transactional. I keep telling people this and they don't want to hear it.
And now they're pissed. And now they're pissed because, oh my God, he switched parties. He's going to be an independent. Look, guys, you did to yourself. Now the race, and I think it's going to be interesting. New York race is now contested because you have so many voices. You've got Mamdani, who I think is he's a crazy communist, and I do not like his ideas, but he's in the race and he is a voice. You've got Adams.
He's also charismatic too. Mamdani's charismatic.
Not to me.
Now, you know that I disagree with Mamdani's politics. You're aware. He's opposite of me more than he is you because I'm a libertarian. So clearly we disagree on politics, but it doesn't mean that he's not charismatic. He is. And there is a chunk of far left in New York who will support him. That's true. So if he runs working families, if he actually does, to your point, that's a chunk of working families that goes away. If he does run, and then Adams, a chunk, whatever that chunk is. Jim Walden's running for the regular independents. That's a chunk of that going away. And then Curtis Sliwa is going to get all the hardcore Republicans. That goes away. That's what's left over for Cuomo. Do I think it means Cuomo won't win? I think he'll still win. At the moment, at least, it looks like he will. But it's a whole lot tougher. Oh, look at that super chat, Sarah. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah is putting in $4.99 for a super chat saying, hope your birthday extends all month, Mike. Which robot would you get if you could get one for your birthday? A robot? A robot. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of all the robots out there. I can't think of which one.
I want the one that does housework.
No. I don't want a fighting bot. Something.
You want a fighting bot?
Yeah. Protection, like the ultimate bodyguard. Yes. I
want to take care of the housework.
Like the T800 isn't a robot, but something like a T800, absolutely.
Sarah asked what kind of robot you want. You talk about Terminators.
So it's kind of a robot.
I guess so.
By definition.
Guys, while we're on this, I want to make a quick plea if I could. If you're listening to this now and you care about veterans and you care about people who are in a tough spot, if you really care about people, if you care about veterans, if you care about people in a tough spot, Jericho Project is a great place to support. Mike is supporting them.
Let me try and put you up big if I can while you say that. There you go. I'll be
Jericho
right back.
Project is an amazing charity. It's an amazing place that is actually helping out veterans who are in a really tough spot. Mike is supporting them. Mike's a veteran. I'm a veteran. That's why we're supporting them. I've done work for them in the past for free. I've just helped support people in the past for free. I've helped with veterans in getting jobs, interview skills, networking. So I've donated my skill sets to them in the past. Mike is helping them out also. Not just that. You see what Mike is doing. Mike is one of the guys who's out there trying to give people a voice, independent voices, and also those who aren't the big heavy hitters. He's trying to give people who aren't heavy hitters a voice in politics. You see him do all the time. If you've got a couple bucks, you can help out. And if you could actually do a super chat, if you do something like that, please do so, right? It does matter if you can. Please help him out. Every little bit that you can give is going to help. Again, I think for every $10, he's going to give $4 away or something like that. I forgot what his percentage is. But a chunk of what you give helps him keep moving, obviously getting his show, but it also helps out Jericho Project, which means it's helping out veterans. Now, the thing about this is the veterans help they give, it isn't the old stay there, and then if you don't give, if you don't do what we say, you're gone. That's not how Jericho works. How Jericho works is you can stay even, and this is going to sound harsh, but you'll get it if you've been in this world. Even if you pop in a drug test, they don't just throw you out. They don't. They actually talk to you. They actually have a conversation with you, and they try to help you through your problem. A lot of places, if you pop once on a test, you're gone. It's over. Jericho doesn't do that, right? They also do it by group. Like, in other words, it's a veterans house, or it's a house for the people of different demographics to make sure they can support each other. So there's a support system within the house itself. There's literally a common area and a place for support within the house itself. So you don't have to go someplace else. So guys, what I'm asking you, if you can support, now's the time. Support Mike, support Jericho Project. Give a super chat if you can. Give a thank you if you're watching this afterwards. You can do a thank you. Click the thank you button. Click the super chat button. Whatever it is, help out to the best of your ability. I've given my time more than once to Jericho Project, and I still will whenever I can. Thank you, guys.
It's $4.68 for every $10 that we are able to raise on super chats, on thank yous, on Rumble rants. In
Patreon.
fact,
Patreon,
the Patreon and PayPal, and also I think it's up. I have a store with like mugs and some special designs that I made. So anywhere that we are able to raise money, out of every $10, I will give $4.68. That's my birthday, 468. I will give $4.68 to Jericho Project directly. So every time you see someone doing one of those super chats or any of the donations, that's just going in. That's going to go right to the Jericho Project. And like I was saying, it's one of the great ones. And it is important to have that community, to have that support, and, have more than just one strike. Now, a lot of people go, but Mike, you're such a hard ass about follow the law. You're such a hard ass about addiction and all kinds of laws. And the answer is, yes, I am. Yes, I am. But that doesn't mean I don't have compassion. I do want as many laws followed as possible, as much as possible. I want to have great laws and to effectively run those laws. But I don't want to forget about human beings. You can do both. Yep. And I think Jericho Project does both. That we can take care of someone. I don't want to feed them forever, but if I can help them up, just like someone helped me up, yeah, in a heartbeat.
There we go. Love that. So yeah, the other piece I wanted to bring, I want to go back. If you don't mind us,
go right
back. Look, the piece that I think about the Democrats fighting, about Cuomo fighting, all those things. Why would I care? Right? I'm not a Democrat. Why would I care? Because I do think that competition is valuable and important, even in politics. And my biggest worry, and I said this before, and Mike, I don't think you're as concerned as I am. I am concerned. If the Republicans dominate so much, they will go too far and they will make terrible mistakes, because that's what people do. And you see it in New York. New York State is dominated by the left, and they make mistakes constantly, and they go too far constantly. And I think you're going to find the same thing coming up with Republicans. There needs to be a competition. So, by the way, thank you, Sarah. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Liberty Lady, thank you.
Sarah came in with $19.99. So that's like $9 for the Jericho Project. And then I see $4.99 from that Liberty Lady, who says, thank you for fundraising for a local organization that does more for vets than any government could do. And that is for damn sure.
Yep. Yes.
But yeah, we disagree a bit.
Yes.
I don't think we've gone too far yet. Now, I will critique. Look, yeah, I'm a Republican. Doesn't mean I don't critique Republicans or conservatives. I'm as harsh with them as I am with anyone. Same thing with libertarians and conservatives too. When I think they've gone too far or they screw up, I will call it out. And I do think I am upset with Trump having used so many executive orders as an example, which I think you would look at and say, well, they're going too far. I don't say it's too far, but it's getting there. Because
you and I agree on this. I haven't said he's gone too far yet. I said I'm worried.
Yeah, I'm not as worried. I think we're seeing Congress slowly. He is dragging Congress along with him. And like the defunding Department of Education is something they should have done by Congress. Should not be an executive order.
Yeah,
because it can be reversed by just another executive order.
Yep.
But I think he's dragging them there. And because he's doing that, that keeps him, they're resisting, which keeps him in check. And he's dragging them forward, which slows him down, which helps to keep him in check. So that's why I'm not worried about overreach. And I know people are saying, what? But the tariffs, didn't you just see all the tariffs? I think that's a long-term positive for America. I don't think that's overreach. I don't know. That's
my biggest worry. The tariffs piece is my biggest concern, my biggest worry. Look at Andrea.
Yeah. $20. People are flawed, and we all have stumbled in life.
Correct.
Some worse than others. God knows at some point in my life, worse than many. Yeah. We're human, yep. and that's part of overreach of government, but that's why we need to talk. That's why we need to have these conversations and say, no, I think that's going a little too far. I think you're doing too much, or you better explain to me why we're doing this, because it better have a good answer, because it doesn't make me feel right. It doesn't mean I'm going to run out there and key somebody's car and set it on fire or burn.
Well, that solves the problem, Voss. God, that solves the problem. Just burn someone's car and the problem solved. God, what's wrong with you?
These maniacs. That's a maniac. Only maniacs do crazy stuff.
Here's the thing I want to bring this up. It's a psychological piece. What is the root of anger? The root of anger is a perceived lack of respect or a perceived lack of control. That is what anger is. It's a perceived lack of control or perceived lack of respect. And then anger becomes false control or false respect because you're trying to force the issue out. So am I excusing it? No, I'm just explaining why people believe that now that I'm angry, I'm going to go do something. Now I've solved the problem. It's why virtue signaling is so popular. Because of that, that's why it's so popular. Because of that, that's why it works. Oh, that's why people do it. It doesn't work. That's why people do it. Yes. Matt coming out with $10.
Yeah. And Matt is another, that's $4.68 for the Jericho project. Matt says, I don't need a robot. I just want my childhood dream of an exosuit like a Gundam. See, I was thinking Gundam when she said robot. I was instantly thinking Gundams, but different. Or Fallout's power armor to pilot and walk around in. Those are kind of interesting.
I just want to do stuff around the house. Why you guys all want fighting robots and Gundams, and you want what? Okay.
Yes, with really big guns and maybe some really big swords too. Yeah, absolutely.
Guns and swords.
Yes.
I'm like, can you just run my errands so I can do my show?
I can do that myself.
That's what I want to do.
That's boring stuff. That's the stuff I can do every day. No. I want a big, I want a Terminator. I have a Terminator just walking around with me, just for the hell of it.
Oh my God, no!
And he's got to have the pulse rifle.
That is a cool rifle. I agree. That is you got me on that one. That is a cool rifle.
Yeah.
Yes, true. You get extra cool points for that. Yeah.
What's the best pulse rifle? Okay, now we're talking sci-fi. So it's my birthday. We talk about everything. Is in Aliens, not Alien, Aliens.
Yes, the second one. Yes. Yep.
And you have and I'm a little biased because it's a little Jewish woman, but she's playing Vasquez, a Hispanic.
Yes, I remember. Yep.
And she did a great job.
Yep.
She was badass.
Yep.
And she had that point rifle. Oh, I love that point rifle. It's got its own dolly and everything. Oh, they got to make that for real.
And remember what she yells?
Which time?
She yells, let's rock. And
Oh,
she
yeah.
starts lighting everybody
Oh, yeah.
up. Remember
And
that?
then
Let's
and the
rock.
party
Yes,
started.
exactly.
And the
Yes.
party
She yells,
started.
let's rock. And the lieutenant's pissed off. He's like, why do you guys have ammo? I told you to have no ammo. And he's lighting everything up. I remember. Yes. It was great.
Taking names.
Yes.
Time to take names. We're done.
It's Colonial Marines. What do you expect? Yes.
Hey.
But here's the part that bothered me. I'm going to give you a little bit of inside base that really bothered me. You know, I was in the ground side, and I've been trained to do all that work. And the way they went into that building, I wanted to scream. For those who don't know,
yes,
it was a squad that went into the building, and they had 2 heavy weapons attached to a squad, which is insane, but amazing. If I'm a squad leader, I'm happy as can be that I get 2 heavy weapons assigned to my squad. That'd be amazing. So I got 2 heavy weapons assigned to my squad, and they go in, and the sergeant opens the door. He's a gun. He opens the door, and he sends both heavy weapons in first. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He sends both heavy weapons in first. I'm like, no, that's the best thing. You don't send them in first. What is wrong with you?
You put a scout out first. You put
correct.
One of your light infantry. Go in there, move fast, find out what's going on.
They don't clear. They don't clear left and right. They don't check that. Nothing that I've been taught in Marine Corps. Nothing that I've been taught in Marine Corps that I use. They don't. Oh God, I was all
Hollywood always gets military wrong in the worst ways possible because they just. And you would think, I mean, you're spending $100-200 million on a movie. You can't afford $5,000 to get anyone from any military service to walk in the door.
No. But here's the piece, right? You're a gamer, so you know this, right? When you're making games and movies, 2 separate things, right? And two similar things. 2 similar things, which is you're trying to find entertainment versus playability, right? Yeah. So if you're in a video game, if you make it super, super realistic, it can be boring. If you make it totally unrealistic, it can be tons of fun, but it's not realistic. So you got to find that right match of realism and fun in a video game. Same thing in movies. You got to find the mixture of what is fun and exciting versus realism. You got to find that mix. And sometimes they go too far one way or the other. Did you just get another one? Would you just get what we just
No,
missed?
this is just a comment. Because yes, folks, I am paying attention to the comments, and I am trying to. We got 10 more hours, lots of time to answer all questions. We will get to them all. But Sarah had asked, how were the protests yesterday in New York City? I saw many in Portland during my deliveries, and I drove by with RFK Jr. stickers. Boy, do they love RFK Jr. about as much as Elon. Now, because you're in New York like I am, and for those who don't know, Larry's in New York City as well, different borough. Yep. I did not, those protests you see are specifically downtown Manhattan. Yep. They're going to where the cameras will be.
Yep.
So if you're outside of Manhattan, if you're not next to a college,
you don't see it.
No one, go to the Bronx, no one cared. No one knew and no one cared.
Yeah.
Because it's not, they don't, I can't say they don't share the view. They're not willing to go out and protest for it. So the same people who voted against Trump because the universe is going to end because Orange Man bad, those are the same people who have been protesting for the last 10 years. That's who actually protested, not new people. Not
the other issue is to your point, Mike. Most New Yorkers, I believe, don't care enough to protest because they're not sure, right? As you know, a lot of New Yorkers, they don't like Trump, but while they don't like Trump, they're not prepared to stop him yet because they don't know what they're like. You know what? I know Harris was not going to work. Let's see if Trump does. And what I think is going to happen, if Trump does fail this year, if that does happen, they're all going to be like, I knew it. They're all going to come out of the woodwork like, yeah, I always knew it. They're going to act like they knew everything, right?
They're bandwagon. They'll jump on the
bandwagon, 100%. If he does well, they're going to be like, yeah, I was okay with him. Yeah. I mean, they're going to jump on a bandwagon either way. Whatever Trump does at the end, they're going to jump on a bandwagon.
Yeah. By the way, I did want to mention Graham. Graham, it's been a while. I hope you are okay. I hope you, the missus, and your kid are doing fine. I know we've been out of touch. Oh, I'm so back. I'm so behind on projects that I want to try and do. But Graham, I want to say thank you for the, it's $9.99. You just helped to give $4.68 to the Jericho project. I appreciate that. Thank you for checking in today, Graham. I appreciate it. Yes, folks, I know a lot of you out there. I know. What was it?
Did you see what Matt said in his comment?
Which one?
He
I
talked
wish
about that
Hollywood.
medieval battle. Yeah, we'll get medieval battles correct. This is the problem, Matt. This goes back to what I was talking about, right? Hollywood has to make sure they get the stars to have a fight, right? So they have to make things show up. Like we have to find a reason for the kings to fight. Why? Because we paid these guys $10 million to be in this movie, so we got to make sure we give them a fight scene. In reality, the kings probably never fought each other at all, but we got to find a reason to do that. So Matt, you are correct, but I wish that they would have better medieval battles and then find a more realistic reason for them to fight, not just, okay, everyone watch the two hot studs fight, right? Not just that. I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh, he's right. Yeah, they always get that stuff wrong. I mean, it's one thing, Errol Flynn, and it made, you know what I noticed nowadays?
Robin Hood, right?
Robin Hood, yeah. Adventures of Robin Hood, one of the classics. Errol Flynn and Basil Rathbone, and they're going after each other, but it made sense because the war's still going on in the castle. Everyone else is still fighting. They're just having their moment together, and occasionally there'd be guards that would come in, and he'd take them out. Errol Flynn, he would take him out as Robin Hood. He'd take out the extra guards that would pop up, and he'd keep going back to his private battle. But that made sense, some kind of sense, at least in that world, that setup.
Right.
You don't see that now. But it's because it's a lack of detail. It's a lack of, you always hear me say, I want a government that's efficient and effective. I can live with almost any policy if it is effective and it is efficient, which generally doesn't mean progressive, at least in my opinion.
I can't.
But it's just that mentality that we're not getting that is in Hollywood. It's embedded in our culture at this point that we're not being effective. We're not being efficient in everything. And that's why it's so much of a problem right now, I think.
Well, the issue I think becomes is what you're saying is you want things to be outcome based, right? And that's what government doesn't do. You're saying, does the thing work?
Yeah.
Yeah. And government doesn't do that. Government says, does the thing do two things? One, does it allow for grift? That's number one. Does the thing allow for grift? Okay, it does. Good. Okay. Will it be performative enough so that I can use this to run again? Those two things happen. That's good. Does it happen to help people? Awesome. That's a bonus, but that's like third on the list of things. Is there grift? Is it performative enough that I can use it to run again? Those two things are priority in government, right? And then everything else, whatever. If it helps people, good, right? And people always say, here's all the time, well, I don't know why you hate this program. It helped me. I got it. So you know what else would help? If I went over to Sarah's house, robbed Sarah, and then gave you a bunch of stuff, that would also help you. It would also be morally wrong and terrible, and I should do it, but it would absolutely help you. The fact that the thing helped you doesn't necessarily make it okay, right? I probably shouldn't go rob Sarah, right? I don't want to go rob her. But if I did rob her and I gave someone else all her stuff, or I sold it all and then gave them the money, it would help that person. That's true. And it will be horrible.
I understand the distinction you're adding in there. I think it's somewhat implied in what I'm saying, but I get it. But it's fine. We can add to it. It's two lines that I'm using. It's meant to be brief, as opposed to everything else that I say. I'm normally gregarious as hell, but it's meant to be something that, to anyone of any political experience, I think almost everyone can agree, at least on the base of, we want a government that's effective. We want it that's efficient. We're not getting that. We don't have a culture that's that. And then we can add on, because now it becomes more subjective with, okay, what's good, what's bad, what's morally right and wrong. I mean, Hollywood doesn't know what right and wrong is anymore.
Correct.
So
they know what's performative.
That's it. They're just
That's
going
it.
for the performance,
Yep.
and we have too much of that. I mean,
Yep. Agreed.
it's one thing to have it occasionally, but definitely not in our politics. But that's all we're getting now, and then
Yep.
and that goes again to AOC.
Yep.
We're seeing it mostly from progressives, the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, the fringe. I would say is doing it the most, and I think they're doing it because that gets them the attention and the money that they need because they
Correct.
can't. They have the smallest.
That's where the cash comes from. You're right.
Yeah, and they don't, and they can't make a broad-based appeal. What they're pushing, most people don't want.
Well, it's funny. Did you see what Sarah put up? Sarah's
Which one?
talking about. She says, "I'm no expert with battle scenes, but I do." She means love. Love in Lord of the Ring when the Ents join in.
Oh yeah, this is the original.
Yes,
comment.
that should be love, not live. I do love in Lord of the Rings when the Ents join in. Yeah, she does. Yeah, absolutely. No, but the thing that I tend to be when I'm watching these movies, I tend to be a little bit lenient when it comes to medieval. I tend to be, but the battle scenes in Lord of the Rings, while they're amazing, they're not accurate at all. Like they're not even close to accurate. Like I'm obviously a fan of Tolkien because without Tolkien, there's no Dungeons and Dragons. Right? Dungeons and Dragons was basically Lord of the Rings made into a game. Is what not everyone knows that, but that's really what it was.
That's the original. Yeah.
Correct. He basically turned Lord of the Rings into a game. That's really what that was. So without Tolkien, there's no Gary Gygax, which means there's no chainmail, which means there's no Dungeons and Dragons, which would have made my childhood a whole lot less happy. So I am glad that I had that. So for sure. But the thing that drove me crazy on that one, and this is real inside baseball. If you remember when the if I remember. The cavalry charge comes in to save one group. I forgot which group it is. The movies are all a mesh in my head.
Oh, are you talking about in the third movie with Rohan, and they're coming in because they're going after the orcs. This is before the Mumakil, the big elephants come in, but they come in, they sweep with the charge.
And then the elephants come in.
Yeah.
And Lita says, "We'll take them from the front." I wanted to vomit.
Yeah,
you are light cavalry against heavy elephants. Why would you do a one-on-one charge?
No.
I just wanted to explode. I was like, why would you take them from the front? You're light cavalry. Why aren't you flanking them? What are you thinking?
Because they don't turn on a dime, and you're not going to hurt them from going head on. You got to go from the sides.
Correct. Yes.
Who knows? But that was just movie. That's
movie my big. Like I have these pet peeves when I watch these movies that gets me angry. And I'm gonna give you one more that's a massive pet peeve of mine there's so many pet peeves from this one, but Game of Thrones. Number one piece that bothered me in Game of Thrones. Are you ready? The Ghost Army. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah. But the number one piece when it comes to the Ghost Army can't win either because the Ghost Army is ethereal, which means their swords and their weapons can't actually strike.
Yeah.
So the Ghost Army was garbage too. The Ghost Army can only function by fear. If you use Dungeons and Dragons, the ghost doesn't physically harm you.
Yeah,
the ghost
it's a fear
harms you mentally. Correct. The ghost harms you mentally. The ghost can't. It's ethereal, so it can't physically harm you. So yes, you're correct. The Ghost Army was garbage. I know I'm being such a geek. I know, but I was a dungeon master for like 30 years. So like I get the rules, how this works. So the Ghost Army cannot affect you. That's not a thing. So that also was wrong. You're right, Sarah. It wasn't realistic. So let me move on if I could. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. All right. The undead dragon.
Okay. Yeah.
The undead dragon can't fly. And let me explain why. Flight is one of two things in fantasy worlds. It's either magical or physical. Magical, like a genie, flies magically. It doesn't have wings. It is magical flying, right? Which is fine. I accept magical flying. Magical flying. Or it's physical. A dragon physically flaps its wings and flies.
Right.
Well, it's an undead dragon. Its wings are ripped and torn. It can't fly. It should be walking.
Except the Night King has magic.
No, but he's not. But the dragon isn't. First, the Night King cannot create flight. If he could, he wouldn't require the dragon. He would fly on his own.
Yeah, you would think.
So he has no ability to fly. His ability is dark, which comes from the negative material plane. which there is no flight in that. That's positive material plane, right? It's why angels fly, right? If you notice, angels fly, demons require wings, right? That's how that works. So negative material plane, he can't do that. That's not his power. But his power is to increase the undead. I get the breath weapon, though. The breath weapon could be magical. Yeah. But here's the problem with the breath weapon, though. The breath weapon either is ecological, which means they do it from something internal, or magical.
Right.
If it is ecological, they have to somehow eat or something to create the flame inside.
Right.
Correct. If it's ecological, okay, that dragon can't do that. It doesn't do that. Therefore, it must be magical. Okay. But if it's magical, that means by default it is timed, which means you're going to do it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, whatever. Dungeons and Dragons 3 times a day. Limit, something like that. But in Game of Thrones, the undead dragon can fly, and the regular dragons who have magical breath can just burn everything forever.
Yeah, but I don't like any of the dragons. I don't like any of the dragons' breath weapon because it's like an internal flamethrower.
Correct.
They're constantly burning. And I'm like, you're going to run out at some time.
Either it's ecological, you've got to create it somehow, or it's limited by magic, right? Because magic also isn't unlimited, right?
There's but I don't think in Game of Thrones the breath is magical of the dragons. I think it's just natural. Yep. And that means that it should run out, but they never do. And
never do
that,
it, ever.
Of course, but that means season 8 is screwed, but season 8 was screwed well before that.
Yep.
Because they ruined the end of season 8. So there's a whole problem there.
Yes. But I'm going to go back to Sarah and her orcs. The orcs actually were some of the most realistic done orcs I've seen in a long time in that movie. It was, right? And then why do I say that? Because the orc armor was random, which was great. The orc weaponry was not swords. It was broken weapons and pole arms, which are more common in that regard. So that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad. So anyway, they were not wyverns. They were not wyverns. That's not true. They're not wyverns.
Would have a tail that wraps into the legs.
Correct.
One piece, not separate legs and wings. Yeah.
Correct.
And the wings also would be part of the arms in a wyvern, not a separate wing and legs.
And also, the other issue is, well, depends on the type of dragon, right? In Dungeons & Dragons, the gold dragon is an Asian dragon, supposedly. It's supposed to be like an Asian dragon.
Asian style,
so you could change the mindset, and either way, it depends where you go with that. The black dragon is a different type of dragon, right? They're all different types. The only flame-throwing dragon in the dragon is the red and gold dragon. Those are the only 2 that can do fire. The other ones don't do fire. They do something else. They have some other breath weapon besides fire.
Cold, lightning, poison, gas.
Correct. Yes. The black one does the black one does acid, right? So each one has a different one from out of swamp areas, that kind of thing. So yeah, I do know. And wyverns don't have breath weapons.
True. That's another.
So they can't. So Matt, they can't be wyverns. It's a breath weapon. You can't come to me with this, guys. I'm just saying. I wrote my own stuff. You cannot come to me with this. I'm sorry. Yes, I do know it's magical. Andrea's correct. It's keto. Okay. Accurate. Mike, get in the bandwagon with keto. It's magic. Get in the bandwagon. Okay. You and your damn cheeseburgers. Get on the keto bandwagon.
No. You guys don't know the battle I have with this man about cheeseburgers. Because the answer is cheeseburgers with bacon, maybe throw some fries on there and some wasabi, and life is good. And he's like constantly fighting me with this because of his keto thing. By the way, folks, if you ever meet me, you will understand very quickly if we're eating anywhere, I eat no vegetables, none of them. Don't like them, won't do it.
He hates veggies.
And I know nothing about nutritional value of anything. I know what I like, and that's it. And I eat, I'm sure every doctor I ever talked to, the nutritionists, they're like, oh my God, how can you eat that and be as thin and have as low cholesterol? My cholesterol is like probably one of the lowest in all of New York City. It's like for someone who's not sick. And yet he's constantly keto magic.
Magic. It's true. She knows. Matt here right now is making a keto apple pie with yellow squash, which, by the way, is delicious. My daughter makes it the same thing. She makes it with squash. It's delicious.
Yeah.
Not you using monk fruit to sweeten it? Monk fruit is one of the best sweeteners if you use it. And there's other options, obviously. You can use Splenda if you want to, but monk fruit's one of the best sweeteners for this.
Oh my God, the whole stream will be about keto now. For the rest of the next 10 hours will be keto.
There we go. It's magic, brother. Accept that it's magic. Just move on. Accept it. Accept reality. It is magic. That's all it is. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Anyway,
Right.
we went down a crazy road with
And I don't mind. It's
that,
my birthday, and I'm going to be here for 12 hours. We can't, as much as I can talk about nothing but politics for 12 hours or more and make more sense than Cory Booker. I'm not going to do that because it's my birthday. So
yeah, but you don't virtue signal as well as Cory does. Cory's much better virtue signal than you are.
I bet he is. I bet there's a few other things that he does better than me too. I'll say kiss my ass is one of them, but just so people know where I'm thinking. But anyway, but what I'm going to do, we've been on for an hour now. Time flies, actually a little more than an hour. And I appreciate that. I want to take a quick break because I'm going to walk my dog. So what I'll do is, and what I have planned to do now, you may not know this. Some people who come in just now may not know. Last night, thank you, Windows. Windows is such a wonderful product because last night,
you're being facetious.
Oh yeah, because it killed my computer.
There we go.
My computer is dead now. And everything that I had prepared for the show is dead now. I am working off of a very old laptop and a Logitech webcam, and none of my microphones work with it. So I'm doing the best I can. Windows 11 sucks. So since that's what I'm stuck with at the moment, all the things I had prepared so that I could take a break and come back, none of it's working. So bear with me, folks. I do have a video that I've done before. It's up, and I'm going to switch on to that. It's going to play. I'm going to be gone for about 20-ish minutes, 30 minutes. I'm going to walk my dog, and then I will be back. Again, I'm going to be here until 9 p.m. So it's okay. You're not going to miss anything. And then we'll pick back up, and I'll be checking on all the comments from everyone to make sure that we're keeping up with that. I want to thank again my member here, my friend Larry Sharp, who came in, and we'll put him up. Larry, do you have anything else you want to mention?
I just want to say, brother, I'm so happy that you asked me to come aboard. Happy birthday, my friend. I hope you get many more. So go on keto. It's magic. That's it.
Thank you for that, Larry. Thank you so very much. All right, everyone. I'm going to walk my puppy now, and I will be back very shortly. Oh, and my mom's calling me too. So hang on a second, folks. Mom, hold on. I'm on live. Hold on. So let me play this for the puppy. I will be back in just about half an hour or so, and we'll be picking up again. I look forward to all of your comments. I'm going to try and go back and make sure I haven't missed any questions yet. So I'll be back in just about, I'm saying about 30 minutes. If I can figure out how to do this. There it is. There.
That flag was still there. Oh, say the stars sprinkle when I went. Oh, the land of the free.
Well, that's the video. It's some guy in China. No.
10,
No.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. That's right, this is Michael Voss, and I am here on no less than the Exceptional Conservative Network. That's right. Sorry, I just caught myself. I'm trying to do three things at once and just threw myself off and made myself chuckle. But I'm Michael Voss, and and this is no sound bites allowed, and I know it's a late Sunday night. I'd love to be here with everybody a lot earlier, but didn't get a chance to do that. I want to go over something that's important, because we're seeing news come out, and I'm seeing the news reports yesterday in Portland. Antifa. I mean, really, does the left not have any concern? Do they have no shame? Are they not upset at this at all? Because they should be. They really, really should be. And I hope more people are upset about this than just the right, more than just conservatives, because there's just so much going on here, and there is so much that we should speak about here. And I hope we do get the chance to do so. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen, because already in the news reports that are coming out from the New York Times, ABC News, AP, we're seeing that the story is being buried. It's being challenged and changed. That, this is all about the right and the extremism of the right. And this is being blamed on President Trump. But a lot of people don't know what's actually going on here. What is really the situation? And the answer to that is, we have the far left, the fringe left, Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York. These groups, which are interchangeable, and in my experience, have members that are in every single one of those. So I've seen members of PLOT who are members of Citizen Action, who are members of Indivisible New York, and possibly rumored to be members of Antifa. These people are all in the same groups. They're the same people. They're the same fringe of the Democratic Party. And they aren't Democrats. And if you ask them, they'll tell you, they're not Democrats. They are progressives. These are the Democratic Socialists. These are the people at the furthest of the left. And time and time and time again, we keep seeing the same thing with these people. That they are out there and they have one key purpose. You don't get to do what, you don't get to have freedom. You don't get to express yourself. They get to express for you. They get to tell you what you can say, what you cannot say. They get to tell you how you get to, how much fear you get to have because they like or dislike what you're doing. And that's kind of terrifying in a big way. In a big way. Because that's not the American principles. That's not the way it's supposed to be. And I have to imagine most people, most Americans disagree with this. And I have a big question about any organization where the members run around actively hiding who they are because they're afraid of people finding out what they're doing or holding them responsible for what they have done. I've seen that in my region in New York State, where members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow actively refuse to allow members of the press, members of law enforcement to be present at their meetings, that they have secret meetings that you can only go to by invitation, that they have meetings that are expressly meant to organize and create something. And since I've never been invited to those meetings, and I never will be invited to those meetings, I can't say exactly. But I have a great deal of question here when you have an organization that acts only in secrecy. And when we see their actions, we see very often violence. We see suppression of freedom. We see totalitarian and authoritarian actions. And they claim to be on the left. They claim to be the heroes, that they're taking care of people. They're champions. They should be, that they think that they should be lauded for their actions. And I have to say to myself, and I say to everyone else, why? You're a masked vigilante at the best. And at the worst, you're a masked criminal taking violent action more often than not. And people should be able to celebrate you for some reason. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that should ever be the case. And I think we need to address them honestly. But let me run through what I'm talking about here. Let me give you facts, not emotions, not my opinion, facts. What we know for a fact is that with ABC News in 2017, we had the mayor, and I'm bringing this up from ABC News, we had mayors who were saying that Antifa is a gang, that they are dangerous. And I want to get the story so that I can get this right for you. And I'm just waiting for it to pull up here. We've had, over time, Antifa consistently making attacks. I'll give you a great example. There was the attack in New York City. And that was in 2018, July 12th of 2018. Antifa went out and they were destroying property. They were threatening Republicans in Manhattan and saying that they're not done, that they're coming back. And these very same individuals, after attacking New York City and vandalizing property, said they were coming out to other parts like central New York, which I believe they are already here. And they said they would be destroying that. And we reported it. And I have to say, we got lucky in upstate New York because they weren't visibly, violently here. But that doesn't mean they weren't around and that their influence isn't being heard. Because Antifa is dangerous. And I said to you that this is a dangerous group of people. Let me be very clear. That's not me saying that. That's the mayor of Berkeley in 2017, August 28th of 2017, almost 2 years ago, that the mayor of Berkeley was saying that Antifa is a gang. And here it is, his quote, "I think we should classify them as a gang," said Arguin. "They come dressed in uniforms. They have weapons, almost like a militia. And I think we need to think about that in terms of our law enforcement approach." That's something very important. I think we are going to have to think about the big picture, about what is the strategy on how we are going to deal with these violent elements on the left. That tells you something. You know what? You don't have to believe me. That's a Democratic mayor of a Democratic city in a Democratic state who's saying these people are thugs. They're gangsters. So are you surprised 2 years later, after continued violence, not just in Berkeley, but in Portland, in New York City, around the country, that the president, Donald Trump, would say, as he did, that a major consideration is being given to naming Antifa an organization of terror. Portland is being watched very closely. Hopefully the mayor will be able to properly do his job. That was at 7 a.m. from President Trump. Before 12 hours were up, there were people who were going to hospitals. People were injured. There was chaos in the streets. Antifa had taken over property sections of the city of Portland. And they were violent. Very, very violent. Let's look at what happened with one of the reporters, a well-known reporter, Andy Ngo. And I know I mispronounced his last name. Andy Ngo was one of the individuals that was there. And I'm just going to pick up in the middle of his coverage. And you can go to his website and to his Twitter site, and you'll see this for yourself. But I want you to say,
fucking Nazis! Fuck Nazis! Enjoy the milkshake! Fuck Nazis!
Where the fuck you going, pussies? It's the same fucking thing every time. You just fucking run away back to the fucking trailer. Fuck you all. What a bunch of pussies.
Okay, I apologize for the language that's being used, but this is reporting of news. This is the news. This is what Antifa does. Throwing of the milkshakes, insults, curses, a crowd, a mob mentality, justified only because they have superior numbers, of an individual walking away, holding a flag. Now, was that gentleman a bad guy? Maybe. Maybe not. There's no way to know. Because they're not reacting to him violently. He wasn't trying to get into a fight. He wasn't trying to do anything that would outwardly show there was some kind of conflict. They weren't fighting him. He was walking away. He happened to be white. He happened to have an American flag. And a day that Antifa didn't want to see white people or people with American flags. And we see that this wasn't new. This was something that was going on the whole day. And again, you can go to Andy Nago's website and you'll be able to see it for yourself, assuming that, you know, the internet will allow me to actually record this. But there are lots of events, lots and lots of events that were going on, where Antifa was stealing a hat, that they were threatening children, that they had knocked out individuals and continued to surround those individuals and to threaten
I'm trying to help you up.
and threaten those individuals in the worst way possible. I can't even play the rest of the language that's being used here of individuals that they beat on over and over. And I'm not talking about, look at the crowds. Look at the crowds that are here. This is the Antifa crowd chasing down 1, 2 people at a time. That tells you something. Look at them hiding their faces. Look at what they're doing here. This is Antifa. And the police ran away. The Portland police ran away. They put people in hospital. And if you think I'm exaggerating about that somehow this isn't exactly what happened there. No, Mike, people didn't go to the hospital. Oh, yes, they did. Oh, yes, they did. Because even in the AP, where they really tried to not mention Antifa's name at all, but we had to see that as of, and quoting the article from the AP, that at least 13 people arrested in Oregon protest, as of early afternoon, most of the right-wing groups had left the area via a downtown bridge. Police officers used bikes and riot gear to keep black-clad, helmet and mask-wearing anti-fascist protesters, otherwise known as Antifa, from following them. Okay, that says it all right there. The protesters from the Proud Boys, the right, the alt-right, and I'm not saying they're good people. I'm not saying they're bad people. They held a protest, which is their right as Americans. They held a protest, and they left. And Antifa, in large crowds, armed, came after them. And they came after them in mobs. And the left is very happy about that. They're very proud of themselves about that. That they think they did something great there. And I have to tell you, I don't think it's great. You know, I don't think it was great when they did it in New York City. As I'm showing you just a quick Yahoo search, which isn't the best engine in the world, and you can still find it in a heartbeat, that Antifa was vandalizing Republican headquarters, that they threatened to be coming back. This isn't people these aren't people who are promoting anything other than violence. Other than the violence to say that if you don't do what we want, we will hurt you. You can call that a bully. You can call that an authoritarian. You can call that totalitarian. Or you can call it what it is, the fringe left. And this is what they are promising to Americans, that you should become more of a progressive. This is the mantra of the Democratic Party right now, that we need to become more socialist. We need to become more progressive, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, like Bernie Sanders, like Elizabeth Warren. That we need to go further and further to the left. But when you look at people who are on that fringe left already, you get Antifa. You get Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT. You get Citizen Action, and you get Indivisible New York. Individuals who, maybe not individually, but as organizations, seem to have absolutely no problem using violence to silence those that they don't like, to scream and shout to silence those they don't like, to act in secrecy so that they can plot and work out ways to attack people they don't like. And that's not freedom. Yes, the KKK should have the right to be able to have a speech. And you have the right to have a protest of that speech. But that doesn't mean you get the right to attack them any more than they have the right to attack you. Whether it's a mob or an individual, they don't have that right. That's not how America works. And just because you don't agree doesn't give you a right to be able to do whatever you want because you think you're right. Antifa thinks, they feel like they are right. They feel like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They feel that they are morally correct. And so they are justified to use any violence they want. Let me ask you, if black conservatives went around beating down members of the left, which will never happen, but if they did that, would they be justified? Would the left turn around? Would you hear Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Would you hear Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar? Would you hear Kamala Harris? Would you hear these people, Cory Booker? Would you hear them say, well, that's okay because they're black, they can do that? No, you wouldn't. They'd say the right was absolutely wrong. That members of the right who went to violence to enforce their views were wrong, and they would be correct. Why isn't it correct when it's the left? Why isn't it correct when we hear members of the left stand up, like the mayor of Berkeley, and say that this is gang activity? When we hear the president say, this is terrorist activity. And these are the same people who are saying, we need to have domestic terrorism laws. I want to hear from Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is actively trying to pass the Hate Crime Domestic Terrorism Act in New York right now. And his goal is to take away everyone's firearms. But let me ask you, if you're talking about domestic terrorism and you're asking the Congress to define domestic terrorism, how does Antifa not fall under that description? Why aren't members of the left denouncing the violence of mobs attacking children, of mobs attacking elderly couples, of knocking people unconscious so that they have to go to a hospital, of standing over and chasing down people and intimidating them with their numbers and their violent actions? Why aren't Democrats denouncing this? Because the Democrats are not the progressives. They're not part of the fringe left. So why don't they denounce it? Because they think it's going to get them a vote? I mean, really, they think this will get them a vote. Is that worth it? I don't know. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to go out there and enact violence against another American just because you don't like what they have to say. I get it all the time. People come up to me and they threaten me all the time. They threaten me on social media all the time, especially on social media, because people are very brave when it's over the internet. Not so much in person. But let me ask you something. How does that convince anyone? How is that a winning argument? That's just an application of force. And the people who have the greatest amount of application of force can win that. That's just a fight. That doesn't mean you're right. That doesn't mean you're good. That doesn't mean you're on the side of the angels. In fact, it might mean you're on the side of the devils. There's a problem. There is a major problem with this. Why won't the left address their own problem? This is their party. They're trying to run towards these people. The DNC chairman, Tom Perez, is saying that we need to become more like the Democratic Socialists, that we need to go and embrace and become the progressive fringe left. And in saying that, the question has to be, you want us to use violence to silence those that we don't feel are the right answer, that someone can give the right answer, and because we don't like it, because we don't feel like it's a good answer, we can use violence against them?
All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, I am back. That's right. Told you I'd only be gone for like 20 minutes. Oh, you want to say hello to the puppy? Hang on. There he is. Say hi. Yes, I know. I know. Say hi. Hi. That's Khan. For people who are wondering. Hi. So yes, that's my puppy. And I know a few people went away. I think that was about 20 minutes, right? So figure most people will figure out that I'm back by about noon. I hope everyone got a chance to grab something to eat, that you got the chance to run to the bathroom, that you got to walk your dog like I just did. Had a big old pit bull trying to be all angry with my dog. By the way, my dog, his name is Khan, as in Genghis Khan. Yes, that is his name, Genghis Khan Vasquez. That is my puppy. He's all of 20 pounds. And by the way, when you saw him on the photo, if you just noticed him, he's actually just, he's 20 pounds, 14 years old. He just turned 14 in February. So I am back. And I didn't type in the comments, and I should have, that I'll be back in about 20 minutes. So let's see. When did I say that? So you guys were talking about monk fruit. Actually, not that long ago. That can't be right. It's saying it was like a minute ago. I know I was gone. Yeah, I am back. And Stray Dan, thank you for the birthday message. Sorry you missed Larry. That's okay. We are going to have some other people coming on. Larry Sharp was with me for about an hour and a half, I think it was. About an hour and a half that I was speaking with Larry. Had a great time with that. And hang on. Hey, how you doing?
Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Can the audience hear me? That's the question.
Yes, they can hear you.
All right. How's it going, Mike? Happy birthday, first off.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the birthday wish. I know a few people may be off at the moment, just so you know, because I just walked my dog. I think you just saw that.
I was watching. Me and Preston were watching.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so I had to walk him. But I said be back in about 20 minutes. I should have put it the exact time. So I'm thinking most people will be back at noon. But, whatever.
Understand.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here tomorrow.
No, I knew you were. Yeah, no, you have all day.
Yeah.
All day to stream. So
to introduce, by the way, folks, this is John Marsusha. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for 6 years or thereabouts.
6, 7. I think it's even later than that. It would be like, it would have been like 7 years. Maybe.
It would have actually been before 2018, as a matter of fact. I know it was before that.
It would be like 2017, I think we met.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So about 8 years. And back when he was even younger looking than he is now, because he's a baby. And John, John's also a Patreon member, and we did open up the chat to Patreon members to be able to join us. So they have the link from any member in Patreon has a link. They can jump in throughout the day. John, what's going on, man?
Well, not much, Mike. Yeah, I can't believe it's been 8 years. Oh my god. Do you remember the first time do you remember this?
It's like a third of your life. You've known me. I've known you for a third of your life. First time you met me was it at it was one of the speaking events at one of the colleges.
No, it wasn't. It was Mark Molinaro. It was a Mark Molinaro event. It was outside the Broome County Courthouse.
Well, see, now I remember I was covering Mark Molinaro. He was doing some kind of speech.
Yeah, Indict Cuomo. Yeah, and I was holding the Indict Cuomo sign, and I met you there because you were covering the event, and that was the first time we met. And I'd heard about you through local politicians and things like that, complaining that there's some really crazy conservative guy causing them trouble and being annoying to them. And I said, my God, I have to find him. I have to figure out who's being a pain in the neck to the establishment GOP. Like, immediately piqued my interest.
Yeah, well, that was very apparent because I asked 3 questions of Molinaro. 2 of them had him silent. And he never forgot my name after that. He remembers me to this day.
Well, Mike, I'm going to be honest. That's more than you can get out of him nowadays. I'm impressed you even got one question out of him. Because, man, when he...
Yeah, he was. He later goes on to become... Mark Molinaro was the mayor. Where?
County
executive of small upstate. I think it was Dutchess County. Mm-hmm. One of the youngest county executives in the country. Went on to become a congressman for the New York 19th district, and he was defeated in 2022. Checkered past. Some good things, some bad things. Nice person, good and bad as a politician. So just so
that's
people
being very generous. That's being very generous. But I mean, he's a regular New York Republican. I mean, what do you expect at this point?
Well, good and bad is, yeah. That is so much I can out of what I normally get from New York Republicans. He wasn't the worst New York Republican politician. He wasn't dazzling. I mean, but he wasn't terrible either.
I mean, he wasn't John Katko, at least. I mean, you could say that.
Yes. Yeah.
That you could always say. He's not John Katko. That's the nicest thing I could say about him. But yeah, I met you there, Mike. And then after that, you were one of the speakers for the event I put on I think it was the next year for Liberty Weekend, I called it.
I think it was the next year. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like the next year because I just came back to BU at the time. And I remember I invited you and some other speakers because we didn't have the money for CPAC because our current CR president messed around with the money. And so we had none. So we were like, well, I was like, I got to do something here because Binghamton didn't have a Republican speaker probably in like, I think they tried to get Milo a couple of years earlier, and that was canceled.
Yeah, that didn't go through.
No, I did. That was when he was.
No,
like,
that wasn't. It wasn't Binghamton. That was BCC, Bronx
Oh, that was
Community
Uni
College.
Bronx
Tried to get
speaking?
Milo.
Yeah.
I know the guy who
That
was
was-
trying to get that done.
Okay,
Didn't happen.
that was when he was like red hot too. That was when Milo was like on top of the world. Right before he went on Bill Maher. Right, he was still editor of Breitbart, I think, at that time. One of the editors. But
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, right around then. But yeah, and then since then, every time there's something crazy happening, I've always invited you to everything that goes on with the college Republicans that was happening at BU, all of the speakers, everything like that. Yeah, wow.
I had fun with it. People don't realize how much I love doing what I do. I love going to the various events, especially if I can speak.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize, I do go to colleges and speak. I do go to events and speak on a lot of topics. So I love covering that stuff. That
was what was great. Yeah. Every time we had you at BU, you would just say, okay, what topic do you want me to speak about? And it could be anything. That's what's great about having you speak, for those who don't know. Whenever you get Mike as a speaker for any event, Mike can talk about any topic whatsoever. One week I was like, Mike, can you talk about tech censorship? Next week, Mike, can you talk about red flag laws? Can you talk about fracking? And Mike would do all of them. He'd be like, yep.
Yeah.
No problem.
That's the one thing people won't hear from me is like me saying, no, I can't talk about that. It's like, yeah, I can, sure. Whatever. Whatever topic, just tell me what you want to talk about. We'll go.
Yep. And so many students were so much better informed afterwards, specifically when red flag laws were first coming out. And there was so much misinformation. The only source that I could think of was you to get the correct information on red flag laws.
Well, I think
only person out there.
At that time, in like 2018, 2019, I think I was one of the top 100 people covering red flag laws. And you know what? The nice thing about having my computer blew up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know.
Died. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, Windows sucks. But so it died and killed everything. But because I had to go my backup computer, I think I just found the original file that I sent to the New York State legislature about red flag laws.
Wow.
The 8,000 word report with 150 sources on red flag laws and their effectiveness since 1999. When I spoke to the state of Connecticut and the state of Indiana, and I think I have several quotes from several lawyers in that as well. Mm-hmm. Also, another member of state legislature saying they don't work. So it was that was good.
Yeah, and this is right when there's so much misinformation about it, because you have Dan Crenshaw, Ryan, making so much money off of stocks in Congress and doesn't want that to change, going on Joe Rogan talking about how great red flag laws are and everything like that, and it was just, there were so many even conservatives I would talk to who were just like, I have no idea about any of this, and I just point them toward your videos and talks about it.
Well, that's the point. Is I spend an inordinate amount of time. People don't realize. I say it often. People don't really believe me. I do spend somewhere between 8 to 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
Just looking at news.
Yeah.
All the news internationally. Yeah. I've got like 20 different sources that I watch and listen to and read from overseas, not including the United States, another 20, 30 of them in the United States, left, right, center, all over the place. And I don't watch TV shows. I don't know anything about the Housewives or wherever the hell. And I don't care about any of the sports ball. I gave up on all of them back in like 16 when they started kneeling. So I don't watch any of the sports ball. I just play video games, watch some anime, and watch sport, watch politics. That's it.
Yeah,
I really do. So just so that I can answer questions when people say, what do you know about X? Mm-hmm. Well, here's what I know. It works out.
You're always working. Even like last week, this week, I think it was, I called you at 6 a.m. because I just heard like that morning, 30 minutes before, Eric Adams switches parties, and you were immediately on it. Like, all right, I'm reading right now, seeing all the news, everything like that. I don't think people realize how much work you put into the show every week, because it's not just going on live for 3 hours, 4 or 5 hours. It's a whole weekly thing. Yeah, it's behind the scenes stuff is crazy to watch.
People don't realize the work like for this show, even though I lost my computer and everything I had prepared, you can't see it, but
no.
I got sheets of like topics, just the topics. I've read the stories. I've gone through the various opinions out there, plus my own research. It takes every Sunday, the amount of work I put in about a good, I'd say 30 hours of prep for the Sunday show.
Just for the Sunday show, keep in mind. And that's not counting all the other stuff that you're doing during the week for it. Reading all the news, catching up. That's even that is separate that you utilize that. So that's not counting reading all the news sources every single day.
No. Every day that's just my regular. And then there's the stuff I do for the Sunday show, and that takes up about 30 hours all its own. That I try and people think about it on the Sunday show normally. And I won't do it today because it's just too much stuff we'll go through. But normally there's for a 3-hour show, I have about 30 to 40 links of sources, of news sources from around the world that are in that one show. That's a 3-hour show, sometimes 50 for a 5-hour show. So there's a lot of information that I'm putting in there and the links so people can find it and see it for themselves.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, there's nothing else like it out there. There really isn't. No other political kind of talk radio or anything like that will give you all the sources right up front and go through the amount of effort that you do just to find the stories and make sure they're accurate. That's the other thing.
That's the hard part. It's like
the hard part.
There's been a couple of times where you're like, Mike, did you hear about this thing? I'm like, I heard the rumor. I can't find validation. I can't find the source. I can't confirm it. There's a lot of, and you've seen me. It's like, people have told me this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, and if I can confirm it, I'll talk about it. But if I can't, I'm not going to bring it up.
Yeah. Yeah, and it makes sense. But you know what I do want to talk about today, Mike? That just came out a couple hours ago.
Before you do, I want to thank you. You were the first person to donate to, for the birthday, and more importantly, also for the Jericho project. And as people see, it should be on the trail below us. All donations, all contributions, support that is given, whether it's on Super Chats or Rumble Rants or Patreon or PayPal or going to the T-shirt, Teespring products for mug or T-shirt, all of that. It's for out of every $10, we're going to donate $4.68 to the Jericho Project to help veterans, to help the homeless, to help families in need. And you were the first one to make a donation towards that. So I want to thank you for that. I appreciate that.
When you told me who you were donating to and the cause, I just had to immediately. As soon as the stream came up, had to give the money. That made it was common sense. From what you've told me about the Jericho Foundation, and you work with them one-on-one, kind of up front, and see the work they've done with homeless veterans and the homeless project, it's a no-brainer. It really is. And now's a good time, too, to join the Patreon as well.
Yeah. Well, the neat thing, my Patreon has one level. It's $1.50. So I know people are like, tariffs, the economy, inflation. It's $1.50. You can't buy a cup of coffee for what it is to be a member. And to be fair, membership means that you're just helping me stay alive. But it means a lot. But I did give the members a link, a discount on the stuff at the Teespring store. So they've got a discount that's just for members of the Patreon. And they also got the link to join this live stream so that they can come on like you are and ask whatever they want.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is a hot topic right now in the news while you were streaming, while you were on your walk.
Okay, what's that?
Trump's trade advisor has come out against Elon Musk's criticism of the tariffs. I don't know if you saw this.
No, no, it just came out. Well, okay. You know what? I wanted to talk about tariffs anyway at some point today.
Perfect. Because I was ranting to Preston about this earlier.
And Sarah, yes, we'll talk about sci-fi as well. There's time throughout the day, and I'll be happy to talk about that. And my dog Khan, absolutely, who's 14, absolutely.
Named after Genghis Khan, not Wrath of Khan, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Please, never. No, I don't name him after Wrath of Khan or Benedict Cumberbatch. No. It's Genghis Khan, the conqueror of the largest empire in mankind's history. Yes,
had to point that out.
That's who my dog is named after.
I've been told so many times for saying like Wrath of Khan. Every time someone came over and was like, "Oh, Khan, like Wrath of Khan," and you were like, "No, wrong."
No, think empires. Think great leaders, great rulers. Genghis Khan. That is my dog. Yes, I'm particular about that, folks. Hey, it's his name. There's a reason. And you could see all 20 pounds of his imposing dogness. But we're talking about Trump tariffs. So here's the thing I think is very important about this, and everything comes out of this. If I am correct, Donald Trump is looking at the tariffs not for the short term. He doesn't care what happens next month. He doesn't care what happens this year. That's not the point of the tariffs. And I hear the Democrats on their talking points. They're like, it's going to be a depression. Everyone's going to lose all their money all at once. First of all, if you're in the stock market and you're selling in a panic, what are you doing? I saw this when I was a stockbroker. I watched it when the market crashed, when it was 9/11. I've seen people, they're like, oh my God, everything is going down. I have to sell. No, absolutely do not sell just because everyone else is running around with chickens without their heads. You don't sell for that reason. If there's a good reason to sell, then yes, you do it. The fact that everyone else is doing it isn't a reason. That's lemmings jumping off of a ledge. Instead, maybe you buy more. Why? Because the lemmings are jumping off the ledge, but someone else is buying everything they used to own, and they make the big money. So, maybe you want to stay in, and maybe that's your entry point, or a double down, lower your average cost, get in, but don't panic. Unless you think America will not exist in 5 years, and I don't know anyone who seriously thinks that America won't exist in 5 years. This is the same thing that I was told in same argument I had after 9/11 as a broker. People are like, I got to sell everything. I'm like, do you think America will be here in 5 years? Yes. Then we are buying more. We're not just sitting here. We're going to buy more. Why? Because America isn't done. And this isn't going to wipe out the universe. Same thing with the tariffs. Now, that being said, the point of the tariff is to make people buy American, to make Americans buy American, self-sufficiency, to build up our manufacturing base so that we don't need to depend on China for medicine, so that we don't need to rely on France for steel or something stupid like that, so that we can do it ourselves and we're independent. And that is how we get to maintain our freedom, because we're not stagnant and we're not dependent on someone else giving us something, so that we can maintain the quality of life we have. And that quality of life lets us be free. So it's a chain, and he is trying to change that chain that we are in right now, which is dependent, which is why everyone's freaking out about what the EU is doing and what's going on with Chinese trade and Russian trade. That's not freedom. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like always, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what he's doing. He's building up American manufacturing and American self-independence. And here's the thing. I was talking to someone about this. The left for years has decried child labor, child, manufacturing and things like that coming from other countries. They should be thrilled about this. That now we are going to have manufacturing in a company with stronger labor laws. They've complained about this for years and years and years. And he is thinking in the long term. Because after what Obama did, changing us to a service economy, away from manufacturing, killing manufacturing, we absolutely need to go back to this. We need to be independent. Why? And if you're complaining about the now, you aren't thinking about the future. You're not thinking about future generations, because absolutely the literacy rates are down. Things are down. College degrees are becoming worthless. We need manufacturing jobs. We need them back for these people. Some people just can't. Yeah, that's what he's doing. It's not like he's crashing the economy like Biden did, which had no purpose to it whatsoever. He was just making poor economic decisions. Trump has a long-term plan in place to build us back up. That is why he's doing this. He's not crashing it on purpose. And everyone who's crying, oh my God, he's destroying the economy. All these pundits, like Dave Portnoy, I know from Barstool, came out and attacked him for it, all this stuff. You aren't looking at the long term. Well, you're not looking at what's America in the long term.
Let's make it easy. Ask every one of those pundits, ask every one of those politicians, ask Portnoy and all the rest. Did you liquidate your portfolio? No. They still own their stocks. They still own their bonds. They may be buying more of those stocks and bonds, but they're not liquidating. Why? Because they know it's not over. They know it isn't the depression that they're telling everyone else it is. And that's a little duplicitous to say, oh my God, the economy is going to be destroyed. It's going to be a depression. Everyone's going to lose everything. By the way, I got to hang on. I'm calling my stockbroker. Yeah, double everything. Double down on everything. Yeah. That's duplicitous. And it's very simple and basic here. So, and no one will ask ABC News or MSNBC or CNN and say, by the way, guys, did you liquidate everything? Did you liquidate all your stocks? Because none of them are going to get on TV and say, oh, yeah, I did. They won't answer the question. Well, it's not about my finances. And yes, it is. It's very much about your finances because you're giving advice. You're telling people to panic and to panic sell because everything's going to end and you're making money off of that. You're making your portfolio is growing. And that's dishonest. And I mean, I wouldn't do that as a stockbroker. I won't do that as a human being either. Yeah. Is this going to hurt? Sure. It's kind of like Milei down in Argentina, which everyone's like, oh my God, he's going to destroy Argentina. Their economy is going to fall apart. He walked in there and they had 2,000% inflation on a monthly basis. And that's something that people in America can't imagine. It's beyond us. It's like, what? 2,000? Yeah, 2,000. That's not the highest it's ever been. Insane. Yeah. He got in, and after a year, firing a bunch of people, closing down a lot of parts of the government, shrinking the government a bit, and redoing all of their financial structure, a couple of scandals, including the Bitcoin, his meme coin scandal. All of that happened, and the people now have 200% inflation on a monthly basis. Now, every American, everyone in a first world nation is going to go, oh my God, 200% inflation. That's just ridiculous. Well, it's not ridiculous if you had 2,000. That is 1/10 the inflation you have been living with for 2 decades. Yeah. He's a godsend. He has reinvigorated your nation. Yes, it's nowhere near like a second world, first world nation. Absolutely. It's absolutely abysmal. But for them, he has reinvigorated and turned their economy around. They might actually get to one day have no inflation for a month, which they can't imagine right now. Same thing here in America. we have been, our economy has been so broken with people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Andrew Yang and Bernie Sanders with this, what did they call it? Monetary, what is it? It's MMT, something monetary theory. It's
some buzz term. It's a
I
buzz
forget
term. Yeah.
I forget the M, but it's basically it's magic money. It means that you can have a debt forever, that you will never have to pay back any of the debt. You just have a debt forever. We could have $100 trillion in debt. We could have 100 quadrillion in debt.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Just print the money. It has no impact. That's what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says. That's Andrew Yang. That's Bernie Sanders. The squad, they're idiots. They are idiots. Because every time we print a dollar, the dollar you have in your hand is worth less. It drops just that much. And we are making billions of new dollars basically every day. And so you're becoming, and that's inflation. And that's what's killing you. We have to change the culture, change the value of our money, make it worth more. How do we do that? Well, you said it. Obama said, well, we're going to do it by service. You'll give someone a beer. You're a waitress. You're serving someone. Here's a beer. See, the economy is doing so much better now. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not helping anyone. No. Oh, well, I created Grammarly, so no one needs to think anymore. They don't read. They don't think. They don't know how to write. That's why we got kids graduating from Hartford High School, public high school, and they're illiterate when they get into college. They can't read or write. And if you can't read or write, you can't think. You don't know the words. You don't know the meanings of things. You can't express yourself. You are a mental slave. And that's what he's trying to break us out of, I believe. Now, if someone shows me evidence otherwise, I'll have a different opinion. But that's what I see as the evidence. This is a long-term strategy, and everyone is so used to an immediate. You're used to a politician bending over backwards to kiss your ass to tell you that tomorrow's going to be fine. It's going to be all better. The price of eggs were up really high, but they're going to go down. And then they did. See, that's what they're expecting. They're expecting, oh, you said the eggs prices are going down, and next week the egg prices didn't go down, but the week after it went down. So I don't know if I trust you anymore. Are you kidding me? We're talking about an economy. It doesn't turn on a day or a week or a month. It takes years.
No. Yeah. It's going to take years for this.
That's how I see it.
Yeah, I see it the exact same way. And you hit, again, it comes down to big tech companies. It comes down to people like Elon Musk, who, by the way, side tangent here, I don't know what the right's deal is with worshiping Elon Musk. To me, he's just another Silicon Valley billionaire. He's another Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
He's another Susan Wojcicki. He's just another tech billionaire. And he tariffs. And Trump's trade advisor hit back saying exactly what I've been thinking. Elon's looking out for himself. That is what he's doing. That's why he donated to the Republican Party. He's not actually conservative. So we need to stop pretending he is. Some people on the right, some people on the right are worshiping him. They think he's the greatest thing ever. But he's not.
Okay, you know what? Wait a minute. Before you go further, do you know why people are worshiping Elon or Trump or Schumer or Harris or any politician? Do you know why they worship these people?
It's probably cult of personality and tribalism. I think it's probably a mix of those two. What's your theory on this?
It's the same problem with the young woman who graduated from Hartford Public School. They're illiterate. And I mean that, and I want people to understand. I'm not saying they're dumb. Being illiterate doesn't mean you're dumb. Two different things altogether. Being able to express or understand concepts has nothing to do with whether you're smart or not. It has to do with the expression, the depth of the knowledge that you may have. They have people who are all into Elon worshiping Elon's where he goes. He's the greatest mind ever. He's not. He's not Einstein.
No.
He's a
No.
very good businessman. Absolutely. Do I respect him? Absolutely. Is he successful? That's why he's the richest man in the world. Of course he is. You can't, anyone who says he isn't being serious. But at the same time, he's not special. And he's nothing beyond that. He's not the best businessman. He's made mistakes. He screwed things up. Take him outside of his industry, what he knows how to do, and he's just like everyone else. You know, he's not a great chef as well. He's not a fantastic skier as well. He's just a guy.
He's not good at video games. I can say that. Not good at video games either. I can say that.
Exactly. And the thing is that we have been taught to not think about people in terms of you're good at this, but you're a human being.
Yeah.
So you're fallible. You can be flawed. No, we're looking at them as they must be mythic. Why? Because MSNBC's got him on. They're talking about him on TV. He must be mythic. He must be great. He must be beyond anyone I have ever known. No, he's not. It's just that he happens to be famous. We've substituted fame with legendary status and greatness, and that's why people, and that is due to, I believe, ultimately, a illiteracy in the public. We don't know how to better define these people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a bit. And I also and here's the thing too: the left criticizes Musk, and I'll criticize him every single day. Like I said, I see him as another tech billionaire promoting his products, and he's a snake oil salesman. And obviously, I'm against big tech. I think he's shown that X has still got censorship on it. I want complete, utter free speech on it, all sides. Clearly, he doesn't like people criticize him. I think that's been shown. There are legitimate things to criticize him for, but the left just ignores all of that and just focuses on, well, he's with Trump. That's why he's a bad guy.
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire. What's wrong with being a billionaire? I
don't care he's a billionaire. I care that he's promoting AI and that he's promoting this technology that I think is going to be dangerous in the future. That's what I have problems with. I have problems that he's kind of in the White House, at least in some kind of capacity, has Trump's ear and promoting his own interest. I have a problem with that. But
I don't have much a problem with the ear, because there's lots of people who have the ear of a president and influence. We at least know one of them, and they're not one person we do know of is Elon Musk. We actually have a name and a business we can point to, as opposed to who's behind Biden and Harris. We have no idea.
No.
Were there billionaires behind him? Absolutely.
Do I appreciate the transparency? Yeah, I do appreciate the transparency. That still doesn't mean it's good. Just because I can know who it is doesn't mean it's good. I think in Trump's trade advisor even said today, Elon is looking out for his own interests. That is why he's against these tariffs, because Elon wants zero tariffs with Europe.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah.
It's good for his business. But that's why he's a voice, not the voice. Yeah. And that's why he's a special employee of the government, as was an advisor, a business advisor to President Trump. But he's not the answer. He's one of them. The media is making him bigger, and they've been making him bigger. Why? Because he's easier to attack. They've attacked Trump for 10 years, and it's failed. Elon, he's fresh meat. He's easy to attack and make him look bad. And so, Orange Man bad, everyone says it, no one cares. Elon bad, that's a new thing, and it's got traction, and Elon doesn't like it. So they get a reaction, and it's not the reaction of Trump laughing in their face. He's actually kind of concerned. So that's why they want Elon to be this mega. We've got to put this huge spotlight on him, because they're getting the reaction they want. The media is as biased as anyone else, any political organization. They have an agenda. They have their targets they want to support and who they want to tear down, and they will do that. And they're not at least honest enough, because I know someone will say, but Mike, you're a conservative Republican. You attack people. You attack, well, I attack ideas mostly. And But you do that, and what's different? Because I tell you up front that I'm a Republican conservative.
Yeah.
I tell you exactly where I stand first.
You
know that.
Exactly where your bias is. Yeah.
I'm not hiding anything about this. What's your agenda? I want more qualified, effective, efficient Republicans elected, if at all possible. Why? Because I think they tend to be the best candidate. That's why. I'm telling you right up front, you're not going to hear that from CNN or MSNBC or ABC News or the New York Times. They're like, oh, we're impartial. That's why 90% of your staff are all donors to the Democratic Party and members of the Democratic Party. Yeah, that's really independent there.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
And here's a big problem with all of this is that the right feels the need. A lot of pundits on the right feel the need. The left is attacking him. We got to defend him with everything we have. Instead of looking at it objectively and saying that criticism's not valid. There is valid criticism to be had, though. It seems like every time, and this is the problem with the right and the media on the right, and this is what kind of makes you different too. You can separate that and you can look at things objectively. The people on the right are just like, oh my God, the left is attacking this. We got to defend this. We got to play defense for this.
No, we shouldn't necessarily.
No, yes,
and that's
exactly.
True.
Yeah, the right should be called out for that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sometimes we should step back. And like I said earlier in the show, and I've said it before, Trump is using too many executive orders. I don't like that. It's too easy to prevent a permanent solution. It's an executive order. Wait 4 years, somebody else will be executive. They can change everything. Just write a new executive order. And I mean, Biden did it to Trump as an example. He did it a lot to Trump. And now Trump's
the Democrat game, though. This is what they set up. They asked for this, though.
They did. But anyone can play that game. And so, like, I want to see the Department of, I said this on air in October of 2024, if not earlier than that, that I want to see Trump defund the Department of Education. It has failed. It is demonstrable. Okay, he's working on it, but it's going through his executive order. That means that we're pausing it. And as soon as another Democrat gets into the executive office, they'll turn it back on full force and make it just as bad, if not worse, to try and catch up for time as it ever has been. Or the next person, whoever, there's enough of the teachers union saying, we're going to move all our money into this one candidate because we need even more. And what's the biggest problem? Why our kids are failing in education under the government? Because administration has increased 300% since 1980.
I talked about that teachers. 3-4 years ago? 3-4 years ago?
2019, we were talking about it. You and I.
6 years ago.
6 years ago. 6 years ago, the data was in that there was a 300% increase in administration, but we had the same number of teachers, same number of students. I've said this before on the program. My high school had 4,000 students. Vander Childs High School had 4,000 students when I was there in 1986 graduating. Okay. I graduated number 6. And my graduation class had over 500 students. That was one building, 4,000 students. Today, Vander Childs no longer exists. In that same building, they have an ad. They didn't build anything on. They didn't change anything. Same building. They have the same number of students, 4,000 students. They have the same number of teachers, but they have 400% more principals, vice principals, and administrators. That's because each floor in the building is its own high school. So they got 4 high schools in the building. That was my one high school, having the same number of teachers, the same number of students, but 400% more principals, vice principals, and administrators. And you say, why did they do that? Because that's 4 times as many people in the teachers union paying union dues that go to Democrats, and Democrats will listen to the teachers. That's why. And I have yet to hear anyone on the left any Democrat, anyone in the teachers union say, well, that's not true, because they can't. And that's kind of sad. But that's one of my things that gets me going. That's a rant. And if anyone disagrees, like always, you can always go into the chat and go, Mike, you got it completely wrong. It's my birthday. If any politician, any elected politician wants to come on today and say, Mike, it's your birthday, but I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to prove you wrong. Fantastic. I will send that politician that link. They can spend the rest of my birthday telling me how I'm wrong. But I doubt it's going to happen. I mean, what do you
There's
think?
one thing they cannot stand, and that's a real question. God help politicians who come on the show and they look like absolute every time you ask them the real questions. I'll never forget, early on, I joined you for an interview and I asked some challenging questions to this politician, and you could tell he was getting frustrated with me because I said, can I ask this question? And you were like, yeah, absolutely. If you're going to run for Congress, you do need some foreign policy questions. And I'll never forget, he was, huh?
Yeah, but that's absolutely. I don't care how pissed off they get.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've seen this over the years, 20 years now.
Yeah.
You've seen part of it. There's a lot of central New York. There are a lot of politicians at every level and people in Congress who are afraid to talk to me because I will ask them a question, and I've done it before, and they will try and dodge it, and I'll go, no, that's a dodge. You haven't answered my question.
Yeah.
I will call them out. I will embarrass them. I don't care.
Yeah.
Thing is, give me an answer. And at the same time, there are a lot of them, and you've seen me do this, where I ask them the question, they answer it. I absolutely hate their answer because it's some kind of socialist, communist garbage.
Yeah, it's
dumb. Something completely useless. And yet I say nothing. I was like, okay, that's your answer. Fine. Moving on to the next one. Why? You answered the question. And I didn't say, tell me what I want to hear. I said, give me the answer.
Yeah.
They hate that. And I can't stand that.
Yeah.
Give me an answer. I don't have to like the answer, but I have to have an answer. How am I supposed to evaluate what's going on?
And it's so hard because that's all politicians are trying to do is dodge and pivot and dodge and pivot. That's why you're their worst nightmare. You will call them out. A lot of others and a lot in the media want those connections still, so they'll accept the dodge.
Yeah,
you know, I think they'll accept it because they want the next interview. They want the exclusives. Meanwhile, you'll push them, and that's what they really, really hate. And that's what I love about the show too.
Because, but I won't be unfair about it.
No, absolutely not.
It's like, okay, I'll be fair with you. I'll give you a fair shot. And I think if you're good enough to run, you should be able to answer the question. And you know what? If you can answer the question, you will get votes.
Yeah.
You will get votes. Don't try and avoid it. Just answer the question and let people say, oh, I love it.
Yeah. By the way, Sarah in the chat is absolutely correct on my thoughts on this. It's unsettling, the fact that the two, it has an awkward personality a little bit, but I think it's mostly just the big tech stuff that worries me. Because Mike knows I've been against big tech, and I'm kind of a Luddite in that sense. I guess me and Tucker Carlson would get along in that point, where dangers of technology are growing more and more with the AIs and the Grammarlies, like you talk about, Mike.
Can't stand Grammarly.
I can't stand any of it.
I'm a Luddite. I'm kind of a Luddite. For those who don't know, a Luddite is someone. It's an older term. It comes from the 1900s when we were going into the Industrial Revolution. It is a thought process that tries to resist the movement towards the future, to more industrialization, more technology. To be more specific, more technology. And so Luddites kind of fight against that. They're like, no, I want to go traditional. I want to keep what I have. I don't really want to constantly be adapting this new thing, this new tech. And so it's usually, you hear it as a negative term. That, oh, you're such a Luddite. Like, oh, that means you're dumb. No, it doesn't mean you're dumb. It just means that You don't think that we always have to, it's like the left going to the left, always have to go further left. No, you don't. Stop, pause, breathe, assess where you are, think about it. Then maybe you keep going and make it, you keep going in the same direction or a different one. Maybe we still haven't gotten used to, we've had all of human history up until the last 30 years, people have communicated by talking to each other. We have thousands of years, let's call it 10,000 years of humanity that have created civilizations, created everything that we have today because people talk to each other. In the last 30 years, we got a device that we now send words to each other, little cell phones. That's right. We send each other words which don't have context. They don't have inflection. They don't have our vocal patterns in there. So we don't know if someone's pissed at us, pissing us off, making a joke. We don't know what's going on. We just got a bunch of words that have no context in terms of, am I smiling? Am I frowning? Am I crying? What is that? Mm. And we don't do it well because we don't have that context, that connection with people. We are becoming more isolated from one another, even in the same room, because we don't know how to talk anymore. We don't know how to interact anymore.
Yeah.
And that's because we've moved so fast. We don't know how to deal with this. And now they're trying to get to the next thing with the technology to make it even more invasive in our lives. I'm like, no, wait, stop. I don't need, I got a phone here. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Is it showing you? So it's a Galaxy 24, S24.
Is that the newest one?
No, it's one behind. The newest one is the 25.
Okay.
And I had to upgrade because my S10 falling apart. Literally, the buttons fell off.
I remember that. Yeah.
And the battery.
It was old when I was talking. I remember it was old when we first met. I remember it being pretty old.
Because it works. Because all I use, I've got a sister, a young sister. She's trying to tell me about a half a dozen, like every time. It's like, well, you need half a dozen more of these apps. I'm like, no, I don't. Oh, but you've got to get this other app. No, I don't. Well, there's app for this and an app for that. I don't need that. Why? Because I use this. I occasionally will text people and I talk to people. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Oh, and the internet, because I'm traveling and I want to hear whatever news story is, about this thing or that thing around the world. Okay, that's it. I don't need apps for everything else. But this will do your banking. I can bank for myself. That's why I went to school. They taught me how to do math and how to do banking. I can bank for myself. I don't need an app for that. But it'll correct your words. I have a dictionary, which I've read more than once. I can do that myself. But if I need to go real fast on it, then I'll do a spell check. And even that isn't always right. But I don't need it to tell me how to write a paragraph or a sentence or a letter. That's not me anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm somewhat of a Luddite. Although I do like my video games. I like my complex video games.
I'm the opposite. I play old RPGs because I just have to press the A button over and over, and that's about the extent of mine. Let's see. I can look over and I'm looking at my Super Nintendo collection, and I'm like, man, thank God I could not do the micromanaging that you do in games. Like, God, that's far beyond my pay grade.
Holy no, I like that.
I know you do. For me, I'm watching you play, and I'm trying to figure out like what. Every time you play, I'm like, oh my God, is he going there? What numbers popping up on the screen? You have no idea what they're for.
Yes, I do.
90% of the time. No, the random things are happening. What was it? There was the one game you played a couple of years ago. You didn't know you were streaming.
That could be a couple games. It happens every so often.
You didn't know you were streaming, and it was me, Preston, and Lacey watching.
Stone Shard.
And you had no idea how to use the magic. Numbers were popping up. You have no idea what's going on 90% of the time.
That was Stone Shard. Okay. That game was a game called Stone Shard, which I liked. It was still in early access. Yes, I just jump in. I don't look up game tips very often, and I didn't mean to be recording it. No, I didn't. Yeah, and so I was figuring out. Well, that's part of the fun of the game. Figure it out. It wasn't that. It was just okay. It was new. I'd never seen it before.
Yeah.
I was figuring it out, and if you notice, as I was playing live, I'm figuring it out. I'm like, okay. I died a couple of times, really stupid, but other than that, I
A couple of times. You made a whole compilation. I think you died 40 times in an hour. There was not a couple deaths, Mike. It was 40 to 50 times in an hour.
It wasn't 40 to 50 times. It was probably about 10.
It was more than 10.
It's a hard game. It's meant to be a hard, not quite realistic, but it's a harsh game. It's supposed to be. Thank God it didn't have permadeath, but yeah, it was meant
Thank
to.
God, that is true. Thank God it didn't, because you wouldn't have gotten anywhere. You would have been stuck there.
Yeah, I'd have been stuck in the same spot. Well, I like that. That's a good challenge. See, that's good technology. I like that. But 50 billion apps to think for me, I don't agree.
No. And I also just don't have the time to figure out the games anymore. I don't have time. There's so much I want to get to with movies, anime, different things. There's so much on my plate already, books. It's just I want to jump in. That's why I'm just so old with my games. But I gotta agree. If you have the time,
balance to these. There's a balance to these things. When I was your age, I was playing EverQuest from literally. I would get out of work as a stockbroker.
Yep.
By the way, people who don't know, EverQuest is an MMO, a massively multiplayer online game. Now they added on the RPG. Back in the day, that was all it was. And I remember because I used to play the things. We had things that were called MOOs, MOO. Before they had all this, it was in college. We developed that whole technology. So I kind of grew up with it. So I like MMOs. And EverQuest was the kind of the first biggest MMO in public nature. And I would play that. I'd get out of work. I was in the stock market. I'd go to Queens and I'd get in my house Friday, probably about 5:30, and I would play nonstop until Sunday at like midnight, so that I could go to sleep and go to work in the stock market Monday morning. But that the whole time, the rest of the weekend is just me just playing that game. That's what I did when I was that was my late 20s. I was like 28, 29, something like that. Yeah, somewhere around 28, I was doing that. Now, not so much. Not so much. Although, if you see me play Valheim, I will play 4 hours in a row. But that's a day that's like my cheat day. See, people have cheat days where they have cheat on keto or they cheat on their diet. I cheat on the news, and I play like 4 hours of Valheim.
That's understandable, yeah.
The Dune MMO is going to come out next month, and if I have some money, if I have the money, I'm going to be playing that. I want to play Dune. Want to absolutely play Dune. I'll do it live. I don't care. I want to play that game. I like it. It's like it's got tech trees, and you got to make intricate. Each thing you make has like parts that make it. Components in there, and each of them have quality levels. I like this. You got to go and fight the beasties or dig down in the dirt to find raw materials so you can make the parts, the better materials, make the better parts, make the better final product.
At what point does this become a spreadsheet? At what point does this just become watching a spreadsheet with the numbers? Watching the skill tree online? Yeah. At what point is it just a spreadsheet game?
I used to play EVE Online a lot.
I know, which is another spreadsheet game.
That's a spreadsheet game. That is EVE Online is a legitimate spreadsheet game.
Yeah.
But I like it. It's fun. You can play that I can play that for like 3 months in a row and be like having a great time.
Oh yeah.
But there's a difference between that's using the technology to enhance an experience, as opposed to the technology is the experience, which is what I call Grammarly. Grammarly would be the experience. It is everything. You're not enhancing. The more people use, the more college students. Now they got Grammarly's designed on purpose to write the damn paper for yourself.
Yeah.
You're not writing anything. It's like, well, what do they need you now? They've got the computer. You're not thinking anymore. And if you're not thinking, then you're no different than a slave, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're a slave to the technology. And it's really interesting. I bought one of those VR headsets recently. It's a couple of months ago. Haven't used it too much, but I've used it occasionally. And it is a lot of fun. Caveat here, there's only so much that I do on it because the rest is just all, well, we got to go talk to people in the virtual world and things like that. We got to go have the avatar and do VR chat and stuff like that. It's not my cup of tea. No. Yeah.
Going. It's like, okay, jump on VR and talk with me. No, how about meet me over at the bar?
Yeah. Meet me in person.
Meet me at the bar. We'll have a beer and we'll talk about it. But no, I'm not going to get on VR. Can you imagine? I can't imagine. Imagine dating in like 5 years. Literally like 5 years. And we're not
imagine
talking
dating
like
now. It's the same thing. It's terrible. It's the same thing. It's all digital. And look, I have friends far away, and it is cool sometimes to watch a movie with them in the VR because they've put the monitor up like it's a giant screen, and because it looks like a movie theater screen the way you're looking at it. Okay. But again, very, very rare that you do something like that, or I do something like that, because I'd rather just call them or visit them or see them in person. It's just the way things are going. It is scary, but that's the new thing. VR. It's going to get bigger and bigger. They keep putting money into it.
I don't know why. I can't stand it. I know the movies make it seem like this will be great. Yeah. Well, that's way down the line. That's not where we are now.
It's still very early. And there's some cool stuff. I will completely not deny when you're at like a shooting range virtually and you're picking up the guns and you're like taking them apart in VR and everything like that, like you're actually at the range. That's a cool experience. But when I gotta go and all my friends like, oh my God, we gotta meet up on VR chat. We gotta hang out. Why can't we just go outside? Why do I have to charge up my device to meet you?
Like your kid that's been punished with you got to stay in the house. You can't go out. Yeah. You've been punished. It's like, what? No. Yeah. I don't know. See, you're younger than me, so you have a different perspective on some of these things than I do.
It is going to sports games in VR. That is pretty cool. I will say that is one of the cooler things, to have courtside seats, to be sitting right there in VR and watching the game rather than on TV. That's pretty neat. That is cool. That is like a cool experience that you can only kind of do in VR unless you buy the tickets. So there are benefits, but again, they're very few compared to what people are actually doing, and it's going to turn into some post-apocalypse where everyone's plugged in, just like Ready Player One, where everyone's plugged into their device, living in an MMO virtual world, never coming.
No, sorry. I have a surprise of someone who wants to join us at some point, and they're trying to confirm what time. It'll be a surprise to a lot of people, like who it's going to be. And I'm just
telling you. Is it someone I would know?
Yes. It's someone that everyone in America should, well, most people in America will know.
I'll have to stay tuned then.
It's a national name. It's a national figure. Wow. Or involved in, national. I'd say that. So I'm just waiting for. They weren't sure. They were going to come in, contact everyone later this afternoon. Mm-hmm. Schedules changed. They're gonna see if they can come on earlier. I'm like, yeah, whenever you want to come on, just jump on in. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
And patrons can jump in as well. If you join the Patreon today, shameless plug for your Patreon. If you join the Patreon today, you can get that link and you can join.
That is true. The link is in the Patreon for the Patreon members only, other than
Mike,
some guests.
How much is the
And
Patreon?
$1.50.
Can you?
It's
beat a
already
deal
been
like that?
adjusted for the tariffs. You know,
Yeah.
I get it. Tariffs are like, oh my God, oh, okay, I can't buy avocados from China or wherever the hell you were getting them from. Anyway, I don't eat avocados, obviously. So, oh no, my avocado fetish. Well, okay, don't eat avocados or buy avocados from California, whatever. But yeah, it's less than one avocado, even without inflation.
You could find that money in a Walmart parking lot. You could find the change for your Patreon in probably a parking lot. It's that cheap.
Yeah.
You can find it in a laundromat.
And there's only one tier. You know, everyone goes, well, there's tier. So you get to the $100. No, it's one tier. Everyone gets $1.50. That's it. You know.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
meant
what
to
I
be.
like about it. Yeah. That's why it's one of the better Patreons that I'm subscribed to. That's what I like about it. I'm not in many Patreon groups, but this is one of the two I'm in. This is one of the two. It's worth it.
Did you see? You should have seen the link then. The promo code that I sent to everybody on the
Yes,
Patreon.
I did for your T-shirts. Yes.
And did you see the T-shirt design?
I did. What? Can you pull it up? Is there a way for you to pull
Not
it
on my laptop, I can't. No, my laptop's old. I can do this mostly, or I can show people things. I can't do both. So if you got it, yeah. But I think it's a great design. So I've got the military. I got a guy who's in the military. Oh, there you go. There it is. That's it. And that's on a mug or a T-shirt
or a hoodie.
I think. I think it's pretty good style. I was working on it. I do AI art because I can't draw, but I can type in what I want it to look like.
And a little hypocritical to what we were talking about before, but
well, no, you know what? I'm not a hypocrite. It's not that I'm using the technology to enhance. Like I can tell you, and I can put in the words what I want to see with all the descriptors that go with it. I can't make it, but I can, but I know what I'm doing. It's the creativity is still in my mind in the descriptor. It's just not the creativity isn't in me using my hand to draw it.
Yeah.
Different skills, different people, but I'm not sitting back and going, make me a happy face, and brings you a clown picture. I mean, I'm not there. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I don't think that came out right. Okay, because I didn't know if it came out right. Let me see. I wanted to ask. There was something we were going to talk about. I don't remember what it was. I was going to ask you something, and I bloody well can't remember it now. Because we talked a little bit about Department of Education. We talked about the tariffs a little bit.
Complained about Elon Musk for a good 10 minutes for me in tech, big tech, AI.
Big tech. We were talking about that. Talked a little bit about some of the video games.
Yep.
Hey, user. Good to see you there. Thank you. Thank you very much, user. And by the way, in case I've missed anyone, thank you all for being part of the birthday live stream as we continue. We started at 9 a.m. We're going until 9 p.m. So I've got another 8 hours or so to go. Cool. And we have a whole bunch of people. There's a whole bunch of people who are supposed to be popping in, like Maj Toure. We may or may not have Kit Cabello. I know he's had a bit of an emergency that came up. We had Larry Sharp earlier. We have John right now. We have some of the Patreon members and a couple of special guests. Got a sci-fi author that should be coming on, possibly a national radio figure. So we got a couple of people. Yeah. I tried to put it all together. And if anyone's trying to reach me on my email, you're out of luck. My computer died. Thank you, Windows 11. My computer is absolutely dead, so I can't tell you. And as you can see on the bottom of the screen there, and I'm going to mention it a few times, of course, you can always like, share, subscribe. Always wonderful. But also today, my birthday, and I'm probably going to do this for the month, but definitely for today, out of every $10, that's a super chat, a rumble rant, a what do you call those? Gift, super
Gifted
thanks
stuff?
or whatever.
No,
The
that's
super
Twitch.
thanks, YouTube, any kind of any money that comes in, you're making
Yeah,
a
super
donation
cheers.
of any type, PayPal, whatever it is. Then out of every $10, we're going to give $4.68 to the Jericho Project. That is a charity that works on helping people who are veterans, homeless, and families in need, because I support each and every one of those things massively. Why is it $4.68, not $5? Actually, my mom asked me this. This is funny.
Really? Oh, Mike's frozen.
Turn around and give this. Whoops! Did it? I should still be live,
You
right?
froze for a bit there, Mike. You're live now. You're back. You froze for a bit.
Whoa! Hey, there we are. Okay.
There we go. Much better.
I told you it's my laptop, folks. You think I'm kidding? It's dead.
Of
But
all
anyway,
the days to break, too. Of all the days that your PC decides to explode.
because Windows loves me, because Microsoft loves me. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was some little worm out there going, "Oh, Republican birthday, yeah, bang!" You know, but that's me and my conspiracy theory. But my mom goes, "So you're going to get, people donate $10, fantastic. Hope you get a whole bunch of money." I'm like, "Yes, mom, please, yes." And then she goes, "But why are you giving $4.68 to Jericho Project? It's such a weird number. Do you know why it's $4.68?
Isn't it your birthday year?
Yes."
There you go.
My mother forgot. She completely forgot that was when I was born. She forgot it's 4/6/68, and she didn't get it. I'm like, "What do you mean, Mom? What do you mean you don't get it?" She had to think about it for a second. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. So that's why it's $4.68. Yes, it's my month, day, year, birth. That's why we did.
I think Sarah has an interesting question here, by the way, Mike.
What is it? Which one? For you? Interesting to John?
At the end, I'm curious, how can we stop big tech?
So she goes, "I think it's interesting that John is anti-big tech, being so young." And he is young. He really is. It's not just a baby face. He's young. "I often joke that I wish I could be Amish, but I'd rather be an Amish man, not woman. I don't want to be Amish. That's way too Luddite for me. I'm curious, how can we stop big tech?" You can't. It's like Pandora's box.
Once it gets out, it's out. Once that technology gets out into the world, it gets out. Once you stop obeying the rules of technology and things like that, it's out. That's the problem we're facing. We can't go back, unfortunately. As much as I wish we could, as much as I wish the abolition of the internet is a mistake for a lot of people, they just can't handle it. Very few people, I think.
You've heard me say this before. We have generations today have the more information than the Library of Alexandria. We have the greatest amount of information at the fingertips of more people on the face of the earth than ever before. And we have dumber people than we've ever seen en masse in terms of populations. We have more people who are dumber than ever before. They can't cook. We got people who can't cook. They can't sew. They can't have basic survival skills. They don't have them anymore. And yet you have all this information that's right there that can teach you the basics and advanced amounts of almost any topic subject you can think of. That's a problem. We failed. And that's because we're just counting on the technology and that it's just going to be comfortable forever. The quality of life is always going to get better and easier, and I'm entitled to it. No, you're not. No, it won't, and no, I'm not. No, you're not. So that's the point. It's sad. Hey, Missy.
And part of the problem, too, is it's like if everyone could write a book and put it in the Library of Alexandria. It's like anyone can put anything in this library. Some people should not put things on this library. In the library, there is a lot of people posting dumb stuff constantly because they think they're the greatest and their opinions matter more than everyone else's. It's like screaming into the void.
There's a difference. I gotta make it clear. There's a difference between everyone should be able to have, everyone deserves First Amendment. Say whatever you want. Don't care what it is. You can always say whatever you want. That's fine. As long as you're not inciting violence, knock yourself out. I don't believe in hate speech. Go for it.
I believe you have a right to be stupid and say whatever you want, whether you're communist, socialist, conservative, doesn't matter. You have a right.
Yeah.
However, the internet has given them more and more ego to do so.
Well, they think they're entitled to.
Yes.
We're now seeing people who go,
better word.
I'm entitled to say it, and you're in, and I, because they're entitled to it, that you are obligated to hear them.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
No one's obligated. If I don't like what I'm hearing, I can just go and switch the channel. That's it. And that's fine. I have no problem with that. You don't like it? Okay, go somewhere else. That's because that's what I'm doing. If I don't like what I'm hearing, I switch the channel. Okay, that's what we all do. That's what we're supposed to do. I'm not supposed to be forced to listen to anything.
Yeah.
But we're seeing more and more of that these days. We're seeing people who think that if you don't listen to it, well, you have committed a crime. You've done something wrong. How dare you not listen?
Because they are so important. This is the trophy generation. This is the everyone gets a trophy generation. This is what happens. Everyone thinks they're the greatest because everyone got a participation trophy. Everyone got their participation trophy, so they all think
I'm special.
Their opinion matters so much.
Yeah, everyone's their own unique special snowflake. Fantastic, but I don't have to care about all the snowflakes. Sometimes I just care about the snowstorm, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a thing, you know, and it's like, oh, but you've got to hear this. No, I don't. No. And 9 out of 10, it's not original. It's not like you're the first one who's ever said. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of college students, younger people will say what they hear.
Yeah.
And I hear this in politics all the time, but they also do it in other things too, where it's like, well, this is how you don't know. I love that. They always say, you just don't understand. 57 years old, speak 4 languages, lived overseas, went to college, military, not a done man. You know, I think I understand. I just don't agree. And they can't understand that. That concept just blows them away. It's like, but we need more people who go, yeah, I understand. I don't agree.
Yeah.
And then have the conversation about why. Why don't you agree? Okay, let's have that conversation. I'm happy to have that conversation. Not, but you have to listen. No, I don't. You have to agree. No, I don't. But you're black. What the hell's that got to do with the bloody damn thing? You're black and you're not blind. I like that. See, we both complimented each other. You said I'm black. I'm great. And I said you're not blind. What a wonderful thing. I'm not going to spend $3,000 to get a suntan this year or any year in my life. Okay. And, you know, makes no sense. Wait. Here we are. Missy is here with us. Thank you for joining us, Missy. And Missy donated $19.99. That's like $9? $9 to the Jericho project today. And she says, happy birthday, Michael. I owe you a penny. Thank you for just being you. Don't worry about the penny. Thank you for just being here. I appreciate you, and I thank you for that.
Yeah, everyone who's here. But, Mike, I got to wrap it up. It's been fun talking to you so far, as always. And if anyone wants to join, they can join the Patreon as well and donate. See, if you won't push the Patreon, I'll do it for you, so I can eBay.
I'm more worried about today. I've been worried about Jericho Project, trying to get them as much money as possible, as well as have at least a moderately interesting show for everybody while I'm on.
Yeah, because you got what? How many more hours? 8 more hours here?
Yeah, 8 more hours.
I don't know how you do it, but it was good talking to you.
That's not that bad.
I don't know how you do it.
It's not that bad.
That's why I don't do this. This is why I don't do the live streaming podcasting thing. I can't do it. Oh my God. I'd be done. I'd be out of topics, and then I'd get into controversial territory within a couple hours. Next thing you know, I'm talking about, Cold War.
Well, that I do sometimes too, but I can circle back around.
Yeah, after about 3 hours, I'd be talking about Joseph McCarthy or something completely off topic. I'd be defending Joseph McCarthy and being like, well, what a patriot, and I'd get myself in trouble. So, but have a happy birthday, Mike. It was great talking to you, and I hope that you have plenty more guests and plenty more donations to the Jericho Project.
Well, we're trying to get there. Absolutely. And I thank you for taking time to spend with me here today. All right. Let me see if I can make this thing work. There we go. And so, folks, as you just saw, whoops. There we go. Sorry about that. What's this doing? No. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing right now. It's my computer's doing all kinds of things to piss me off. There we go. All right. This is what happens when I have to use my laptop. Microsoft 11. Don't use it. It's crap. As you can see, folks, we're moving along here. That was John. John is a member of the Patreon, and was offered to all the members of the Patreon, he was able to get on. He had a link. He came in. There's a link for all the Patreon members so they can join me live. Like Larry Sharp, he joined me earlier in the day, and we were talking about a lot of things. I'm also paying attention to the comments, as you've heard when you see us. We are reacting to the comments, not just obviously super chats, Rumble rants, get the attention first, obviously. And we're going to focus on that. But I am also trying to read as many of the comments as I can as we go throughout the day to answer your questions. Think of it like an ask me anything, even though it's my birthday. Ask me anything, whether it's about politics, of course, which is what I've been doing for the last 20 years, or you can ask me about me and my life. I know there was something I wanted to follow up on. Before I was talking with Larry Sharp, and before John was on, I was talking about homelessness and my experience. One of my experiences with homeless. I've been homeless twice in my life. This is one of the reasons why I'm supporting the Jericho Project, because I don't want people to have to go through the experiences I've gone through. And at the beginning of the show, we were talking a bit about one of the formative moments in being homeless, a moment that could have been very dangerous for me, could have ended my life, but wound up turning into a positive moment, something that worked out well for me. A bit of risk involved there. And this is something that a lot of people who are homeless have to go through. I discussed that at some length at the beginning of the show. But that was one time. I've lived a unique life. I've taken big risks in terms of my business, in terms of the work that I do. I 100% whole hog in. I will go for it. Try and make the business work. Try and build the business up. Try and do everything that I can. I bet everything and lost everything a couple of times in the business endeavors that I've had in trying to build up a business myself. That's good and bad at the same time. Well, when I was trying to build the film, me and several of my friends, associates, were trying to build up basically a movie lot, small, independent movie lot, but a movie lot all the same. That's the first time that I had gotten and lost everything and became homeless. There was another time. It was a little bit of a transition. I was transitioning in my life. I was between jobs and I was between housing. I had been living in one location. I lost a job and I wasn't able to move anywhere. And I was trying to figure it out. And it wasn't as dire as the first time. And again, I was in California. It was in California again. And I wasn't sure if I was going to stay in California, if I was going to leave. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life exactly at that point. And so I wound up where I spent a bit of time, not very long, where I was homeless again, but not in the same way. Actually, this was much shorter. It was, I was homeless for a couple. This time it was only a couple of weeks. And which isn't that bad. And you would think, oh, well, a couple of weeks, you're around your friends and you're just couch surfing or something. No. And couch surfing does count as homeless. If you don't have a place that's yours, with your space, with your stuff, if you're always in someone else's space and having to rely on other people's stuff, whether it's food or electricity or anything else, you're homeless. Homelessness takes many forms. It's not always the iconic, I guess you would say, the typical image in a newspaper or on TV of some, bedraggled individual that is shambling down a street. That's not what most people who are homeless, that's not what most of them look like. Sometimes it's families, a mom, a dad and kids, or a mom or a dad and their children. It could be young people, it could be old people. It happens to everyone. So it's not always that really run down image that the media likes to use to make us get this negative feeling about it. And usually it's because they want to blame someone for that. And so they want your sympathy and will pull on your heartstrings for it. That's not what it is to be homeless. The second time I was homeless, what happened is, like I said, I was in between and I had nowhere to go. And I had no friends. I'm not from California. I'm from New York City. I don't have any friends out there. I knew some people, but I also have a lot of pride. I admit it. I have a lot of pride. And so I wasn't going to, the one or two people that I knew, I wasn't going to ask them to stay in. And I didn't really know them that well either to ask them, can I stay on your couch? Can I stay on your couch? It wasn't like that. As I was putting myself together, I couldn't really, or at least I felt like I couldn't ask them that. Maybe I could have. Maybe they would have. But I didn't feel that. Maybe that's my pride. And we all have our failings, and that's one of mine. So rather than ask, I just tried to figure it out. And it wound up that I did find a place to stay. Unlike the first time I was homeless, and I was in Hollywood, and I was living in the couch of the stairs of the church. This time, I was in East LA. Now, for people who don't know, think of Cheech and Chong is pretty much the comical way of thinking of East LA. But you see a lot of the gangs, a lot of the Hispanic gangs are in East LA. It's a little bit more rundown. It's kind of like Oakland. It's kind of like the South Bronx. Think of a more rundown, poor, more gangs. That's East LA. That's Oakland. That's the South Bronx here in New York. So there's those kind of, gives you an image of kind of what it's like. And so for me in East LA, I did know one guy who happened to be a drug dealer. And he made it possible for me to share a bed that a crackhead was using. That's a pretty low point in my life. Not only because I owed a favor to a person who I knew was dealing drugs, and that's, you live life. You grow up in places, you get to meet people. Not everyone's an innocent, wonderful lamb of God. I wish everyone were. They're not. There are some good people. There are some bad people. There are some good people who do bad things. There are some bad people who do really bad things as well. So, there's a mix in the world. Yeah, I know people who have been criminals in their life. Some people who actively continue to be criminals in their life. It happens. Human beings are human beings. And I knew this one guy, and he was friend to me, not the nicest person in the universe. And I had problems with his lifestyle, absolutely. But he found out that I was homeless. So he said, hey, it's not much, and I'm not going to put you in my place. Won't let you stay in my apartment. But I know there's this crack house, and I know this crack addict, which is one of his customers. He's like, I know they're usually not in this house. They're not using that bed 90% of the time because they're out either getting high or trying to find a way to get high. So you can use that bed whenever that crackhead isn't there. And I said, yes. I said, I'll do it. Thank you. And I was appreciative. And I'm appreciative to this day. It was scary in a very different way than the first time I had been homeless, because I kind of had an idea of what I was going to do, what I needed to do to try and get myself back on track, to rebuild and get myself focused. I thought that, if I could get through about 2-3 weeks, I had an opportunity to get back and get some solid housing, to get my feet underneath me, to get another job. I had an opportunity. I knew there was a window for me in about a month's time that I'd be able to reverse everything. But I had to still make it to that next month. I had to get through this scenario, and I had nowhere to go. I had nothing else except this drug dealer saying, you can share a bed with this crackhead, this crack addict. And I don't know who the crack addict was. I never met them. I never got to see them. They were constantly out trying to find money and get high. That's all they were trying to do. I never got to see them. But I was there. And mind you, folks, most of my life, I usually walk around in suits. Most people, there are many people in this world, whether in the Bronx or anywhere else, they've never seen me in anything but a suit. There are many people who've gone 10 years before they ever see that I wear jeans, that they even know that I have a pair of jeans that I wear. That's got honest truth. They're literally, I've had people go 10 years in knowing me and never see me in jeans. So imagine that I tend to dress more business casual than the average person. And here I am in this crack house, sleeping in this crackhead's bed. And these are all people fiending for enough money to get the next hit of crack. Can you imagine how not restful that sleep is? Yes, I've got a roof over my head, and I'm sleeping with a roof over my head, as opposed to when I was sleeping on the church steps. I have an actual bed that I can lay down in. It's a little dirty, but it was a bed I could be in. I wouldn't roll around too much, fear of needles and all the rest, but they were mostly into not needles, but crack. Still, you never know. So, you had some comforts there, but the house is also filled with, I got to walk in and out of a house filled with nothing but crackheads who are high all day and night. And I don't look like them. I don't act like them. I don't speak like them. I stand out like the sore thumb that I was. Yeah, that wasn't very comforting. Guess what? Not everyone who's homeless is homeless because of the time. It may be a short period of time. You can be homeless for a week. You can be homeless for a month. You could be homeless for years. And it is difficult. You go, oh, yeah, but you won't be homeless forever. You'll only be out there for a month. Yeah. Where are you going to be for that month? Where are they going to get food for that month? Where are they going to get money for that month? How are they going to clean their clothes for that month? We have a very different way of looking at homelessness in America. We know the sales pitch that we get from the mainstream news media, but no one really talks about the reality of living with it on a day-to-day basis. Have an understanding. I have compassion for people who are homeless because of me, not because of their initial choice. They didn't choose to be homeless. Many people are forced into that. I believe there was a statistic that something like 26%, and I may have this wrong, so don't hold me to it, but I believe it was a statistic that said 26% of everybody will be homeless at least once in their life. That's 1 in 4 people. 1 in 4 people will be homeless at least once in their life at some point. That's terrifying. It's horrendous. Because you got to ask yourself, and I want you to think for a second. This is why I'm supporting Jericho Project, because they help people through these moments. But imagine if right now, you had to leave where you live for whatever reason. Imagine there was a fire, there was a Venezuelan gang broke in and took over the apartment. You lost your job, you lost everything, you got divorced, whatever the reason is. You could not stay where you are right now. Where are you going to get food? How are you going to clean your clothes? Maybe you got a job. Fantastic. How are you going to get back and forth to work every day? How are you going to do these things consistently? Okay, you've made it through 1 day, and then 2 days, then a week, then 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, a year. How are you going to do these basic things every single day? Oh, yeah, you have a phone? Yeah, that's probably going to go away real quick. Can't afford that. You're going to be trying to feed yourself. Then you got to figure out where are you going to stay every night. And if you don't have enough money, where are you going to stay when you don't have enough money to get a hotel room, which are not cheap? Even a Motel 6 is expensive, especially in cities. That's going to be really difficult. So where are you going to stay instead? What if it's winter? What if it's cold? What if it's raining? Snowstorm. It is difficult, even on a short-term basis, because people always think I'm homeless. That means 20 years. They've been out there for 20 years. No. That's the sales pitch from the news media. They're trying to sell you something. They want to find the oldest person, the person who's been homeless for the longest amount of time that they possibly can, so they can sell you a sales pitch. Not everyone who's homeless is going to be out there for 20 years. They may have been out there for a day, a week, a month. Maybe they were trying to transition in their life and things just did not go right. They made a mistake. They took a risk. Well, I'm going to move to another city. Life will be better. Didn't work. Didn't get the job they wanted to get, or the company closed down by the time they got there, whatever the reason may be. And now you're stuck. What then? What happens then? That's one of the things that Jericho Project helps people with. And I've lived through this. I understand it happens. What happens? What do you do next? It is a horrifying feeling, especially when the answer comes down to, and when you say, what am I going to do next? Well, the answer is, I'm going to sleep in a crack house. Standing out like a sore thumb, I'm going to go to sleep in a crack house and try and get the best sleep that I can, because I have a roof over my head. It's raining outside. It's relatively warm. There is no electricity in the building, but it's basically warm. It's basically a bed. There's basically a roof over my head. It's better than sleeping on the park bench. That is a difficult prospect, and that's good for today. And tomorrow, I hope that I will be able to do the same thing, because that crackhead, it's their bed, not my spot. I'm borrowing their spot. I'm being given permission to use that spot. But it's that crackhead, that's their spot. If they show up anytime, day or night, I'm asleep, I got to wake up and get out. I got to leave, because that's their spot. That's in the back of your head. That's what I was I was living with that for a short period of time, but I was living with that. That's one of the stress I had to live through. At any moment, get up, gotta go. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, we're cool that you were here. You gotta go now. That's great. Get out. And where do you go? And it could be 4 in the morning. Could be 2:30 in the morning. Could be 4 in the morning. Could be 10 in the afternoon. What do you do? And I can tell you overwhelmingly, almost no one in America has an answer. Almost no one in that situation knows what to do. The few people who do know what to do have probably been through that situation at least once in their life. The people who have some kind of idea of how they can survive in that scenario have probably lived that or helped someone who is living that lifestyle. And I don't envy anyone who has to deal with that. But I would like to help people who are in that situation to make it that extra day, to get through that transition. I just need to make it an extra week and I can get things back to normal. Fantastic. I want to help you get that extra week. I just need a month and then I can turn my life around. Things will be put in place and I can start all over again. I want you to have that opportunity. I want you to never get into that situation. I want to help our veterans so they don't have to make the choice to go and live on the streets. Whether that means they need medication, they need someone to talk to, they need work, whatever it takes. I don't want a family having to say, well, we can only live in the car and we can't put gas in the car. It's either feed the kids or put gas in the car, but we're living in the car. There's a lot of families that do that. That's a lot of family homelessness is people, they live in their car, their little minivan. That's their world. That's their apartment. That's it. And the parents have to decide between gasoline or feeding the kids. And very often that means they're going to feed the kids, not put gasoline in that car. So now that car is stuck in one spot over and over again. And they got to figure out how to feed the kids, how to wash the kids, how to keep the clothes for those kids clean. It's difficult. I want to help people with those situations. So does the Jericho Project. That's why we're raising money for it. But that is a passion of mine. That is why I talk about this. And it's not because, oh, I'm such a great guy, I lived through that. No, I'm not. And, you got a heartstring, feel for me. Oh, no. I'm not doing it for any of that kind of crap. These are real things that happened. This isn't Hollywood. This isn't the news media trying to set you up to vote Republican, vote Democrat. I don't care. You can be anything. You can be a socialist. You can be a communist, and you can donate to the Jericho Project and help people who are homeless. You can help veterans. You can help families in need. I don't care what your politics are. That's not what this is about. It's not about the politics. It's about helping people. And I don't often put my name on something and say, I'm doing this because I know. People go, but you're a Republican. Screw that. Who cares? If you saw me walking around in the street, you wouldn't know if I was a Republican or a Democrat. Doesn't matter if I am or not. Because if I'm starving and I'm sleeping on a park bench out in the open in the middle of winter, it doesn't matter what my politics are. And it doesn't matter what you and whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, a progressive, a communist, guess what? You can be homeless too. Your politics will not keep you from becoming homeless. Don't think that, I'm a good progressive. You can be homeless. I know lots of progressives who have been homeless. I know lots of socialists. I know people who are conservative, people who are Republicans and Democrats. I know people of every make and model, style, whatever you want to call it. Every person of life can be, and there are people who are homeless, long-term and short-term. Let's try and help as many of them as we can. That's one of the goals that I have in my channel. That's one of the things that I always want to do. Barberry? Who's Barberry? Did I miss a comment there somewhere? Barberry. Barberry Barb. Hi. Oh, Barb. Oh, okay. Hey, Barb. I just caught the name. Thank you. Hey, Barb. All right. I didn't notice the name before. Okay. I was like, Barberry. Who's Barberry? Okay. Thank you, Barb. And Happy Life is here. Happy Life mentions that he was homeless for over a year in New York City. Yeah, it happens to a lot of people. It happened to me younger in my life, and I was in California and LA. But Happy Life is mentioning it happened to him for over a year in New York. It is difficult. And he says, hard work and luck is a solution. Well, many people will say, and I agree with this, that if you do the hard work, luck comes from hard work. All luck is the result, the consequence of hard work. If you work hard, luck will happen. You do the work enough, you work at it hard enough, you dedicate to it, then the luck happens. But if you're not doing the work, you really don't get the luck. So it's definitely hard work. Grace. Hey, Grace is with us. Hi, Grace. Grace says, just now jumping in, are you going to the Jericho Project's gala in May? Happy birthday, by the way, to a fellow Gen Xer. Am I Gen X? I don't know what I am. I don't know if I'm Gen X, Boomer. I don't know any of that stuff. But maybe I am. I think I'm a 68. Is 68 baby boomer? Is it Gen X? I know it's not millennial. I know that. I'm not really sure. It's not very clear about that. I've heard people say it is, it isn't. Both sides of that. So I don't know. In terms of the gala, probably not. I'm poor. I'm being honest. I'm poor. I don't have the money. I have enough. I will be giving this donation to Jericho Jericho Project. But my monthly income is I'm impoverished, to be honest. I don't make a lot of money. I make money off of when I do the shows, when people give me super chats and rumble rants and super thanks. They buy products off of the online store. So that's when I make money. Plus, I do some other work, consulting work, which is difficult. I got a lot of competition in New York City. I have a lot of Republicans that don't like me because I don't share their party line view. I have a lot of people that I try to help. They're first-time candidates, so they don't have the money. So I'm pretty poor. So I can't. Would I go in May? Probably. I don't have the money. I have way too much debt, too many other things I'd spend the money on. So I'm just going to give them the donations, and no galas for me. Oh, I like this. Oh, Missy, you are so kind. I just caught this. Missy says, I thought you were 10 years younger than you are. I wish. Thank you. You're a beautiful woman. Thank you, Missy. No, I am 57. There is no question in that. I am definitely 57 years old. And yes, I have the gray hair to go with it. I don't know. I think I make it look good. And if you think I look 47, fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like being told I look like a younger man. But no, I'm a little older. That's okay. I don't mind. I like my age. I've earned it. I've earned the gray hairs. Lots of stupid things that I've lived through in my life. Coup attempt. I lived through the coup attempt in Moscow. I lived through the Civil War in Soviet Georgia, Tbilisi. I've lived through a fire, or earthquake, a flood, car accident, gangs, of course. Had a crackhead pull a gun on me one time, not because I was homeless. This is back when I was a stockbroker in New York. It was New York City. I was coming home from late night. I was working in the stock market, and I was trying to get clients and build up my clientele early in my career as a stockbroker. Must have been like 1998, something like that. And a guy walked up to me. I was walking down the street. Guy walked up to me, looked me dead in the face, pulled the gun on me. He already had, as he was walking towards me, he had his hand in his pocket. And I was like, oh, that doesn't look good. But I was like, oh, I'm not going to panic. You know, I'm paying attention, but I'm not going to panic. I'm just going to keep walking. We'll see what happens. Yeah. As we're passing each other, he grabs me. I turn around. He's got the gun out, pointing straight in my chest. Secret to save your life. If someone is robbing you and they have a gun and they are pointing the gun at your chest, center mass, and they are not shaking, they're looking you dead in the face, dead in the eyes, and they have the gun and it's pointing straight at your chest and they are not shaking, this person has killed someone. This is someone who is serious. They've killed someone or harmed someone severely before. They've shot people before. This person is willing to harm you. All the cues are there. They're looking at you. They're not nervous. They're not shaking. They're not trying to play the silly game of, I'm going to hold the gun sideways. I'm going to point it at your head. No. This person is trying. They know. Center mass. You can't dodge that. You're not going to get lucky and get out of the way faster than they can pull the trigger. You're not holding it silly so the bullet's going to go anywhere but where they aimed at. No. This is someone who's probably killed someone before, or tried to at least. Straight up killer. Crackhead. And I say crackhead again. This is someone who is addicted to crack. This is someone who made that choice. And and he decided he wanted to make a point. Stop me. Cold. Decided that he wanted to have a conversation. I don't know what in the hell made him think to have a conversation with me. Don't know why he thought I wasn't paying attention when I was paying attention all the way. I was passing him by when we were passing each other. I thought, okay, we're good now. Nope. He was like, no. He was still wanted to make an impression on me, and he did. And spent the next, I think, half hour telling me about how I need to be self-aware when I'm walking, it's nighttime, and I'm just walking to my house. I'm going home in a neighborhood that I grew up in. And he's like, oh, no, but you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention to details. Of course I thought. Yeah, I was. But he wanted to make that point to me. He wanted me very clear about that. And he was willing to kill me. He was willing to kill me, to not just to make the point, just to kill me. This was a person who's done that kind of thing before. And no, I didn't. I wasn't like, and then I dodged out the way and I bounced the bullet off my chest. And no, okay. None of that silly stuff. He had the gun right on me. He said he wanted to talk. I said, okay, we'll talk. He said he wanted to talk about how I wasn't paying attention. Didn't argue with him. Did not have any argument whatsoever. It's like, okay, yeah, you're right. I will pay more attention in the future. I will be more self-aware. I was perfectly aware of the guy half a block away from me. I knew exactly what was going on. I was watching him. He just didn't do anything to make me react. But, now once he did react, well, he was too close and I didn't expect it at that moment because he didn't show any signs afterward. But, hey, I'm not going to argue with him. He's the crackhead with the gun. I'm paying stone cold attention. This gun is ready. I'm not messing around with that. We were having whatever conversation he wanted to have. And we had a conversation for half an hour of him just telling me how I was dumb. Yes, you are right. because I saw the signs. This guy would kill me if I had tried to do something stupid. And then he let me go. Didn't shoot me, didn't harm me, let me go, and walked away. Why did he do that? I don't know. I'm glad he did. I may not have been here today if he did not. But Dow says that it's Rumble. He leaves a message. Dow says, is Rumble live? Rumble should be live. I was getting worried. Notifications didn't pop and tried on Facebook. I should be live on Facebook, on Rumble, on YouTube, D Live, a few channels. So, and thank you, Dow, for the happy birthday. So if I'm not live on Rumble or Facebook, let me know. I should be. Hey, Andrea. Yes, with age comes wisdom. One of the wisest things I could have done, I was about 35-ish when that incident, when the guy pulled the gun on me. Wasn't the only time someone's pulled a gun on me, but that time that individual pulled the gun on me, that crackhead, yeah, I was about 35, and I have to tell you, I was smart enough to know to not be stupid, to not try and do something stupid with that guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. So it's always good. So that's why I tell people about that too. It's like, understand the circumstances what you're dealing with. You know, don't just think, oh, well, they did it in a movie and I can make that move. No, you're probably not. No, you're not. Don't endanger yourself. Understand the risk you are in and act appropriately. And sometimes the answer is give up the wallet. I'm absolutely against giving anyone my property. But if I'm absolutely sure I will die, no, it's not worth it. But you know, not live. We're not live on Rumble. That's what Dow's saying. We are not live on Rumble. Okay. Yeah, it got my attention. It did get my attention, Andrea. I don't know why we're not live. Okay. Hey, by the way, my sister's here. Hi, Fran. And my mom is listening in. Hi, Mom. Don't be mad because I lived a crazy life. But my mom is trying to chat. I don't know what she's going to say. But I love you, Mom. Thank you for listening and checking it out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Rumble. At this moment, I can't fix it. As I said, Windows killed my computer last night. I can't fix it. It should be up. If it's not, I don't know why. And I can't do anything about it at this moment. Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about the politics. Now, I know we talked a little bit earlier about a couple of these issues. And I wanted to talk about Senator Cory Booker. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey is a bad politician. He was looking for what? Well, there it is. Okay, froze for a second. He's looking for attention. He's looking for a way to try and convince people to vote for him in 2028. And I think that's just dumb. That's useless. But, you know, he ran in his claim to fame. Cory Booker's claim to fame is that in the Kavanaugh confirmation, now Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, when he was in the confirmation process, it was Kamala Harris and Cory Booker were two of the biggest pains in the butt attacking Justice Kavanaugh on a rumor that he might have done something 40 years earlier in his life, back when he was a teenager. So 40 years, 4 decades had passed by. There was no evidence of anyone. There's no witness to this. There's no evidence of this. There was nothing. Everyone in his high school all agreed with him that it never happened, that this was total tripe. That was just words being said to try and derail him becoming Supreme Court justice. No evidence could be found. And that's what Cory Booker did. He said, oh, well, it's a rumor. And if it's a rumor, it might as well be true. Accusations equal guilt when you're not a Democrat. And so he persecuted Justice Kavanaugh. That's the claim to fame of Cory Booker. The other claim to fame of Cory Booker is that he ran in 2020. Was it 2020? Yeah, 2020. For the presidential nomination, the Democratic presidential nomination. And he got a whopping huge 6% of Democrats to agree with him, to donate and support him. 6%. That is higher than the 5% that Kamala Harris had. He did stay in the 2020 presidential race longer than Kamala Harris. But ultimately, he had the same fate. He dropped out. No one cared. Democrats were not interested in having Cory Booker as a president. Thank God. But those were his two claims to fame. He got 6% in a national poll, which, hey, I will give him this. I have not won my congressional race. I ran, I lost. And I'm not, I've never run for president, and I doubt I would get 6% of Republicans to vote for me. I don't know, but I couldn't even try. So I give him credit for where credit is due. But that's it. Those are his two claims for fame. And so he had to be watching TV recently and saw a rebroadcast of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. It's a 1939 film. I don't think he saw that film. I think he saw the West Wing episode, season 2. It's called the Stackhouse Gambit, I think it was. I think that's the name of it. And he was watching the West Wing, which is this fantasy TV show about this Democrat who becomes president, and he's like the greatest thing. He's walking on water. He's the best president that we've ever seen before, and he's a Democrat. And, ooh, look, Democrats actually winning and getting things done and having positive impact from their policies. It's a complete, absolute fantasy. None of it is real. None of it is even close to real, but it is a fantasy and fantastic. It was a good fantasy show. Made Democrats feel really, really good about themselves. Okay. It was a well-done show, no doubt. Actors were very great actors, well-written, really, really well-written. You couldn't make that show today. The writers are just not up to it. The caliber of writers we have making stuff today cannot write like that. No. And so in this episode, one of the a tertiary character is this senator called Senator Stackhouse. And Stackhouse, he's a Democrat. He doesn't really, he argues with the president a whole lot. Not publicly, but privately. They have arguments all the time. But they're both Democrats, so they put on the good face in the public and argue behind the scenes. And Stackhouse he goes into the Senate, onto the floor, and he decides to filibuster. And he just starts talking, and he keeps talking, and he keeps talking. And the president, which is Charlie Sheen in the West Wing, he's upset with him at first. It's like, what is he doing? Why is he doing this stunt? There are things we are trying to pass. We have legislation. We have a time limit on this. We've got to get this done before it expires. And he's wasting our time. We cannot vote on this bill, which should automatically pass. They've got all the Democrats that, again, it's a fantasy. All of the Senate, they have the majority of votes in the Senate because they're all Democrats. They have a Democrat House, I think, as well. in the show. So, it's complete fantasy. And he's like, we can vote on this and get this done. And the bill is done. He's holding it up. He's talking. He's just talking. He's reading about cookbooks. He's reading the Constitution. He's reading everything. Again, this is coming straight out of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, the 1939 film. Same idea. Guy's up there. He's trying to do the right thing. And he's just speaking. He's taking up the time, trying to make a point to people, but not everyone knows what the point is. And so as the show goes on, the president finds out that, the staff, the presidential staff in the West Wing, they find out that Senator Stackhouse has a grandson who has a physical ailment. The bill that they were proposing, that they were trying to pass, well, that bill would cut funding to that for people who have that same ailment as this Senator Stackhouse's grandson. So he is delaying the bill so that he can fight against it. He wants to make sure that his grandson will be able to get the medical aid and research and hopefully get the cure to this disease down the road. So he's got to fight against this bill. He can't let them pass it. And since he can't get the votes because everyone's already like, it's a done deal, we're not even talking about this anymore. We're just going to let this go. So he can't stop it by trying to convince people. All he can do is he has to take over 24 hours to just burn through the time so that that people will not be able to make the window that they need. And therefore, when he does stop, they will be able to have a conversation that he can then tell them why he wants to stop the bill. I think Cory Booker saw that episode and got inspired. He saw that and said, all I need to do is get on the stage, get on the dais in the Senate and just start talking and just keep talking. And people will flock to me. They're going to think I am a great guy. They will think that I am brilliant and I know what I'm doing. And they're going to talk about me. And they're going to remember me when they go to vote because I stood there and I talked to them. And maybe they'll listen to me for an hour or 2 or 15. That is what Cory Booker was thinking about. It's very selfish. The TV show was about being selfless. The movie is about someone who is genuinely patriotic. What I'm doing is trying to raise money for a wonderful charity and to get awareness. Absolutely. I admit it completely. Want people to like, share, subscribe. Absolutely. Want to have Patreon members. Absolutely. I'm being transparent about that. Of course, I want to have more success so I can reach more people to talk about these things every day that isn't my birthday. Absolutely. But Cory Booker isn't being transparent. He isn't in a TV show. This isn't a movie. And he isn't being patriotic. And the way I can answer that very simply, and I do see, Dal, I'm going to get to you in 1 second. And the reason why I can say that Cory Booker wasn't being some kind of patriot, he didn't do something altruistic. Yes, he made history. For what? What was the goal? What did he get? He said, Orange Man bad, in a lot of different ways, in a lot of different combinations for 25 hours. Orange Man bad. MAGA is bad. Make America Great is bad. Okay, we got that. And he went on for another 25 hours of just that. What are the solutions? What solutions did Cory Booker present to the American people? Can you think of it? What headline do you remember from Cory Booker's historic moment? Nobody has one. Nobody knows what he did. No one knows what he said. They know he said, Trump bad. Okay. Well, Democrats have been saying that every day for the last 10 years. Literally have been saying that every day for the last 10 years. Who cares that Cory Booker said it one more day a whole lot of times? That's not impressive. That's not effective. That's not efficient. It didn't do anything for anyone. What solution did he come up with? Did he figure out a way to fund the homeless, to help people who are homeless, to get rid of the overdoses, drug overdoses, to end that problem in America, to get rid of the gangs, to punish violent criminals? Did he have answers for any of that? No. Did he have an answer for reducing the amount of inflation, to shrink the size of the government, to increase the individual freedom of Americans? Did he have answers for any of that? No. What did he have? Orange Man Bad. That's all he had. That was the one thing. And he said it over and over and over again. Orange Man Bad. Orange Man Bad. Don't you know Orange Man Bad? Oh my God, Orange Man Bad. Vote for me in 2028. Orange Man Bad. That's what he did. It was really sad. Again, in Mr. Smith, in 1939 film, James Stewart is beloved. He's a beloved character and he's a beloved person. Why? Because he exemplified someone who purely and honestly wants to do the best thing in Washington, D.C. They want to be the best kind of politician, to look out for the constituents and to help them wherever he can. We all wish our politicians were like that. But in 1939, that wasn't the reality, nor is it in 2025. Most politicians are some level of corrupt. They have the majority of politicians aren't very transparent about what they're doing or why. And Cory Booker is a great example of that. He has done nothing in his career in elected office. Nothing. He's a success at nothing. He hasn't moved the goalpost forward to help his constituents at all. He has been a partisan political hack. And I will say that to his face. What about the West Wing? It was a TV show. It wasn't real. It was the Democratic perfect world, the progressive liberal perfect world. Everything always worked out for that president. Well, that's not the reality. And that's not what Cory Booker was doing. And he's not doing what I'm doing. Cory Booker was more than happy to allow illegal aliens. He helped to bring illegal aliens across the border into America in 2020. Yeah, people are saying he's historic. No, he's not. No, he's not. I did want to mention earlier, and I saw this, and I want to thank you, Dalgrim. He had a super chat, $50. I love this. That is like $24, something like that. Something like $24 for the Jericho project to help them. And I really appreciate that. I thank you for that. That's really wonderful. And he says, to my brother in Liberty and the best dragon I know, happy birthday. Don't be modest today. Remember to plug your Patreon. I keep forgetting to plug the Patreon. I'm plugging the charity, Jericho, but I'm not plugging myself. So what am I saying? Yeah, thank you for reminding me. And thank you for dropping in to watch the show. I don't think that. No, not Dal says, were you thinking of the movie Dal of John Doe? No, it was Meet Mr. Smith. And I don't think, and Andrea says that she didn't think that Cory Booker is virtuous. He's not, but they're trying to make him into a wonderful hero. And I know some people have said, well, it's meant to be a distraction. I have some friends in politics who have said, well, the reason why Cory Booker did it now, the goal for Cory Booker was always the same thing: make money, get attention, have a bragging point for when he wants to run for 2028. To say, I'm the guy who stood up for 25 hours for the American people, for the Democrats, to push Democratic partisan ideas. No one else has done that. I broke history because I stood there standing up against Trump, speaking for 25 hours in a row. That's what Cory Booker is going to say. That's the campaign slogan of what he did. But I agree that he's dishonest, and this is only for him to try and get a political run for the presidency. But some have said it was done now in April so he could distract people because no one's talking about Chuck Schumer anymore. See, the week before, everyone was talking about Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer voted with Republicans because that would be the best thing for constituents. I'm not supporting Chuck Schumer. I'm not trying to raise him up. Chuck Schumer is a horrible politician. Absolutely ineffective. Absolutely in Congress for far too long. He should have been term limit removed a long time ago. But he voted with Republicans in terms of the continuing resolution to fund the government, which Democrats were upset about. They wanted to crush the government. They wanted to close the government. They didn't care that it would hurt average people, that it would have a negative impact on the people in America. They didn't care. They wanted Trump to look bad. They wanted to say Trump caused the United States government to shut down, that Trump is a bad guy. They wanted to blame everything on Trump and shut down the government, hurt you. Kind of like Bill Maher back in 2019, in fact, Bill Maher in 2018 and in 2019 was quoted in multiple magazines, newspapers, saying he wants a recession. On his show, he said he wants to have a recession so that the average American would feel the financial pain and therefore not vote for Donald Trump. He was willing to have a recession, full-on recession, painful recession, just to make sure that Donald Trump didn't get reelected. That's the kind of Democrats, that's the Democrat that Bill Maher is. And nowadays he's trying to back away from that. No, that's the kind of guy he is. And that's what we're seeing with other Democrats. And so this was done, this Cory Booker thing, was so that no one would talk about Schumer voting with Republicans. Even though it's one of the few times that he's done it on a major bill, even though it doesn't help advance the orange man, bad orange man destroying the economy. They needed to move away from that, or at least Chuck Schumer wanted them to move away from that. The best way to get that done, use Cory Booker and use him to change the story, which happened. Now, it's not a long-term fix. You will not hear anyone else next week, weeks going forward. Up until the 2028 campaign, you will not, well, not true. You might see it in the midterm elections, but you really will see it in the 2028 election when Cory Booker says that he's going to run for the presidency. That'll be the next time that you ever hear someone say anything about this historic moment that changed nothing. Changed nothing. But it took the pressure off of Chuck Schumer, who is the most powerful Democrat in the United States right now. The Democrats are trying to change who's in charge. They're trying to change the direction. And it seems like, and Larry Sharp was speaking about it earlier today on this program, and he said, okay, they're trying to push towards Bernie, push towards AOC, even Jasmine Crockett. They're trying to get these names because they're young. Most of them are women of color, and that's supposed to drive Democrats. That's supposed to be red meat for Democrats. It doesn't work for Republicans. It doesn't work for anyone thinking about who's effective and efficient. These are all inefficient, ineffective people, just like Cory Booker. But that's why the Democratic Party is willing to do it. They were looking for getting rid of Schumer, putting in one of these new faces, these young people who are ineffective, inefficient, can't get anything done, and use them to gain back power. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad when you think about it. By the way, Joanna said that she wanted to say hello to you and that you have a happy Easter. Thank you for saying that about my mom, Joanna. And everyone should have a happy Easter. Thank you for that. Let's see. Let's see. Dow says the only record Cory Booker holds is the record for his mildly impressive. The only record that Cory Booker is known for is the mild and is mildly impressive is for not having to use the restroom in the Senate for that long. He probably did have a catheter. That's what I would expect. He had a catheter because at some point he would have had to go normally. And usually in that scenario, you can ask questions, which would give him time to then try and run to the bathroom and run back. He could technically do that. But since no one was asking him questions, he probably had a catheter taped to him because he couldn't leave. If he stopped talking, if he left the podium, then he would lose. They would move on and he would lose. So, yeah, he probably had a catheter. I'm muted. Muted. Am I muted, folks? I shouldn't be muted. Whoa, where'd I go? Whoa, where's my picture? Where's my picture? Don't do that. What happened? Where am I? My camera stopped. Why did my camera stop? Bear with me, folks. I don't know what happened here. Unable to ask it. Come on, give me the camera back. Hang on. It's coming. Okay, so that's without the green screen. Okay. And what happened to my green screen? Oh my God. Yes, I'm in the corner of a apartment with a wall to my back. Come on. I love this. We're trying to fix this. I think my laptop is hot. Come on. I think the laptop is hot. I think that's the problem right now. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. So I apologize for that. I think my camera was overheating for a moment there, and so it just needed to work itself out. It happens. I'm using a webcam, not one of my main cameras, and so that's why you see that it may have overheated for a moment. So I want to talk about that. Let me also move on. I wanted to talk about, so we talked about the Trump tariff with some detail. We should mention that one of the short-term goals, one of the things that is actually going to be in the newspapers The thing that's going to try and make people feel better about the tariffs is what we saw with Vietnam. Vietnam said, no problem. They dropped the U.S. tariff. They dropped their tariff against the United States to 0 so that Trump would lower his tariffs against Vietnam. And that's a good thing. And we will see some other countries do that. And I think that as we see countries like throughout all of Africa, the third world nations around the world, you're talking about your Haitis, your Santo Domingos, your Chad, Niger, and Chile, and all the other third world nations. You put them all together, they're going to all drop their taxes. Why? Because doing business with America is more important than the taxes they make off of the products. Yes, they have things like coffee and bananas and agriculture that they make money off of, but it's not worth trying to double or triple or have more of a advantage. They already have a customer base. So the tariff isn't the thing that's worth it, because they are also getting international aid from the United States. They're getting leverage from the United States. Many of these nations are friendly with the United States. They get to have trade with the United States, even when they don't have enough money to pay for that trade. So they get to carry a debt with the United States. So a lot of these countries will jump on the bandwagon. They will drop their tariffs for all the reasons that me and Larry and John were talking about. They will drop their tariffs, and they will do so to get a better position with the United States. As we see this, if you see most of South America, if you see most of a good portion of Africa jumping onto the bandwagon saying, hey, we need to drop our tariffs. You're seeing Southeast Asia, a bunch of nations there, drop the tariffs, and therefore their tariffs go down with the United States. They will have an advantage against Europe. They'll have an advantage against Canada or Ireland or China. And that will be something that will piss off the European Union, China, and others. And they're going to have to also drop or lower their tariffs to be able to better compete with all these other nations around the world. That is the short-term impact. You will see that happen with more and more countries as more and more third and second world nations jump on the bandwagon, because it will be an advantage to them versus the EU and China and the other first world nations that they normally can't compete with. It'll be in their interest. They'll make their deals first. They'll get to have the advantage. And then after a number of countries do this, then you will see Europe and China jump on board. That's when you're going to see that change. But that's a short-term battle, not a long-term. Kim says that the laptop needs a cold beer. Probably true. Stray Dan says, what is Rand Paul thinking when stopping the tariff negotiations with Canada? Rand Paul is thinking, as best as I understand, Rand Paul doesn't like tariffs, full stop. And Rand Paul doesn't have to worry about being reelected. Rand Paul, because of his name and because of his political stance, is assured that he will get reelected no matter what. So he doesn't have to worry about that. So he can step into the conversation with the tariffs with Canada from the United States side, and he can try and get rid of tariffs all over, because most libertarians, most capitalists don't want tariffs. Tariffs are only good at trying to convert your population, your country, to be self-sufficient, to not buy foreign goods. But Rand Paul wants to be able to get goods from anywhere in the world. He wants open markets. As the more open the market, the less government regulation, the better he feels about it overall, in general. That's his overall thinking. I don't think that's the best answer, though, because think about it. In Canada, Canada has, it's often quoted now, but it's true. Dairy products have about a 300, I'm slightly exaggerating, 270% tariff from Canada against the United States. That's a fact. If you want to sell U.S. milk in Canada, and Canada buys a hell of a lot of U.S. milk in Canada, you pay a 270% tariff to Canada because they want Canadians buying Canadian milk, not U.S. milk. There's more U.S. milk, and I would say that the grade, the quality of the milk from the United States going into Canada is higher quality, and the Canadian government knows it too, which is why they have such a ridiculous tariff on it, why they make it ridiculously expensive for dairy products from the United States, because we're better, we can make more of it, and we have better quality. And so they have to fight so that they can give the Canadian farmers, the Canadian dairy industry, a fighting chance against the United States. They're doing exactly what Donald Trump is doing, except they're doing it against the United States, and they did it first. They've had a tariff of 270% for over a decade against the United States. This isn't new. The media wants to ignore that. They want you to think it's new. It's not. So they want to maintain their tariff, Canada. Canada wants to maintain their tariff. They want their advantage to protect their people, and they don't want the additional tariff reaction from the Trump administration holding them accountable for what they've been doing to the United States, their friend and ally, for the last decade. But the news media doesn't want to talk about that 270% tariff. They want to talk about Trump's tariff. Straight Ann says, I'm disappointed that Rand Paul doesn't have an answer to fair trade. Most politicians don't. And many of the politicians don't even know what it is. So I don't hold Rand Paul that much at I'm not that upset with him. I understand why he's doing some of the things he's doing. But I truly believe that, Canada is not the problem. They're just a talking point. They're just, I heard my barber was talking about what is it? It's the, not Oneida, not Orianga, Rob, what's his name? Oh, God. He's like a governor for one of the provinces of Canada. Ottawa. Yeah. It was the Ottawa prime minister, I think they call him, Rob. And he's saying, I was going to cut off all the electricity, but now I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put a tariff. I'm not going to shut down the electricity. It was a gimmick. All the complaints of Canada, they're just a gimmick. Let me see. Andrea says, maybe if they don't have so many, quote, green regulations in Canada, maybe the farmers would find dairy farmers would be able to produce more milk. They probably would. All the regulations, not every regulation is necessary. In fact, let's think about that. We've all seen by now, I think, we've all had the opportunity to see the video of Jon Stewart, the guy from the Comedy Central, The Daily Show, who is a known and respected political commentator. He's a comedian. He does his commentary in a comedic manner, but he is a serious political analyst. He's proven that time and time again. He knows what he's talking about. He does his homework. He does his research, not on everything, not all the time, but he does it a lot. He is respected. So Jon Stewart was being lectured by Ezra Klein. In fact, I think I was talking about it last week when we saw that Ezra Klein was pointing out all the regulations. every regulation in every single department of the government placed by the Democrats, with some help by some Republicans, that is true. But the Democratic Party has built up this culture and this insistence that there must be a regulation for bloody well everything that the United States government and people do. There's regulations for everything. And that bogs down the market. It makes it more expensive. It makes it less available. They cut down the supply. They increase the demand. They increase the price. It isn't effective. It isn't efficient. And that's happening in Canada just as much as it happens in the United States, except the United States is bigger and more powerful. That's why we talk about the United States screwing up so much, the democratic policies of regulations, over-regulation. We talk about that a lot. We don't talk about it in Canada as much because Canada, quite honestly, doesn't have as much an impact on the world as the United States does. That's just a fact. The rest of the world isn't going to go into a tizzy if Canada goes into a recession. Doesn't mean anything. The United States goes into a recession, the world is going into a recession. The United States goes into a depression, the world goes into a depression. So everyone cares about where the U.S. economy is going because where we go, everyone else follows. That is a fact. And you can try and cover it up as much as you want, like the Biden administration did when he changed the definition of what is a recession. He was hiding from the public the truth that we now see. You can't hide those numbers anymore. And now they're saying, well, Trump's bringing in a recession. We've been in a recession. We started the recession in August of 2022. That's a fact. And why do I say August? It's very specific. It's when we got the data. The data was very clear. That's when they changed the definition because the data was absolutely clear. If the Biden administration didn't change the definition of what is a recession in August of 2022, he would have been hit with, he had brought in a recession within 2 years of Donald Trump, of Donald Trump's economy. It went from a strong economy to a recession under Biden. He didn't want to have to do that because Democrats would have lost midterm seats. So instead, they changed the definition so they could say it's anything but a recession. And they kept using that definition under the Biden administration until the day that Joe Biden walked January 20th, 2025. They then instantly went back to the old definition of what is a recession, and they applied that on Donald Trump. That's why you're hearing people say, it's been Trump. Trump is bringing us into a recession. Trump hasn't been in elected office for 90 days. He has not been there for 1 quarter. He has not had 3 full months of being in charge of our government. And you're telling me he sank the government already? How screwed up was and let's assume that that is true. Let's assume that Trump is making the economy worse. That means it had to be weak to start off with. We didn't start from a strong position and get weaker. We had to start from a piss poor weak position to get to where they're trying to tell us that the economy is going. We're going to go to a depression. We must have been in a recession before, which means that these same politicians, these same pundits, these same reporters lied to you. The only way we can go into a depression, we're about to go into a depression when we must be in a recession. Because you'd have to be in the recession first. You don't go just into a depression. It doesn't work that way. You don't skip like that. So I don't know. These are some of my thoughts about it. And we can go into more detail as we go. It's been about 5.5 hours. Give me a moment, folks. I need to, Dow says, either way, there's no getting around the economic birthing pains of reorganization of world economics and trade. Well, yes, that's what we're doing. We are resetting the system. We're trying to reignite the American manufacturing. We're trying to reignite Made in America. We're trying to reignite those things. That takes time. You can't just flip a switch and next week, oh, well, all the factories we built all the factories in a week. No, not going to happen. Oh, we started brand new businesses in a week. Not going to happen. It's going to take time. And it will be somewhat difficult, like Milei in Argentina. Took a year. It got better. It's going to take time here in the United States. I would not be surprised that it takes 2 years. The question is, does Donald Trump get to the midterm elections and then through the midterm elections while he still has the same momentum? Or is Congress going to bog him down, slow this down, and try to put in a bunch of terms and conditions and limitations so that what Trump is trying to do won't work? Not sure. That's where the public sentiment is so important. That's why everyone's trying to get the public, the general public, on board. Because if Trump loses the popularity, then Congress, and Democrats in particular, can go and attack him to bog down the entire process, to slow it all down. They will have the support of the public, and they don't have to worry about losing in the midterm elections. They will gain seats by slowing things down, because they will say, we're doing what the public wants. The public turned against Trump and they want us to slow down. They don't want to see as much economic turmoil because they don't care what the future will bring. They're only worried about what's happening right now. That's the goal for Democrats in 2026. They want people to be saying what I just said so that they can then say, we're the guys who are going to hold back the Republicans. We're going to tame them. We're going to keep things steady for the short term. Meanwhile, their policies long-term, the Democratic policies long-term, only damage America. As we saw under Biden. The longer we were under Bidenomics, the worse your paycheck got, the more taxes you were paying, the more bills that you had, the higher the prices of those bills went. That's Bidenomics. That's the Democrats' policies. They don't work. They're not effective. They're not efficient. So that's what I'm thinking about that, but I could be wrong. And if you think I'm wrong, let me know. All right. I'm going to try and switch. Bear with me. Oh, my computer's freezing. I am going to try and find I just need a little breather. So bear with me as I go back to my channel. Yeah, I'm trying to find a short clip or something that I can run while I try and get to I'm going to run to the restroom in just a moment. Oh, where is it? No, back. There we go. Come on. Oh, God. So let's try and go with, what do we got? What do we got here? No. Bear with me. Bear with me. I just need, here. All right. So, all right, folks, bear with me. I just need to step away for a minute or two. So please bear with me. I will be right back. Come on. No. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't. Hang on. It didn't do what I wanted. Why is it not doing what I wanted to do? I hate this laptop. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay, now it's ready. I think it's ready.
for not just what they're talking about, but what's real, or maybe what they're talking about, who knows. And I have a star-studded panel with me. First, I want to bring on an activist who actually started a PAC. Can you believe that? She did for Kennedy and for cannabis. Kind of odd, but she was given permission. The woman herself, Shanabis. How are you?
I am so good. Thank you so much for having me, Larry.
I am glad that you are here. And a man who I actually met in person at a Bitcoin conference. Literally Bitcoin. Is that nuts? But people like Bitcoin. Now, I actually do own some Bitcoin. True story. I was introduced to Bitcoin when it was $200 a Bitcoin. And I said, you people are crazy. This will never work. Boy, do I regret that. But Sean, maybe he's going to give me some insight. The man himself, he is also someone who has been, he's a creator of some crazy website. He'll tell me, I don't know what it is. It is Sean Kennedy. How are you, sir?
Hey, Larry, great to be here. Shannon, it's good to see you too. It's awesome to be here tonight. And yes, I heard about Bitcoin when it was like $200 too. And I also thought they were crazy.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. So you share my pain. Thank you. You share my pain. Absolutely. And of course, our returning champion, the man who we have seen many times, and the man who always has something interesting to say, even when I disagree. Doesn't matter, but I still love him. The man himself, Michael Voss. How are you, sir?
Hey, my brother. Hello, everyone in the panel and all of you guys in the chat. Love seeing the chat active. We're going to have some fun tonight.
I know we are. And for those of you who want to follow the people, you can. All the descriptions are in the show description on both YouTube and Facebook, or just follow them on X if you want to. You can follow them right there. Shanabis X, a.k.a. MacGyver, and MV Consult. So any of those you want to check out, please do so. Here is where I want to start, guys. I want to start with the idea that I think you hear every single time the same thing every year. It's the economy, stupid. You always hear that. That's what they always go, it doesn't matter what's going on overseas. Doesn't matter what's happening at the border. Doesn't matter what's happening. You always hear that saying, it's the economy, stupid. My question is that real this year or not?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
It's always real. It's always real.
Okay, so is it the number one or is something else number one? Because I'm not hearing that as much. What I'm hearing is two separate things. I'm hearing inflation and people not connecting inflation to the economy. They're not connecting it, right? They're thinking it's two separate things. Or I'm hearing it's the big, like the right is going to push the border or the left is going to push abortion.
Well, I feel as though, yes, the inflation has to do with it, but at the same token, we do live in a society that is very low on financial literacy. I myself came from a world where, financial literacy was not really taught to me. So it wasn't until really, my 30s that I started getting wise. And I think when we look at, an organization like the Democrats and what Harris is proposing out there with the capital gains, in my little personal world, and I by no means am rich, I did invest in some land. And if something like that goes through with the capital gains, that means I would have to pay taxes on my acre.
Hold on. How dare you try to better yourself, okay? Okay, how dare you? Why won't you just stay in the hole the government puts you in?
Yeah, well, and they're gonna lift you right up out of that hole. I mean, that's yes. The problem. Like, so what are you even trying to do anything for yourself? Just like,
why would you do that? And look,
just like cruise along, take whatever they give you.
But she's gonna do price controls. That'll save us.
Well, before we get to the price controls, which is absolutely authoritarian. Oh yeah, they're the party of democracy, of course. But let's understand that the difference between economy and inflation is personal. You go to the grocery store, that's inflation.
Oh, interesting. I like that.
Economy is what you see on the news. It's what the politicians talk about. And that's the disconnect most people have, because they don't think, oh, wait a minute, my 401k is invested in the stock market, which means when the stock market and the economy are being hit, it's hitting my pocket, because we don't see that direct connection, most people, because our schools are so busy indoctrinating, they aren't educating. And that's why people don't have that financial knowledge unless they go through something in life, buy land, buy stocks, Bitcoin, whatever the investment may be, or the process they go through, which is why so many kids are in debt right now, because they don't know what they're doing. And when we have individuals like Kamala Harris, who are out there. I'd even say Jill Stein, Dr. Cornell West, even Chase Oliver. I've met Chase, by the way, and I have none of this is personal, but they're insane. They have insane policies about the economy that will make it even worse. But people aren't thinking about that. They're thinking about inflation. That's why you can have Kamala come out and say, "Oh, I'm going to give you $6,000." We got to print that money. It means the poor get poorer. I'm going to give 25,000 to everyone who owns a house.
25,000 when I buy a house. Yeah.
They don't even talk about qualifying.
Yeah.
How does that even qualify? It doesn't. There's no
you get the
qualifying for that.
bubble of 1986, which takes 25 to 30 years before it blows up, and then everyone goes, "I don't understand how this happened." You set it up in the first place.
It's Kamala Winfrey. You get $25,000. You get $25,000. You get $25,000. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, no. So Michael, when you came out and answered Larry first off, hey, this is it's always the economy, stupid, and I absolutely agree with that. But the economy to most people actually doesn't mean what they see on the TV, I don't think. It doesn't mean what's going on Wall Street. It doesn't mean what's going on in their 401k. It's what's going on in their job, what's going on in their own household, what's going on in their family. And what do they feel?
There's an old saying, Sean, that it says a depression is when the other, recession is when the other guy loses his job. Depression is when you lose your job. Is that what you're saying?
That's the same.
So that's what's going on, and so many voters, especially since the education level of the population is so low, and it's not just one generation; it's been multiple generations, and then parents don't know what they should be teaching their children either. So it's not the schools just get worse and worse, and the parents don't even know what to teach their kids. But when it comes to the economy, it's so personal. It's what people feel, and they're feeling it with inflation. But a lot of people are then feeling it in particular circumstances as well, whether it's jobs leaving their local communities, or that they're working 2 jobs now, whatever else they're doing to make ends meet. Everybody's got like a side hustle, something they're trying to do.
Okay. Oops. All right. I'm back with you. All right. Sorry, folks. Whoa. Stop. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, folks. I just needed a second there. Sorry. Had to step away just for a moment. Needed a breath of fresh air. Needed to run to the head real quick. We have been on now for 5.5 hours. I've been up since 4 a.m. So actually, for me, this is hour 9.5. And we still have another 7 hours to go, 6.5 hours to go. So it's a long day for me. So thank you for being patient with me about that. But we are going to make it. I'm going to go till 9 p.m. Absolutely. We're going to get 12 hours in, if not more. I want to take a moment, because we've talked about Cory Booker a couple times. We've talked about the Trump tariffs, what I think it is going to be in the future. We talked about that with John as well. I know that we have some Patreons who are looking to get on. A couple of individuals are still waiting or expected to jump on. And let me see something here. I got a message. Dal, the answer to your question, you sent me a text. The answer is no, I have not. But I will address that a little bit later. I am trying to reach someone, one of the guests. I'm trying to see if I can get one of the guests on in just a moment. So please bear with me as I'm trying my best to do that. It's tough because my technology screwed up on me. It's making it a little bit harder than I want it to be. Hang on. And I think I'm a little more tired than I thought I was. I think. Let's see. Where is it? Where are you? Hang on. Okay, because I know someone's trying to get a plane as well, but we might be able to get one of our special guests on. We still may have Andy Hoosier coming on. We may have the sci-fi author Blaine Pardoe joining us as well. We may have Preston, one of the Patreons, maybe joining us as well. Kit Cabello, still an option. He might make it on as well. So we got a few people who still may be coming onto the program at any time, and I am looking for them. So we'll see if they can make it. Let's see. We've talked about a few different things here. And I know that we wanted to talk about, Middle East. The Middle East. Let's take a moment to talk about that. Unless you guys have some questions for me, of course, throughout this entire thing, you can always send me a super chat, a Rumble rant, or just a chat in general. If you have a question, I will try and answer them. I think we've answered some questions about sci-fi a bit. If I've missed something, let me know. If I didn't see your question, please let me know. It's been a long day already. So if I missed it, let me know and I will try and answer your question, because this is not just about politics. It's about life. It's about community. It's about helping each other. And I want to answer your questions as well. So please let me know. I wanted to address a little bit about the Middle East. Now, this is a topic I've been following a lot. Anyone who's been watching the show over the last, 5 years or more, know that I've been following what's been happening in the Middle East a lot. Like in terms of Joe Biden, when he abandoned the 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. And that's something that I would like to see the Trump administration address. I truly do. That we need to get those Americans that were abandoned back home. We are no longer talking with the Taliban, and that's a good thing because the Taliban abuses its women. The women of Afghanistan have been abused since the Taliban has taken back over because they are terrorists. And so I would love to see those Americans who've been hiding and trying to get back home. I want to see the Trump administration get them back. Same thing with the Americans in the Sudan. There are 16,000 Americans that were abandoned in 2023, April of 2023, by the Biden administration and told, find your own way home. Many of them have never made it back home. They're still stuck there. I would like to see the Trump administration do more about getting them back home. We are starting to see some action in Haiti with the United States, trying to get that more stable as the gangs are trying to take over the government in Haiti. But there's 40,000 Americans that live in Haiti. This affects America. In each of these cases, I don't want America involved in the foreign politics just because America is an empire. And America is an empire. That's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. The fact that America has been an empire has been a net positive for the world. I know there's a bunch of progressives that watch the show and they do it because they hate watch and they're upset to hear that. Oh, well, America's an empire. That's a bad thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. We have raised up more people out of poverty than any other economic system known to man. We have been more successful at raising the quality of life, not just in America, but around the world, than any other nation and any other empire in the history of mankind. That is a fact. So I'm not upset that America is an empire. That's a good thing because we have been using that power for the benefit of the world. Now, does that mean America's been a perfect angel at every single moment of that process? No. I won't lie to you or myself or anyone else. We're not perfect, but we have been on balance the best. There is no perfect nation. People always like to say, well, America's not perfect. What country is? They say, oh, well, America's not doing the best thing possible. What nation does? No nation is perfect. No person is perfect. No ideology is perfect. Let's stop trying to pretend that we're looking for perfection. I see people, when it comes to elections, they're like, well, that candidate isn't perfect. There is no perfect candidate. I don't care if you're a libertarian, a conservative, or progressive, a Democrat, or Republican. There is no perfect person or policy or position. It's, are we getting the best we can get, that we can do the most good? And that is, I think, the more important thing. But we have this, America has been so blessed for so long that we tend to look at things in somewhat of a naive manner, that we're looking at, well, they're not perfect. They're not angels. They aren't the best, that they, the actual perfection of a politician or a political idea or a law. We're not going to get that. We're really not. We've gotten about as much of that as we can. That's why we have the Constitution. That's why we have the amendments. Most of the laws we have passed have been for the net benefit of the world, but we've been going overboard. In the last 40 years, we have significantly been eroding our rights and freedoms of the American people, and that has had a negative follow-on impact around the rest of the world. And that includes when we're talking about the Middle East. Let me tie that back. It is the efforts of the United States to overreach, to stop trying to appreciate that we're doing the best that we can and assuming there is nothing better to be done. And that arrogance has led to leaders in the world taking advantage of that, using the humanitarian aid that comes from the United States and using it to buy rockets and missiles and bombs. That's the Houthis. That's what the Houthis did. They were, the moment that Joe Biden took them off of the terrorist watch list, international recognition as terrorist, and what did we see happen? They bought rockets and bombs and they started attacking everyone in the Red Sea, which increased the net amount of famine in the world. It raised up prices for every good in the world. It made things worse because we were arrogant. We thought, oh, we're America. We'll give them some money. This is the basic plan of every Democrat for the last 40 years. Throw money at the problem, and actually many Republicans as well. Throw money at the problem, and it will just get better. The Houthis will take the money, and they'll just be calm. They'll shut up. No, they won't, because they're terrorists. They don't think like you and I do. They think fanatically. And that's why we're seeing the problem, because we were too arrogant, thinking they'll take our money and they'll shut up. No, they won't. We have to have a very different approach. And that's why the approach we're taking now is definitively better. Sadly, we've been pushed into a corner with them. But now that we're there, the answer isn't keep staying in the corner. We have to do something about it. We have to take responsibility and we have to take action. We have to fix the problem. And in this case, that means prevent the Houthis from continuing to blow up ships in the Red Sea, which are causing people to starve around the world. That isn't the best answer. It's not a perfect answer. It's not going to make everyone happy, but it is the real answer. It is the most effective and efficient answer. And I think that's far more important. Now, I do see a comment here from Kim. Kim says, RFK is about as perfect a politician I've ever seen. That's interesting, Kim. Okay. I've said it before in this program, and I know some people will be upset. I don't like RFK Jr., not as an individual. I don't know him personally. So I can't speak to whether RFK Jr. is a good man or not. I don't know. I suspect he's a little, he's good and bad. He's a regular guy. But in terms of his politics, RFK Jr. is a Democrat. He always was. Just because he became an independent, that's how he ran for an election. His policies, his politics, his thinking, he's a Democrat. He's more of a classic Democrat, but he does have some progressive ideology in him on some of his issues. And I've said before, I would not vote for an RFK for president. He does not. I don't like his policies enough. I think that his path forward, his plan was flawed enough. He shouldn't be a president. But I think he is a perfect choice for HHS. I think he's a perfect choice to try and make America healthy again. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. You put the right person in the right position to do the job in the most effective and efficient manner possible. I believe that RFK Jr. is absolutely passionate about making our youth and our nation as healthy as they can be. And I believe strongly that, and I think he's correct when he says that if we have a healthier nation, then we have a better nation. There will be less people who will take drugs and therefore less people who will overdose because they will be healthy. And you don't see a lot of healthy people taking heroin. You don't see a lot of healthy people getting on crack. They just don't do that. That's just not part of the process. So he's right. If we make America healthier, we have less people ODing over drugs. We're not going to see as many overdoses, and people will be better. People who are healthier tend to feel better. They have a more positive and upbeat outlook. So that means happiness is going to be, the general happiness of the public will be higher. That's a good thing. People are more productive when they are happy. They are more innovative. They are more creative when they are happy. You have more businesses created, the more the public is happy. And that is tied directly to being healthy. And that's a good thing. So again, I think he's the right man for a lot of these aspects, but I don't agree with him as a president. I don't agree with him as a politician. I don't agree with his ideology on all the other issues. That's me personally. You as my audience, you may have a very different point of view about RFK Jr., and that's okay. And we can debate the parts of his isolationism, some of his other views. We can talk about that, and we can say, okay, maybe he is, and depends on who he's running against. Is he more efficient and effective than Kamala Harris? Yes, absolutely. Was he more efficient and effective than Joe Biden? Absolutely. Do I think he was more effective and efficient than Donald Trump? Not at all. Not at all. And that put a bunch of other Republicans, I think, would have been much more effective and more efficient, more useful for the United States than RFK Jr. I don't think that RFK Jr. is very good at international policy and dealing with things like the Middle East, dealing like what's going on in Iran, what's happening with the Houthis, Hamas. I don't think he would do that well. I don't think he could be very effective in Ukraine, and more importantly, in getting a peace deal with Russia. I don't think he would do that. That doesn't make him a bad person. I don't think he's the most effective person for those jobs. But again, put him in charge of health, I think he's incredibly effective. I think he's incredibly powerful. So that's the way I tend to see him. Kim says that, goes on to say that RFK Jr. is a working class guy. He works for the working class. Yeah, so does Trump. So do a few people, in fact. They have a lot of policies that could be effective for the working man. I'm not doubting that. And again, I'm not saying that RFK Jr. is a bad person or that he can't be elected to anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think he's perfectly placed where he is right now. And I would like to see him be more effective. And I understand part of the reason why he's limited right now. And I think RFK Jr. can be much more effective than he is at this moment. And I think Democrats are sabotaging him. They hate him. It's like what we're seeing with Eric Adams right now. Democrats hate them. They hate Elon Musk. Why? They all, notice three people, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Eric Adams. Why are they hated by Democrats? Why are the Democrat elites and the news media so vehement and vicious when it comes to these individuals? Even more than with Donald Trump very often. It's because they think he's a traitor. They think that Eric Adams, that RFK Jr., that they're considered traitors to the party. Now, that should stop people right there. Your allegiance isn't a political party. I'm a Republican. I don't have an allegiance to the Republican Party. That's my party because I think they have more of my ideals and more of their candidates. But I don't have an obligation to support the Republican Party. I may support them because I agree with issues that they're supporting at any given time, candidates that they're supporting at any given time, but I don't owe them anything. I have no obligation. Yes, I cover a lot of, and you may say, oh, Mike, but you go out and you cover a bunch of candidates that are Republicans. True. I also cover a lot of candidates that are libertarians. I cover a lot of independent candidates as well. And I'm happy to cover Democrat candidates as well. I have no allegiance to any one party. I'll talk to them all. I will give them all the same opportunity to talk to you, to answer serious questions that the mainstream media won't ask them. So I'm saying that because RFK Jr. isn't unique, or at least he shouldn't be, in that he's someone who's focused on the public. They all should be. That's what we should expect from every politician. It's not because he's a Democrat, not because he's an independent, not because he's third party or any party. It's because he's paying attention to the needs of the public, that the promises he made, which was to be Maha, to go after making America healthy, that he is living up to the words he said. He said that was going to be his focus. It is his focus. I respect that. Just like Donald Trump has made promises on the campaign trail. He's living up to those promises, defunding the Department of Education, getting rid of open borders and mass deportation of criminals, illegal aliens in the United States. These are the things they promised us. This is what they said. Give me the vote and I will do this for you because you, the American people, have been talking about these things. Well, great. Do that. I want to see more of that. But when they say, oh, but I'm working class, every politician should be working class. Every politician should be focused on their constituents. You have 700, as a member of Congress, you have 720,000 people. The average person in that congressional district makes on average about $33,000 a year. The average member of Congress makes about $174,000 a year or more, tax-free. They are making about 4 or 5 times what the average person in their district is making. And that's the good districts. There are places like in Mississippi where it's 10 times more. The member of Congress makes 10 times more than what the average person in their district makes. And those guys, I think, should be restricted. They should be penalized. I think everyone in Congress should take a pay cut. Everyone. I said that when I was running for Congress. I say it now. Everyone in Congress should get a pay cut. No one in Congress should make more than 2 times whatever the lowest person in their state is making, the lowest average person. So there's always a range. You know, when I say the average person in America makes $33,000 a year, that's a range. The range of the middle, the median, is somewhere between about $30,000 to $40,000 a year. The exact median is about 33. The average is closer to 35. So none of them should be making more than $70,000, maybe $80,000 a year. Why are we paying them so much money? So that they could not do what we said? So that they can be beholden to their party? Look at the Democrats. When Mayor Johnston out of Dallas switched parties, he said it's because the Democratic Party did not want him to have free speech. They wanted him to obey. They wanted a parrot. We had that several of the Georgia state level Democrats said the same thing, that Democrats won't let them speak, that they have to go down the party line. They have to obey. They have to be obedient. And therefore, if they are obedient, the public is obedient. That is counterproductive. That's part of the reason why our government is so screwed up, why there are so many regulations, why so much is failing in our nation. Because we have so many politicians, they are so obsessed with having power and being there forever, and they're obedient to the party, not the public. And that's a problem. You almost never hear people talking about what did they do. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is being positioned right now to be the front runner of 2028 for the Democratic Party. We've seen many pundits, left and right, have come out and said that she is the voice of Democrats going forward. This is the Democratic Party going forward. It's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a sellout, and she doesn't know what she's talking about. She has passed nothing. She has done nothing in her time in Congress. She has no successes behind her name. She has no achievements. She has a lot of protests, but you don't need to be in Congress to protest or to successfully be a protester. We have Patricia Colors, the founder of BLM, who she raised $90 million on the idea that she was going to help Black people, took, $30 million and bought 6 mansions for her and her family, and then retired. No Black people have been helped. BLM ran through all the money that people donated to them. They ran through all of it, and no one's been helped except the politicians, except the faithful, the elites. We have a problem in our system. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one of the examples of it. Bernie Sanders sold out. I understand a lot of people love Bernie Sanders in 2016. Well, it's 2025. In 2016, Bernie Sanders was complaining about millionaires and billionaires. Today, he's only worried about billionaires. Why? He is one of the millionaires. He's the guy with 3 houses. He's a socialist who has 3 houses just for him and his wife. No kids, just him and his wife. And he's got 3 houses, very expensive, very lovely houses. But he's telling you that, there's all this wasteful spending, and, politicians have too much power, and those billionaires, they're the big problem. No, they're not. He wasn't complaining about Elon when Elon was a Democrat. He's not complaining about Jeff Bezos. He's not complaining about Mark Cuban. He's complaining about Trump. Well, that's not because Trump's a billionaire. It's because Trump is in power and Bernie would like the power. And the party, the Democratic Party, wants that power. And they are trying to set up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to have that power, which is a scary thought because she's never earned it. She's got a kind of cute face, which as she's getting older, her face, her looks are not there. People who are angry don't age well. Look at Maxine Waters. And I'm not going to stick on, and the same thing about Mitch McConnell or Adam Schiff. There's a lot of people in politics that are angry people, and they have not aged well. I'd even say with Chuck Schumer. So I'm not picking on the women about that. I'm saying anyone in politics who are generally angry people, that are dissatisfied people, they don't age well. And it's because they're not there for success. They're there for power. They're there for money. AOC is a horrible choice because she's done nothing. She has not earned it. And she has shown herself to be willing to sell anyone and anything under a bus, throw everyone under a bus. All her most loyal fans, she will throw them under a bus if it means that she gets to advance her political career, if she gets to get more power and more money. And why? Why does she deserve it? What has she done that has earned that? What has Bernie Sanders, I said this in 2016, what has he done to earn it? Oh, he talks really well. So did Obama, and he was one of the worst presidents we've ever had. We've got Clinton, talked really well. Another mistaken president, absolutely. Just because you talk well doesn't mean a damn thing. What are you doing? Oh, but Bernie, and you could use the same argument that was made, Kim, about RFK. Well, they're there for the working class. They're there for the poor people. They're going to help you. Are they really? Is Bernie Sanders really trying to help poor people, or is he trying to get them to do what he wants? Is he manipulating them for their vote? Say whatever it takes to get that vote. I could say the same thing about Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett will say anything is possible to come out of her mouth. She doesn't care if she's insulting people. She should be canceled according to the rules of the left. She's mocking disabled people because it got her money. Remember, Jasmine Crockett was calling Governor Greg Abbott of Texas Governor Hot Wheels, mocking him for being disabled, something that the left, oh my God, you can't talk about him being disabled. How can you dare say that? You're an ableist. Well, that's Jasmine. Jasmine Crockett is an ableist. And she did it for money, not because she has a political conviction. She stands firm on her ideology. It was because she was making a joke so that she could get paid. Petty. I'd have more respect for her if it was part of her making a stance on a bill that she thinks would actually help the public that Greg Abbott disagrees with. I'd like to see that. She didn't. She wasn't taking on Greg Abbott about open borders. She wasn't taking him on about illegal immigration, which in fact is something she can't, because Greg Abbott is following the law. And Jasmine Crockett is looking to break the law. She wants to have a two-tier justice system. She believes in open borders. She believes in helping the illegal aliens that have committed crimes against America. Greg Abbott doesn't. She won't bring that up. She doesn't want to talk about that. But she words these things. See, she talks just like someone in the gutter. She talks like someone in the ghetto. She uses Ebonics. And it's okay. She can use Ebonics. Why? Because she's a black woman in Congress. I'm sorry. I have a higher standard than that. Ebonics doesn't exist. It's an excuse for failure. And she knows it. Okay, so I'm ranting a little bit here. And yes, Crockett is a good insulter. She can make good insults. Absolutely. And I do think the Governor Hot Wheels, I like that. I don't think that's an insult. I thought that was a compliment. I was talking to a friend of mine, and they were like, no, he should make that a t-shirt, Governor Hot Wheels, run with it, because it's kind of cool. But that being said, I know I ran on a little bit about that, but it's the gaslighting, it's the illusion that they are looking out for you. And I don't think RFK, to get back to that, I don't think RFK is selling an illusion. I think he's genuine. But just because he's genuine doesn't mean I stop there. Just because he's better than Bernie, better than AOC, more honest, more genuine, more realistic, and more focused on the average American than most of the Democratic Party, doesn't mean that I think he's a good politician. I think he's good at a specific set of issues, healthcare, but he's not good on everything. He's not well-rounded enough to be president. Absolutely not. Would I vote for RFK Jr. if he was a member of Congress? If he was running for the Senate? Maybe. Depends on who he's running against. If he's running on Maha and he wants to be a senator, probably not. I need a little bit more. Again, I think he's weak on international policy. If he's running as a member of Congress, yeah, I'd vote for RFK Jr. because he's focused on Maha. That's his thing. Fantastic. I can accept that. I can live with that. I want him to go in. Go for it. I'd vote for that. But I definitely wouldn't vote for him for president. I hope that kind of makes sense. I know I went through a lot of stuff in that explanation, or to try and bring in a lot of different examples for it on why he's good, but not good enough for me as president. But yet he is better than most of the crop. But I don't forget, he is still a creature of his, he's still a product of his upbringing. He's still a Democrat. That's not a bad thing. It's just, I don't agree with Democratic ideals. Okay, we got a comment here from, let's see. Sarah says, Larry Sharpe, she listens to Larry Sharpe every day of the week because he listens to everyone, including RFK Jr. and Keto, to be forward. I have no problem. I listen to Larry. Larry and I talk all the time. We bounce ideas off of each other all the time. Just because I disagree with someone doesn't mean I don't listen to them. Part of the reason why I disagree with people so vehemently is because I do listen to them, because I am paying attention to the details of what they're saying and what they're proposing and some of the consequences of it. So I don't, again, I'm not saying that RFK Jr. is bad. I'm saying that he's in the best place he could possibly be. And Democrats are trying to mess that up. And that is hurting the American people. The very same people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Maxine Waters, the Squad, we're talking about Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, they are doing the most damage while they're saying they're upholding the Democratic Party. They're being equal and they're standing up for justice. No, they're not. Because they're attacking their political enemies, not public enemies. I don't want any politician who can't do an effective job, who isn't listening to their client. If AOC came up to me and said, you know what, my district, the New York 14th district, is standing and they want to have no crimes. No one should ever be charged with a crime ever again in life. No, black people can't be charged with a crime because, I don't know, Africa, slavery, whatever. Something stupid like that. And if she could show me the data that said this is what her district believes, doesn't matter if I agree or not, that her district is telling her, she's getting 60, 70% of her district, every poll, not one poll, but multiple polls, are coming in and saying, you know what, everybody in the New York 14th wants there to be no crime for black people or Hispanic people, that they cannot be charged with a crime. Then I respect AOC for that. That's doing her job if she wants to push that agenda. But if her district is saying, no, don't defund the police, hire more police. If her district is saying, no, I don't agree with your plans. We believe in Maha, making America healthy again. And she's not doing it, then she needs to be removed, not promoted to a new job, not allowed to get reelected and continue down the line. Get rid of her. She's not being effective or efficient. Let me see here. Kim says, what I've seen in my life, not many come along as transparent as RFK. And that is important. Well, yes, it is. And yes, he is more transparent than most. Absolutely. I don't disagree with that. Again, I'm not questioning that aspect of him. I don't agree with his ideology in terms of anything other than Secretary of Health and Human Services. I think he's absolutely well positioned. I think Trump was smart to put him in that position. I think Trump was smart to take him in when the Democrats had abandoned RFK Jr. and were demonizing RFK Jr. Donald Trump was smart enough to say, but wait a minute, this is a whole swath of America. And there's no reason, as a Republican or any other political ideology, why wouldn't we want to make America healthy again? That's universal. Why wouldn't we do that? That doesn't make any sense to me. You can tell me, I can easily say, I don't agree with isolationist foreign policy. Okay, we can argue about that. I want to make everyone healthy. There's nothing to argue about that. What's the other side of that? How can you be against making people healthy? I don't understand the logic of that. Oh, I want people to be as unhealthy as possible. Who would ever say that? And so any politician, and that's why the Democrats are so frustrated, because they are saying that. They're attacking RFK Jr. They're trying to slow down everything that he is doing. They're looking to discredit him everywhere they can. They want to break the MAHA across the nation. They want candidates to give up on MAHA, to see it as a futile and useless thing. They want the public to think that MAHA has failed. Making America healthy has failed. That is stupid to me. Why would you want it to fail? Look, it may not advance your ability to get elected as a Democrat, but you want people to be healthy. You want them to be happy. That gives you a better economy. That gives you a better society. It means less death because of overdoses. It means less crime in your communities. It means higher birth rates. Why would you want Americans to not be healthy? Because you get a paycheck from a company, a farmer, any kind of company. That's ridiculous reason. Makes no sense. I can be a Republican and go, I want everyone to be healthy. Why not? You can be a libertarian and say, I want everyone to be healthy. Progressive says, I want to make everyone healthy. What's the problem with that? Besides the fact that RFK said it first. RFK isn't a Democrat anymore, and he's still saying it, and so they hate him for that because he's taking votes away from them. Well, guess what? If you want those votes back, be a better general Democratic candidate. Be someone who is living up to what the public is asking for. You notice that the Democrats stopped saying something that's very important. They were saying back in early February, you saw ad after ad. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, all the Democrats were coming out and say, did you vote for this? Did you vote for this? Did you vote for that? And the answer they got back throughout all of February, pretty much all of March, to this day, the answer they're getting back is, yes, that is what I voted for. I did vote to get rid of the Department of Education. They didn't know what to say about that. I did vote to have mass deportations. They didn't know what to say about that. I did vote to close the border. They didn't know what to say about that. I did vote to try and get every single American overseas back home safely. And if they've been killed by terrorists, to get their bodies back home so that we can then deal with those terrorists on proper terms and not be held back because of hostages. I did vote for that. I did vote for Donald Trump to make a negotiation with Russia over the Ukraine, to make peace over there, not to make Ukraine win. I didn't vote for that. I don't care if Ukraine wins or not. It's not my country, not my primary focus. But it helps the world and it helps the Ukraine if there is no war in the Ukraine. More people get fed. If the Ukraine isn't at war, more countries get fertilizer. There's more food in the world. Therefore, more people are happy in the world. More people live in the world. So it's a good thing. So I'm happy. I want my president. But Donald Trump, he didn't say Putin is evil. He didn't say Putin is the devil himself. He didn't threaten Putin. He's trying to make a deal with the man. Look, I see this all the time. Larry was talking about it earlier. Many people have. If I'm insulting the other side, do I expect them to make a deal? I want you to give me $5 million. By the way, you're a fat, sloppy pig. Do you think anyone's going to give me $5 million if that's what I say to them? What's their incentive? What's their reasoning? No one will do that. Of course not. You can't insult someone or hinder them in a negotiation that you're not directly in. You're not winning. America isn't in a winning position in having the negotiations with Russia about the Ukraine. Ukraine isn't in a winning position when talking to Russia about the war in the Ukraine. Russia is in the winning seat. So insulting Russia isn't going to make Russia move any faster or reconsider their thoughts about the entire process. So I didn't vote for Donald Trump to insult Putin. I elected Donald Trump to have a negotiation with Putin to end that war. And if that means that he has to let Putin feel like he's special, like he's some kind of winner, I don't care. Does that mean the war ends? Do the Ukrainians get to live? If the answer to that is yes, then make the man feel as wonderful as he can. Let him think he's a special little snowflake in the universe. Do I think Putin is absolutely trash? Yes, I do. Because he worked for he was a leader of the KGB. He's not a nice, kind, good man. Not by a long shot. I understand I've been in Russia. I understand his mentality. He was part of the RFGS, which are the guys who were trying to overthrow Yeltsin and Mikhail Gorbachev and try and take over and be part of the hardline communist government of the Soviet Union. He wanted that back. Putin is not a nice man. I was there. I saw the tanks roll down the street. I saw what he was willing to help support, to oppress people with. I do not like Putin. But if Trump has to buy a Happy Meal, a Big Mac or two, to give it to Putin so that Putin will feel happy and say, yes, I will have a ceasefire. Yes, I will end the war. You know what? Get first in line at McDonald's and order, man. Order now. If that's what it takes, do it. I don't care that he's not posturing. Well, the Democrats want him. The Democrats and the left, they just want him to say that, Putin's bad and Ukraine, they're the good guys. Say that all you want for it. You have the next lifetime to say that Putin is bad, Russia's evil, and the Ukraine are the greatest people in the earth. You have the rest of your lifetime to say that after the war stops. You can get unlimited funding. England, Germany, France, the United States will all fund money for museums and books and movies, telling everyone how great the Ukrainian people are and how evil the Russians under Putin are. If you win, if the war ends, you don't advance the war, you don't advance ending the war until, or rather, you have to get him there to do that. And telling him that he's evil and he's a devil and he's a murderer and he's a killer, that's not going to get him to the table. We know this. Joe Biden tried it already. He failed. It did not work. So why bother? Why do that? It's a useless idea. I don't know. Maybe I went a little bit on a tangent there, but I hope you guys can see how that's connected. Let me see here. Kim says, who would not want America healthier? Big Pharma makes more money when people are sick. These are people supposed to be working for America. No, Big Pharma, any pharmaceutical, they're a business. They're working for themselves. They're not working for America. They never were America. There's a slogan, there's advertising to make you feel like they're pro-America. They don't care. They want to make money. That's their job. Make as much money as possible. That's why they have stocks. That's why they have bonds. That's why they have investors, to make as much money as possible. That's their job. I don't hold that against them per se. That's the nature of the beast that they have. Their job is to make money and to make people feel good about giving them money. And they do have some products that are very, very helpful, and a lot of products that are just completely cosmetic to just make people feel good. They don't care if people are healthy. They would like people to be, I wouldn't say that they want people to be sick. They want people buying their product, and they don't care if people are healthy or not to do it. Think about it. Viagra, which was meant to be a drug to help people with heart attacks, to help people with heart issues. And they found out about the side effect of Viagra after the testing. And they made more money because it's a sexual endowment aid than they did if they had actually made it a heart medication. They didn't care. They didn't care that they didn't care that they lost a heart medicine and gained a sexual enhancement drug instead. In fact, they were happy because it made them more money. They don't care how healthy you are. They didn't care that people with heart, that they were no longer able to help the people with heart disease. They were more than happy to make the money from people's sex drives instead. And please be clear, I'm talking about the corporation as a whole, not any individual. I do know, I used to have clients when I was a stockbroker. I used to have clients that worked in big pharma. I know people in big pharma. They're not evil people individually. The corporation and the corporation's policies, that's a very different thing than any one individual per se. It's like the whole thing about Luigi. Luigi is a murdering dog. He's a killer. And if he is found guilty, if the evidence is correct, then Luigi, the guy who killed one of the big pharma execs, is a dog. He's a murderous dog and should be put down hard. Death penalty. I have no problem with that. Absolutely. But Mike, big pharma, I don't care. Big pharma isn't Luigi. Luigi made a choice. He actively decided to take someone's life. He should be punished to the fullest extent of the law, regardless of how much money he makes, no matter what company he works for. Doesn't matter. He made a choice. He could have protested in front of Big Pharma every day. He could have gathered up dozens and hundreds of people, could have put together a campaign, a slogan, a grassroots protest, and made Big Pharma lose hundreds of billions of dollars. He could have done that. Or he could kill one man, change no policies, affect nothing. Which one would you prefer him to do? Because he chose to kill somebody, which changed nothing. 2 weeks later, 2 weeks after he murdered the one executive at one of the healthcare companies, that position was replaced. A new person took over. This company moved right on. Nothing changed. He achieved nothing. Oh, yeah, there's people who like him now. Fantastic. Bunch of women want to date him. Fantastic. Until he gets a death penalty and then he's dead. He still took a life. He's still evil. That's it. It's to me, it's cut and dry. It is cut and dry to me. I hope this makes sense. Again, I'm not telling anyone that you have to agree with me. I'm not telling you that you have to think like me, but I'm trying to make you understand some of the logic that is out there. There are many people who do agree with me on these things, that do see it in the way I do. And I'm just trying to let you see it from that point of view, to give you something else to consider. And I want you to think about that because I think it's important. And the more we have these conversations, the more we highlight these discrepancies, these differences, the better we can get to a solution that we all agree on. What is the answer? Well, how about we prevent Big Pharma from doing something so stupid that it harms a huge swath of America? Okay, I can live with that. Let's do that. Maybe we should only give tax breaks to big pharma when they make medications that only or that specifically help major diseases, like, oh, they've got a new drug for diabetes. Well, that's something we'll give them a tax break for. But they found a new cosmetic drug. I don't care. Cosmetic that's not life-threatening. They only get to get tax breaks on medicines that help people with life-threatening diseases. We can make that law. We can have that discussion, debate it in the House in Congress, and say, okay, we will only allow federal subsidies to these pharmaceutical companies if they're making a drug that has a direct and widespread benefit to the public health. Fine, we can have that conversation. I don't mind. But to say, oh, well, big pharma is evil. Every corporation, every industry is evil from someone's point of view. Every industry does something wrong, according to someone. And according to the left nowadays, there is no good corporation. But that's just temporary. I remember in my lifetime, going about 25 years ago, the left hated big pharma. They hated the big pharma industry. Today, they're in love with them. They like them. The politics changed. The company didn't. The company's still doing the same thing. They just want money. They'll make whatever, they don't care. They'll make whatever product will get them the most money. And they will emphasize that. They do make other things to look good, to feel good, to just help some people because they've got the money and they can spend it. They have a little extra, so they'll just cure some little minor drug. They don't care. They were there to make money. Okay, I respect and I understand their point of view. They're not evil for that. At least that's the way I understand that. Okay. Let's see. Sarah was saying she was a little behind us. Well, we have been going for 6.5 hours now. So that's quite possible. Other people are having a life. They're going out, they're eating, they're drinking, they're going to church, coming back. So I'm not surprised. Some people will miss parts of this, and that's okay. And she says, I'm pretty far behind you all. Mike's talking about the Cory Booker. And Sarah says she just thinks the Democrats who care so much about identity politics have no identity. That's true. Identity politics isn't real. It's just not real. Identity politics is about division. It's about separation. It's about denial of what people are, and to keep them split apart for a political agenda, a political gain. It has nothing to do with being good or helping people. Nothing like that whatsoever. So, sorry, I just got a message on one of the guests. So it's not about helping anyone. I mean, think about it. When we hear all this talk about, well, you have to use my program. No, I don't. No, I don't. Free speech. I don't have to use anyone's pronoun whatsoever. I can. And if you ask me, I might. But you can't make me do it. You can't change my culture, my life, my experience, and mandate that I do something that I don't want to do. You can't tell me, oh, Mike, but you're too evil. You're male. You like male things. You like macho things. You like action movies and sci-fi and explosions and cheeseburgers. You got to give up all of that. Screw you. No, I won't. No. But Mike, you're too toxic. Well, screw you. I'm living my life fine. You're telling me I'm toxic. You're trying to change my life. That's pretty toxic to me. Why is your opinion better than my opinion? Well, Mike, our opinion's the right one. According to you. According to me, no. I'm not going to start eating vegetables. I don't want to be a vegetarian or a vegan. I would die. I would die if I had to become a vegan. Not going to happen. Not my lifetime. No. But Mike, It's toxic if you don't do that. Screw you. Then I'm toxic to you. But I also don't agree with you. So you're being toxic to me. I'm perfectly I'm fine with that. I can live with that all day long. I have no problem whatsoever. Mike, that's just not nice. Who said I have to be nice? It's my life. I don't know. Maybe these things make sense to me. Maybe they don't make sense to everyone. But we try. I hope it's coming across clearly. Not meant to be antagonistic, but clear. Because I've seen this. This isn't new. This is the same repeating cycle that I've been seeing throughout my entire adult life. We're talking about 37 years now, at least, that I've been seeing the same things. And sometimes it's coming from Republicans, sometimes it's coming from Democrats, but it's the same things over and over and over again. And it gets nowhere. We have been stagnating as a nation. We literally have been stagnating. And the more that our nation stagnates, the more it becomes corrupt, the more it becomes ineffective, the more it becomes inefficient. And everyone suffers because of that long term. It drags everyone down. And that's the problem. Let me see. Dow says, well, everyone should do what they want within the confines of constitutional law. So you can say what you want. First Amendment. Say what you want. As long as you do not inflict harm on others. You do not incite violence. Otherwise, you're pretty much clear and free and say whatever the hell you want. Okay, I can get with that. Second Amendment, I get to protect myself, my property, my family. And as long as if you come onto my property and you're trying to take my life, my family's life, you're trying to take property from me, you're trying to destroy my livelihood, then I'm going to have a very different reaction. And I deserve to have a firearm to help me do that. I also deserve that very same firearm to protect myself from a government that has lots of guns and is willing to use that force and the force of the economy against me. You've got to get that jab. It's a mandate. You've got to get the jab. No, I don't have to. That isn't constitutional. That is not something you can make me do. Well, then we're going to punish you. Yeah, that's not constitutional law. That's a problem. And that has a long-term impact. It has a long-term negative consequence. I agree with you, Dow. I do agree. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I'm getting tired, folks. Remember, I started at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. I was actually up at 4 a.m. between my dog and trying to save my computer from Windows. I started at 4 a.m. after having 3 hours of sleep. So if it seems like every so often I wind down a little bit and then I get a burst of energy, that's exactly what's happening. Hey, Joel joined me. Joel says, happy birthday, young man Voss. Okay, I'll take that. I don't get called young man very often anymore. I'll take that. I like being called young man. Okay. No. Okay. Wasn't sure if the light on or off would be better. Trying to get the light right. Let's see. So, Joel, thank you for joining in on my birthday celebration, my birthday live stream. We've been going for quite some time. I do know that one of the individuals that I was hoping to be on, they are in a conference call. And if they are able to join us, you'll understand why that makes perfect sense that they can't speak with us at this moment. So I'm just double checking some of my notes and if anyone's tried to reach us so far. Oh, what happened? What just happened? Why did God? Computers overheating. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I know why. I know why it's doing that. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Overheating a little bit. The laptop is not used to being on non-stop like this because it's my backup. It's an old backup laptop that I'm using. So trying my very best to keep going, keep going, keep going. The show must go on, as they say. So far, we've talked a little bit about Cory Booker. We've talked a little bit about Donald Trump and the tariffs. We've talked about the Middle East to an extent. We've talked a little bit about John Stewart, the regulations, how the regulations have been bad for the American people. Let's see. Talked a little bit about Chuck Schumer and the tariffs. Oh, by the way, there was a really stupid quote from Chuck Schumer, and I want to show it to you guys. And my computer's not going to be able to show it. It's just not going to work. So bear with me. I want to show you. Let's see. All right. So if you were to go, yeah, here it is. 3 days ago. It's on Twitter X right now. And if you were to go, it's Chuck Schumer. This is from 7:51 a.m. on April 3rd from Chuck Schumer. And he says 54% tariffs on China, 10% tariff on Iran, 0% tariffs on Russia. I want you to think about that. So he's upset. Chuck Schumer was upset on April 3rd. You can go to my Twitter account, my X account, and you can look into the replies that I made and see April 3rd. You'll see Chuck Schumer, or you can go to Chuck Schumer's website, Senator Chuck Schumer, and see his comment. And his answer is, well, 54% tariffs on China, China being the biggest threat to the United States, both economically as well as politically. It is a threat in the Southeast Asia. They are threatening Japan and South Korea, our allies, as well as the Philippines. They were actually almost in a war with the Philippines under the Biden administration in 2023 and 2024. And China is known, internationally recognized as abusing, manipulating their economy to make it look like they're doing better than they are and to take advantage of any and all of their trading partners. So, yeah, 54% tariff. Why not? They are economically, it makes sense. But this is what Chuck Schumer is upset about. A 10% tariff on Iran. Let's see, Iran, which daily, every day since 1980, every day in Iran, the leadership of Iran has said they want to kill America. They want to destroy America. Not Republicans, not conservatives, not this political ideology or any other. They don't say that. No, they say Americans, all of them. That means if you're on the left, if you're a progressive, if you're LGBT, and so on. No, they want everyone who is American, who believes in the Constitution, they want them all to die. That's what Iran has said. They put it in writing. They have said it on TV shows. They have said it in the news. They've said it at the UN. I believe that is what they want. We put a 10% tariff on them because they're trying to make nuclear thanks to the Obama administration, they were able to build rockets and missiles that can reach Europe, England, and the United States. Now they want to build nuclear weapons. Yeah, put a tariff on them. Put a lot of tariffs on them. Slow them down, if not to stop them completely. I have no problem with that. Chuck Schumer seems to have a problem with this. Chuck Schumer seems to think that this is a bad idea. And then he goes, a 0% tariff on Russia, because we want them to make a deal, because we want them to have peace. We're treating them special. We're not treating them like China. We're not treating them like Iran. We're not treating them like someone we are upset with. We're trying to get them to the negotiation table. Whatever is the sweetest deal to get them to make peace. Chuck Schumer has a problem with that. On April 3rd, he was telling everyone he's got a major problem with this. This is an issue. Why wouldn't you give a tax to Russia? Is it because he loves Putin? Or maybe he just wants to make a deal? Maybe he just wants to stop a war. Did you think of that, Chuck Schumer? Did you stop and think about that for even a second? That yes, the three countries, Iran, China, Russia, are threats to the United States. But at the moment, one of those countries, Russia, is attacking Ukraine. We would like that to stop. We have an opportunity to help get them to stop. Putting a tariff on Russia right now, how does that help the Ukrainian people have peace? Not victory, peace. Because the Ukrainian people aren't going to get victory. That's not in the cards. People will be upset about that. People will be angry about that. It's a reality. They're not getting peace. They're not getting victory in the Ukraine. They're getting peace. Big difference. Big difference. And so putting a tariff, if it were up to Chuck Schumer, he would put a tariff on Russia as well and let the Ukrainian people die. He would kill the negotiations. He would kill the entire process, peace process between the Ukraine and Russia with the United States involved, crush that completely. And mind you, only the United States can make this deal happen. Every country in the world has tried. Brazil has tried, even Brazil tried to jump in and try and make peace between Russia and the Ukraine. We've seen China offer to try and jump in and make peace. No country in the world has been successful at trying to create peace between Russia and the Ukraine. The United States, first one to get it done. Why? Because we have a strong leader that everyone respects and fears. Doesn't say like. Doesn't matter if they like him or not. Respect and fear. We're getting them to talk about ceasefire, and Chuck Schumer wants to throw that all out the window so he can say, hey, yeah, I treat them just like everyone else. They got a 10, 20, 30% tariff too. And they also walked away from the negotiation table. They're no longer going to have peace, and they're no longer going to talk to the United States. Who does that help, Chuck Schumer? Chuck Schumer just thought no one would ever think about that. Chuck Schumer thought you were too dumb to think that through. To say, oh, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. Why in the hell would he do that? I don't know. And again, this is a tweet. It's public. It's from Chuck Schumer, the senator. It makes no sense whatsoever. I saw a couple of comments here. So Jan Rains has joined us. Thank you, Jan. She's one of, I should have mentioned earlier, Jan, like my friend Dow Grimm, they're both part of the Liberty First Foundation, which every Wednesday we have the Wednesday Roundtable, which is a panel discussion. Often we'll see Jan and Dow, me, Mike Marshall, and Frank Johnson. We all come together. We have conversations about the various issues affecting America, specifically America, very much domestically oriented in the Wednesday show. And we're talking about what is constitutional, what is legal, and what should be constitutional or legal. And how do we hold our government back? How do we claw back from the overreach that has become so normal, so common, so constant that everyone thinks that that's supposed to be the way that everyone thinks that's the way it's supposed to be. It's not even close. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. What we're doing these days isn't even close to what it was supposed to be. And we have that conversation. So I do invite everyone every Wednesday, starting at 8 o'clock. We have the Wednesday roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation. We've got some great individuals there. Mike Marshall is a constitutional scholar. Frank Johnson knows firearms like, oh my God, he's genius when it comes to firearms, and he has a wide base of knowledge in terms of the Second Amendment. In fact, Mike Marshall and Frank Johnson will be appearing this month at the NRA, the annual NRA meeting, and they'll be in the press row, kind of like when I covered CPAC and I was there with the media. Well, they're going to the NRA annual meeting, and they're going to be with the press there too. So please do check them out, give them a little support, and say good job, because they got that. That's a great get. Let me see here. Dow says, when Schumer made that comment, he deliberately was omitting the facts that Russia is under sanctions already. They don't get tariffs because we are currently severely limiting trade with them. And that's true. That is another aspect of that. Dow is completely correct. We've had tariffs on them since 2021. So that's actually, 2021, Joe Biden started putting tariffs on Russia and really tripled down on that in February of 2022, which hasn't had an impact. But that's another reason why there's a zero tariff. We're not losing money to Russia. There's no trade embargo per se, because we don't do any business with them because they're in a war that we don't like. Again, you're not supposed to think about this. You're not supposed to have a conversation. You're just supposed to accept Chuck Schumer said it, so it must be true. Oh, no, Chuck Schumer is making his point. MAGA loves Putin. No. False equivalency. It is a lie. So Jan says she just wanted to pop in and wish me a very happy birthday. Thank you, Jan. I do appreciate that. I know I'm a little bit behind on some of the comments because I get a little carried away. That does happen, especially when you're talking for 7 hours. Joel says, we were very close to having a very peaceful, robust trade with Russia. Normal relations, tourism were in the works. But warmongers want the Cold War and proxy wars and profits. I don't know that we were on the way to a normalized relations. I wouldn't say normal relations. I'd say we were closer to more, probably some of the most peaceful relations since World War I think we were getting close to that. And yes, tourism, absolutely. But the Cold War, it didn't die. It kind of went to sleep. It kind of went on pause. Russia has always been a concern for the United States, always will be. China is absolutely a concern for the United States in our future. Absolutely. So I agree with you, Joel, to an extent. I agree to an extent. Let's see. We got some more from Dow. Okay, we've gone 7 hours here. Hang on 1 second. I need to take a drink of soda. Shouldn't have soda. It's bad for my teeth. Here's something. Let's talk Maha for a second. Here's some real Maha for you, some real advice. And it's kind of embarrassing, I suppose, but it's the truth. I need to make people aware in making yourself more healthy. I will not tell you don't buy soda. I'm not Bloomberg. I'm not Mayor Bloomberg. I'm not some kind of crazy food Nazi. I'm not going to do that. But I want you to understand a reality, and it's about making America healthy again. And you don't hear this a lot. Why is RFK Jr. so against a lot of the soda and Pepsi, Coca-Cola, those kind of companies? Why are they so angry with them? Well, one of the reasons, there's a lot, but one of the reasons is their product is very sugary and very acidic. And when you have a very heavy amount of sugar and a lot of acid, it eats away at your teeth. And it ruins the enamel. It breaks them down. That's why people who drink a lot of soda tend to have a lot of cavities. And I, for a long part of my life, was someone who had a lot of cavities. I started drinking about a liter of soda every day when I was about 25. Actually, probably before that. I was drinking soda from my teens, well into my teens, all the way through the rest of my life, of course. But I started somewhere, I'd probably say 17, 18, when I was working down in the garment industry. And yes, I worked, that's my trade. I made markers in the garment industry when I was a teenager. I worked as a teenager in high school, in college. I was working in the garment industry as well. Just something. My uncle got me into that. It helped me pay for a lot of things for my family and for myself. So that's my first trade. So back when I started working in the garment industry back in high school, I started drinking soda a lot. And I would drink about a liter of soda a day. And even worse was when I was in college itself. I drank intense. I'd probably drink about 2, maybe 3 liters of soda a day because of the caffeine, the sugar boost and the caffeine. I just have more sugar, more caffeine. I was really into caffeine a lot. The first year, 2 years I was in college, I barely slept. Thank God I was young. I could survive anything. You're in 20, 21, 18, 19, 20, could survive almost anything. I was sleeping like 1 hour a day. I was eating caffeine pills and drinking soda, liters and liters of soda because of the sugar and the caffeine. Because I was always trying to do something. I was hanging out with friends. We were running all over the place. Wreck. Thank God my body was young and I had a high metabolism on top of that, naturally high metabolism. So I burned all that crap off, but it was still having an impact on me. And I didn't understand it. I didn't know. I had no idea how it was every day drinking that soda was building up and building up. I didn't find out until about 2020 when I had a lot of my teeth pulled, just ripped on out, which is a very unpleasant process. And I had genetically, all my family have problems with our teeth. That's just genetics. Most things were perfectly fine, but we all have some kind of problem with our teeth. But for me, it was worse because I was drinking soda every day. And I drank so much soda every day. I didn't drink water. I drank coffee, but I would only drink like 1 cup of coffee a day, as opposed to what I drink now, which is more like 10, 12 cups of coffee a day, every day, if not more. I indulge in coffee. I love my coffee. I don't really drink water. I drink coffee, and that's about it. And I occasionally get a bottle of soda, and that'll last me a day or 2. But when I was younger, no, it was every day. And so it turns out in 2020, I found out how it was eating away my teeth. My teeth, which were never perfect, were getting even more severely damaged. And over the years, it had just destroyed my teeth. And it's something that you would never think of. As a young man, I thought I was invulnerable, like every young man does, like every young woman does. You think you're invulnerable because you're 20 and you survive all the dumb crap that you do to yourself. And you think, well, I guess that will never have any impact. Only old people worry about that kind of stuff. No, it's that the stuff you did to yourself when you were young turns around and comes back and bites you in the rear end when you get older. And it's the cumulative effect. So people don't realize it's not the can of soda you're having today. It's not the 2-liter bottle that you just drank right now. That's the problem. It's the long-term impact. It's that you're damaging your teeth with this highly acidic sugar directly on your teeth for years. And each time it's stripping just a little bit more away of your teeth. At this point, I very rarely try to have soda because I want to keep the teeth that I have. And that's not going to be forever. At some point, I'm going to lose the rest of my teeth. Just going to happen. The damage has been too prolonged over too many years, and it happens to everyone. It happens to so many people. And it's not because you don't have good teeth, you don't protect yourself or take care of yourself. It's just that the damage you've done over so much time, you can't get away from the consequence. And a lot of people don't think about that. And a lot of people don't like to talk about that. And I know why. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing to say, yeah, I drank a lot of soda and I lost teeth. Well, that's kind of embarrassing. But it's the truth. And, maybe I would think something different if someone who was talking to me when I was young, in my 20s and so, had said, hey, Mike, guess what? Maybe you shouldn't drink all that soda. Because if you do, you're going to lose some of your teeth. That it's going to affect the way you smile. It's going to affect the way people are going to interact with you. It's going to hurt to lose those teeth. Maybe not drink 2 liters of soda every day for 30 years, 40 years. Maybe that's not the smartest thing you can do. Maybe you want to cut that back a bit. Maybe you should drink some more water or Gatorade, orange juice, coffee, something else. But not all that soda like you've been doing. I understand. Love the sugar, love the caffeine. Of course you do. Everyone does. And no one notices. It's not doing anything to me right now, especially if you have a high metabolism like I do, which means I'm not gaining weight from it. I'm not gaining any weight. It's not having any negative impact. People go, oh, I can't drink soda because I gain weight, too many calories or some crap like that. I don't know. Again, I know nothing about nutrition or calories or anything. Don't know, don't care. Never had to worry. Genetics are good enough. I don't have to worry about that. But my teeth are something else. But it was still harming my teeth every day. And it hurt me in the end. It cost me. It cost me a lot to lose teeth. It took away some of my self-confidence. I think it took away some of my good looks. It affects me. It affects the way I see myself. Screw what everyone else thinks. It's internal. When you're looking at yourself in the mirror and it's just like, that's just not quite right. And so I'm saying this today at 57 on my birthday, since we've been talking about Maha on and off for a while now, to say, if you're younger, maybe not drink as much soda. Not telling you not to do it at all. This is not an obligation. It's not a mandate. I don't believe in Bloomberg and he says, well, you can't do that. You're a grown adult. If you're over the age of 18, you're a legal adult in the United States. You can do whatever it is that is legally permissible. Go ahead. Do you want to do it? Go ahead and do it. But understand there is a consequence that no one talks about. It's not in any of the advertising. None of the stars are talking about it. Older people don't like to talk about it because it's kind of embarrassing, but it's the truth. And maybe we need to have a little more truth. Maybe we need to speak more about consequences and how these consequences are affecting each and every one of us. Not just in our politics, but it's affecting our life. And if we don't pay attention to the consequences in our politics, how can we pay attention to in our life? Both ways. If we're not paying attention to the consequences in our life, we're definitely not going to pay attention to the consequences of politics, which most people don't pay attention to, don't realize is affecting them every single day. So maybe it's a little embarrassing. Okay. You don't want to have that conversation with someone young. Clip this section of the live stream, send it to them. Yes, I will confirm. It is going to harm your teeth if you have large amounts. I'm not saying a can of soda here and there isn't bad for you. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Sure you can. But if you're drinking gallons of it, if you're drinking liter after liter, day after day, every day for decades, I will tell you it is going to destroy your teeth. And if your teeth are destroyed, you're going to be pissed off. You're going to be hurt. You're going to be mad. You're going to be upset. It's going to affect your overall health, which, again, we were talking about it earlier. If you don't feel good, well, then you're not going to be productive. You're not going to make as much money. You won't be as creative. You're going to be feeling miserable, which means you're not going to have as many dates. You're probably going to get divorced. Again, it's not all because of the one thing, but is one more thing adding on to all the other things. These are the consequences compounding over time. It's not that you had the one soda. It's that you had a liter of soda or 2 liters of soda every single day for 40 years. And then you're also eating your cupcakes, and you're eating some of the donuts, and you're putting sugar on your cereal, and you put sugar in all of your foods. Yeah, it's all of that. It's that cumulative effect over time. You're not seeing it at any one moment, but it will have an impact. It will affect your life. And just like with politics, if you're not paying attention to the foundational things, the things that you do all the time, every time, if you're not paying attention to that, then when the consequence comes, because it always comes, there's always a consequence, and the consequence will always impact you. You can't avoid that. You can't get around that. You can't hide from that. It's going to happen at some point. You just don't know when, but it will. It is an absolute fact. It will happen. Are you going to be ready? So I just wanted to throw that out there. I know it's out of their topic. I mean, we've been talking for over 7 hours. Yes, I'm going to have some comments that are going to be just like, what? Mike's talking about that? Why? You know what? One kid will watch that. One young person will see that, and they won't drink 2 liters of soda every day for the next 40 years, and they'll have a better smile than I do right now at 57. I can live with that. By the way, folks, let me remind everyone as we continue, we're going to be on until 9 p.m. It is a 12-hour marathon for my birthday because I spend my birthday with you. I appreciate you being here with me. Whether you agree or disagree, whether you're here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, I am happy to have you guys with me. And I thank you for being along with me on my birthday, helping me to celebrate, to share these ideas. And in addition, I want you to know that we are, as you can see on the bottom of the screen right now, we are raising money for the Jericho project, as well as for myself, for my birthday. With every super chat, every Rumble rant, every super thanks, or if you go to our online store and buy a mug or a t-shirt, however you do it, whether you go to PayPal or you join as a member of the Patreon, we are taking out of every $10 that we raise, we are going to be giving $4.68 to the Jericho project. And we hope that we're going to try and raise as much money as we can for them. The Jericho project, if you've not seen the earlier show at all, let me tell you now, it is a charity. They work with veterans. They work with the homeless. They work with families in need. And that is all they do, is to try and help these groups to deal with the harshness of life. And I've talked about it earlier today in some detail about a couple of the times that I've been homeless myself. And I've never hidden from the fact, and I've been very public about the fact that I have been homeless in my life. and what that was like, and how I would not want anyone to have that experience. And so in helping the Jericho Project, we are helping people to not have to have that experience, that they can live their lives without that kind of trauma, that kind of difficulty. And when I say individuals, that doesn't just mean men. Women are homeless, and they have unique problems of their own. Families can become homeless as well. You're talking about a mom and a dad and their kids. We're talking about a single mom or a single dad. Yes, they can become homeless too. It can affect people of any age. You can be homeless in your 20s. You can be homeless in your 80s. It can happen at any age. And I believe the stats are that 1 in 4 people will become homeless at some point in their life for some amount of time. So it's something to keep in mind. And so in helping us today on my birthday, and if you donate, whatever it is you donate, doesn't matter. But every $10, we give $4.68 to the Jericho Project to help them help so many more. It is something I feel very strongly about. I have been a public advocate for those who are homeless and helping them and veterans as much as I possibly can. And that's why I'm doing this today. And I'm not doing and for those who came in late, who did miss the first half of the program, no, this isn't about trying to copy Cory Booker. I've been doing this before Cory Booker ever decided to do it. I've been doing this for years. I think this is the 5th year in a row that I've done my birthday live stream, if not longer. And I've been doing my political channel for 20 years. Got nothing to do with Cory Booker. He was doing it to showboat, to try and have something to say for the 2026 midterms and the 2028 presidential election. I'm doing this because I want to help people who might be affected by homelessness at some point in their life, and veterans and families in need. Let me go back to some of the comments here. So I did want to mention that. Let's see. Joel is with us, and what was he saying? We are very close to having a very peaceful, robust trade. Oh, yeah, I did read that. Okay. Give me a second. Schumer hopes people won't talk about his tweet or think about it too hard. A lot of politicians are like that. I hate when these politicians, they say stupid things, they do stupid things, and they're shocked because you noticed. They're not shocked that they did this. They're not upset that they said something stupid. It's like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This one stands out to me. She had the Green New Deal. It was a stupid idea. I think we all should be able to say now, finally, as I did immediately when she did it, it's a stupid idea. Makes no sense whatsoever. You're going to build a train across the Pacific Ocean to Hawaii? Are you serious? You're out of your mind. It's a stupid idea. It makes no sense whatsoever. Going to try and capture the farts of cows for the methane gas. Are you serious? That's stupid. But these are some of the dumb ideas that were encapsulated in the Green New Deal. Something that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez admitted. It was created by her and her staff over a weekend, which I would assume also included copious amounts of imbibing, copious amounts of alcohol, and possibly other substances as well, because it seemed like some kind of thing that I would have come up with in my first year in college when I was massively inebriated, because it's that kind of dumb. But yet, she and many of her supporters were upset that people were calling her out on it, not what she wrote. The fact that it was a fallacy, it was impossible, that it was dumb, they didn't want to talk about that. They wanted to talk about the fact that, oh, well, how dare you call her out? She's a woman. She's a Latina. She's a woman of color. Well, what the hell's that got to do with anything that she did? What's that got to do with what she wrote and what the law would do? It has nothing to do with it. I don't care. I don't care what the color of skin is. So she saves money every year. She doesn't need to get a suntan. And that doesn't mean that she's smarter or dumber, faster, stronger. She's not the $6 million woman because she's a Latina. So who cares? Oh, but you can't say that. Why not? I'm a Latino. Of course I can. And you should be able to say it too. Why? Because it's common sense. It's not an insult. Oh, but you just can't take her on like that. That's just, that's just not right. I mean, only Republicans do that. I am a Republican. Oh, you can't be a Republican. You're black. And there goes that whole thing. It's stupid. It just doesn't make sense. So IC has joined us. IC says, good afternoon, Mike, and to the chat. Hello, IC. Thank you for being here with us all. I know it's a little bit different, folks, but I've been at this for 7 hours, 15 minutes. So I'm trying to answer all of your questions and talk about the various issues and with a big theme about helping homeless people, helping veterans, healthcare, kind of back and forth. That's a recurring theme throughout this marathon live stream. Let me see. Jan says, it amazes me. Here's Jan. Jan says, it amazes me how many people are upset because they want to stop junk food being bought on food stamps. There was a time when it wasn't allowed. Who changed it? The Democrats. You're right. I've been on food stamps before in my life. And again, that's not a matter of pride. It's also nothing to be shameful about. I pay taxes like everyone else did. We pay taxes, and I help pay for food stamps for people who are in need. I have absolutely no problem helping people who are in need to get back up on their feet. I have a massive problem with people who are on the government dole for the rest of their life, that they have no exit plan from this. And that's one of the biggest problems we have right now is our government is constantly trying to figure out a way to keep people dependent on the government. Wrong answer. Wrong solution. We don't need more people dependent on the government. We need people to be independently capable in their life. And when things go wrong, because life happens, things go wrong. Things that are unexpected happen to each and every one of us. Yesterday, Windows 11 killed my computer. Killed it. Dead. I can't do anything with it. That's why I'm on a laptop right now. Life happens to us all. Okay, we try to overcome. We try to move forward of that. And government isn't part of that process. Government doesn't help us with that. We have to do this individually. And if anything, we do it with our local community together to make things better, to help each other up. But Democrats don't want that. Now, I remember when I was on food stamps that it wasn't forever. It was a short period of time. But at the same time, I'm on there. You couldn't get candy. I remember in the 70s, 80s, you couldn't get any kind of junk food. Impossible. Why? Because that's not what his job is. It was there to help sustain you for the short period of time that you're getting food stamps, so that you can return to the workplace, so that you can return to being financially independent, so that you didn't have to be a slave to any political party, so that you can go on about your life and be successful, to be happy, to be productive. And that isn't candy. Candy isn't going to be fulfilling. It will. And I'm someone who eats, I love pastry. I love sugary pastries. Love, love, love it. I love bread. Love bread, and I love sugary breads. That's just a fact. You'll see me. I will eat loaves and loaves of bread all by myself in one sitting. And I'll eat sugary breads and cakes and cookies. Oh, I gobble that stuff down. Entire package. People are like, one serving size. Yeah, it's the entire package. That's me. Okay. Everyone has their weakness. That's one of mine. And the government enabling me to get that sugary cookie that box of cookies, rather than, I don't know, getting an apple, getting another cheeseburger, getting making my own sausage, getting my own sausage and eggs, maybe some rice and sausage, or rice and eggs, steak and eggs. These are things that I could be getting. Instead, I got, and by the way, the cost of getting this candy very often is the same cost or more than getting healthier foods. And the government's like, yeah, go ahead and get the candy. Why are you encouraging me to do that? Because if I get the candy, I'm going to have empty calories. I have a short-term burst of energy, but I won't be able to sustain that energy. I won't be able to sustain that feeling. So I will get depressed. I will be despondent. I will not be as productive. I will not be as successful, which means I'm more likely to be dependent on the government for a longer period of time. That, to answer your question, Jan, the unspoken question is, why did the Democrats change it so that you can get candy and sugary foods with food stamps? It's because they want you to be a dependent. They want you to be essentially a slave. I have no problem with food stamps itself. You want to feed someone? Feed them. Let them get steak. You want to get steak and lobster? I got no problem with that. I'm a little annoyed by it because I don't get steak and lobster for myself on a regular basis because it's just too expensive. But food stamps is food stamps. If you're buying food, you want to get steak and potatoes, I don't care. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Go and get that. That's food. Okay. And you will sustain yourself and you will feel better about yourself. And that will enable you to get off of food stamps, out of the government control. You'll be able to be independent and in control of your life. Again, financially stable. You add candy in, well, now you're not able to afford that steak or those or shrimp. You won't be able to afford any of the higher priced items, the food items. So some fresh vegetables, I'm told, are very expensive. Organic eggs, as an example, you won't be able to afford that because you're buying the candy, and the candy's sucking away all your money. It's like being in a casino. That's what the slot machines are for. They're there to suck away your money, to get you hooked, to make you just drop in another coin. Oh, wait a minute. If I did this in the three-way combination diagonal, I'd have made so much more. Let me put in 5 more coins because I should be able to win. The next time I pull, I'll win in the casino. And the only person who's actually winning is the casino. You have now become a financial slave to the casino. You're losing all your money to them, giving up all your power to the casino. And in that same vein, same thing's happening with food and the government. You're buying the candy, and if you're buying the candy, you can't buy the good food. There's just not enough money. You're wasting your money. You're being distracted by the thing that makes you feel good short term, just like a drug, while denying yourself the ability to be good long term. And so that's why they did that. And it's something that really, really is bad. I've always been upset about that. Dow says that, he says here, soda is liquid candy, which is true. Better if made with beet sugars or cane sugar rather than high fructose corn syrup. Still, best as an infrequent treat. Water is best alternated with coffee for caffeine. Well, I agree with you for the most part. Again, I'm not going to tell people not to do it. I'm just telling you my experience, what I had to go through. And so everyone gets to make their own choice on that. Again, take the government out. Take the government out. Now, when I say take the government out, you get to do what you want. Remember, if you're asking the government for help and you're saying, please feed me, then that's a little bit different. You're not financially independent. Yes, the government should help people when they have need. I don't want anyone to starve. Whether you're homeless or you're just down on your luck at the moment, I want to be able to help people to eat. What's the saying? I want to teach you to fish. I don't want to feed you to fish. I'll feed you the first time, sure, but I want to teach you to fish for yourself so that you will never be dependent on me giving you a fish, so that you can always go and fish for yourself and get the food you need on your own time, so that you are never dependent on when I show up and whether or not I have fish and how much fish I will give you, because then you're a slave. So yes, I do believe we should have food stamps still. I think I'm happy with people spending food stamps on whatever food they want, but I do agree we shouldn't include the sugary foods, the candy, and probably even soda. We really shouldn't include that. And we have the right to say so. It's our money. And when you're financially independent, spend your money on whatever the hell you want. But if you're coming to me to say, if you're coming to the government, which means you're coming to me, your local community, you're asking us, can you help me be fed? Fantastic, we will feed you. But that means you get what we give you. Not because we're spiteful, not because we don't like you. It's not because of the color of your skin, your gender, your sexual preference. It's real simple. I want you to be healthy enough so that you become independent enough to never need me again. It's just that simple. So yes, anyone who says, "Oh, well, you can be able to buy candy with food stamps," you do not appreciate freedom or the people who are requesting that. They're doing it maybe out of habit. You're doing it to hurt them. That's just not right. And it's because you're not thinking about it. Or at least I would like to believe that. Let me see what else we got here. John Windshower. Is that right? Is it John Windshower? I think I'm pronouncing that properly. I apologize if I'm not, but I think that's how it's said. Gave me a happy birthday. I enjoy the back and forth with you and Larry that we have. Well, old Marine Corps friends. What can I say? We go back and forth all the time. People laugh a lot, though. Me and Larry can talk for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time, back and forth all the time. But we're friends, and that's the thing. I have a couple of friends who are Democrats, and we go back and forth all the time because they're my friends. I can disagree with them. We can disagree. It's like disagreeing on a movie. We disagree on politics. And at the end of the day, they're still my friend. Whether or not we agree, okay, that's annoying, fine. But it's your life. It's you. But you're my friend. I'm not going to stop being your friend because you have a different point of view on politics. Just means that I don't agree with you. And what else is, so what? There's 1,000 things I may disagree with. I may like orcs more than Larry likes orcs, but what's that got to do anything? So, that's one way of looking at it. But thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for bringing that up. And thank you for joining me on my birthday marathon. I think that's the first time I've seen you on the channel. So congratulations and welcome to being here. Let me see. Have I left out any of the comments? I think I'm catching up. Okay, so John says, most of my sugar intake lately has come from the no seed oil coffee creamer I use. 63 servings. Nope, that's what they say, 63 servings. It's not. Nothing's ever. I don't know who makes these serving sizes, but no one in the universe eats anything in the recommended serving size. No one ever eats that. You die. Even birds don't eat things based on the serving size. Forget about it. I don't feed my dog serving size. Like, it's a recommended 1 scoop of food for his recommended food. Are you kidding me? Give him some food. Let him eat. He will starve to death. Give him one scoop. No, get out of my. But just something to think about there. Okay. Where am I at? Wow, it's 4:30. You know, the day is going by remarkably fast. And I thank so many people. I know we've had people come in and go out, and the number of people watching the program have increased and decreased throughout the day. I thank you all for spending any and all the time that you have spent with me throughout the day on my birthday here. It does make it special. And I love that we have been making so much. We've been raising so much money for the Jericho project. I'm looking forward to that. At the end of the day, I'm going to try and figure out some kind of quick math on how much money we've raised for them so far. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to making a check and get that money out to them as soon as possible. This is going to be a good day. That's going to be a good day. Okay. Let's see. We've talked about Jasmine Crockett a couple of times, her ghetto politics. By the way, Jasmine Crockett, do you guys remember Eddie Murphy? Eddie Murphy had that one movie. It wasn't one of his big movies. This had to be in the 90s, where he pretended to be, his name was Johnson. He's a criminal. But he was pretending to be a politician, because the politician died in office. His last name was Johnson, something like Sam Johnson or something like that. I don't remember. John Johnson, something like that. And so Eddie Murphy decided to run because his name was exactly the same as that guy's name. So when people were voting, they thought they were voting for the incumbent, and they were getting Eddie Murphy. And Eddie Murphy's, the guy who was doing that in that movie, Eddie Murphy's guy was a two-bit hustler. He was a low-level criminal, but a criminal all the same. He was a hustler. He scammed people on a regular basis. I forget the name of what that movie was, but he did that. And that, in a lot of ways, reminds me of Jasmine Crockett, because she's there for the hustle. She's not really serious about trying to help people. Now, in the movie, by the time we get to the end of the movie, Eddie Murphy's trying to do a serious job. He's trying to be a serious politician. He's actually paying attention to the details. Again, it's kind of like the Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. He's trying to do the right thing, and he's changing himself for the better of himself and his community. Jasmine Crockett isn't. Jasmine Crockett is there. She is selfish. She is there to make herself rich. She is there to try and improve her life, not the quality of life of her constituents. She's not worried about constituents. She's worried about herself. And that is very annoying. So I had that in my notes. I wanted to share that with everyone. Let me also share, because I haven't mentioned this in a little while. We consistently try to interview candidates of every party for local elections, national elections, federal elections. We go all through the gambit. And I've interviewed people from presidential campaigns all the way down to people who are running for local legislature, county legislature, even town councils and such. So we try and reach as many people as possible to ask them the questions that you would ask, so that you know who you should vote for. Not because of whom I want you to vote for. It's for who you want to vote for. And we try and be as fair as possible when we do the candidate interviews. And so far, I've not heard a single candidate complain about our candidate interviews. We're always fair. We may be a bit harsh, but we're always fair. And we treat every candidate the same. We don't treat them any different than a member of Congress, and I've done interviews with many members of Congress. So I don't treat a candidate any different than I treat a member of Congress. I don't treat them different based on their parties, because this is about you evaluating those people in those interviews and finding out who has the best plan for you. That's for you to decide. And we've been doing that consistently. We've done several interviews. We've covered several events, including Curtis Sliwa last Monday over at the Midtown Republican Club. And that video is up. It was done before my computer died. Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, so that would be 6, 7, that's the 8th, April 8th. I will be doing an interview with Tyreek Goodman. He's a local candidate in the Bronx, and we'll be doing an interview with him one-on-one. That'll be done on, I think I'm going to do that on Zoom, and then I will publish it afterwards. I just got to figure out how I'm going to post it, but we will get that up live for you. So that's a local candidate this Tuesday. I should have it out the same day. So Tuesday night, expect that. And then on Saturday, there is an event which should be up. Flyers should be out on Facebook, I think, right now, with Curtis Sliwa, who is running for the mayor of New York, and Gonzalo Duran, who is running for basically the lieutenant mayor, the assistant of the mayor. And so he's running for that. Both of them and several other candidates and figures will be speaking to the public on Saturday, next Saturday. So that would be the 12th of April at 11 a.m. That event will start 11 a.m. And I hope that I will be able to do an interview with Curtis Sliwa, the leader and founder of the Guardian Angels, and the leading Republican candidate for the New York City mayor's race against most likely Andrew Cuomo. We're going to try and get an interview with him specifically. So we're working on that. Just to let you guys know some of the upcoming events that we're covering. And that's only possible. Being able to do these interviews, to be able to go to these events, to be able to get this coverage is because you like, share, subscribe, because of your donations. When you support us with a super chat, a Rumble rant, a super thanks, you buy something from our online store, you join our Patreon, which is $1.50 a month. $1.50. That's it. That's the top tier. You can't spend more than that. It's $1.50 a month. That's all it is. For our Patreon, these things all add up and make it possible for us to do things like supporting and helping to fund the Jericho project. It helps us to get to these various events all across the country, to be able, whether it's a CPAC or it's the Libertarian conference, the annual conference, whether it's local elections or upstate or downstate. It's all because of you guys. And we appreciate everything that you do when you can, because I understand it is difficult. I live in the same world, and New York City is way too expensive. So I know exactly how you guys feel. Oh, okay. So wind shower. I got it correct. That is the Austrian pronunciation. So cool. I'm glad that I got it right. I tried. Oh, okay. And thank you. IC says that the movie was The Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy. Thank you. I couldn't quite remember what it was, but I remember the movie. So yeah, and I think that was about 96 that movie came out, somewhere in that range. But The Distinguished Gentleman, yes. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. Let's see here. We got Matt. Okay. And I see I love the fact that my chat is having conversations amongst themselves about similar things that we're talking about. I love that. I love that we have inspired and connected people that may not be connected ever in any other way to be able to talk. I have a very unique and diverse audience from around the world. We've got people in Thailand, like Happy Life, who's over in Thailand. I know we've got people who watch the program in Sweden, in Japan, people who watch it in France, Germany, United Kingdom, a few other, Canada, we've got like, I don't know, 60 countries, 60 to 100 countries watch programs on this channel on a regular basis, which I love. And then we've got people from all across the United States. Oh, I left out Australia. Miss K. I didn't forget you, Miss K, who's down in Australia, another big watcher in the United Kingdom, of course. A lot of fans over there. But we got people across the United States from both coasts, north and south, and we enjoy bringing all of you, everybody together so that we can have these ideas. Not that everyone must agree with me. I don't expect that. But that we are willing to have the conversation, to say, I agree or I disagree. I think that's interesting. Why do you think that? Why are you thinking in that manner? I think that's the most important thing, that if we can understand why people are seeing the conclusions, the consequences of some of the laws and legislation and political stances that we see out there, the better we get to an actually effective and efficient solution. And I know I say it all the time, effective, efficient. I say it over and over again because it matters. Because it matters. Because when we're not being effective or efficient, we waste and we just throw away $36 trillion. Think about that. What if only 10% of $36 trillion is waste? Only 10%. That's $3 trillion. If it's only 0.1% waste, that's $300 billion. That's 300. If the government right now is only wasting 0.1% of the national debt, that's there just because of waste. Okay, 0.1%. You're talking about $300 billion, $360 billion in waste. That's enough money to house every homeless person in America. That's enough money to feed every child in America. That's enough money that we could, God, there's almost anything else we want to do after that. You could do all of those things at the same time. That's how much waste is in America. If it's only 0.1%, and we all know it is way higher than that. It is massively more than that. But if it were only 0.1%, we could take care of all the housing issues in America. We could feed every child in America. Be no problems. Could do that overnight. That's why being effective and efficient matters. Because when we allow politicians to not be effective and efficient, when we allow laws to not be effective and efficient, we're taking food out of the mouths of children. We're allowing our veterans and those with mental issues to not get healed, to not get the help they need. We allow people to live to be homeless because there is nowhere else for them to go. I disagree with that. I think we can be more effective. Does that mean that there will never be any corruption? There'll never be any waste in government ever again? Of course there will. We are human beings. I don't expect perfection from politicians. God help me, if a politician's telling me how perfect they are, I'm telling you they're lying to your face. There is something wrong with that story. That's not true. They're human beings. They're as flawed as anyone else. I have interviewed, I have spoken with, and I have been around way too many politicians at every level of government for me to believe the lie that they often like to try and sell people and go, well, no, I'm elected, so I'm smart. No, you're not. Being elected has nothing to do with whether or not you're smart. Nothing at all. No, my computer's heating up again. But yeah, getting elected has nothing to do with being smart. Doesn't mean you're smart at all. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have? Oh, hey. Oh my God. Hey.
Hey.
Were you there for a while?
just for a few minutes. I left you a message earlier that I was going to try and get on in about an hour.
Okay. Everybody has to stop sending me messages. I am only paying attention to what's in front of me. So everyone, by the way, folks, I've got like 2 or 3 surprise people who are like supposed to be coming on. Mostly I'm telling them just come in, but I don't know when they're showing up, and people go, oh crap. Yes. Well, that was at 4:00. We may get someone coming in.
Okay. If you need me to bow, just let me know. I'll come back.
No, I can have more than one person on.
Okay.
Are
you sure the laptop can handle it?
I'm not sure. We'll find out. So what's up, man?
Not too much. Wanted to wish you a happy birthday. My wife and I are very happy that you made your 57th anniversary level on this planet. Good job for leveling up. Getting all that experience. So that's good. And how are you feeling today? Good?
Mostly. I got 3 hours of sleep because my computer died.
Yeah.
And I've been up since 4 in the morning. So I'm at hour 11, maybe 12. And but the show's at hour like 7 and 7:45. So it's like, I'm a little more tired than most people think.
I was trying to catch you earlier today, and for some reason, nothing popped up. And when I went to go to YouTube, my YouTube wasn't working. And then when I went to go look for you on Rumble, you weren't there on Rumble. So I got a little worried. I'm like, it's already like 1:00, and I haven't been able to see your stream. I hope he's okay.
No, if I wasn't on, I was, trust me, I was figuring out all night long. The reason why I was up all night long was trying to figure out a way. I'm like, I absolutely will be doing this.
Yeah.
I just got to figure out how I'm doing this, but I'm going to do it one way or the other.
Jeez, oh man. And all because of Windows 11, huh?
Well, yeah, and it's an old computer, but yes, mostly it's Windows 11. I've been using the same computer for years, not a problem. Right. Windows 11, and this is like the third. Well, it crashed twice before, and now it's dead.
It's one of the reasons why I don't think I'm going to be upgrading to the latest and greatest. I think I'm going to do my best to try and avoid it as long as possible. I did that with 7 as well. When Windows 7 was out and it was like 10, I didn't adopt 10 until probably the 4th year in.
I didn't want to, but I had to because some of the programs that I use, like I do a lot of, people may not be aware, I do some consulting for individuals, groups, and candidates. And so I had to do some editing of video and such, and some photos. And some of the software I was using, which was being upgraded, and you got to always keep up with all the video editing software, more and more visual, stuff. So I had to upgrade some of that, and that couldn't be done without getting to Windows 11.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, I need the program. This is my job. There you go.
And there you go. And now your computer's dead.
Yeah, now the computer's dead. Which is really fun since I don't work a 9 to 5. I work spec. I work on the job, each and every job individually. So it's like, okay, I need this to complete a job. Great. Now I can do any job whatsoever. So, I feel wonderful now.
That's a mess. I might shoot you another $50 just to help you out today.
Well, it's all going towards, again,
I know.
Out of every $10 goes to Jericho.
Yep. No, that's excellent. I think the plight of homelessness has gotten exponentially worse in the last couple of years. And it's one thing that most people, it's an unpleasant truth that we have to deal with in our society. There are always going to be poor. There are always going to be homeless. Mm-hmm. And, I was one of them at one point.
Poor or homeless?
Yes.
Because I've been both. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I had in my name was a truck, and that was it. And I was doing better than most. Stealth camping gets pretty hard though. Whenever you're trying to pick a parking lot or a camp to stay over in. But I was young then. I was more resilient. Now I probably couldn't pull it off. I'd probably be that guy with a paper bag somewhere in a cardboard box underneath a bridge somewhere.
Yeah, so would I. I would not want to do. I don't want to be that same 20-something-year-old. No,
Yeah,
that
not
would
on the
not go
street.
over well.
No. So, I mean, I wouldn't say we've all been there, but a lot of us have been there, and it's very important to know that whether it be by circumstance or choice, there's just some times where life kicks you in the teeth, and you wind up being out on the street, and sometimes you need to go and get help. And one of the things you addressed about the food stamps is like that. When I first moved up to New York, and my family was first coming together, me and my wife and everything, I'll tell you, it was the most ashamed that I've ever felt, having to step into a HHS office with my hat in hand and say, "Give me the paperwork to fill out for food stamps."
Yeah.
I mean, and it's because I knew, not ashamed that I needed the service, because I know what the service is there for, but ashamed that I couldn't hack it to actually be independent, and I had to go under government supervision in order to be able to just buy food for my children. But it wasn't about me; it was about being able to feed my family.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I did my best to get away from that as fast as possible, because it does come with a lot of red tape. It does come with a lot of leashes, and if you are a person that enjoys liberty, you do not want to be on said system. You do want to feel some shame so that you don't stay on it for the rest of your life.
Well, I wouldn't say shame. Uncomfortable. You should.
Yeah. You shouldn't be
shouldn't be
comfortable.
something that, like, oh, I'm entitled. No. You don't want this. You don't want this.
No. And I mean, I'd held a job and I'd paid taxes and everything. And when I was talking with a friend of mine, he's a old Italian guy from New York, or from Brooklyn. He was a good guy, but he was getting it. And I told him how uncomfortable I felt going to the government for this. And he goes, "Did you pay taxes?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, then you've already paid into the system. You're just doing some extra steps to get your own money back." And I'm like, I get it, but at the same time, I don't like it. I mean, I would rather learn a skill, and he taught me some about flooring, because he was a guy that used to do tiles. So, and he started with a panel van and $700, and that was what he made his business on. And he was picking up food stamps later. He goes, "Yeah, I paid all that money. I'm going to get my money back, even if I have to," that sort of thing. But he taught me a skill, and I used it a little bit to help get me out of that. Plus, I did the electrical stuff, and I went back to school, got my certifications, and so on. So I made improvements with that uncomfortable feeling of being dependent on the government, and I don't like it. It's one thing if you go to I even feel uncomfortable going to my family and asking for help, but it's like, at least with blood, with family, you go to them and you say, "Look, you've given me these skills. I need to learn more skills. It's not going to be like this forever. Can I just have like a quick spot?" You go to your family, they help you out, and it's blood helping you, right? Or your very close friends or whatever. But when you have the government doing it, there's bureaucracy, there is paperwork, there is
strings. There's
strings,
always strings.
all these strings, and you just for a meager amount of what you could have earned, you have to take this now and make it last for 1 or 2 months. And I mean, that was hard. That was a very hard lesson, and it was one that made me get smart about finances. It's like, all right, so I know that my expenditures are this much, and I know that I have to cut this much out if I can. If there's nothing that I can cut out, then I need to stretch this other stuff to go farther. And you just start, it does affect your choices, but you do become more responsible if you don't get that sense of comfortableness with it, and you don't develop the sense of entitlement. And I'm not that kind of person. I dislike having people have strings attached to me.
No, I get that.
And that makes me very, very prime as a liberty first sort of person. because you have to have that ambition. You have to have that drive not to want to live with strings attached to you. You want to be able to self-determine your own future.
Yeah, we're not teaching kids that enough these days.
Oh, I agree.
We're trying to teach them how to be dependent, not independent.
Right.
And we're seeing, and the consequence of that is the mess that we're seeing everywhere as a consequence of it. It's just not worth it.
Right. Yeah, I think my class was probably the last one to have home ec. And that was.
I had home ec, yeah.
Yeah, and that was back in the 90s. I was doing. I think the one thing I did remember from that, the two things I remember from doing from home ec, patching pants and being able to sew on buttons, and then the other thing was making this orange Julius. Those were the two things that they taught us in home ec. But when it came to things like financing, yeah, you looked at a check, they told you what a checkbook was, but it was right at that cusp where the ATM card was starting to come out, and the debit, the Visa, the credit cards were very popular. So checks were starting to get phased out.
Young people should never be allowed to have an ATM card. They should be required to have a checkbook for the first 5 years of them having a banking account.
Yeah.
So that they can always do the math, so they can always understand how their money's coming in and out. Because that helped me understand when I'm spending money and learning the value, not the value of the money, but how to make the money go as far as it could. It was because I had a banking account and I hated overdraft fees because it made my money disappear even more.
Right. And one of the other things I wish I had more knowledge about when they were teaching finance in high school wasn't just home budgeting, but also what it meant to have investments. What was capital gains? How does investing work? What role does taxation play when it comes to? Yeah, it was called a MAC card back then. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, and what role your taxation plays in eating into your net worth and all that other stuff. That would have been nice to know. Knowing how money works, how debt works, going forward. Because if I had known how debt works, I probably would never have taken out student loans. Ever.
I would have done. I had a plan for the student loans, didn't go through because I didn't have a good plan. I would have made a better plan.
That's right.
Because I actually wound up having one or two student loans more than I needed, and I took one of them, put in the bank. The other one had a great time with a bunch of friends. We were very stupid. And I would have probably took both of them and invested had I really thought about it. Didn't understand. I thought the money would grow like an investment.
Right.
At that time. Because I didn't understand the investing. I didn't become a stockbroker for another 15 years, 10, 15 years after that. So it was like, what a waste. It could have been a great launch.
You don't talk about wasted missed opportunities with finances. When I was in college, one day I was in a forum and I was talking with a group that was talking about Bitcoin. And at the time I had no idea what they were talking about. And they're talking about data mining or software mining or something like that. And they're like, yeah, you could do it straight from your browser. Because early on you could. They were using the algorithms for the browser. And I'm like, this sounds like a scam. I'm not going to do this. Oh my God. I could have sat there in college and burned up all their energy to mine for my computer a Bitcoin, and I would have been $36,000. It's something crazy like that.
Yeah. Well, the guy who used to, when I was in Binghamton, I had a guy who would work. He would do all my computer repairs. Come in a couple of times and just make sure it's all clean and repair anything. I want to do some upgrades or switches. He gets the equipment for me and we switch it all out.
Right.
And he, in his spare time, he just mined crypto.
Huh.
He had like 3-4 different machines mining crypto all the time, 24/7.
Right.
So he was telling me about it. I'm like, but there's no asset. There's just no asset to the crypto. Yeah. I understand the feeling, but there's no asset here. And he tried to explain to me, like, the blockchain, but it's the blockchain. I'm like, I'm not saying it's not verified. It's not an asset. I have a very verifiable non-asset.
Right. The way I understand it is the blockchain is the asset.
Yeah, that's if you're in crypto, the blockchain is the asset. Right. If you're not into crypto, it's just the verification that it is not. It's a very secure, very verified non-asset. And I've had this debate with a bunch of people in crypto, and sadly, it's because as a broker, I spent time in my life as a broker. I never been sued. Yeah. I was a good broker. But I'm going through it. I'm like, okay, so I can analyze this crypto a dozen different ways that I would look at, all different stocks and financial products. I never get to an asset. I never get to that. And I'm like, I have to have that. I need to know that there is a base value. I can't evaluate this thing until I know what the base value is. Let me go to 0.
Right.
And they're like, well, we can't do that. Like, then it's not a financial product. And I lost so much money because of that.
Yep.
Mind you, I still stand I still stand on that principle today. But the ride that I could have ridden just running with, because there's nothing wrong with jumping in the middle. If the wave is passing you by, jump on the wave and ride it for a little while.
Yeah.
Why not? I don't have to believe it. I just make money off of it.
Give me 1 second. The boys are trying to get my attention.
Okay. Yeah, folks. So, by the way, more Patreon members, as you can see, and Patreon members have the link not only to be able to come on live, like Dal has, but also they have a special promo code to go to our online store and have a discount. By the way, I was checking on my phone, and it looks like one of my guests, a member of Congress, might not be able to jump in. They were trying to. They had to fly somewhere. So they may not make it before we're done tonight at 9. It's up in the air. We'll see.
Well, hopefully they can contact you, because if it's Schumer, I'd like to talk to him. He's been ignoring my phone calls.
They keep calling and sending me messages on the phone, and I'm like, I'm not paying attention to the phone. Just jump in.
Yes. Well, we had. It's funny because I was talking with somebody else about Schumer, and they're like, have you noticed that he's kind of dropped out of the limelight lately? And I said, that's probably because Doge is getting around to the fact that they're going to start looking at congressional appropriations, and they're going to look at Schumer's appropriations for the NIAN program up here, and they're probably going to see a lot of kickbacks. And I'm like, boy, I hope they go through his books so thoroughly, because I am sure his fingers are in just about every bit of that, and he's got some kickbacks coming to him.
Guaranteed. He's been doing this too long. By the way, I love this Solak. Vastastic. I like that. Vastastic.
Hey, John Solak.
Yeah.
Hey. So the thing with the i3NY, I am definitely sure where they couldn't come up with a working battery prototype. They said they had one. They didn't have one. And now the guy that went and applied for all that money that Schumer appropriated for the program is now filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
No kidding.
So where is all that money? Well, I can almost guarantee you it went to Hochul, it went to Schumer, and it went to everybody else that was involved on any committee that had to deal with opening and renovating the space to create these non-existent batteries, and then nothing ever got produced.
Well, what do we have? We have $46 billion being spent on high-speed rail. More than that.
Yeah.
We've got another $40 billion that were spent on building charging stations for electric vehicles across America. 3 years later, not one charging station has been built by the federal government. Not one.
No.
We spent $40 billion. That's with a B. That's the big number.
Right.
And you can't show me one charging station anywhere in America. Forget about going across America. At least show me one. Put one. They could have been symbolic. Like, here's our first symbolic. We're going to have, it's like
right.
With the railway stations, and they had the one gold.
Yeah, the gold spike
that they would hammer in. Yeah. Have the one golden electric charging station in the middle of Kansas. I mean, do something for my money.
Put it in DC. If you don't want to travel, put it in DC.
I don't care where. Give me some pageantry if I can't get this.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. And we spent all that money and got jack back.
Now, I will say, I don't know if they do like a program where they're refunding or giving like some sort of subsidy to the people that put them in and then pay back the investment costs. I did see coming down 81, just outside of Binghamton there's a truck stop, and they just put in 3 new Tesla charging stations. But I don't know if they're going to be if that ties into the charging station money that the infrastructure bill actually put forward for it. I don't know if that's a thing or if it's a deal with Tesla that they're putting it in. So,
as I understood it, and I'm not in the region anymore.
Yeah, no, you're.
But as I understood it, they are those are private. They're not government.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if the government's trying to tie in with private industry to put these up or not, but the only charging stations that I've seen go in have been private ones from Tesla. So I don't know. I mean, honestly, we really, as the American people stand, we have not seen a big return on any of the money that has been floated out of DC. And even in the state's case, I think the last budget that the New York's tried to pass, they want $255 million.
Yes,
I think $255 million, and they're asking the federal government
billion.
$255 billion, and they're asking the federal government to pay $1 trillion for the MTA because they need help with it because it's failing and it's losing money. Why? Yeah. Because Kathy Hochul can't be bothered to let citizens protect themselves while they ride the subway. That's why.
Because they won't let people wear passive self-defense, otherwise known as a bulletproof vest. How many people's lives would be saved if we would allow them to wear a bulletproof vest? Have kids go to school, their backpack can be a bulletproof backpack. One, it spurs American businesses because they're making those things.
Right.
That's how I know about them. I own a bulletproof vest. You can buy American. They build them as backpacks in various configurations. And you can have it's passive self-defense. It costs you nothing to do this. I can just have it. No one is hurt. No one even needs to necessarily know that I have a bulletproof whatever I'm having. And she said, no, that's a crime. That is a crime. You have to go to jail. I'm like, come to my house and try and get my bulletproof vest. Guess what? There's going to be a problem. You're not going to walk in and out with it.
No, and what's even crazier is the fact that if we've seen time and time again that an armed populace acts as a deterrent to crime. So if she really wanted to solve the problem, if this was a thing where she didn't want to rely on the police because the police can't be everywhere and we don't have the funding to do the police, then let people do as the Constitution says, provide for our own safeguards. That's it. We already have the inalienable right to do it. The Constitution protects the free exercise of that right. It's all lawful. why does New York have to be one of the odd men out when it comes to the enforcement of, the upholding of the Second Amendment? And New Yorkers have to be bereft, not even left, but bereft of defense.
Well, it doesn't make sense because, well, first of all, they're too busy rewriting all of the constitutional rights.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. They're teaching kids you don't need to read or write. You can use Grammarly for that, as we know kids are doing.
Yeah.
Even college students, they're using Grammarly to read and write for them. And so they don't know what the Constitution says because they've never seen it. No one's showing it to them. And they're only being told, this is what, you don't need to look at it. You don't need to read it. You can't anyway. And this is what it says. Essentially, it's saying that you don't have a right to own a firearm unless you're going to go recreational shooting. Maybe if you're hunting. I'm like, where in the hell does it say that anywhere in the document?
Yeah, it doesn't.
In the discussion
Not at all.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing is like New Yorkers have put up with this idea that we're going to let the government cook, do what it's going to do, because we couldn't be bothered to actually supervise our own governance. We're going to trust that whoever we send in there is going to do the job for us. And it's like, no, the whole premise of the foundation of America was to send in your representative so that they execute the will of their constituents, but you are ultimately responsible for writing them to make sure that they do the job.
Yeah.
So when people talk about term limits, I'm like, term limits are only useful in the sense that if you're going to have the absence of the people actually participate in their own governance, then yes, you need to legislate term limits because the people are not paying attention. And you need the system to self-regulate. But voting, like midterms and general elections, were supposed to be the term limits. People were supposed to stay participating in their government enough where if their representative wasn't doing the job that they were sent there to do, then they needed to be voted out. So people needed to show up at the polls and vote out the crappy guy and put somebody that was willing to do the job in to do the job. We haven't had that for decades. If we even had it before. I mean, once you had the machine voting and you think about Tammany Hall and all that business with like the old party machines and so on and so forth, like right at the turn of the century there. I mean, the back dealings with politics and the machinations of disingenuous representation has been going on for almost 100 years. So, I mean, this is not a new problem, but it's coming to a head where like we were discussing on the Liberty First Foundation the other night, Americans have to ask themselves, do you want to be a subject to the government, just like every other country in the world seems to have, or do you really want to be a citizen and be your own governance and make your government work for you? That's where we're at right now.
I get that. I get that. It's the answer is we have to remind people, why is it important? Because they're like, oh, well, you're going to be a gangbanger. No, I'm not. Or you're going to, by the way, he's very excited right now, as you can tell.
I can see that.
Yeah. Hi. Because someone just woke up. And when someone just wakes up, that means go outside.
Right.
But it is about his time. So I'm going to jump in there. I got to take him in a moment. But we need to remind people what's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is to be polite with our neighbors, to have our friends confident, to reassure our friends, and to make our enemies quake, not because of our action, but because of our potential.
Right. And
it's really simple, and that it's just that simple. My friends aren't worried about you. You look at 1 in 4 people in New York State own a firearm.
Right.
Most of that is upstate, mostly.
Yeah.
And they own about 2 firearms per person that owns a firearm. That's the way the numbers generally break down, or at least that's what everyone agrees with, right?
Right.
So that being said, you don't know which of your neighbors does or doesn't have a firearm unless they explicitly tell you. You don't know that. I had a house. People didn't know if I had a firearm or not. I didn't know if they had one or not. But you know what? People knew I was into the Second Amendment. People knew I went to rallies and I went to speak at events and I went on TV defending the right of Second Amendment. You can make whatever guess you'd like about that, but no one knows until I tell them one way or the other. You wouldn't know if I have a firearm or not.
Correct.
But I'm pretty sure my neighbors felt a little bit more secure knowing that this guy who publicly goes around the entire state talking about the Second Amendment, defending the right to have a firearm, who occasionally has police officers come on by and politicians come on by, not because I'm in trouble, but just to hang out and talk, because they know me, because they've seen me, because there's no reason not to talk to me, because I was a homeowner. I owned my home. They'd come on by. Didn't make my neighbors didn't feel bad about any of that. That was a bonus for them.
Yeah.
I don't see the problem.
No. So I think one of the things that New York especially is going to have an opportunity to do, especially with the reorganization of the world economy with Trump's tariffs and so on, is we're going to have an opportunity to see which.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I see the comment. It's really funny.
It's from my mother. It's from my mother.
She's basically telling you to mind your P's and Q's.
By the way, Mom, I'm not laughing at you. It was funny because no one really ever says that. No, trust me, I'm okay. Public figures are not regular people.
No. So I think New York has an opportunity here to actually witness how states perform with these tariffs, because the one thing that nobody's discussing, Rand Paul, Ron Paul, none of these other people are discussing this. They poo-poo it away if they even touch on it at all. Historically, when you use a tariff, you do not want to tariff the domestic industry, right? You don't want any tariffs anywhere inside the domestic industry, because it defeats the purpose of trying to ignite industry and production. So we have pretty much a lot of different resources and raw materials that we can make right here. We can't produce everything. I understand that.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. But we also don't have the infrastructure to go after those raw materials, because as the great exodus that I saw in 94. Now I know it was happening earlier than that, but I saw it in 1994. As the great exodus of industry has left the United States for cheaper raw materials sourced outside the country, for cheaper industry sourced outside the country, we have lost the infrastructure to source a lot of these raw materials within our own country.
Yeah.
So the other side of this, the other side of this whole tariff business, is that we would have to recreate all that infrastructure to get the raw materials, and when people talk about, like Rand Paul talks about, well, we will we'll have a shortfall of all these things that we rely upon. Well, we know that. The general American populace knows that, and we don't like it. But if ultimately it means we're going to be able to have homegrown businesses that actually supply the products that we need, and we'll be able to utilize the raw materials that will make things like critical things like medicine or, infrastructure. We want that, because that creates economic opportunity for us.
It's basically every parent will go hungry if it means their kid gets fed.
Correct. And
I did.
And the when they fight against when they fight against Trump's use of the tariff to try and renegotiate deals, which he's already making headway. We see it with Vietnam, we see it with Cambodia.
Expect more.
Yeah, and expect more. He's doing his part to get the foreign pieces together. What the states have to do is they have to step up to the plate and actually put in the effort to entice homegrown startups, homegrown industry to begin their own investment and building to take advantage of whatever trade deals are done foreign wise.
That part Trump can't do that part.
Trump can't fix that. That has to be the people. It has to be the state.
Yeah,
right.
That has to be independent. That has to be at state level or below, and that's the only way that can work. So
and that's what I don't. Instead of Rand Paul saying no, we shouldn't be having these tariffs at all. We need to keep the same sort of trade system going that we've had because we can't afford to source our own materials because it'll take too long and there's too much effort involved. And most of the time, I like Rand Paul, I like Ron Paul, I like their liberty stances, and I agree with them on how principled they are. But right now, you sound like a lazy motherfucker. I mean, you do. You don't sound like you want to put any effort into this, and you want people to continuously be lazy.
Well, that's because they know it's at the moment until there's a groundswell. It's a losing proposition,
and I agree.
Don't want to lose,
right? And I agree because you need to have the backing of the populace behind you in order to make it happen. But and I don't know if we're at a point yet where people are hurting enough where they're going to be willing to put in the effort to actually make it happen. But I'm certainly willing to make it happen.
Yeah, but not yet. It's coming, but not yet. All right. Let me do this because Mr. Puppy Man's about to start screaming.
All right. Well, I'll let you go.
Yep. But and we're going to be going on to a break.
Yep.
Right for it's 5:30. 6:15. 6:15, folks. 6:15. I will be back.
All right.
Don't worry. We still got until 9 o'clock, but it's good because now you get an excuse. You can, everybody, you too, you can all go and get something to eat real quick. You can have a cigarette real quick, kiss your wife or husband or significant other or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. Toaster, whatever.
I have a toaster waiting for me. My toaster oven is calling.
Yeah, you never know. And I'm not picking on people about it. They get the toasters if they want to, and then come back at 6:15. I should be back with Khan, the little puppy who's very excited, and be back with all of you guys. Thank you, Dow, for taking a moment on my birthday to join me. Thank you also for that $50 donation that you put in there. That's
you do the Lord's work. You do the Lord's work.
We try. And I know it's going to be really, really well received by Jericho Project as well as for myself. Say hello to the kids. Say hi to your wife for me. And we will be back.
Watching in the other room.
Yeah, I saw. It was behind you. So I'm walking right past.
Yep.
All right.
No, that was one of the boys, but my wife's in the other room watching that general direction.
Oh, okay. Oh, there. Oh, hey. There he is.
Okay. Yeah, that's Matt. So
okay. Wasn't sure. All right. So let me let you go, and then we'll go and get this done so I can walk the dog, and I'll be right back. Okay, man?
You should play the intermission clip.
I don't. Computer's down. I got no intermission anything.
Oh, that's right. All right.
Yeah.
See you back at 6:15.
Okay.
Have a good one.
All right, folks. So as I said, we're going to be back at 6:15. That's 6:15 Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to play a little bit for the break so that you can see, you'll be entertained, and then I'll be coming back. Happy life. I want you to stay safe. Remember, there are aftershocks that last for up to a week to 2 weeks after a major earthquake. So always be prepared. Have a go bag just in case. By the way, folks, Happy Life is in Thailand, where they just had a 7.0 or 7.2 earthquake. So have a go bag prepared, and just be aware that you can have another large earthquake 2 weeks after the main earthquake. You probably won't, but it's always good to have that as a preparation just on the side, just in case. And remember, what was the first thing you were supposed to do when you got to Thailand? Figure out the route to the American embassy. Okay, keep that in mind. But I want you to be safe and well, and thank you for being here with me on my birthday. Sarah and Icy. Okay, guys, hang on. I'm going to be back at 6:15. I'm not going away. Eastern Standard Time. I'm not going away. I just need to walk my dog, Khan, because Khan is wonderful. I love him. He's 14 years old. That little black fur ball you saw licking my face, he's 14 years old. Love him to death. So I'm going to take him, and I'll be right back, folks. Right back. If I can figure out how to do it.
So I was an independent. I voted for Perot, then Nader. I was that guy who couldn't have told you any of their policies, but just thought they're not the other, so therefore they get my vote. I was that rebel voter. I don't know if Nader even cares anymore to be forward, but I'm going to talk about Bernie, because Bernie's a sellout.
Yeah,
that's the Bernie reason, because Bernie's a sellout. Yeah. Everyone's got that's the reason. Bernie's a sellout. Mm-hmm. He has completely sold down the river. He's a total and absolute sellout. That's why Bernie's not doing it. I think Nader doesn't care anymore. Any opinions up here?
Yeah, Nader is no longer relevant.
Yeah,
he lost already. He lost too many times. He lost too big, and everyone moved on, and so he's no longer relevant. Bernie basically picked up after Perot, after Nader. Bernie was that next kind of outside guy, except there was a bigger, better outside politician, and that was called Trump. And so he couldn't keep up. He sold out to make sure that the Democrats would have power, and Bernie picked up 2 houses along the way. Gee, what a nice bonus for him. You ever notice so many Democrats who are into socialism are multimillionaires that don't live anywhere?
I have noticed that.
Yeah,
I have.
And have you noticed how Bernie went from it's the millionaires to it's the billionaires?
That's right.
Yes.
He became a millionaire. They weren't problems anymore.
Yeah.
But
if that guy lives for 20 more years, it'd be the trillionaires. The trillionaires are bad. He'll say that if he lives for 20 more years.
Man, if we have bad inflation, though, we'll be in bad shape.
Inflation, yes. Because of inflation, they'll be trillionaires. Absolutely.
I'll add Andrew Yang and Marianna Williamson to that list. I was trying to get them to support Bobby months ago, and they did have an opportunity. But none of them said anything, did anything. I was actually very disappointed. I made some comments.
Well, that's because Andrew Yang is out of his mind with his modern monetary theory. So he's lost. And Marianne Williamson's hugging a crystal somewhere. But what I think
is insulting people, Mike. I happen to know both of those people.
I don't
know
both of them. I'm not saying they're not nice people. Okay, let me rephrase this. That's their political outlook. I don't know them personally. They may be wonderful human beings.
I spoke to Yang last week. Like, I know him. So yeah, he lives in the same
I supported him. I primaried for him.
Here we go.
Politically, I mean this when I say. Let me be clear. Sometimes when I'm saying these things, I know they come out very harsh. Sometimes I speak authoritatively, but I'm talking about them politically. I don't know these people individually. I don't talk about their personal lives. I wouldn't do that. This is their political outlook to me. But I think one of the things that's very important is one of the big reasons why we're also not seeing Nader in and why we saw Bernie back out. It's something going back to what you were talking about, Shanna, is it's about the down ballot. To be absolutely honest with everyone, and it's something that really isn't spoken about in the rah-rah, all hands on deck. We have Kamala Harris is the Ray Palpatine of the 2024 election.
I am the Senate.
The real thing is that they're worried about the down ballot. She's going to lose. They know that. I mean, there is the Hail Mary. She could possibly pull it off. That's not what they're counting on.
This is a winnable race now.
Congress.
But it's funny you said that. To be clear, before it was Harris, when it was Biden, they were scared of it. They were all talking about that. You're totally right, Mike. When it was Biden, they were like, well, how do we at least keep the Senate? Like, how do we keep the House? What do we do? But I'm telling you, now that Empress Harris is on board, this is a winnable race. Did you see how much money she raised?
No. Wait.
They're underestimating who they pissed off with the whole Kennedy situation.
No,
they're very much underestimating the people that are now anti-DNC versus anti-Trump.
Look, she got $350 million at least. That was all coming from Biden's money that he raised because he was the one on the primary. He was the one that was being pushed until everyone wound up realizing he's a zombie part-time president, and they threw him under a bus. And because she was on the ballot, she was name attached. She was able to, in the fundraising, she was able to take all the money. That's why they needed her. She's the checkbox DEI candidate, and her name was on the money. So that's why they put her in place.
Now you're an isterophobe now, Mike.
Of course I am.
You just hit the list. You're now an isterophobe.
You know what? When you tell the truth, you wind up being an ist and a phobe compared to the left, because everyone is. But the reality is, she wasn't the best. That's why he had to put in the limitations of her being a black female Democrat, and being a progressive was a bonus for him. She's not the best. She's just the right check boxes. And she came in, no one liked her. She had the lowest rating as a vice president. But here's the thing. They know that as she speaks, Democrats in 2019, when they had the option to listen to her, they rejected her 95%. She went bankrupt before they even got to the first ballot.
I remember primary. She had to bail.
She's a failure because no one likes. She has horrible policies. She's a horrible person.
She doesn't have any policies, so that's incorrect there. That one was wrong. She has no policies. She doesn't have any.
There you go.
That's the thing. Yes,
she's just to get the voters in.
Trump's pulling that Democratic woman though, with his new little pivot into the more science when he discusses things like procreation and abortion, which this is not the 1950s. Nobody's getting back alley curtain. We have IVF. We have so much science, and at this point, if we don't do something about our food and all of, there's 1 in 28 children being born in California right now with autism. In one more generation, there's going to be people that cannot run a country. Like, what are we have to invest in creating wanted children. And, we need a generation of wanted children. So I think, the conversation of that, it has to drastically change. And he does get a high five from me. Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
not
Trump.
sure that women see that in Trump, though. I feel like women don't see that in Trump at all. I think women see that in RFK Jr. What I see in women, and I know a lot of left-leaning women, a lot of them, and they really do not like Trump.
Well, he has just he has just said that. He has just come out and said these things. So now I think any woman that's like, women's rights, and that's somehow keeping her over here, I think she might be like, you know what? My entire life, this has been a debate, an argument. It's not going to go away.
Trump is my point. I think I'm going to go back to what Sean said. Sean saying how he's collecting people. I think women in America, but specifically in New York and California, they have a visceral hatred of him, and they don't care what his policy. I've literally done this. I've been out and told someone one of Trump's policies. They go, "That's good policy." I go, "What's Trump? I hate it." It doesn't matter because it's him. Like, there's a visceral hatred of him. But now
you're
when you
in
bring
deep state
someone,
New York. Deep state New York is like that. I'm in 100%. Nevada, which is more of a swing state, and there's definitely people that get more curious. Okay. And that's what I think it is. I think I've lost friends that are just so in the DNC matrix. That's all they consume. That's all they watch. That's why X is so important, because it's a bringing together of different minds. You can't just sit there and be told the same thing over and over. So I get that. But I think women are more concerned with their household right now and the economy and their income. Because, at the end of the day, they can just, decide to be more celibate. They can make those decisions.
This comment from Nancy. I mean, this is a perfect comment from Nancy. She says, "I'm a never Trumper," which many women I know are, but he's greatly improved after being shot. Is it me? And I think This is
Agreed.
my view.
Agreed.
And I'm not sure. I don't know Trump. I never met him. I did meet him like 30 years ago. But I've never met him as this at all. I've never met him in that regard. But I feel like right after he got shot, he reached out to Bobby Kennedy Jr. twice. I think that may have changed him. I think you might be right. You might be on something, Shanna. That may have changed him. I'd be like, you know what? Let me pick that call, whatever. Yeah, but Mike, you love Trump already. You don't count.
No.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
you
love
don't count.
Trump.
Yes,
No,
yes, you do.
Wait a minute.
Stop.
No. Everyone always presumes that just because I will vote for him and just because he's the best candidate that we have is not that I love him. He's the most effective candidate. He's the most effective candidate in the race, period.
Stop.
That's just the reality. Now, let me explain. It isn't that Trump changed. America changed. And as much as and this is why the Democrats memory hold the assassination attempt on him.
And
because they have spent 8 years training everyone every day that Trump is the devil every single day. And when we had this assassination, everyone in America, any president, any foreign president, when they get assassinated, we suddenly go, wait a minute, something is wrong. That's still in the back of everyone's head, even as they try to move past it and to not let people think about that because they would lose and they want to fortify the election. But the reality is we suddenly took a different look at him and said, wait a minute, why are they trying to kill him? Maybe we've gone too far. Maybe he's not the devil incarnate. Maybe his policies might actually make sense, which is why they want to memory hold this. They don't want people to think about that because they want the fear.
Okay.
That's how
let me get Sean in here. Sean's been kind of quiet. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. It is true that there's been a change in perception of Trump. I think since the shooting, and getting that out of the news was a real attempt to distract people from that. But that did happen. I don't think it's like mutually exclusive that maybe Trump experienced some change there as well. And I do think that he probably did have some change in priorities. And I think it's a good example of reaching out to Bobby immediately after that, trying to connect with him, bring him in, and even now the policies that he's embracing. And I think probably MAGA changed a little bit as well. And maybe not immediately, but with Bobby coming in and this really neat thing that's going on between MAGA and MAHA, it's a little bit beautiful. And it's almost like you've got people coming together who had they been starting to talk to each other back when Junior was president, when Bush Jr. was president, there would have been oil.
This is the Pacific Purple Wave that I talked about earlier with the 7 states.
Hold on, I think you guys are right because even Sarah also, by the way, also a member here says, I'm an orange man bad person who will vote for him if he helps RFK Jr. So yes, orange man bad's a real thing. I mean, that's a thing.
Yes,
it's a thing. And she's like, I'm one of them. But I'll still do it because I think Sean's right in this one, Mike. I think Sean's right. They're bringing people in and people are being okay. I'm okay because he's bringing the people in.
Well, and I think the main thing too is if you think that Donald Trump has been a successful businessman, you have to be a leader that hires the right people. And I think in 2016, after he went through those years with those people, and there's a reason why he switched out people. And if you notice now, notice now he doesn't have those, deep state politicians really around him as much, or whatever that means. But I think that is a huge part of it as well. And I think, him hiring the right people and putting the right people in positions, whether you agree with things like abortion or not, that shouldn't matter. When your toilet's leaking and you need to call a plumber, do you ask him if he votes for abortion, or do you hire him and have him come fix the plumbing? We're the only, politics is the only job on the planet that we let these, social policies divide us. And that's what keeps them in power.
Let's see, that's the thing. We have the Democrats, the left, are dependent on feelings, which are absolutely temporary and transitory, which is why they have to keep pushing fear and hate. That's the only way that they can keep that emotion constantly with people. And that's why they have to target Trump with that. But look at what Trump has been doing. And again, take away, I don't care. Orange man bad, fantastic. Put that on the side for a second. Throw away the feelings because I don't care. Everyone has their feelings.
But the world cares, Mike.
Listen
and
to me. Wait.
They do vote their feelings.
Because
they vote on feelings.
No, politics isn't feelings. Politics
yes, it is. It's
effectiveness.
literally feelings.
No,
it's
no.
literally feelings.
No, it's not. That's what we've been told and trained through the media, through advertising. That's not
Which means
politics. That's probably how people vote now.
Yes.
Because they have been retrained. That's not politics. They're not the same thing. And that's why we're screwed up. That's why we have $35.2 trillion in debt. That's why we're involved in 2 wars, one declared, one declared proxy, and one an undeclared one in the Red Sea. That's why we have the world militarizing, because we're trained to work off of emotion. But politics aren't emotions. Politics is policies and the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of that. And we need to refocus on that. And Trump did realize that after his first term. And what have we seen? Before he got RFK in, Trump was going to the public. He went to Bitcoin before there was RFK. He went to the libertarians before there was RFK. He went to RFK not because he got shot, but because he's been going to the public and saying, hey, stop with the emotions. It's not about Orange Man bad, fear and hate. It's about what makes America better. The whole idea of MAGA, Make America Great, and his America First policies, which actually are policies that back in the 80s were absolutely the norm, is the fact that he's saying we have to talk to people, even if we don't agree with them, and get them back onto, is it effective? Is it efficient? Will this help America? And that includes health. That includes our international policy.
I'm gonna show you a couple things here. I got a couple comments I think are. Agent Black is on your side. Agent Black says voting by feelings has killed the U.S. So he's on your side.
And he's out of the UK. He's taking a risk saying that because the UK censors.
Oh yeah, he might go to jail. That's fine. Okay, so let's call him Agent Gray. Maybe I could safer. So Noah Clark says, Larry, 95% of people vote based on their emotions. Thank you, because Noah says it. I'm now right. That's how it works. Yes, that's the rule. Yes.
That doesn't mean it's a good thing.
No, it's a terrible
based on emotions. That's not
and
good.
Those two comments fit it together.
No,
it's ruined America, and it's what 95% of the people do. And what Michael was saying as well, it's not what politics actually is. The Democrats and the machine that exists there, they get people to vote on their emotions, but they are hugely Machiavellian and pragmatic in terms of implementing and getting whatever they want for the shadowy folks who actually benefit from everything going on, what they want to have happen. So this is, there's a real politique that is part of the real world, and it's obscured by this democratic veneer of people voting on their emotions as well. So it's like,
I wonder if our audience is like the country, because Peace Logic says, Larry, I didn't consider Trump until I saw what happened with RFK. I'm concerned about nuclear war, censorship, the border. I don't like Trump, but I'm forced to consider him. I mean, is this just happen to be this group of people who are watching and listening?
No.
Or is the country actually starting to go, all right, Orange Man's bad, but is that actually happening? In 2020, there was no but. It was Orange Man bad. There was no but. Is there a but now?
I think there completely is a but. But our groceries are so high. But what have you done for the last 4 years? But why can't I buy a house and I make a good living? Those buts people care more about than I think. Yes, you're right. People do things out of emotion more so than anything. But I think that's a lack of just messaging and education. And again, their matrix has entrapped them. We see the information here on X, but that doesn't translate onto Instagram or Facebook. You don't see this information on there. Now I do see, because I follow a lot of very natural, holistic, healthy wellness people that, will teach you how to make homemade, face scrubs, things like that. So now I'm starting to get more Kennedy. Yeah. So there is a lot of with the farming and cleaning our water and our soils. And that's a whole movement that's been around for a while. I mean, I cook a lot at home, and I actually cook out of cast iron or boil water and glass only. I don't even use Teflon because it's terrible for you.
I'm the same thing. I'm all the things you just said. I do all those things too. I'm totally with you.
We're not weird. We're not weird anymore.
Exactly. We're becoming the norm. The stuff I've been doing. I've been on keto and organic for like over a decade. And
Nice.
I'm not the weird one. I can like say it now. Like I didn't say it 10 years ago. Like, no, I eat whatever you eat. Now I'm like, oh no, I say it. So fine. I think you're completely correct.
See, guys, but this is what I mean. You can only push the same emotion for so long, and reality, the things that are affecting you, the things that are moving, that are involved in every aspect of your life, regardless of your feeling, is always there. And at some point, that when that gets bad enough, because it hasn't been tended to, you've been so enraptured in this emotion, constantly going back to anger and fear. You're not taking care of your house. You're not taking care of your bills. And they're making policies that make that impossible. And they're walling you off with the censorship that we have seen. Google's a monopoly. We know that. They told us in January they're censoring. They're not the only one. We just heard from Zuckerberg, Facebook.
No, right here. Dude, you know me. You know this, Mike. I have to stream this on 8 platforms because I get so shadow banned. I'm not joking, guys. This goes off on 8 different platforms because I got shadow banned so bad back in 2020 when all I did was say I didn't like the mandates. I didn't even say anything about the jab. I didn't even go there. I just went mandate bad. And how can you dare say mandate bad? And I got destroyed.
There's a huge list of words you can't say. I know, because I've been on YouTube and then I'm also now on Rumble. Why? Because they don't have the same censorship.
I'm on Rumble too. This goes to Rumble also. Yes.
Yeah, and Facebook is dead. Why? Because of the same censorship that's coming from the White House.
But I do Facebook too.
Well, the thing is, it's the algorithm. So the algorithm is supposed to learn. So I think Zuckerberg actually killed his own businesses by doing that, because now he's trained the algorithm that way. So I don't know if he can come back from that. I dabble into learning that.
I don't say the word algorithm. I say Mr. Rhythm, first name Al, middle name Gore. Al Gore. Rhythm, Mr. Rhythm. This way I don't say the word, because that's why people joke, who's Mr. Rhythm? I say his first name's Al, his middle name's Gore. That's who he is, Al Gore, Rhythm. And now with the space in between the two, I hope it won't pick it up. That's why I say it with the space in between the two. So yes, anyway.
It's all of this censorship.
I want to grab his comments real fast. Guys, the people are seeing this, and there's back and forth here. Grace says, Orange Mad may be bad, but Kamala and Tim, idiots. So I think there's the butt piece, right? I think it's a butt piece. However, now it goes back and forth with Trump, right? This is Raza. Raza says Trump is very pervy. I guess it's pervy. And no, he's not changed. He's using his near-death experience to fool you all. And now Thomas is exactly opposite. Thomas says near-death experiences bring on a mixture of humility and purposeful intention. So we got 2 options, and now we got a middle. Alexa, thank you, also is a member. Thank you, Leska. I don't think he's changed yet, but I think he's on his way ever since the attempt, and can use a person like RFK to be a good influence around him. I've never been a fan of Trump either. So we're hearing a lot of people here who are not Trump fans, kind of thinking maybe, and just in our group here, people who think Trump's full of garbage, Trump is exactly telling the truth, and in the middle. This is really weird.
You know what you're not seeing? They're not saying, well, we only had the one person who said was actually looking at his policies, and they weren't looking at his actual history of the effectiveness of policies. They're talking about their feeling about his policies, which is what they were told.
Because it's voting, like I've been saying. It's about emotion, Mike. You don't want to hear that shit, but it's true.
No, I'm not.
Elon Musk.
Sean was nodding his head yes, though. Sean, you were nodding your head yes. Why were you nodding your head yes?
When you were reading the third comment there, So it really, I don't think we've got trained in this country to constantly be thinking in this like a binary world. It's this or it's that. It's this or it's that, and it's not. It's complex. We can't really see all the things that feed into anything, and Trump is. He's always done some things well. There's been an experience, almost dying. That's an experience. It's a human experience, and he's going through that. And I think there's a lot of hope that I have about what might be a second Trump administration. And it's not so much on him maybe being changed or things that he's saying different, but it's the people that are around him to influence him. And who he's listening to now.
My worry is he gets rid of them, right? This is my worry is he does the same he did with Scaramucci and with John Bolton. My worry is he goes, I love you guys today. oh, I've won now, psh, get out. And all of a sudden he starts insulting Harris. I'm not Harris. He's insulting RFK. He starts insulting, Tulsi Gabbard. He starts insulting him and Elon Musk and throwing them all out. That's what he did in 2016. I'm scared he does it again.
Well, but he did that in 2016, I think, because of what we talked about before. And he even mentioned in that interview he did not too long ago that he was recommended to hire people and he had got a bad recommendation. Trump actually showed humility. But even before that, when Nicole Shanahan came out and did her interview that basically, told everybody that they were going to be, bowing down or standing down, that when I heard the Trump interview with Elon Musk, what brought me over the, part of thinking that might happen is when Elon Musk, he said to Trump, he said, the media was really bad to you in 2016. They've been really bad to you for, 8 years, whatever it is. He goes, but you never censored them. Mm-hmm. And that was a light bulb that went off to me, was like, you know what?
What do you mean by that?
Like when Trump was in office, he was in office, 2016 to 2020. Right. Mm-hmm. He never went to CNN and tried to censor them when they were calling him
that's what you
an
mean.
Orange bully or whatever. He never, the 4 years that he was our president, he could have thrown censorship all over the place. He could have taken some serious action against the free flow of information, and he didn't. So when it comes to that, and then if you combine that with him admitting that he, made mistakes in his hiring process before, I think those two things combined for me has really, made me more comfortable checking his box in my swing state.
But here is my problem though, right? My problem here is we're now not talking about the two things that they're talking about. I have been talking about in not like this last week, but it's always been two things. The Republicans have been screaming border, border, border. Mm-hmm. And the Democrats have been screaming abortion, abortion, abortion. Are they wrong? I'm just serious. Yes. That's what they've been screaming, right?
No.
Are they? Is this not the right thing to be screaming? They have been screaming it for months.
Well, hang on, because if we're looking at the things that the American people are actually concerned about, economy, immigration, are in the top 5. Depending on, there's a lot of lists out there, but in every list you will find economy and immigration are in the top 5, if not the top 3. Why? Immigration is affecting the economy. It's also affecting crime, and it's affecting people's lives. And of course, economy affects everything. And you know where abortion is? If it's on the list, it's 10. It's not the big issue. Why? Because women they were promised that they were going to go back to 1950s and coat hangers, and that didn't happen. That's not the reality. Women didn't lose all their rights. They're not stuck in the kitchen, and they're not barefoot and pregnant, because that's the fear, and fear isn't real, and fear needs to be confronted. And the reality is confronting them. And they're saying, oh yeah, women in New York didn't lose a damn thing. Neither did in California. They didn't lose it.
Well, in my state too, I can actually go to and vote not only for the president, but we actually have a ballot that protects our freedom of choice here in Nevada. So we can go, I can go vote Trump, and I can also vote to protect my women's rights in my state. And other states, I believe, have that as well.
Almost all the states do, because it is back to the states. It's not the federal government, because the federal government shouldn't be involved. That's why we have a 10th Amendment. And we're seeing more and more of that. And the thing is, this election is, the Democrats want it to be an election about feelings, representation, ist and phobe. You have to accept Kamala because she's a woman, and she's a woman of color. She might be African American. She is black.
Oh, stop. She's super black now. Stop. She's the blackest woman that ever was.
Okay. In America.
She's Pam Grier. She is the blackest woman there ever. And some of you people who aren't old enough and aren't black don't know who Pam Grier was. But Pam Grier was like the woman of the 70s. She was a star with an afro.
Blaxploitation.
Blaxploitation. She was the queen of that. So
and literally, she was fantastic. But
and
you know
she
what
was
Pam
fantastic
Grier,
also. Yes.
Yeah, but you know who Pam is? Pam Grier is a black American woman. She's an African American, and Kamala isn't. She's black, yes. African American, no. The black community knows that. That's not well conveyed through the rest of the media, because they don't want it to be. Because the progressives who vote based on intersectionality have to see her as black equals African American. It doesn't. Go and ask someone from Angola who's in America if they're African American. They're not, but they are black. There's a big difference. And
no, I'm with
that's
you.
the difference.
I'm,
Come on.
I'm not fighting.
Now, but the thing is, we're the Democrats want this election to be based on those things, and everyone else, the libertarians, the conservatives, the Republicans, and more importantly, the 45% of America that's in the middle want issues to be resolved. Whatever your issue might be, it could be health care.
So let me go back to that, Mike. Is it then abortion and border then, right? And this is what I'm asking. I'm not saying you're wrong in anything you said. All I'm saying is, if I'm the Democratic Party right now, I'm talking about, and you hear it, you see it. Trump is gonna ban abortion across the entire country. They've said this more than once. He's gonna take away all the women's rights. And you think they say it, but I'm telling you, people hear it. And of course, the Republicans are saying Kamala's gonna open the border and everyone's gonna come over, and they're all saying it. So are they making a mistake? Let me ask you, Shanna, you're in Nevada. You're in a swing state. I'm not. You're in a swing state. Are Democrats hearing this? Are Republicans hearing that?
Well, I did a lot of ballot collection for Bobby in the very beginning. Before I created the PAC, I volunteered with the local campaign, and I realized how, money moves or lack thereof. And so I, if I wanted to bring coffee and donuts to a senior community to get that paid for was going to be difficult. So I created a PAC with just 2 small local donors that, were maxed out in the campaign. So when I went and did the ballot collection, one of the events that I did was back in February for the Martin Luther King parade. So I was down there, and basically the older Black men, because they remembered Bobby's father and his uncle, they were like, I had some really good conversations. Like they were, like the Black Panther vibe, and they were eager to sign it and everything. The young Black men were like, no, I'm voting for Trump. Only one single person, it was an older white lady that I went up to, and I said, she goes, that guy's crazy.
Yes.
So
look, Wendy just says this. Wendy says, every female around me is talking about it. See, the conversation's out there, Mike. They're hearing it.
You know why? Because it's been the same conversation for the last 50 years. Every single election, whether it's a midterm, whether it's presidential, or even
but because
we're over it. Stay out of our bodies. We're over it.
Are we over it?
Women are over it. Stay out of our bodies. Like that's. I think that's the consensus.
Well, talk to the Democrats about that, because they're the ones who say you got to get a jab, even if you're a pregnant woman with an experimental drug. The same people that say, "Oh, it's your body, you get your choice," are also saying you're mandated to get these things. So there's a disconnect here that no one wants to talk about, because it's about that temporary emotion. Oh, but it's abortion. It's Republicans are anti-abortion. They're evil. They're bad. Orange man bad. Anti-MAGA. Again, it's that emotion. Stop and think for a second, and suddenly you get a different answer.
He says not in Iowa. A state constitutional amendment to outlaw abortion in Iowa is stuck in a Republican-controlled state legislature. Obviously, they are afraid it will fail like it did in Kansas. This, to me, is brilliant for Democrats. They should put abortion on the ballot all the time, because it will remind women and go, oh, see what those guys have been telling me. Oh, they're right.
No, but it has been on the ballot. It has been on the ballot, and Democrats have lost in several states repeatedly.
Democrats have lost? What are you talking about?
Yes.
No, they haven't.
Should have.
Where have Democrats lost?
In the Midwest, we're talking about Kansas.
No, Democrats win. Democrats won in Kansas, and it's a red state.
No. What they wanted, late term abortion, all abortions. No, they got restrictions. There are several.
No.
Mississippi was another one.
Kansas literally put on was Kansas. I think it was Oklahoma. I think it was Kansas. They put on a state. It was a ban, and it failed.
No, not the total ban. Not the total ban.
Right.
Because you go for the extreme to get the thing you actually want.
But this goes with the whole conversation changing, which I think Trump is doing brilliantly right now. And that's changing the conversation into providing things like IVF and actually having the conversation of creating wanted children. versus forcing people to keep unwanted children. Then you're walking, people don't think about what happens after the pregnancy and the parenting phase and raising phase. I chose not to be a parent. That's a very, very hard job. And you know what? I do have a little bone to pick with JD Vance, because, he did say I'm that cat woman. I'm actually a dog mom. However, I
prefer dog moms, by the way. If that makes me biased, I don't care. I do prefer dog moms. I do.
I chose not to take on that very important job because I didn't want that to be my career. I like to do other things. But anyway, I think this leaves open a door for conversation when it comes to things like taxes, because I agree with him in the sense of I should not make any decisions regarding how you raise your children. I support you in whatever decisions you make. I think that the education system is broken. I want to pay parents to actually raise the children, give the money to the parents, let them have community education, whatever they want to do. Not my decision. However, because I am a childless woman, I get zero tax benefits. I pay into everything. I help everybody. So when I turn 65 or 60, if I could get some benefits back or some kind of trade-off that would go into like the robot that can help take care of me because I don't have children to guilt into taking care of me when I'm a senior, because let's be honest, that's kind of an expectation of parents, as it should be.
I like the robot. I want a robot too.
So,
men have been saying the same thing for a long time for the same reason. But Sean, I cut you off, and I apologize about that. I didn't mean to cut you off. You were going to say something before.
All right. So, gee, I don't know what I was going to say before, Michael. But on this,
so then let me do some comic relief, if I may. Daniel says, "Don't you know this is the most important election ever?"
Well, and unfortunately, it probably is, and it probably is.
Oh, no, you fell for it, Sean.
Larry,
don't fall for it.
No, but the problem is because the government is becoming bigger and bigger. It's encroaching on more and more of our life. That's true. There's more intrusion that whoever takes control of those levers can do in our life. We need a smaller government. And this is what frustrates me about that IVF policy that Trump came out with. We're going to pay for this. It's more big government. Yeah, we need to cut spending. And this is I really, so I was, another guy that he collected kind of early on was Ramaswamy. And, I was hoping that he would have some ongoing influence in cutting the government. That's
cutting's great, but we need to generate revenue. There's no revenue. Nobody talks
about revenue.
We have
plenty of revenue. We have $4.3 trillion every year. That's not our problem. Our problem is spending. We spend $6.8 trillion every year.
Yeah, we have to cut back, but we also have to add other revenue because certain revenue is not working.
The government doesn't
just need to cut our spending.
It doesn't need money. That has to be smaller. It's got to be smaller. We got to grow the economy.
You guys
and
are
then
nuts.
Everybody can be more wealthy.
Okay. Our budget is over $6 trillion, right?
6.8.
I forgot what that is, 6 something. Yeah, 6.8. Great. And I knew you'd fucking know, Mike. I knew you would. Yeah, it's just 6 point something, exactly. And like half of that is like Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. So yes, we do both. We have to figure out an answer for these while cutting spending. We can't just cut spending. We cut spending, the country will fall into an explosion. We have to do both at the same time. You tell me, let's just go. There is over 60 million Americans right to this day who are getting a check from the government every month. Over 60 million. We have, to your point, Sean, we trained Americans to expect a check from the government. We have broken our communities who no longer even know how to support themselves at all. And we saw that during the lockdowns. We have a lot of work to do. We have to get communities that understand how to support each other. Shanna, whether you have a child or not, doesn't mean a community should not support you. You are a member of your community. The problem is your community doesn't know how to support you. It waits for government to support you when it should be supporting you regardless, because you're probably supporting them. That's how it's supposed to work, and it isn't. And I think that's the biggest issue.
And you know why you think that's the problem? You know what's the problem? Because you're thinking of a crash, not a cut. When we cut the government, when we shrink the size of the government, would I like to defund, as an example, would I like to see Trump defund the Department of Education
if he gets back in.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
But he can't. He can't because of the reason.
He can if we do stuff like federally legalize recreational cannabis and we collect all the tax money out of that.
No,
and then
because
that's also why we have to separate the 3 tiers, because medical, you invest in that money goes back into our medicine, and environment, the same thing. Because the problem is now the counterfeit goods industry. Do you know CBD is 99.9% counterfeit goods? It is not properly tested. And you see how much of it is sold every day online.
Every day.
Every day.
It cures everything.
And this is where we do need a regulation.
Whatever your problem.
It cures everything. Yeah. No, Mike is a conservative. He hates weed. He's wrong on this, but he does hate weed.
Well,
it doesn't work. The theory is
and the
fantastic.
endocannabinoid system. Do you know what the endocannabinoid system is?
He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about that.
I do not care.
Okay.
I'm being honest, and Larry knows me. We've known each other a long time. He knows. I don't care. But here's the thing. Here's my thing. We always hear the wonderful home run, and I've heard it in New York State. We're going to have hemp. It's going to be the home run, change everything. No, it doesn't. We're going to legalize weed. We're going to, and it's going to bring in all the money. No, it doesn't. Oh, we're going to go have casinos, and they're going to bring in all the money.
It brings in a ton of tax revenue.
Okay, hold on. Now I got to step in on this one because I literally ran for governor of New York twice, and I literally have a policy for cannabis. The reason why it fails is because government overregulates it, which is why when Shana talked about regulation, I wanted to vomit. I want to just make cannabis like a plant. That's it. The same taxes, the same everything. It's a plant. You want to grow it in your backyard? Good for you. You want to grow it like, there's already regulations on things like carrots, things like peas. You know what's organic, what's not, what's in it, what's not. Do the same thing with cannabis.
But then when you want to
away.
But then when you want to create a business and become a capitalist in regards to that product, then you need some form of business industry
the
regulation.
Same as carrots. If I want to sell carrots, I'm a business too. So follow the same thing. Done deal. You make tons of money that way.
And you don't need the government to regulate that. This was one of the worst things that happened in organics. Was there used to be several different, there still are, but people who had certified that the food was organic food. But the FDA has come in and they have crushed so much of that market just because of the seal of the FDA. It's super sad. It's unnecessary. And organics was proving that we didn't need government to tell us that a product was good. And there are other examples out there as well, like the was it UL or International
Underwriters Laboratory? 100%. Still done. Kosher. The kosher, right? There's 2 or 3 different kosher ones. I forgot, but one's like Orthodox Union and one's something else. And there's 2 or 3 more of them if you like kosher food. And I know people who aren't Jewish but buy kosher because they like it because they think it is a higher quality food. Shanna, you know this. Yes. You're in my world with me. You and me were saying that. Yes. We know there's some people who buy kosher because it's a higher quality food. So you look for the stamp. Sean, you're exactly correct.
Okay. Let me bring this back though, because
back to cannabis bad.
The person in chat who says I'm not cool because of my policies, it's a policy. It has nothing to do with me as a person, so I don't care.
No, makes you not cool.
Go on.
Right.
My point is, I don't want to replace one government institution with another one because we get the same amount of spending. We have the same kind of problems. When I say we can't get rid of the Department of Education, it's not because of the money. We have $4.3 trillion. We have the money. The thing is that we need to scale it back and cut it in increments to bring it into a manageable.
More
importantly, to get it out of the states, because we have to replace those people, move them from the federal government, maybe to the state government, to the local schools and institutions to bring that back. We can't crash the system. We have to.
I don't think anybody's saying about crashing the system. They're saying about going in there,
they are. I know libertarians
and putting people together.
Shanna, I'm a libertarian. There are lots of people saying that.
Really? But a big cut in government doesn't crash the system. So I'm originally from Canada. And I grew up when we went through austerity, basically, and the country had a whole bunch of cutbacks, and we had whole areas of the country where people had generationally been trained to wait for the check for the government, work only seasonal work, and then they built their whole life around this. And unfortunately, because we couldn't print our way out of it, because we weren't the reserve currency of the world, it was some really hard times with a bunch of people out there. But in the end, the country did turn around, and it had some serious cuts that we had to go through.
Yeah, but you became communist.
Yeah, Yeah, and it's the conservatives paid the path to the communism. Unfortunately,
oh, I like
Canada.
that. See that, Mike? You're going to pave the path to communism. That's your fault.
So we can't just incrementally cut the Department of Education. It needs to be eliminated entirely and immediately. It is.
Told you, Shannon. Told you.
It is terrible when you look at the growth in economic and spending on education. It's all going to administrators. It's not going to teachers. It's not going to services. Right. It's going to administrators, and that's who's in the Department of Education. We don't need to transfer them to the states. We need to get rid of them. A teacher from New York, Gatto. Larry, you might have known his book, but he award-winning teacher. Unfortunately, he's passed away, and maybe somebody in the chat will remind me the name. But he has an anecdote about a survey, comparing what's going on in New York City, and counting the number of employees at the public schools in New York City, and then trying to get the same info from the Catholic schools. And so they call up on the phone. So, how many employees? And the receptionist says, "Hold on, let me take a look." And basically, she stood up and looked around the office.
Just counting people.
That was it. Yes. And you can deliver high quality education without a huge bureaucracy. 100%. You can deliver everything we need.
My kids are going to private school, everything. I have 2 kids in New York City. My kids have gone to private school, public school, and homeschooling. I completely agree. And I paid the same horrible amount of tax no matter what they were doing. So I completely agree with you 100%. Let me grab James real fast. James says, so is community like mutual aid? Also, I've heard that charities are regulated unlike mutual aid. Is it true that charities are regulated? If so, what type of regulation do they have to face? The issue you find here is they're nonprofits. Nonprofits are horribly regulated, terribly regulated, to the point where if you don't have the accounting and the legal expertise, you can be punished. And that's on purpose. And the reason why I do this, so people understand this, there are 2 types of charities: government funded and non-government funded. Government funded charities are just government agencies without unions. That's all they are. They're government agencies without you. They rely upon government handouts, so therefore they follow all government rules. They must do what the government says, and they wind up being an arm of the government. Mutual aid societies are not at all covered by the government. They just get money, so the strings aren't there. So what you're hearing about regulation isn't just regulation. It's also governmental rules and strings that go with the grants they get from the government. So there's 2 parts. If you ever want to help people out, make sure your charity has a donor base and not a grant writing group. If they have a grant writing group, they are bound by the government, and their job is not to help. Their job is to service. Very different. Service means no one gets helped. We all just get service and you stay in the hole. Help means I have to get you out of the hole. A donor base only gives when they see results. So if you ever go to a charity that has a donor base, you go to, let's say, a yearly gala. I'm a part of a couple of those. You go to like a yearly gala. What happens? They show you the results. They go, here is John. He had problem X. Now he doesn't. Here's Jane. She had problem Y. Now she doesn't. They give him a nice speech. They give him an award, and you write big checks. That's how that works. If you've been there, any donor-based charity, that's how it works. But if it's not donor-based, there's never a gala because nobody cares. There's no donor base. It's just you hire more grant writers who can write for more grants to get more funds from the government. And all you worry about, you have next people to have check boxes so you can write all the details to the government to see, I service people you said, I did what you said. Can I please have some more money? I'm sorry, I went long, but I have an issue with it. Clearly, I have an issue with this.
Yes,
so I'm sorry.
It's a fair point that you make there. You know what, guys? Something that notice we've talked about abortion, education. We haven't gotten to the border yet, which is a big one, and we should.
You're going to yell at me when I talk about the border. You're going to yell at me.
Well, yes, I will. But
yes.
I did it in real life. I'm going to do it here. But here's the thing I notice. In all of the things we're talking about Trump, and we're talking about the positions, and we're talking about what's the best thing for America. You know what we're not talking about? Democrats, Biden, Kamala. Because they don't have anything on these things. They're not trying to benefit America, and they don't have any position on it. That's why Trump wins. That's why this is an important election, because the choice is,
what's going to help America on the issues that actually matter, not only in America, but around the world. And that's the
We
aspect
literally
a lot of
talked
people
about
don't think
Harris.
of.
You making that up? You just like Trump. That's not true. We talked about Harris or the RFK Jr.
No, we talked about Harris being a failure. And yes, RFK, we did talk about him independently.
Yeah.
Yes, he's also in it. But realistically, who's in the election? We're talking about, I understand, RFK, you want your 5%. Fantastic. I'm not upset
I would
about
love
that.
my 5%, please. Yes, please.
I'm not
The
upset about that. But we're
Pacific
talking
Purple
about
Wave.
Trump. We're talking about Trump in this election. I don't mind RFK getting 5%. I want extra voices.
That's
I
why
want
we're working together.
and
It's
have more
great.
people
We
speaking.
are. We're working together because that way, like my vote's going for Trump. It's not, was not my first vote, but I'm doing that in hopes that I'm working with the partnership with MAGA, with Maha, and all of that, and be able to, what is it, like, forward your vote or whatever, be like, and I honestly, I put out this this post with this like letter to MAGA, letting them know that this was a possibility, and I got some really good replies. And the ones that were like older than 40, living in California, conservatives, Republicans, MAGA, Trump, whatever, red, immediately commented, I'm in for this, because they know they've been living there their whole lives. They know that they have no power. So now they see, okay, this is an opportunity. That's why
I love that part, right? Because what I keep telling people who are Republicans who go, we can turn the state red. And I go, you cannot turn the state red. That's a lie Republicans keep telling you. Can you turn it purple? Yes, you can turn it purple. You cannot. Mike, you live in the fantasy world, brother. There's no way you're turning California or New York red. Never. I will bet anybody any amount of money you want. It will not happen in the next 10 years. You'd have to have no way.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing.
Yes, you
with
could.
that.
But a MAGA can run on this independent party in 2026
Also
and begin
true.
that process. So
That's
over
also
the
true.
coming 10 years. So this is part of, I'm voting for your guy right here and now. But if you were in a deep blue state, I didn't even, when I talked to
All right. So that was interesting. Yep, here, waiting for the laptop. There it goes. It came back. Hello, everyone. Hey, Peace Logic has joined back with us. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate you being here with me on my birthday today. I see Dal and Joel, I think, have some comments. I'm going to double check. Did I miss anyone's comments for a little bit while we were gone? Khan is very happy. He's taking a nap right now. He had a very good walk, so thank you guys for that. And I was thinking about a couple of things. We got we're in the home stretch now. This is it, guys. So we got the home stretch. We want to share this out to as many people as possible. We want to get as many people involved with their comments, their questions. This is your time to just hammer me with whatever the issue, whatever the question, personal, professional. I'm happy to hear all of that. So we're going to go into that in just a moment. But I also want to make another call. Yes, like, share, subscribe. Absolutely important. And I know there's been at least a few people who have subscribed, and they helped to expand the audience on this program internationally as well as here in the United States. I appreciate each and every one of you who've done that for my birthday. Thank you so much. I know we have well over 100 people. I believe we're almost at 200 people watching live throughout the show today, and we still got another roughly 3 hours to go. And I appreciate each and every person who's been here either for 5 minutes, 5 hours, been watching the whole thing, watching me for the last 9 hours and 15 minutes. I thank each and every one of you for that. Most of all, remember that for every super chat, for every Rumble rant, for every super thanks, whether during the show or after the show, you're watching it afterwards, every Patreon or PayPal, or if you go to our Spring store and buy a mug or a t-shirt, whatever it is, for every $10 that we raise, we are going to donate $4.68 to the Jericho Project, which helps veterans, it helps families in need, it helps the homeless. These are all issues that are dear to my heart. I support and advocate for each and every one of these things, and I am happy to be spending my birthday not only with you, but also raising money for that cause, because I think every dollar helps. And I know dollars are tight. We've been in a recession since August of 2022. I know that we're changing. We're seeing our government is being changed. It is shrinking. It is changing. We see that Trump is trying to lead the nation into a realm or era of more self-sufficiency that we haven't seen in decades, so that we can rely on each other rather than whether China wants to put lead in our milk or other contaminants in our rice, whether or not various countries want to make our medicines for us, like in Mexico, where sometimes it's not that well made and it actually makes people sick instead of better. These things are happening. We need the self-sufficiency to be able to defend our nation ourselves rather than relying on others, and also trying to teach that lesson to other nations like the European Union, where they have been living off of our coattails. And there's no other way to say that. They have been living off of the United States. We have paid for their defense so that they could spend money on social programs, socialism and communism. They have been expanding that base because they had other people's money. And it's a great saying. Socialism works fantastic as long as you have someone else's money to do it. UBI. Most people do not remember, I think it was a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, the largest UBI, that's Universal Basic Income experiment, took place in Kenya. It closed. It was a 10-year study that was done by two members of MIT and the World Economic Forum, WEF, where they were providing a universal basic income for about 2,000 people in Kenya for 10 years. And what was the conclusion of that experiment? Something that we have been promised. Socialism, it's perfect. We're going to give everyone a UBI and everyone will be able to have everything they need. It did not work. It did not improve the lives of anyone in that experiment, whether they got a lump sum, a monthly sum. It didn't help. It didn't change the way people lived. So that's one of the reasons why we need to be more self-sufficient, because no one's going to be giving their money to the United States. We're not going to see England or Canada, France or Germany, Italy. They're not going to suddenly go, hey, we'll just pay for America's self-defense. We're going to pay for the infrastructure of America to build it up. You're not going to see them say that they're going to pay for the unions and the retirements for American citizens. But we're doing that for everyone in the world. We are literally paying for people to retire. In the Ukraine, we literally were paying for retirees and their benefits. And we've done that for years. And that's just one nation. There are many others. So we need to change our culture, our mindset about buying American. That's what the tariffs are about. And I think that's very important. Now, let me see here. I'm just checking on the comments because I want to go into what's going to be happening in the future. I've lived 57 years now, and I have seen a lot of political strife, good and bad. People very happy, people very upset. I've seen conflicts for various things like Occupy, the Occupy movement, both in New York and around the country, across the state. I've been at protests by progressive leaders of tomorrow. I've been at the protests for BLM. I've been at Antifa. Well, members of Antifa were in some of these events. I've seen and been threatened at various events that I am covering live and also taping. I've seen the temperature throughout my life across this country. And I've seen some of the reactions of people from overseas when they're dealing with American citizens. And there is a change that is coming. There is something that's developing. And it's whether or not you believe America is an empire, which is not necessarily a bad thing. When we hear the word empire, a lot of people think negative. That's not a negative. Think about it. The Greek Empire brought culture to parts of the world that had never had any. The philosophy and philosophical thought that for Europe and Western society never had ever really considered that. We saw the expansion. We brought in with either Genghis Khan or also Alexander the Great, the Roman empires, they brought and transferred different ideas of how to run government, different types of laws, sanitation, that were all possible. Why? Because these empires brought that across. All the good ideas were brought to everyone. And that's part of the thing you should remember. The American empire, if you want to call it that, like many in Harvard or Columbia would like to do, they say it's the American empire. Well, what has the American empire done? We have exported technology and infrastructure. We've exported the ideas of freedom and self-responsibility around the world, innovation and creativity, peace around the world. And as much as you may say the world is very hectic right now, take out most of the terrorist organizations and the world governments aren't. Yes, there's Ukraine, of course. There are some conflicts that are not shooting wars between India and China. There's been some diplomatic pressure between China and the Philippines, absolutely. But outright war between nations, we're not really seeing that. We're seeing that that's far less than what we have seen historically over time. And that's a good thing. And we've seen the quality of life on the planet has been raised up by the United States. People live better today than they have at any other time in the history of mankind. Even in the poorest of poor nations, you have the ability, though not widespread, but even in the poorest nations, you have the access to the internet. You have access to information that can help improve your homes, your family, your medicine, your farming. We have that technology now. That was only because of America. And the spirit behind that, which is America, which is innovation, it is freedom, individualism, not categories. You are not a category. Am I a black man? Yes, I am. Am I a Hispanic man? Yes, I am. I'm not those check boxes, though. I am a man who's lived in multiple countries, speaks multiple languages, lived across the United States, had 4 different businesses in my life. I've been homeless twice in my life. I've been rich several times in my life. I have been poor. I am poor right now. I've owned a home. That cannot be summed up as, oh yeah, he's a older black Hispanic male. That's a checkbox. It means nothing about my life. And yet we're being told by some elements of our government and our politics that that's all you are, is that checkbox, your sexual preference, your color of skin, your maybe your religion and your political ideology. That isn't a person. That's nothing. It's meaningless. And I hate when I see these politicians that are running around going, you should vote for me because I have this checkbox and that checkbox. So what? Does that mean you're good? Do you have any good ideas? Are you successful? What does that mean? Oh, but I got the checkbox. So a lot of people have a checkbox. I can walk down the street. I'm in New York City. I got 8 million people with all kinds of checkboxes. What is that supposed to mean? That doesn't mean they're good people, bad people, successful, that they have failed. It doesn't mean anything. And if the Empire of America exists, then we have to accept that we can't live by checkboxes. Checkboxes mean nothing. They do nothing. That isn't the way that we should be dealing with the world. Not by checkboxes. That's going backwards in time. Think about it. It is the leftist movement that have been bringing back things like, they keep saying Republicans are going to take you back to the chains. You're going to be a slave again, because they love to talk about race. But it's Harvard and Columbia and Binghamton University. It's the colleges that have created safe spaces that are segregated by a color of skin. We've seen it's the leftist teachers in the teachers unions across this country, including in Chicago, where we've seen teachers that have said, well, math is racist, which is their numbers. How can they be racist? They can't. We've seen where teachers in Illinois have gone and principals have segregated entire classrooms. That's racist. I grew up at the time where we acknowledge racism is racism. It doesn't matter who's doing it. It's what is being done. And we need to change that. And I think we are changing that. It is a sea change in the mentality of our nation to accept, to once again become more self-accountable, self-reliant. These two things must go together, and they are positives for our nation because they create innovation. They create, they're creative in and of themselves. And that makes a future that is beneficial to everyone. I think that is very important to keep in mind. Let me see. Sarah says she was listening while she's been at work today, and hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Old school hanging with the best. Let's see. People talking about some clothing. Oh, Pinkerbell was with us. Hello, Pinkerbell. Thank you for joining in. I know we're getting some of the nighttime crowd. I know people were earlier maybe at church or doing various activities. Now we've got the night crowd coming in. I love that. And Pinkerbell says, happy birthday. Thank you, Pinkerbell. Let me see here. Yep, I'm walking my dog. Give me a second. I'm just catching up on the comments. Dow says, Mike. Let's see. He says, Voss, I should send you a copy of the Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. I like that game. I like Warhammer. I am a massive fan of Warhammer, Warhammer 40K. I got into the Warhammer game set. It's a board game with miniatures like this big. And I used to collect them. I paint them. And I would play with those figurines. There's a whole game system based around those figurines. And I got into it back in about 1992, somewhere around there. And I've on and off collected and been into the game system since then. Henry Cavill is going to be making a TV series for Amazon based on the Warhammer universe. It is interesting. For fans of sci-fi, Warhammer, if you don't know about it, it's every type of sci-fi world universe turned up to 11. They have the biggest guns. They have the biggest armies. They have the biggest soldiers. They have the craziest magic. It is everything turned up to 11. And it's wonderful. I do enjoy it. I love it a lot. I don't have that game. Just costs too much. I haven't been able to buy it yet. Let's see here. So again, Peace Logic is here back with us. Okay, I think I've caught up. I'm going to try and bring up, if I can, and I'm hoping my computer's going to let me do this. I want to share with you guys, I got a message, a birthday gift from Hal. And of course, my computer is not showing it. It will not let me log in there. All right, screw it. I can't do it. Okay. But I wanted to say to Hal, who created an entire song for me, thank you very much. Matter of fact, can I play the song? Maybe I can do it on my phone. Let me see if I can play this for you guys, because I was really impressed and I really was thankful for what Hal did. And I do want to share that with you guys. I had meant to do it until my computer crashed and died on me. And let's see, do I have it? Come on. Tell me I got it in here. Not there. Okay. Nope. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm trying to find, I think you'll find it interesting. And I just want to share. Where is it? Aha, I do have it. So this is from on X. It's Hal from New York. And he put together, he wasn't going to be able to join us today during the marathon. And instead, he decided that he was going to provide a document. So, yeah. So, I don't know if you can see this. Can you see it? No. Camera can't get it. But I'm going to turn it up. So, this is a song he made for my birthday, and I want to share it with you guys.
Soundbites aloud is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling up the bluff. Lightweight swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful flight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Lightweight swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. The Soundbites aloud is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Lightweight swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Okay, so that was made again by Hal from New York, or Hal Stewart. He's been a supporter of the channel for many years, and also he's been a candidate in the past running for the New York 22nd District. Hal is, I think he's part of my Patreon as well, I believe, and so he made that for me. It's just the song. It has a photo. There's no animation, but I wanted to share that with you guys. Even though my computer crashed, I wanted to make sure that I could let you hear what he did. I really appreciate that. I like that song. I want to use it for my intro on the regular show. I just need permission from Hal to be able to do that, and I'll actually include it because I think that's really great, and I love that. That was wonderful innovation. Also, I saw that we got $10 from Joel Darling. And he said he's happy to help, and I thank you. And that means that's another $4.68 that'll be going to the Jericho project. If anyone's joining in later now, you didn't see earlier in the show, the reason why it's $4.68, that's my birthday, 4668. So that's why I'm going with $4.68 out of every $10 will be going to the Jericho project. That's from Super Chats, that's from Rumble Rants, that's from Super Thanks or Patreon, or going to PayPal, or going into the Teespring store and buying a t-shirt, a mug, anything. Wherever it is, that's where we're going to give some of the money from. So I thank you. That's also great. And also, Peace Logic came back today. He was here early in the morning, and he's back here this evening with us. And thank you for being back here with us again, Peace. And Peace says that happy birthday again. Did I hear you are anti-weed during break? I have a surprise idea, an example after the show. What's the Jericho project? Okay, so to start with, yes, by the way, and Peace Logic donated $10, $9.99, which means, again, $4.68 will be going to the Jericho project. I appreciate and thank you, Peace, for your help and helping to raise money for them, and a little bit for me too. They're getting more than I am after YouTube takes its cut. But so I wanted to thank you for that, and also the earlier donation. I thank you very much for both contributions. And to answer your question, am I against weed? Yes, I don't smoke. I don't smoke weed. I don't like drugs in general. I'm not saying that I am some kind of prude. I can't say that I'm not Obama. I didn't, or was it Clinton who said, no, it was Clinton, that I didn't inhale. Hell yes, I did. Of course I did. I'm a kid from the 80s and the 90s. I inhaled. Yes, of course I did. And I'm not, I understand why people do it. But here's the thing, the culture has changed where we have so many people who are so dependent. They're looking for ways to escape because they feel oppressed, they feel downtrodden. And that isn't the answer for the escape. The answer is yourself, to improve yourself and your life and to do things that enable you, not things that disable you and disconnect you from reality, but that enable you to overcome the challenges in your reality. So that's why I'm so much against drugs. And I've lived here in the Bronx all my life. I've seen many, many, many people who have been involved at various levels on drugs, whether they're selling them, whether they're making them, whether they are using them. And I've watched a majority of those lives be destroyed in one way or another, either because they lose touch with reality or because they get obsessed with the money, or many of them have died. I mean, I think about 25%, a quarter of all the people that I grew up with, these are people I went to elementary school, kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, even some of them in high school. About a quarter of them are dead now. Dead. And of those, almost all of it is because of drugs in some way, shape, or form. Almost all of them have died related to drugs and gangs and war, drug war. And I don't mean the government drug war. I mean various gangs fighting against each other, various dealers fighting against each other, overdoses as well. I've not seen anything good come out of it. And I'm not saying it can't be on the occasion for some one individual could be great release. But we see that culturally it's being used as a crutch. It is being used as the support instead of living life, instead of facing challenges. It's being used to run away from them. And that's why I have such a big problem with them, because anything that takes you away from reality, at the end of the day, it's not a benefit. Now, I also have been told, to answer another question, I've been told I smoke cigarettes. And I've been told that there's a study out there that says that smoking cigarettes is a psychoactive drug. I've read the study. I don't know if I agree with it. I'm only aware of one study that says that. So that's my biggest beef. I am very much against things that are psychoactive, that change the way you perceive the world. It's those drugs that are the thing that really makes me cautious, because when your perception is altered, your reactions are altered, your capabilities are altered or limited. And so that's why I'm so very much against things like weed, because it's counterproductive. It psychoactively changes the way you think and the way you perceive. And therefore, you get people there's a 300% increase in the number of people who are getting into car accidents because of driving while intoxicated, or rather under the influence. And that's because of weed. They're smoking and they're driving. And we see this a lot, especially in the big cities. And that is a problem. That's preventable. That's very preventable. Look, you're in your private home. You do you. You don't break any laws. You don't harm anyone else. You do you. I'm not there to open up the door and see what you're doing. No one should in your private home. But you're talking about driving down the street. You're talking about interacting with other people. Sadly, I know people who have died because them and or their family members, they're sharing drugs that are laced with various other things like fentanyl, and they're dying because no one knew the drug was laced. There are many problems, and I'd rather not see them. And most of all, I think that you don't need them. Mind you, I do drink alcohol. Absolutely. I don't do it much now, but I've been drinking alcohol since before I was legally able to do so. But I'm not an addict. I'm not addicted to it. But I'm also, as I got older, I came to learn about moderation, to be able to moderate myself. I'm not doing, when I was 20, I'd drink, 2 cases by myself. Now I'll drink 2 beers, just as happy. So there's that. And I look forward to hearing your idea at the end of the show. As for the Jericho project, I think I just mentioned it. I'll mention it again. It is a charity, a service to help veterans and the homeless and families in need, to provide them shelter and housing and programs to improve their life, to improve the quality of their life, to change their circumstances so that they can live a better, productive life. It is a local, it's a local organization. It's in the Bronx, it's in Manhattan. I think they're looking to expand, and they provide a great service. And as we are seeing that things are, we're all going to have some difficulty in this economy going forward. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not going to be overnight. Everything's perfect and wonderful. It's not going to happen. But long term, it will be much, much better, I think, for the nation as we gain more stability and more self-reliance and more infrastructure will be rebuilt. And I think that will be a long term, I'm talking 5-10 years, which is still relatively short term, but that's going to be the turnaround time. And I think while we're in this crunch, we need each other in communities. I've been saying for years, since February of 2022, that we are currently in a global food crisis, which is true. And I have recommended in 2022, 23, 24, that people need to buy more rice, more flour, more canned foods, things that will be staples and will last longer. Planting your own potatoes, as an example. That these things are what we need to get through this difficult time, Pat. Because I knew there was going to be a recession in August of 2022. And there is. They changed the definition of recession so Biden wouldn't be hit with that tag, that title, so Democrats wouldn't lose the midterm elections. And just as I expected, right after the election, I promised you, I told you on this program that they were going to turn around and blame everything on Trump. That Trump is the fault, and the economy has gone completely to hell because Trump, Trumpster, MAGA. No, this is a pre-existing condition. He's dealing with the problem that already was there, that was before our eyes. It's part of the reason why Biden and Harris lost, is everyone knew we have an economic problem. Well, that problem didn't end on January 20th. That problem doesn't turn around in a day. And considering the severity of the problem, of how big it is, which we have seen with U.S. aid, we've seen it with a lot of the spending, a lot of the corruption, to the fact that the Treasury Department was just rubber stamping every check that came to them. Didn't matter if they knew it was going to a fraudulent business. They knew that it was going to a terrorist organization. They stamped that check and mailed it out with your tax money. Over and over again, we need to change fundamentally. We need to restructure. That means we pull back. We look at our nation top to bottom. We try and scrub out some of the corruption that is out there, and we try to make ourselves self-reliant and self-accountable, and we innovate from there, and that's how we move forward, I believe. So, and Jericho will help people do that, because as much as we need help to get all of those things done, how we need to work together to get all of that done in the next 5 to 10 years. People who are homeless, people who are going to fall through the cracks, people who are going to have a great amount of difficulty dealing with these changes, well, they need someone to help them there. And I believe in helping people. Yes, I believe in, I want you to be self-reliant. Yes, I want you to be self-accountable. Yes, I want to teach you to fish because I don't want to feed you a fish. I want you to feed yourself. I don't want you to be dependent on government or me or anyone else. But I also understand that's not always possible. Sometimes we need help. I needed help in my life several times in my life. As I said, I've been homeless. I've lost jobs. I lost my house. I'm impoverished now. we all need help from time to time. No one is an island. No one is perfect. Life happens to us all. And that's what Jericho Project is there for when that happens to some people, that they have at least the understanding and the capability to have someone there to help them. And that's why I'm supporting them. They did not endorse me. They didn't. They're not a sponsor. I chose to spend my 57th birthday helping them to help those people because I believe in those causes. So I hope that answers your question about that. Hey, yeah, I love it. Peace is like, Joel, he wants a competition with Joel. Go for it. Go for it, guys. John says, hey, the dragon is killing it today. I hope I am. I know we have over, I believe we're at or over 200 people who've been watching the program at some point today. So I'm very happy with that. And, we got another of our Patreon members. Hey there. What's up, man?
Mike, how's it going?
How you doing, Preston?
I'm doing well. Happy birthday. How you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it pretty good. We've been doing great so far today. We raised, I think, about $100 or so for at least $100. I'm trying to do quick math here. At least $100 for the Jericho project, which is great. Probably closer to 200, I think. Which is fantastic. We've gotten about 200 people watching the program. At least that's just on YouTube alone. And we're at 9 hours and 49 minutes. So we're still going with steam. I'm a little tired, but we're still going full steam. Where'd you go? All right. Well, Preston may come back. I hope he does. And he's someone else, another member. And of course, it's open for all the Patreon members. Here we go. Are you there now?
Sorry about that, Mike.
There we go. Well, there you are. You're back now?
Yeah, sorry about that, Mike. I don't know why the website crashed. Maybe it doesn't like this on my browser or something, but we'll see how long I last this time. But yeah, no, that's great. I've been jumping in and out of the stream throughout the day today, and watched some of the interviews. It seems like you're having a good time. So, but you're probably going to be really tired after this, I would imagine.
A little bit, yeah.
So,
I've had 3 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't know how you do it, Mike. If I don't get 8 hours of sleep a night, I get grumpy, and I'm 24, so I don't know. I don't know what your secret is, but I'd like to know.
I love what I'm doing. I love doing this.
Fair enough. So, Mike, I have a question for you.
Absolutely, go for it.
Have you seen the Minecraft movie?
No, I've heard about the Minecraft movie. I haven't seen it. I'm not a Minecraft guy. I mean, I love open world sandbox games. I love crafting. I love that. Valheim, love that. It's one of my favorites.
Great game.
World, I love that. So there's a few games like I have hundreds of hours in Valheim and RimWorld and Banished. So it's not like it's not something I played, but I don't like the graphics.
Yeah, no, I get that. I haven't been into it since I was, probably like 11 or 12 years old. But I bring it up because it's kind of taken the box office by storm. For some reason, it completely blew analysts' expectations.
Oh yeah, I think they did. He was just talking about the Minecraft movie that just came out, and according to estimates this morning, it's already made more money than Snow White has made in 3 weeks. That's, I think, domestic U.S. alone. If I'm remembering correctly, I might be off a little bit, but I believe the domestic in the United States alone has raised more money than Snow White globally, and we hadn't even gotten in the Sunday numbers. So they're looking at it doing something like 100 and $170 million in the opening weekend. It's been gangbusters. And from what I understand, it's probably a good movie for kids, young kids. Adults, not so much. It's not really well made for adults. Kids may like it. Some kids may find it boring. It's not a well-written film, but it is kind of Minecrafty. It's got a lot of the little, what do you call it? What do you call that? Easter eggs. Easter eggs. It's got a bunch of Easter eggs in it. If you played the game, you'll pick up on a lot of things that are happening in the game. I'm not planning to see it because I'm not a Minecraft kind of person. Nothing against the game. Nothing against the movie. Just not made for me. Will I watch Lilo and Stitch? Probably. I liked the movie Lilo and Stitch. But as for Minecraft, I don't know. Go ahead. You're back with us. He's there. I know you're there. I think he's on his phone. Let's see. Oh, wow. While Preston's trying to figure out if he can get his phone to work, I see that we got another $10. Wow. Peace, Logic. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. He says, I hear you on the drugs, but this is just part of the picture. Yes, you have to be responsible. Alcohol is worse than weed. Depends on how you look at it, but yes, it can be. That's true. Moderation, absolutely. Yes, I believe that very much. I recommend switching to vaping for smoking. So much better. I've heard some things about the vaping in terms of what it does to your lungs long term. Not as good, but for me, I don't know. I've been smoking, God, for a long time. I don't recommend it. It's very expensive. It wasn't when I started smoking. It is now, especially in New York State, where it's almost half the price. Actually, more than about 60% of the price is just tax, which pisses me off. But I used to vape. I did vape for a little while. Not as it doesn't have the same visceral feel to it. So I never really got into it. And then I heard about, I wasn't worried about the chemicals. That's if you're buying something bootleg and you don't trust that. But if you're just buying from reputable dealerships, you don't have to worry about the vape juice. Remember that was a thing for a quick minute under Andrew Cuomo. Really, it wasn't what they made it out to be. But I don't know. I might consider again. It just, in the past, it was it just didn't have the right feel. But it could be good for emergencies, like when I'm doing things like this for 12 hours and I can't go out and have a cigarette. Sarah also came in, and thank you so much, Sarah, with a super chat for $20. Thank you so much. That's like $10, $11 for the Jericho project. And Sarah says, hope, Mike, you can use this towards a new computer or the Dune game and use my other super chats for the Jericho project. We can do it that way. I have no problem doing it. That I want to make sure they're getting as much as possible, but absolutely, we can do it that way too. And I appreciate it. Hopefully I will be able to get I'm going to take the computer in on Monday, see what's going on with that. If there's anything I can save on it, I'm going to try. Because that's like, what is it? 7 terabytes of data that I'm losing. 7 terabytes of videos, artwork, everything. It's a bit of a pain. But I did find, I think I mentioned this earlier when I was talking with John, one of the Patreon members, and I mentioned, because I had to use this old laptop, I found my 2018 report that I had made for the my 2018 report. Hang on one second.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I got to put people up here. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to. There we go. This is the first time I'm using this system, so bear with me, guys. I'm all kinds of like not used to
Yeah, no worries. That was all me. That was all me. Some hardware difficulties on my end.
Okay. You're on also. Frank Johnson of the Liberty First Foundation is here with us as well. So we got 3 people. That's kind of cool. I like that. What's up?
So I just headed home from work, and I said I gotta get home quickly because I didn't know what time your stream was going to be ending, and I wanted to make sure to stop by. And I just wanted to stop by and make sure that I was came in person and wished you a very happy and healthy birthday. I guess Feliz Navidad isn't the correct phrase, but you'll have to just deal with my humor.
I believe my Spanish is bad because I speak too much Russian, but it's cumpleaños.
Cumpleaños. Okay, there you go. Oh, so how's it going today, Big Mike?
9 hours in, almost 10 hours in. I'm still going strong. My computer died.
Well, that
Windows 11.
That definitely adds a little bit of a hitch in the step, I would imagine.
Yeah, but you know what? I got the laptop, as ancient as it is. I got it up. It's been running all day, mostly. A little slow from time to time, but it's up. We've been doing the show. I think we've raved. I'm just doing quick math in my head. I think we got to be at like $200 just for the Jericho project, which I'm very happy about. We've got like 200 people who've been watching the program. I've had several people jump in, like you and Preston, who's on right now. We've been talking about all kinds of things, homelessness. We've been talking about what's happening in our government. We talked about weed. We've covered pretty much everything, and I'm loving it. We were just talking about the Minecraft movie with Preston. Let me ask you, Frank, did you see the Minecraft movie?
I don't know what Minecraft is.
You know what's funny, folks? Frank's younger than me. And he doesn't. I know the Minecraft movie. I know Minecraft the game, and Frank does not. That's funny.
All right, listen. I grew up. I had an Atari 2600. That was my last. That was my last gaming system. I know nothing outside of Harry Pitfall, the ET game, Frogger. That was about it. We had like 8 cartridges. That was the extent of my abilities playing. As soon as I went from a joystick to thumb controllers, I said, "No, that's it. It's too much for me. I'm done." So that was it. So when it comes to, I hear all these games that they go for like these live action movies that are based on games, and then from what I understand, most of the movies have nothing to do with the games, with the exception of the names of characters that are in them. So I don't know what to. I see some of these movies and I'm like, I have no basis, for these movies. At least with a comic book, I can go back. I can relate to comic books, but I can't relate to any of these video game movies. I think it's all just somebody trying to cash in on somebody else's youth. That's all I think it is.
Okay. Well, Preston, you're still here with us. Let me ask you. Did you see the Minecraft movie?
Yeah, so we were of the understanding going in that it was probably going to be an awful movie, but my friends and I, we saw it just because we wanted to have something to laugh at for the afternoon, and we chose wisely. The film was actually terrible, but surprisingly,
isn't The Rock in it?
Yeah.
No.
Jason Momoa. It's the other one. It's Momoa.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, so it's Jason Momoa and Jack Black.
Well, there you go.
2 lead stars in it. Yeah, I know. Jack Black. Everyone loves Jack Black. No one's getting sick of Jack Black. But no, the film was just it just felt very lazy, like lazily made. There wasn't much of a story. The characters didn't really have any. I mean, yes, I understand it's a movie aimed towards children, but the characters didn't really have any growth or personality really, or anything like that. It was literally just an hour and a half, which thank God it was only an hour and a half, of Minecraft references, trying to be played off as jokes that weren't funny. And I was just surprised when I woke up this morning, and I'm seeing reports that this movie actually did double what the analysts were estimating that this film was going to do. It's currently, I think, at almost 150 million, and that is, that's actually, the budget was 150 million, so this film is probably going to do very well. But yeah, I saw it and I thought, geez, Mike's going to want to hear about this because I know you play games. You're a big game guy. I know you said you're not a Minecraft guy, but you're a big video game guy. And it just seems like we're getting bad adaptation after bad adaptation. So hopefully Cavill does well on the Warhammer adaptation.
Oh my God. I am so praying Henry Cavill is a fan, like I am, of Warhammer, into the lore, into the characters, and the game itself, and he plays Custodes, which probably means almost nothing to most people, but for anyone who's in there, they know Custodes, which is great. He should have been a Space Marine, but he's Custodes. Thank God he's not Tau, because the Tau suck. I know you guys know nothing about what I'm talking about. Doesn't matter.
No, I know a little bit about Warhammer.
Okay. This could be one of the best. It could be the Star Wars for the next couple of generations. It could be bigger than Harry Potter if they do it right. If they make it woke, it's going to bomb bigger than Rings of Power. But if they do it right, people will be sitting there. It will be like Game of Thrones. People will be enraptured by this. So, Frank, you should want to watch.
I completely agree, and I think that's where a lot of these companies kind of fall flat, as you see that they put these people in charge of projects who haven't even so much as played or read the source material. I forget which adaptation it was. I think it was the Halo TV series, which, hot take, I somewhat enjoyed, but it was critically, panned and not a lot of people liked it.
It was bad.
The showrunner came out and openly said, they were like, yeah, we did not play any of the games in preparation, for this, or read any of the books. And it showed, because it clearly was just Halo in name only. So the fact we have Henry Cavill in charge of this, who talks about how much he loves Warhammer, I'm optimistic for it.
Well, let me ask. I am very optimistic about it, and the great thing is it also has really big guns. See, Frank, this is what you're going to love about Warhammer 40K. They've got huge guns. You'll love a bolter gun. It doesn't fire bullets. It fires rockets, little miniature rockets. Oh, yeah, 40 millimeter rockets at the enemy. That's the handgun for the Space Marines. It's fantastic. And then you should see what the orcs are firing. Oh, my God, you think you've got big guns? They have stupid. It's called DACA. And there can never be, if you're an orc player, there is no limit on DACA. You can always have more DACA. You will love it, Frank. Person, guys, you may not know, Frank is a big gun guy. He's a major Second Amendment supporter like I am, but he also does the Range Report on YouTube, where he has, I gotta tell you, impressive collection of firearms, and he goes out and shoots on a regular basis. So you would love the orcs.
Well, listen, as far as rocket propelled handguns, I did have the ability once, the grace that somebody allowed me to fire a 1960s version of the Gyrojet pistol, which actually is a pistol that fires miniature rockets. So, that I can at least relate to that. But it's a real gun. That was real.
No real human being. Well, think about it. The Space Marines are 8 foot tall, genetically modified human beings. They're like so modified that they're barely considered still human.
It's like Michelle Obama. What? Who said that? No, but you talk about these movies. You talk about you know, how you have these movies that they have the people in charge of production who've never played the game, and you think, how much do they have vested in the success of the movie? And I automatically think of the ATF. You've got people in the ATF that have absolutely no idea about firearms law, firearms rights, the Second Amendment, but yet they're the ones that are in charge of trying to regulate the Second Amendment. So it just goes to show that it's not just a matter of in the entertainment world where you have people that are scarcely prepared to operate in the field in which they've been hired to do so. That's why you need at least somebody like Henry Cavill, who's based in the game, to at least bring some semblance of order to the chaos, so that at least there's a hope, a chance that somebody might understand the source material.
Okay. Let me ask Preston. See, so Frank was telling us a little bit about the firearms and that aspect, and also relating it to the video games. So let's turn it around on you, Preston, because I know you know about the video game and you've been involved in that aspect, but have you fired firearms before?
Yes, it's been a few years, but yeah, I've fired a number of handguns before.
What's the largest firearm that you've ever fired?
Man, I'm probably going to sound like a wimp by saying this, but I think it was just like a 38. Or actually, no, I shot a 40 caliber once.
Okay, that's not bad. I got you guys beat, of course, because military M60. I almost got a chance to fire a double twin 30 cals. Oh my God, I wanted to get in that. Oh, I wanted to fire that so bad, but I didn't get a chance to do it. But we did fire some, we were firing some M60s full auto because we had to waste bullets. I love the government's so crazy. We have too many bullets. Go fire.
Did you not watch my range day video from the IV-88 shoot back in August?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we were full auto all day with the big boys, you know. So we had a big blast with that. We're heading out this couple of weeks from now. We're going out to the NRA, and then following up with the GOA, we'll have another outdoor shoot for that. That's going to be fantastic. And from what I understand, I might be going to CanCon, which is a big fully auto event that is featuring all firearms with suppressors on them, including the 50 BMG, the Barrett 50 BMG,
really?
Which is that firing one of those full auto suppressed. That'll be fun.
I can't even imagine. Preston, you know what the BMG is?
Yeah.
Okay. And for the audience that don't know, it is the big sniper gun that you see in almost all the movies. That's almost as big as a person in the movies. It is a big gun. Oh, and it's just sweet. If you like firearms, you like the 50 cal, the BMG is great. I can't imagine it having a suppressor though. I didn't even know they made a suppressor for that. Why? Why would you make a suppressor for it?
Because for the same reason that Edmund Hillary climbed Mount Everest, because it's there. You know, that's pretty much it. You know, that's really the beautiful thing about the Second Amendment community, is that when there's a challenge that, you know, somebody says this has never been done or that's never been done, somebody's going to come along and say, it's time somebody does it. And that's what the Second Amendment community does. Like, for instance, I have my favorite handgun is my 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum, which is a 50 caliber, you know, handgun, and it's a revolver and it shoots 5 rounds, and it's just this monstrous beast of a handgun. I have 2 of them, and I like to do a little trick at the range, and I take both of them and let them both go at the same time, and I make a fireball about 4 feet across, you know, and the report from it is ridiculous. Everybody, you feel this thump in your chest when those guns go off. But there's another company out there that manufactures what they call the BFG, the big friggin' gun. It's just big revolvers that they make, and they make them in various calibers, 45, 70, 50, 50 cal, all the rest of that. But they're basically pistol rounds being fired out of a revolver. Well, I contacted the gentleman who owns the company, and I said, I would like to commission my own gun. Is it possible that you guys would be interested in building it for me? And they said, what's that? I said, I want a 300 Winchester Magnum revolver. That's what I want. And a 300 Win Mag is this. Well, I've got big hands.
Well, yeah.
And they said, so they said it would take about 2 years for them to develop the gun. And, I was like, just tell me how long and how much. That's all I want to know. So I'm hoping to hear back from them soon about it. All I know is that where a regular revolver is 5 or 6 rounds, this thing is so huge, it will only be able to facilitate 3 rounds of ammunition in the cylinder. And it will officially be the world's most powerful revolver by the time it's finished. So I'm looking forward to getting my hands on that, because that'll be like Guinness Book of World Record kind of stuff.
Okay,
but again,
me and Preston will come down. We'll go and shoot it.
Because it doesn't exist, but I want it to exist. And there's somebody out there who's crazy enough to say, all right, well, here's a waiver. You sign the waiver and we'll build it. So hopefully when that and like $6,000 later comes along, I'll have that. So it'll
see. I don't know, Mike. I'm not like Frank. I don't have big hands. I have very tiny hands, so I probably wouldn't even be able to get a grip on the dang
thing. But I want it to exist. And there's somebody out there
one second, guys.
To say, all right, well, here's a waiver. You sign the waiver, and then we'll build it.
Dean, you got feedback.
So when that and like $6,000 later.
Okay. We'll come back to Dean. Dean, you're listening. You're behind us. You got to turn down the volume. We get an echo back on us. So got another person jumping in. Okay, one final question for Preston, and then I'll have Frank and Dean on so it doesn't get too complicated for me. Who has more? Preston, do you have more video games than Frank has guns, or does Frank have more guns than Preston has video games?
Are we talking like physical here or digital? Count too.
Count the digital too.
I'm going to say that Preston probably has far more numerics than I do, as far as the number of games that he has versus the number of handguns and rifles and assorted boom booms that I have.
Yeah, no. I would definitely say Frank's guns are definitely cooler than the collection I have. But it's I enjoy my little collection. It's good.
Hey, Preston, you enjoy what you enjoy in this world. Don't let anybody ever take that away from you. You do
you
it.
Are absolutely correct, Frank. Do what you love. Do what you love.
Do what makes you happy. Live your life. Be happy in whatever it is, whatever capacity it is that you find joy in. I encourage everybody to take that on. At least have one good hobby. That's something that brings you joy in your life, because no matter how dismal everything else gets around you, you can find that one thing in your life that brings you happiness. And whether it's pet fish, video games, if you fly a kite, whatever it is that brings you joy, have that one thing that brings happiness to your heart.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Frank. I'll leave you guys to it. Happy birthday, Mike. Have a great rest of your stream. I'll be tuning in, and yeah, great work, and nice talking to everybody.
Preston, be well, brother.
Thank you. Thank you again for joining me today. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so, whoops. No, you're still there, Frank. Don't worry. I hit the wrong button.
That's all
right. Peace.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you turned down. Okay. You did hear me. I was like, turn it down. Okay. So, by the way, folks, you may have seen him. He's made a couple of donations. I know he's from Larry. Actually, I got to speak with Peace a couple of times now on various chats and programs because of Larry Sharp on his program. And he's now become part of our audience, which is fantastic. I don't know if Frank's still with me or if he's not, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But Peace, take a second. What's on your mind?
Well, I just wanted to, wish you personally a happy birthday. I was wondering, how are people getting online? I was like, oh, I'm a member now, right? So I went over there and I was like, I knew there was a link.
I kept saying that I put the link in for the members only. So I'm like, yeah, come on.
Well, I didn't hear. I wasn't watching the show all day, but yeah. But there's a lot of exciting things happening. Well, first of all, thanks for all your hard work, man. And I know you're putting a lot of hours out there. My idea, I'll explain it more in depth later, but it has to do with you produce such long shows, right? That most people probably can't watch the whole show, right? It's just
the 5 hours is like the limit for most people.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got work and stuff like that, you might have to, or you can listen in the car, and so there are a lot, or jogging, or all kinds of things.
Some people listen to me to go to sleep. Some mostly women. I'm sure there's some men too. They like my voice.
Right.
They go to sleep.
You've got a very nice voice. So it has to. I've been doing a lot with artificial intelligence, and I've been exploring transcriptions and also voice identification, so which person is speaking when it does the transcription. And then the AI does a detailed notes and summary, right? It's which I think you will find very helpful. I'm going to do, you can tell me which show to do, but I was thinking about doing this show, and it's a really long one, but to create all of the notes and the summary. And then maybe that's something that you can give to your Patreon members, right? Detailed notes and with the timeline, so you can go directly to that part of the video, right? If you want to listen more carefully to that part. Because I imagine there are things that you talk about that some people get a little bit bored and then they drift off, right? And then other topics are, oh, I'm really into this. And so they might be able to look over your material and find that spot if they can't watch the whole show. That was my idea, using artificial intelligence to create summaries and detailed notes so that you can go back in the history, and people that want to learn, right, they can go back to your previous material and they can find when you were talking about what you had to say, et cetera, et cetera.
I would love that. Yes. Give it a shot with this one. I think it would be great. I think that also might be something that Frank would be interested in. The Liberty First Foundation, like every Wednesday.
Hey, Frank.
You may have seen, I know you've seen us do the panel where there's usually like 4 of us.
Right.
So that's another test for the AI. Pick one of those episodes as well as this one and go, okay, let's see if the AI is making the difference on who's speaking. And I think there's a lot of people, considering the stuff that we go over sometimes, the details,
right,
the information that we've delved into, that people may like, I wish I knew what was it he said, or what was that source they were mentioning about.
Right.
It could be, yeah, I would love to see that if that could work. That'd be huge.
Go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
Does the AI also transcribe vulgarities?
Yes. Yeah. It has nothing.
Oh, good.
It doesn't care about vulgarities or anything like that.
Good, because you can't work on my show. You can't without having at least a 10% quota of F-bombs and various things, and it's usually only for me.
We got to express ourselves. I like to. Are we even allowed to swear on this episode? I don't know.
Well, it's after
YouTube isn't that bad.
After 8 o'clock, probably, because kids will be all done for the day.
Gotcha. I was on. I called in on Larry's show, right, the radio show, and I totally forgot I was on the radio.
I heard that.
And I was like, it was about prisons, right? And I was just so upset about the prison system that it's not really about rehabilitation. It's about making money, and people come out worse, right? And I was just like, I'm so horrified by what we do to penalize people when they make mistakes in their life. Obviously, some mistakes are worse than others. But others, I just don't think people should be in jail for those things. Most of the time, I think that there's a better solution to those things. And a lot of lives are ruined by putting people that don't need to be there, Yeah,
that's true.
So, well, good. I'm glad you're excited about it, because I'm going to be working with Larry on the family court and a series of documentaries. So we've had a lot of really good conversations on that. and I have to pull a lot of material together. That's why I've been looking at all of this AI stuff. Some of it's more expensive than other stuff. Some of it's free, and some of it's, they're all different. There's a whole different variety of how you transcribe and the quality. The problem with speakers and identification, that's probably even more difficult than transcribing speech, is finding the voice print and matching it. The only time that the AI has a problem with it is when there's crosstalk. So let's say you were to start to jump in and talk over me right now. It might confuse which person is speaking when that happens.
That's something you can refine, but also Dow made the suggestion that maybe including like timestamps, especially since like for the streams, people can go back to the visual record as well as seeing the audio, which great idea.
Exactly.
So,
and if you're just displaying the summary, which is quite long, like for yours would be really long, right? It's going to go through each subject matter and what you said and all that sort of stuff. Then those little errors in like identifying the person don't matter as much, because you're just giving the summary, not the transcript, right? And usually, unless it really makes a bad error, it doesn't change the meaning of what the person was trying to say in the overall conversation. But you'd have to, if you said, do not do that, and it didn't hear the not part, like that would change the entire meaning of what you just said, right? It's not doing that. It's just messing up like which person said it when you're talking over each other. And you can go in and correct that, but then, a 12-hour podcast to correct everything where there's crosstalk would take, it would take quite a bit of time, right, to go, because you'd have to listen to the whole thing and watch it as it displays the words to make sure that's too much.
Other than testing, I don't think that's the worst thing that could happen. But go ahead, Frank. Go ahead.
No, the only way that you can get around that is by directly feeding the AI the various tracks,
the channels. Yeah, but that's not always available, though.
Rather than one track that combines everything, if you had a way to differentiate the tracks and put them in, directly from the source material, then it might be able to do it. The same way they do in a recording session at
absolutely,
making a record.
Right. I have a whole studio here. Yeah, you can, but you don't always have the option. Like right now, we don't have the option to, for me to separate out which mic you're using and I'm using and, Mike is using. So when you have a professional setup and you're shooting you're shooting the podcast, then yes, you can have different, each mic has its own channel, and then you feed that in separately. You're not going to have that problem. True. But most often, going back to previous material, not going to have, you're unlikely to have that option.
Most people don't have multi-channel systems to be
right.
And worse than that, you put it on something like, I use Restream. It's a distributor so I can simulcast onto different platforms, and Rumble has one of those. A few of them have them out there. The problem is it just doesn't matter how many feeds I have. It's going to pipe it all into one channel and pipe it all out.
What do you think about Restream? I'm probably going to be purchasing one of these. I was looking at StreamYard. You've got Restream. I might actually use I forget the name of it now, but there's a open source, very popular one that I might. It requires a little bit more technical expertise, but
not
it's free.
all of them. One of the big things is for me in making my decision was how many sources, how many other places can I send this to redirect?
5 for Restream, right? I looked at there.
Well, before you pay.
A minute ago. Yeah.
So, and then it goes up from there, but that's similar to everyone. So, Restream and StreamYard are two of the biggest, and they have the most access to the most platforms. So, a lot of people like that. I personally prefer Restream because it lets me use OBS, which then lets me.
Yes, that's what I was talking about. Right.
When my computer's not fried, I have OBS where I have all my stuff so I can pop in and out and have how I switch between. If you see the show, usually I'm showing the sources and all that, or I have whatever else I want to show. That's because I'm on OBS, so I can flip like that. Can't really do that with StreamYard, but StreamYard has some other benefits. Now, Frank, he uses StreamYard. I don't know if he thinks that's better than Restream. You got to ask him.
we started with Restream when we first started the show 5-6 years ago, and at the time we were still trying to figure our way through because it was still brand new to all of us. I was more or less I come from the audio editing background, not necessarily video.
Right.
When I did video, it was a completely different source. It was for YouTube. It wasn't necessarily for podcasting. So Restream presented me with quite a few challenges that I wasn't used to, and we wound up figuring that StreamYard was easier given our skill level, that we could work with that. And
Right.
we've mastered the way StreamYard works. And now StreamYard has added a ton of new features onto it that I'm having to learn how to explore that. One of the features that we're working with StreamYard now is that we can use, if I'm at my home base now, which is going to be great in a couple of weeks when I'm in Atlanta, I can feed multiple camera sources and multiple microphones all from the same spot, rather than me having to have different people logging in different locations and switching back and forth.
Right.
I'll be actually able to control everything right from the keyboard, and that's going to make a huge difference. I'm going to have to do 3 or 4 dummy shows before then just to get used to it,
Right.
to figure out how to do it, because the list of guests that we are going to be having on the show, I really want to make sure I have it polished up by then.
Right.
So that it looks good. We're one of only 16 podcasts that the NRA invited to go to Radio Row and broadcast, and we're doing 9 hours of broadcast over 3 days over the duration of the show. And they're giving me a list of, okay, here's the available guests. Here's the ones we want you to be able to interview. There'll be like 25 people. We are each going to interview like 5 of the same people, but then we can pick and choose whomever is, from the rest of them. There's just some they want to give a certain allotted time to across all channels for a specific message. So we're expecting ATF people on and people from the administration and stuff like that. And then, of course, we'll have the ability to bring in whoever the hell we want to bring in. So I've already been, knocking on the doors of all the manufacturers, all the friends and reps I know, going, hey, you're going to stop in for the show for 5 minutes, just try and get them on there. The only problem is it's the NRA show. And I'm going to, these guys are going to be wanting to bring in firearms to display on the show.
Oh, right.
And YouTube will kill the stream. YouTube will kill the channels.
YouTube will.
Rumble won't, but YouTube will. So I'm now having to get all of these folks and say, hey, listen, if there's anything that you're debuting, send me your press kit so that I can put it into a file, so that when you sit down at the table and we bring it up, I can introduce a slide package so that I can put the slides up. And this way, it's not a live presentation.
Right.
It's a photographic presentation. Yeah. So I don't have to worry about killing the stream. It's not, like I said, the problems that we have are not with the programming that we're using, because Restream, this is the first time I'm on Restream in probably 3 years, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
StreamYard looks very much the same. So it's not the problem with the programming. I'll adapt to whatever programming. It's just adapting to the politics of the streaming agent that we're using. Whether, whichever one it is, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Rumble, or any of the other ones that we'll broadcast to. So we've got to tread, unfortunately, due to the way censorship is, we've got to tread very lightly. I understand why YouTube has their no gun on a live podcast thing.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, there were a couple of instances where somebody had live streamed the killing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where you had, a matter of fact, there was one a few years ago. I was on my way to Indianapolis with Lori. We were on our way to the NRA show, and a reporter and her cameraman were broadcasting live to the radio, to the news station, and they were also broadcasting live to their YouTube channel. A disgruntled cameraman who used to work for the news station recognized the area they were broadcasting from, showed up where the broadcasting was, and shot the cameraman and the reporter. And that was done on live TV because there's no buffer. There's no 10-second delay. So it came on live, and then people were, I guess YouTube was afraid that people would copycat that, or that you would have people do a live broadcast on YouTube just so they could commit suicide or an atrocity of some sort.
But can't they do that anyways? I mean,
yes.
You don't present the gun, right? You just pull it out of nowhere and boom,
Well,
like
you can't really stop it because there's too many ways you can configure and do it as a surprise. And the moment of truth is when it happens.
You can. However, you have to remember when you have an individual who's got a channel, say some guys have got a gardening channel. All right.
Yeah.
He's not throwing flags up that YouTube's got to worry about. So if this guy decides that he's going to off his wife or himself in the middle of a broadcast, how are they going to know that he's about to do that? We're a Second Amendment oriented television program. We're a constitution. So we are already inundated with a certain amount of red flags already on us.
Yeah.
That they're waiting for any excuse they have that they can shut us down, that they can blackball us or anything else. So we've got to tread pretty lightly with what our visuals are. And even when we talk, Vass will tell you how many times we've spoken about touchy subjects and we've lost our feed in the middle of it. So
they've pulled it. They pulled it because of a fake, and I had to fight them on it. They claimed we had a fake, that there was a live gun shown, and kind of like holding it like holding a cell phone here,
right?
No fingers near any trigger whatsoever, ever. It was on the screen for like 3 seconds.
Oh,
they
you mean
showed the entire feed and said, "Oh, we had a finger on the trigger," and I'm like, "There's no such."
And it was the last minute of a 3-hour broadcast, and they wound up dropping the entire 3 hours previous to that. When not only did they shut the show down, they deleted the broadcast before the whole 3 hours ahead of that.
Well, that's a bit harsh. Yeah.
Yeah, they're crazy like that.
Is the AI actually looking at the visual so that if I presented a toy squirt gun, it would think it might be a real gun and cut the show?
Well, it depends on which AI. They have a couple. So
we don't necessarily know how sensitive the AI is with regard to it, because I mean, let's face it, there are some things out there on this planet that are guns that don't look like guns. And if I were to present one of them, like they have a credit card gun, a pen gun, they have a whole laundry list of like spy tech that are
walking stick gun.
Yeah, that if I would have presented, the AI wouldn't know what it is.
Right.
But who's to say? Are we going to risk a great broadcast to make that point?
No.
So that's why I will always bring it up in a separate window as something pre-recorded.
Has Rumble ever had an incident where somebody committed suicide live?
Not that we've heard publicly.
Not that we're aware of.
Yeah.
So it may have happened. But to go back, to circle back to your original question about the comparison between the two, and for people who are watching, if you're thinking about making a channel, please, if you want to have questions about that, ask away. Not just on this show, but just send me a message. I'll be happy to give you more insight. But so one of the big differences is, at least the way I use Restream, is normally I'm also using OBS. So you're adding an extra step, but that extra step also allows a lot of things that I can create almost any format.
OBS is the main work engine, right? So is Restream, is the only purpose for Restream to get it to multiple channels simultaneously? Like OBS won't do that?
Well, yes, OBS won't put it out anywhere. I need OBS so I can put it on to the multi-channels. That's what that's how I use it for.
Okay. I thought OBS could do the whole thing, but I'll have to research it more.
Can't multi-stream.
Can't multi-stream. So you need something like Restream in order to multi-stream.
Most of the platforms don't multi-stream. You need someone like either a StreamYard or a Restream to get that multi.
So OBS will transmit like just to YouTube if I want to do just YouTube. But
sure.
if I'm doing multiple channels, which I should, of course. But yeah, well, that's good to know. So, but does Restream need OBS, or Restream can be used without OBS?
Restream is by itself. It's built
Restream
to be by
okay.
itself.
Okay.
OBS is meant to be matched with something else. So that's
Okay.
the kind of difference between the two.
Gotcha.
Well, listen, guys, as much as I'd like to stay on, I just worked 12 hours. I know Vass has been yapping all day long.
Yeah.
But, but
One
but
question.
I gotta call it quits, buddy. I'm hungry. I'm starving.
One quick question.
Go ahead.
It's a super chat that came in for $2, and that came in from John. And he's asking, how can we get Frank to play Minecraft?
All right. Well, considering I don't know what Minecraft is, I don't know where I would go to play it, I don't know how I would play it, I would need some expert tutelage on this subject. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that on Wednesday night of this week on the Liberty First Foundation channel on YouTube, which we would normally go on at 8 o'clock and go till 10, if Vass would be so gracious as to stay on a little bit after the show and give me a live tutorial on how to use Minecraft. If you guys want to choose, if you guys want to stop in and watch a 53-year-old gun lunatic play a video game, for whatever reason you find this to be amusing, I'll play along. So at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, Vass and I will figure something out. And if you want to see me play Minecraft, God help you.
Frank, what's your YouTube channel? I'd like to check you out. And it's nice meeting you too. So
it's an absolute pleasure, sir. The YouTube channel is The Range Report. It says L1F next to it. You'll see a picture of me up in the corner with a rifle and air shooting and stuff like that. It's my channel is basically I don't profess to be a firearms expert, but I've got more expertise than 99% of the population does. What I try to do with my YouTube channel is give you an objective opinion of the firearms that I pick up. They're either popular and timely, or they're classic firearms, and I give you my perception of the gun. I buy all the guns myself, so if I feel like crapping on one of them, I'm going to tell you the truth about it. I don't get nothing for free, so I don't sugarcoat anything for anybody. My loyalty is not to the industry. My loyalty is to the people, so that when they look to buy a firearm, so that they could use it to defend themselves, their family, their home, their community, and maybe even their country, that the money that they're spending is being spent on something that's going to work for them. It's going to be reliable. And we try to give a lot of tips and tricks on training, on how to become more proficient. We try to go over a lot of the things that have to do with Second Amendment law based in various states. We just want to educate people as best we can so they can better protect themselves and their family.
Right.
We want people to be prepared. We are not one of these channels that blows up cars and microwaves and refrigerators because we think it's fun. Yeah, we love blowing shit up. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
All right. I got tons of tannerite hanging around that we could do that, but we try to show firearms in a very responsible light, and we try to encourage people to train, use their firearms responsibly, understand their rights and how it pertains to them, not only what their rights are, but what their rights aren't, because knowing when to use your firearm is just as important as knowing when not to use a firearm. So we try to explain everything, and sometimes we'll go over real world scenarios, real world shootings that have taken place, and recreate the circumstances in which they happened, so that we can show exactly what went right or what went wrong or how things could have been done better.
Did you do that with the CEO of the pharmaceutical the insurance company?
There's very little to do with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I could put a target 12 feet away from me, pump a couple shots and to walk away. It doesn't show or prove anything as far as that goes. Now, we could do a show based on the situation, the lack of situational awareness of the victim.
Right.
And how important it is that when you are in an unfamiliar area or pre 6 a.m. walking around in Manhattan that you need to have your head on a swivel.
Right.
You know, there are a lot of things. You know, there are things in the world we can prevent, things in the world we can't. The only thing we can do is reflect on them and say what could have been. The only thing that we could really deal with is the fact of what does happen, not what doesn't. You know, everybody can be an armchair quarterback and try and figure out, well, how do I do? Because you hear these people, well, why did they have to shoot that guy in the chest? Why couldn't they shoot the gun out of his hand? Why couldn't they shoot him in the knee? Why couldn't they shoot the neck? I'm like, unless you know the 21-foot rule and everything that encompasses that, shut up. You know, there are certain things you know, unless you're in that position, you can't second guess.
Yeah.
You know. Most of the Second Amendment community understands that. There's a lot of people outside of it that have a rose-colored glasses view of
Hollywood,
of self-defense. Yeah, you know, they think you shoot the trunk of a car and it blows up.
It doesn't work like John Wick. It doesn't happen like John Wick.
No,
Well,
it doesn't.
Some of John Wick is accurate. Some of it,
yes, some of it is accurate, but I can guarantee you that in a real world scenario, we would not have gotten a sequel.
No. Oh no.
Oh, no,
He would not. He would not.
I own all 4 of them. I just watch it for the action. It's not the dog sport, right? Yeah.
They're great movies. They do show a lot of real tactical things that go on, real techniques, training methodologies. There's a lot of it that's true. But it also takes into consideration, well, it omits the simple fact John Wick is not the only guy who's received training.
Yeah.
Right.
Somewhere out there is somebody who has received just as much training or more than John Wick that's probably going to be on the other end of a gun somewhere in reality.
Right.
You know, as far as I could tell, everybody that John Wick took out was somebody that couldn't hit the broadside of a barn from 50 feet
away. It looked that way, yeah. I mean, bro, yeah.
I mean, yeah, guys don't run up to you with a gun and stand still and wait for you to shoot them. You know, usually something else is going on, you know, in relation to it. You know, there were a lot of things, you know, not every time that you're in a gunfight that you get to pick up your opponent's, you know, magazines and use them in your gun. There's a lot of different kind of magazines, a lot of different calibers. I mean, the guy's using a 45 through most of one movie. It's the 5th most common caliber, you know, so, you know, he's picking magazines up off the floor from dead guys. I'm like, not everybody's got the same gun.
I know, right? Yeah. Well, do you remember that scene from Pulp Fiction where this guy comes out of nowhere when they're, you know, trying to recover the drugs? It's early on in the show. And this guy comes out of nowhere and just starts firing at them, and none of the bullets hit them. And, you know, the one guy, the black guy, thinks this is a miracle. I got to stop what I'm doing. I shouldn't be an assassin anymore. And, you know, and then
Samuel Jackson. Yes.
Yeah. And then Travolta, you know, he's basically going like, no, man, you know, it's just, you know, you can't
just
quit.
Got lucky.
Right?
Yeah.
You just got lucky. Right. Yeah. I just recently, I bought a gun during the pandemic, and I went off and got one training lesson, not with that gun, but with a different one. And I fired it for the first time. That was a shocker. And it was all the other people shooting at the same time. I want to learn how to use the gun and get my concealed, you know, in Virginia as well. Maybe you can send me on the right direction on how to. I'd rather be in an open field without all the other people shooting. That just really messes me up, especially as somebody who's new, when it's so loud and I'm trying to concentrate and I'm nervous, right? And
well, you need some expert one-on-one tutelage, you know, and training. Now, let me ask you, if you happen to know, what kind of firearm was it that you bought?
Yeah, and I bought it a couple years ago, and then I took some lessons, but I need to go back. So I can't remember, but I can find out. You know, I could go upstairs, but then I was going to go upstairs and get it, but then I was like, oh, I can't show it on this podcast, right?
No, kill the whole.
Right. It's a handheld one. Wait, West. What's the company that has West in it?
Wesson.
Smith and Wesson.
You got a Smith and Wesson. You got a Smith and Wesson Shield in 9mm.
Yes. See what kind of tech are you using? Read my mind.
I'm a gun guy, brother. This is what I do for a living.
Yeah. So that's what I got. I don't know if that was the right gun to get, but
no, it's an excellent firearm. It's an excellent firearm.
It's good for concealment, but some people say it's a little bit small, so maybe it's a little bit harder to shoot accurately. I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
There's plus and minuses to every firearm. Not everything is, a do-all, fit-all. I mean, there's a phrase when it comes to handguns that a handgun gets you to your rifle. So that's and then the rifle gets you to your shotgun, and then the shotgun gets you out. That's kind of how people look at firearms. Everything is a step-by-step progression when it comes to firearms. Not everything is a one-size-fits-all, but a Smith & Wesson Shield is a perfectly admirable platform to start off with. And if you ever find yourself down in North Carolina, dude, pick up the phone, give me a shout. We'll go out and do some training together. I love the opportunity.
I might make that effort. Yeah. I mean, especially since I get a good vibe from you. I think half the battle is finding somebody to train you that you like and that is calm, right? And they're not going to be annoyed at my stupid questions,
Well, this is how I look at training. Fathers can train sons, but fathers shouldn't train daughters.
Interesting.
Husbands should not train wives or girlfriends, and wives and girlfriends shouldn't train husbands or boyfriends.
The emotional aspect, or what?
You have an emotional investment in your student, and a lot of times that works two ways. You either become too rigid and regimented in your stance that you don't understand that you might be hurting somebody emotionally, and you're going to push them away from the sport, or you're going to hand them with such kid gloves that you're not training them properly. Now, fathers and sons have a different kind of relationship. We can beat up on each other a little bit and nobody's going to take it personal. And most sons, when they want to learn about firearms, the first person they're going to go to is their dad, because their dad is the hero. Dad is the hero. That's the guy you want to learn from. Outside of that, the best thing to do is find somebody who has no emotional investment in you as a person, but has a passion and investment in you being able to protect yourself.
It's called the Marine Corps.
Yeah, so that's why
Marine Corps.
I'm a fairly effective teacher, and I teach men, women, children. And I have people start off, a class in the day shooting a .22 pistol, and by the end of the day, they're shooting a 500 Magnum. And I've taken all the fear away from them, and they leave with a sense of confidence and a sense of duty. That they understand that it's not just a matter of exercising a right; it's a matter of exercising a responsibility.
And there's nobody else around firing. You're not at a firing range or something like that.
Well, we'll go to an outdoor range where I have a private membership, or go to an indoor range where I have a private membership, and the only people that are in there shooting are me and that student.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I mean,
later on I can fire with other people, but at the beginning I feel like I cannot have 10 other people left and right of me firing while I'm trying to fire for the first time and I'm really nervous, right?
Well, you'll get past that pretty quickly, because you're going to wind up finding that once you become reasonably proficient with your firearm, where you get over the fear factor of it, that shooting with a group of people is one of the best things that you can do, because there's going to be a whole world of experience surrounding you.
Yeah.
And you're going to have people that are so happy to help you, because they genuinely want to help you, because when you're a Second Amendment practitioner, when you carry a gun, and I carry a gun everywhere I go, 24/7, I'm every place I walk into, I'm assessing everything. I'm assessing where the exits are, where the entrances are, where the soft targets are, the hard targets. I'm looking at the people around me. I'm saying, who is cannon fodder and who is my backup? I'm looking at everything around me, and I know when I walk into a place, you put me in a room with 25 people and 5 of them are carrying guns, I'll tell you who they are.
Oh yeah.
I know. Just by the way somebody walks, the way they carry themselves, by what they're looking at, what they're paying attention to, where they're sitting, where they're standing. There's a lot of things that we know that we do in our own personal training that we see somebody else saying, okay, that person's got some training. They know what they're doing, and you'll look at people, and they'll look back at you and they know. And it's funny. That's something that you'll develop over time, and you'll find that the community is one of the most warm and welcoming communities that there is, with some of the most supportive people that you'll ever find, and people that you become fast friends with and lifelong friends with, because you all share that common goal of being able to protect not only yourself but the people that can't protect themselves.
Frank,
okay. Before you go further, because what I would suggest is, one, this is a great tease for the rifle range.
Yeah,
it's a good tease for the Wednesday live stream. And also some of the details that you probably want to get into at this point are probably more conversations between you and Frank than the internet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack.
No, that's not the problem. Look, there are people who are learning who are new to firearms, and you represent them, Peace. And then Frank is someone who's got a lot of knowledge. I'm perfectly happy to help bring that together to answer questions that people didn't even know they wanted to ask. And now they're getting some real information.
Frank is really hungry right now. Like,
that's also and dude, if you knew me, I'm 6'3", I'm about 285 pounds. I'm an eating machine. I have to eat all day, and I had a bologna sandwich for lunch today because I brought two and I shared my lunch with somebody who forgot theirs. So, but listen,
are you on X by any chance?
Yeah, as the Liberty First Foundation.
Okay, well, I'll hook up there, and maybe Voss can give me some other contact information for you so that we can speak more.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want, Vass will hook you up with my information, and if you want, I'll shoot you out an invite for Wednesday's show, and you can come in and join us on the weekly roundtable, and we'll hook you up there.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. All right, listen, I'm going to say goodnight with my usual, you guys be safe and shoot straight. Vass, I love you, my brother. I wish you nothing but happiness and health on your birthday. Make sure you send me a link so I can contribute a few bucks to your cause tonight, okay?
Okay, I'll get that out to you a little bit later. We got like one more hour before it's all done. So I'll get it out to you.
There you go. All right, Peace Logic. Peace out. Take care, brother.
Take care.
And Peace. So we've got you for a little bit longer, and then I got the final hour. Well, kind of, sort of. I'll probably go a couple minutes late just because I know me. But I also have my dog. He's got his last walk. And I'm putting it off a little bit so I can do the last hour.
He's 15. That's so hard. That's
14.
14. Wow. That's what's the lifespan normally for the
I have no idea. He's honestly, I don't know.
Big dog or little dog?
Oh no, he's a little dog.
Oh no, he's a little dog. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a Scotty and Bichon mix.
The little ones live longer. The bigger ones die faster.
Yeah, the bigger they are, the shorter they have.
Yeah.
But at 14, he's up there. You wouldn't know it most of the time, but he's up there. But he's good. I love him. He's a good puppy. He's been there with me. Hey, great thing was 2020. Couldn't go anywhere, couldn't talk to anyone because government.
Oh, I know that.
But he was with me the whole time, so kind of help.
Yeah, I thought about getting a dog. I just know that if I get one, I have to be super responsible. And right now, my life is so chaotic that I wouldn't want. On the one hand, maybe he would raise my spirits even more and help me out of it, right? And on the other hand, maybe it's not the right moment. Maybe everything needs to be better in my life before I do that. I don't know.
Think of it like this: can you handle a 5-year-old?
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's like a little kid, right?
Oh, absolutely. And he's a 5-year-old. He's an eternal 5-year-old every day, and that's 14 years, which I love. I love that. But there are moments where it's just trying and annoying, and he wants to eat something off the street and I don't notice it, and then he's sick for the next 3 days. And I'm up at 4 a.m. because he found a little whatever on the street, a chicken bone or something.
What
so
is it? Yeah.
That's something you've got to be prepared for when you have a dog.
Right.
And a lot of people don't realize that. It's those little things. Yeah, there's the great moments of, he's sleeping in the bed and saying, that's great. But it's all the other things you do every day. I walk him every day, 4 times a day, every day, whether it's cold, whether it's raining, snow, doesn't matter. He's got to go out and I take him.
Right.
Even if I'm tired, and if he's sick, I'm waking up at, it's 3 a.m. He's got to go. He'll wake me up and I got to get up at 3 a.m. No matter, I may have gone to sleep at 1. Doesn't matter. Got to get up, got to go.
Right.
So that's an aspect you got to think about that a lot of people don't talk about, but that's
right.
If you can live with that commitment, a lot of other stuff, easy. The other stuff's pretty easy, but that's the one thing that people don't think about.
It's a lot. Yeah. I don't think I can do that right now. Maybe a little bit later, but I am feeling a lot better. I went keto. I stopped drinking alcohol. I don't think I'm an alcoholic, but I think it's just better for the alcohol. It was causing me problems. So the keto, eating meat and vegetables, and I stopped smoking. I started vaping again, which I'm so happy with. So a lot of good things happening. I feel, and my sleep is better. So I'm kind of excited.
Larry says, our friend Larry Shaw says keto is magic because he eats keto. Right. I know nothing about that, but he does, and he swears by it. And hearing you're finding it to be a good thing too, so that's good. In terms of the alcohol, there was one point in my life I drank a lot.
I was drinking a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Not an alcoholic, but I was just drinking a lot. I just got into that pattern and I just kept it going.
Right.
So it's not alcoholism per se, but it is a bad habit, bad pattern I had built up.
Exactly.
And I made a conscious effort for me. There was a couple of years where I didn't drink at all. And then when I did start drinking again, because it was my decision. I just said, okay, wasn't going to drink it. And I just wound up not drinking for like 2 years in a row. And then when I did start again, I made it a conscious effort that I said to myself, and maybe this helps, I'm only going to have 1 to 2 beers.
Right.
Period. And I held that, and I do hold that. And people who go out with me now, people from college who know me, and people who know me in the military, they know I can drink like a fish. I have a high metabolism. It helps me burn it off. So I can drink a hell of a lot. I can be a heavy drinker.
Right.
And most people don't notice. So that's not the thing. It's just, and they go, but you only had 2 beers. Yeah, and I'm done. It doesn't matter. Because that's my rule for me. And every time I do it, I do 1 to 2. I'm good. I don't. And if I have a bad day, I have 3. Okay. But I'm done. And then I just, okay. And I found that to be as good or better than when I was drinking more heavily.
Yeah.
In terms of mindset, in terms of income, in terms of just overall feel. It's, you don't have to, and maybe that's an older man thing. As we get older, we realize don't need the big buzz. Yeah. 3 beers, 2 beers.
How old are you today?
57.
Mike? 57. Oh, so we're almost like the same age. Yeah, I'm 56. Okay. I'll be 57 on July 4th.
Okay. Yeah, you're right behind me.
And and Larry is even closer to me. He was born July 11th, I think.
Yeah.
And he's just a couple of days away from me on July 4th. Same year, 1968, we were born.
Mm-hmm. We all were. I just happen to be the old man. I'm the first one. So,
you're the older out of the crowd. Huh?
Someone's got to lead. Someone has to lead the way, and it just happened to be me.
Right. Yeah. I used to drink that way. Hardly a glass of wine or a couple of beers or something like that. The thing where I ended up drinking those big bottles of wine, like 1 a day, was when my mother, my father, my sister, my pet, everybody died within 15 months, and I use that as a way to just numb myself, right? And fortunately, I had enough money in my bank account where I could be depressed. I almost wish I didn't have that much money at the time, right? Much poorer now.
Yeah.
But but
sometimes
know,
that's
you
kind
need
of what it's there for, is to soften some harsh blows that can happen. The key is having friends and people around you to, when you're getting past, to get you past that point. It's one thing for the suddenness, which I can, given what you just said, I understand that completely. But then it's to move forward. You need your friends and go, okay, yeah, that was a moment. Leave it as a moment and let's move forward.
It was really bad because the last member of my family to die was 2019 at the end of December, right before COVID hit, right? So none of my friends wanted to come help me. They were all scared. They were all whatever it was. That's how I ended up being alone without any of my family in an empty house. You know what I mean? It just sucked.
That's a bad moment. It
was a bad moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
and that would have been really hard for me because I have a personal rule. All my life, I've always had the same rule. I don't drink at home. I don't drink alone.
Right.
I always go out to drink. Because when I had my house, before I lost my house, I had a full bar. I could drink anything I want. I had I had like 20 bottles of wine. I had all the stuff.
Strawberry margarita?
No, I'm not a margarita guy. I'm more Scotch.
Gotcha.
But I had several bottles, and I just never. And people would be amazed. It's like, you've had that bottle for like 2 years. Like, yeah, I don't drink at home. Doesn't matter unless it's a special occasion and I have people over. Then okay, maybe I'll have a drink. But that's like once every 2, 3, 5 years.
Right.
You just don't drink at home. So that's another thing, so that you're still getting that interaction with other people.
Right. Use it as
social outside. You see how to be. It's still social. It's still interactive.
Right.
And I find that to be better because then it stops you from falling into yourself. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what happens to me. Yeah.
But these are the little rules. I mean, it's the little rules, and sometimes hearing it from someone else helps to figure it out. And it's like, okay. And I learned from trial and error in my own part. Okay, this is what I need to do. It may not work for everyone, but these are rules that I've shared with some people over the years of my life, and it seems to work for a lot of people. That okay, these are the things. So it's and the great thing is you can always it takes away that sting of I can't do it. I can't
at
do
all.
It. No, it's not. Right. You can't do it.
Right.
But I do it this way instead of and that changes your mindset. Well, do I really want to go out and drink tonight? Maybe not. Okay, then I'll go out tomorrow. Well, then you go a week and you don't have a drink. Why? Because you didn't want to go out to do it.
Right.
Well, that's fun, but you're not punishing yourself for not doing it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's the same thing with marijuana, Mike. You know what I mean? Like you can overdo it and smoke every day and wake up and the first thing you do is, I mean, I don't do that, right? But
a lot of people in the Bronx do.
I bet they do. Yeah. So anything can be abused, whether it's alcohol or, are you an alcoholic hitting your wife or are you having a casual drink, 1 or 2 glasses of wine? I mean, the difference is vast, right? And it's the same with marijuana or anything. I kind of used that rule when my whole family passed away, not to do drugs, but I didn't include wine in that. I just included my favorite past, like ecstasy or like meth and stuff like that. I was like, I cannot do any of those things recreationally if I'm in trouble or if
Before you go any further, we are not suggesting that anyone should or should not do any kind of
no. Right.
item. That is, we're talking about older men talking about life experiences. That's not a recommendation. Thank you, YouTube censors, for pissing me off. We're having a conversation. Anyway.
Yeah. I hope that wasn't a bad topic to bring up. Yeah, no, that's past experience. I don't do those things. I don't do that anymore. But I could drift because once you've done something that you like, you can drift back into it, right? And usually it happens when something goes really wrong. And so I made that one huge rule in my mind. I was like, you are not doing any of that stuff. And I think that's how I ended up with the wine, right? Right. I used and I should have had the wine in my rule as well, but because I never really drank before, I mean, I did, but very rarely. Glass of wine, with dinner.
But you work it. You know what? You got to give yourself leeway. You got to give yourself that leeway. That again, it's like, okay, it's not that I wouldn't have a beer. I'm not going to have a beer at home. I'm not going to have a beer alone. I will go out. Same thing with a scotch. I'm not going to have it alone at home. I'm going to go out. So I'm giving myself the leeway. And
no, I think that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with my rule of 1 to 2 beers. If I wind up having 3, I haven't done. The world doesn't end. It just means, okay, I went over. I was having fun, an extra beer. Okay, and I'm still far away from being drunk.
Right.
I'm still away from my limit, but I've now gotten to be exuberant, and now I'm done. And okay, I don't have to beat myself up for going a little over.
Right.
But I'm still in control. So I think that's an important thing, knowing that I have the room to do it, and therefore I can choose. It's easier to choose not to because I have that room, because I have that option.
I don't think everybody can do that. I think if you are an alcoholic, you probably can't
Probably
quit
not.
as quickly. Like my ability to quit on a dime like this, and I did go through some withdrawals, which I did not like from wine. Like if you drink a bottle a day, right, you will end up, your dreams will change. Like scorpions were chasing me and a tiger and, weird dreams, right?
Yeah.
And I would shiver. And actually, alcohol is the one drug that you can die from withdrawal. I don't think it's with wine, probably even harder liquor to do that, but you can have a heart attack. Whereas with opioids and all these other things, you'll go through the withdrawal, but you're not going to die. But with alcohol,
it's called the DTs. They call it the DTs, and yes, it can kill you.
With
a lot of people don't know that, but yes.
Yeah. And but anyways, I'm glad it's out of my system for right now. I wasn't happy with it. I feel so alive. I'm fasting too. Fasting is amazing. Like I feel so awake and alive when I fast. And it was funny. Larry and I started fasting at the same time, but that's another great way to get your immune system to fix your body and everything too. I know you've got a little bit of time left here. I'm going to let you finish off your show. Thanks for inviting me and having me on your show, Mike. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And
absolutely. I always love having the different ideas. And that's kind of what my birthday is just, it's not just me doing the usual thing. It's also me sharing. And you'd be surprised. It's funny. Sometimes people go, I never see Mike laugh. He's always serious. He's always, it's like, no, that's one aspect of me, but it's not who I am. And sometimes the birthday, that's people to have a chance like we just did, to just, have a conversation. And you never know how many people can be helped by just hearing that one thing. And it's like,
I think that's true. Yeah.
I'll try that.
And Frank is a really nice guy. I like him. I got a really good vibe from him.
Oh, he seems
like he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he seems like he's got a lot of love inside. Does he have? Is he married and with kids and all of those things? Or
yeah,
nice.
But he's a fantastic guy. I've known him decade, 2, something like about 15 years. I've known him. He's a great guy and very passionate. Loves his guns. Loves helping people. Kind of very, I don't know, Italian, I guess I could say. Passionate, very into what he's doing. Right. Stalwart. He is a rock. He's right there for you.
Yeah.
You can lean on. But he's a softie as well.
I have, I can tell. Yeah, he's strong, but he's got a soft edge to him, right? Which I like. There is one more thing I want to ask you.
Sure.
A part of what Peace Logic wants to do is create tools to help podcasters, right? Communicate better. And I wanted to run this by you and tell me what you think. So when I watch shows like Joe Rogan or many different podcasts, right? They come up and they're going to watch a YouTube and they want to watch it together. Like, Joe often does, like he goes like, well, let's watch that YouTube or whatever it is. But there will be material that they come across and they go like, well, we can't show this to you because we're going to get flagged in our YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
For showing this copyright violation or whatever it might be. So there are many shows where they use a lot of, they present a lot of material on screen with YouTube and all these different things. So I was like, how do you get around that? In other words, so the product, what you would do is it would be on your computer. It might be on other devices, but on a computer, you'd have one screen where I'm watching you, right? And then our product, there's another screen, and you get a program on your end where when you pull up a YouTube video or a website or whatever it is, it syncs on my other end and uses my web browser to show what you're looking at. Do you follow? In other words,
I do, but
I can think
of one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can think of one thing instantly about it. That means that your site information, where you are, your site location, is going to be revealed to me, because it has to be shared so that you can get access to that material, that stream, to pick up and go forward with it. So I'm thinking it needs to know a location to send that to you. So if I'm starting it and I say, oh, I can't show this, but now you're going to see the rest of it because you choose to elect that, but you have to give me your location information.
No, you don't need to do it. It doesn't work that way. I mean, I could go into the technical details. But
Okay, I'm not deep in the tech, but that's the first concern I would have.
No. Your nothing. No, you're not going to see any of that. To make it simplified, let's say after you record the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be another file, right? And it's going to have all the locations where you brought up a YouTube video or a web page or whatever it is. And basically, you're just you wouldn't even need to be. Well, you need to be online, but it is it's a file that's sent to you that basically just says all the different. Like, imagine my history with all of my URLs, right? I can look at all of my URLs that I looked at yesterday or for the past week or whatever it is. I could send that to you, right? All we're doing is we're aligning it to the right point in the video where we say, pop up this URL and show it to them. Do you follow?
Okay, so it's almost like it's got a tag in there so that it's going to go and drop. There's a similar tag like that you can do with HTML in a text document so that you can have it linked. You're basically putting an anchor in there.
Yeah.
It's an HTML anchor so that when I'm linking, I'm not linking to the general document. I'm linking to that one spot first. So it's like an anchor link.
That data file and all the URLs you look at or the YouTube videos you look at is basically being created while you do the show, and it's recording it. And then as our service, right, you click on the Migloo logo, right, and it will no, not Migloo, but sorry. But you use our service, like the other person uses our service on the other end, then you can have a separate screen for the YouTube videos you're watching and a separate screen for your actual show, right? And it bypasses the copyright violation because it's all happening locally on your computer.
I like that. That sounds, I'd like to test it.
Yeah.
To get a feel for, like, that's something that I could see could be useful without having tried it. I don't know how I would incorporate it, but it is something that, yes, that is of interest. It's something that I got to test to figure it out.
And also, if you want to play a song or something like that, I love that new song that came out. You pull up the song on your end, right? But you can't play that. That's a copyright violation.
Instantly, yeah.
But on my end, right, you're just giving me the URL, you're just giving me the YouTube link for the music video, and it starts playing that music video on my end, not from your show, but just from the link that has been passed on to me. Thereby, see, the whole point is getting rid of the censorship and getting rid of the copyright violation, because you are already paying for your services on your computer. You're just being told what to look at. So that way it's not a copyright violation for you.
Right. Yeah. It's something you would have found or could find on your own. I'm just saying, look there.
Exactly. And we sync it so it's at the right point during your video, right? Cool. Well, thanks for the feedback, man. And I hope to catch up with you real soon, brother.
Absolutely. We will make it happen. Absolutely.
All right. You have a good night. Happy birthday.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks. Wow. We are doing so great tonight. And I am so appreciative of everybody, especially tonight. I was looking in the chat and I noticed a couple of people were saying, oh my God, they didn't realize that they've been with me for very close. We're coming closer. We're 45 minutes away from 12 hours of continuous live stream coverage for my 57th birthday. And that's actually one of the things that I actually look forward to. That tells me that I've done my job properly today. When I hear someone say, I didn't notice I was there for 4 hours, 5 hours on a day like today, been there for 7 or 10 or, the whole 12 hours time just flew by. I didn't realize it. Means one, I've been entertaining and engaging, hopefully informative, and at various levels, and made you think critically about various subjects that you may not have thought about before. That's one of the things that I always want to do. And that's what I'm trying to do every Sunday with the live stream, to talk about politics, to make you have something to think about, a different point of view, a different understanding of the conclusions and the issues that are affecting each and every one of us. So that's what the Sunday live stream is for. And I try and do that in 3 to 5 hours, covering 30 topics, a lot of information from multiple sources all around the world, mostly left-leaning sources, to give you an understanding of what's going on in politics that MSNBC, CNN, that they just don't care about. They don't want to let you know anything. They want you to feel what they told you to feel. I don't want that. I never want that. I want you to have, whether you agree with me or not, and sometimes you'll agree with me, and sometimes you won't, and that's okay. We're adults. We can have disagreements. We can say, I agree to this extent, maybe 50, 70%, and maybe not at all, maybe all the way. That's fantastic. So we can have this conversation. And just like what Peace and I were doing just now, we're going back and forth and saying, okay, how can we make things better? How can we help people? How can we help each other to succeed, to get through difficult times, to have an understanding of new concepts, new ideas, to get around the restrictions, arbitrary restrictions in some cases, from the government, where it's just there to make sure you obey, not to actually help you, but just to hold you down, to make you subservient. And I don't agree with that. And that's part of what we look to do. So today has been a great success. Again, the last time I looked, we had about 200 people. It may have been more. And that's just on YouTube that I could see that we were looking at about 200 people were watching this live earlier in the day. We may have had many more people. I hope we did. I know we had some people who decided to subscribe, and they'll be with us in the future, I hope. And they'll be able to see more content and be able to learn more information, ask more questions, and talk to more people in the chat every time we do a show. And I want people to know, whether this is the first time you've seen me or it's the 2,500 some odd times. I've done over 2,500 videos. So no matter which time it is, know that you can always ask a question. And I'm always willing to answer those questions, especially when I'm doing my Sunday show or something, a special event like this. Ask away, and this way I will endeavor to provide you as much information as I can. And very often it's just about just providing the information. Sometimes you want to know, but Mike, what do you think? Okay, fantastic. Sunday is usually more about me telling you what I think about it, but I'm also giving you the source, and that's important. But today was special because it is my birthday, because I have made it to 57 years, which a lot of people, like I said earlier, 25% of the people, yes, I'm still alive. Yes, Hal, still alive. Thank you, Hal, by the way. By the way, folks, just throwing you off. Hal says, am I still alive? Yes. Yes, we haven't gotten to the 12-hour mark. I'm doing at least 12 hours. It's my birthday. It's always at least 12 hours. And Hal, we played your song earlier, and there was a very positive feedback I got. I thought it was fantastic, and everyone else seemed to really enjoy it as well. Thank you very much for that song, and I hope you'll let me be able to use that song for the intro in my show. Khan, can you give me 15 minutes? Sorry, my puppy he wants his final walk. We've got about half an hour. And if he's crying, that means he wants to go out. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I got to try and figure out what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over 12 hours. We're going to do more than 12 hours. Give me a second, Con. We're going to go over 12 hours. I'm going to try and, you know what? I'm going to go back. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go right back to the previous episode I had with my dog is asking. He's got to go out. So I'm going to walk him. And then, thank you, Hal. I see you said I could use it. I see the comment right there. So fantastic. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over. I'm going to take about half an hour to walk my dog. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to do the final half hour of the show. This way I can walk him. Okay. So we're going to do that right now. And I will be back in about 30 minutes and I'll do the last half hour of the show live with everyone. Come on, go. My computer froze. Play. My computer's completely frozen.
Advocates, I said we should just target the blue states because we're dealing with a bunch of egos. Okay. At the end of the day, we're dealing with a lot of egos, right? The second
he went to sleep and he was waiting and he was being a good boy, and now I'm going to take it because he waited already. I was going to jump into it.
You start talking about hitting a deep red state, offense. You're going to offend somebody, I feel like. So if we're just targeting those deep blue states, the Republicans that have lived in those states for 40 years, they're ready. They're like, yeah, fine.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you in that we can't have a permanent change. You can't permanently change any state overnight in one election, but you can go purple to get that long-term change.
Correct.
To make that. Mm-hmm. So no, I don't want to see someone just flip for an election because that doesn't mean change is happening. It means that was sadly, it means people were being emotional. And I don't think that's benefiting America. That's why we need voices, just like we're all having different voices here. And not everyone loves what I have to say. And that's perfectly fine. Not everyone agrees with me. I don't agree with everyone. That's okay because we're in America. We're not in the United Kingdom where we don't get to have these choices, or in Canada where certain words are restricted.
Had to go beat up Sean. Jail. Take that, Sean.
I'm honored to have this conversation with you, Michael.
No, I'm not picking on it. I mean, that's the difference.
Hold on.
That's why
Sarah
we're
says
special.
The right thing. Sarah, by the way, who is also a member here, and so far I love everything I've heard Larry say about improving schools. So, Mike, I am correct no matter what. Thank you again. Yet another one who says I am always right. That's how that works. That's how it works. It's just that simple. Guys, before you go on, if you haven't clicked the like button, if you haven't, it means that you hate cannabis. That's what that means. So you have to click the like button or you hate cannabis. Now, Mike's not going to click the like button now, but the rest of you click the like button. Just do that. It's important. If you're watching on Twitter or Facebook, please reshare this. It does matter. Please do so. If you're on YouTube and you're watching on Larry Show YouTube and you haven't clicked the subscribe button, that means you hate me. And now I'm mad at you. So click the subscribe button. It's free. Just do it. If you click the notification, people will know you're happening. So awesome. If you want your chat to go to the front, you can. You can always super chat me if you are on Larry Sharp YouTube. If you want to become a member, it puts also your chats go to the front. It is click that join button. It's $5 a month, and you can see more of me. Like, come on, I'm a handsome guy. You're gonna see more of me, so that's even better. So I want to make sure that was clear. If I can grab another one of these, if I can, hold on. The virtual tourist says $35 trillion. Mm-hmm. That's how indebted America is. No, we're gonna pay that off without tax increases. No way. Virtual tourists believe we can tax their way out of it.
Inflation. That's how that gets paid off.
What does that mean? Explain it to me, Sean.
Way. Well, so $35 trillion is worth a certain amount to us right now.
Right.
When I was growing up, $1 million was so much money that you couldn't believe.
Yep.
Now $1 million my house might have just become $1 million like while I went to sleep the other night. I mean, it just
when my mom, I remember seeing one of her. She showed me one of her pay stubs right once when I was a kid. This is the 70s. She made $8,000 a year, and that was a livable wage in the 70s.
Yeah,
$8,000 a year in the 70s was actually a living wage. So I'm sorry, Charlie. So I'm bringing your point.
No, my father went to college for $500 a semester.
Yeah,
at a top ranked college. That's where he went. $500. So, this money, that $35 trillion, it's that's not going to be a lot of money if we keep going as we're going in 20 years. And then no, that's not good for anybody. It might be at the point where, I mean, basically what Ron Paul has been saying for a long time is that we got to repudiate it. That's the only way out of it, is to say, I'm sorry, folks, we're never paying this back. We're starting over again.
No, we can't do that.
Hold on. I remember two comedians talking, and they're talking, it's like a podcast like this. And one of them says, you don't understand something, man. We're in trouble. He said, what? He said, we owe like China, like.
Basically what Ron Paul has been saying for a long time is that we got to repudiate it. That's the only way out of it, is to say, I'm sorry, folks, we're never paying this back. We're starting over again.
No, we can't do that.
Hold on. I remember two comedians talking, and they're talking, it's like a podcast like this. And one of them says, you don't understand something, man. We're in trouble. He said, what? He said, we owe like China, like whatever the number was. I'm making this number up. We owe China like $6 trillion or whatever. And he goes, we owe China $6 trillion? He goes, China's in trouble. They ain't getting that back. That's what he said. And I'm laughing, and we're laughing. It was a joke, but you might be right, Sean. Yeah. China may not be getting that back.
Well, the majority of the United States is making a lot of tax revenue off the legalization and regulation of cannabis. And if the federal government would get their heads out of their butts, and we could do this overnight, and it doesn't cost a lot. We need to reallocate how the FDA, if Bobby's plans with what he was talking about with if Trump gets into that office and he can just deschedule on day one, the Democrats really messed up with the Schedule 3 thing, because that's not what we were promised. And that is a play right into big pharma, and they will hostilely take over cannabis companies. And any cannabis company that thinks otherwise, that their job is to keep cannabis in chaos, because lawyers make more money, e-commerce, 100%. Third parties make more money. So, if these companies really, really want their freedoms, they need the deschedulization immediately, and then forming a system where we can go in and make sure the tax revenues are going where they're going, and we can generate. I mean, each of these states are just generating billions
I
in
love
tax
the idea.
revenue.
Before we go any further, I want to say thank you to EM Schwims, or is that EMS Wims? I'm not sure which one it is. Becoming a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Whatever you like. How about EMS Wims or EMSW Hims? I'll take all of them. All good. Thank you so much for coming aboard. I do appreciate it. So I know that we've been talking about different issues. Cannabis has come up a lot. I get it. Let's go. Before there, hold on. Before that, I want to pick up one interesting comment, if I can. Someone was talking. I saw Sarah was asking about RFK becoming the VP, and that there's been rumors that's going to happen. I want to be clear. The odds of that happening are astronomically low. Is it physically possible to happen? Yes, it is physically possible, but I could also win the lottery today.
But on top of all that, I mean, one of the reasons it's so low is that when Bobby was on the All In podcast just recently, he was talking about this, and he said Trump, when he first called him, offered him the VP position.
Yep.
And he said, I don't want it. And I don't want it because it's the worst job in DC.
Yep.
He has other things he wants to do that are more effective. And hopefully he has the opportunity to do those things.
I don't see RFK as the VP. There's a lot of problems with that. And that's not, just to be realistic and politically, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he can't be influential, and that he can't, on certain issues, he can try and make his voice heard. And I think that will happen to a degree. Democrats are going to attack him. So he's not going to get a cabinet position.
Right.
He can't.
Right.
Democrats will block that completely.
Never let him. You're right. They'll never
But he
let him
can
on.
be influential even without that. I think that's more realistic.
Let me grab a super chat if I could. Thank you, Sarah, for the $5 from me and the animals. Thanks for the fun break. I think she's done. I think she's going to bed. Thank you, Sarah, for being up. I appreciate that. Keep working hard. We don't stop. We just keep going is what we do. That's how that works. Absolutely. So, yeah, I do think you're right. I don't think there's really any realistic chance of RFK Jr. becoming the VP at all. No. But let's go to the border. I haven't heard much about the border in like, I don't know, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, a month, since the DNC, right? The DNC.
44 days.
Yeah. So whatever that is, right? The DNC, that's really for that. All of a sudden, there's like no border problem. All of a sudden, the border is solved. I didn't realize it was that easy. So all we had to do was make Harris the nominee and the border is solved. I didn't know. We should have done that years ago then. But that's what happened. Am I wrong here?
No, you're right. But they've been trying to downplay the border since 2021 because it's been a problem.
Yeah, but it hasn't. They've been bad at it, though.
They've been very bad at it because people are dealing with the consequences of it. And it's costing $5 billion in New York alone to deal with it. They're bankrupting Boston, Chicago, LA, and a dozen other Democrat-led cities because of the open border policy. But here's the thing. The moment that they had to make the transition from Biden to Kamala to protect Kamala and to be able to fortify the election, they whitewashed her entire history. She stopped being the border czar. You know when she became the border czar? March 24th, 2021. Every major news media in the world covered it and talked about it between March and June of 2021. She's the border czar. She failed. They had to cover up that failure.
Hold on. Did they close the border recently, Mike?
They have reduced, no, they call it being closed, but again, they're playing with the words. They reduced the number of illegal aliens allowed to enter into the United States. And they're calling that being closed. Okay. It's not the same thing. But again, this is how they play with the words. Oh, we're going to hire a bunch of border agents to process the paperwork to let illegal aliens in, not to protect the border, not to close the border. You're just processing more people. You want more paperwork done. Not the same thing. That's not helping. And here's one of the worst things about the border, and they don't want to talk about this. There has been a 3,400% increase of known and suspected terrorists entering the United States. We had 378 and counting known and suspected terrorists that have entered from 2021 until today that have entered into the nation. And
hold on. Is that include Tulsi Gabbard?
You mean include Tulsi Gabbard?
Because she was on that bad guy list. Yes. And I'm teasing you because I think your list is probably garbage because they put everybody on that goddamn list.
No, it doesn't include Tulsi Gabbard.
By the way, it's a true story. My lieutenant governor in 2018 was on one of them lists. Couldn't go to Canada.
Well, there's a difference. No, we're talking about not people who were put on the watch list so they can't fly, like the Clear Skies, which is with Tulsi. No, I'm talking about people crossing into the border, and they eventually get found out, like the 8 individuals who were from, I believe they were connected to ISIS, and they're in California, and it took us a year to figure out that they were actually, someone should have vetted them because they're probably ISIS members, or the 2 guys who were with Hezbollah who tried to enter the southern border and got caught when they got stopped on their way to New York State. And they were asked, it said, oh, yeah, by the way, we're Hezbollah, and yeah, we're going to New York to blow it up. They literally just admitted.
Okay, now I just got demonetized. Thanks. Thanks for that one. Just demonetize me now. Thanks. At least I'm on Rumble, too. That's something at least. Thanks.
When you say that we haven't talked about the border well, not us, but like it's not been a subject of conversation for a while in the media. So
44 days.
Have the Republicans also stopped trying to talk about this and use it as a wedge issue? Or is it just not getting covered because the Democrats are like, zip it up?
I think it's 2, right?
100%.
I think it's 2 parts. One, I think at the local level, most Republican candidates are actually talking about the border. I think if you see individuals, they are. But at the top level, they were trying to make it about something bigger. And I think that did not work as well. If you remember, it was all about Trump and getting shot. Then it was all anti-Harris. That's what it was. It was anti-Harris for a bunch of times. At the top level, the Republicans, they backed off. They did. They weren't pushing so hard. Local, they were.
I think we're underestimating the peasants, because us peasants out here that actually see illegals invading apartment complexes and
Colorado.
all that stuff happening, and people seeing like all this stuff happening around them. They don't need the mainstream media to cover it, because I mean, Kamala doesn't have to answer any questions because nobody's asking her, right? And the mainstream media is not asking her, and we all know it's a complete catastrophe. But I think they're underestimating. People are living in their bubbles of money. They have money. You know, you got your Democrats that have money, and then you've got your Democrats that live in near the areas that this is happening in. So I think they're going to vote for their neighborhood more than they're going to vote for a politician.
Well, I think the politician, it comes back to what I think is the most important thing, being effective and efficient. That's what we need in our government. We need to get back to that. And the border is the example of that, where we have right now total chaos, and it fails. And people are being endangered, and it's hurting our economy. And everyone knows it. I believe it was San Diego, Southern California, we had a bunch of illegals trying to get into school buses twice. 23 illegal aliens trying to get onto school buses with children. God knows what they were going to do. Again, we have a 3,400% increase in the number of known suspected terrorists. That is a clear and present danger, and they're trying to get on school buses with kids. In Colorado, they've taken over apartment complexes. In New York, there's so many problems with what's happening in New York. So it is.
As a woman, it's hard for me to walk out of the house at night. And I live in a safe area because people are coming to this country from countries that think things like rape are okay. Yes. And that's what's not being talked about enough. You have people coming into this country
No, hold on, no.
Oh.
They don't think rape is okay. Again, I'm already demonetized, so it's fine. But no, what I'm saying is they don't think that grape, or SA, as is often said on YouTube, SA is okay. The people, the groups of people that group of people think it's okay. Meaning, to quote Trump, they aren't sending their best and brightest.
No, they're not.
So the country, I want to make sure those countries don't think it's okay.
Sure,
but the group of people who are coming from those countries, that group of people,
some of those countries, some of the countries absolutely believe that, because countries like Iran, like Afghanistan,
they don't think that's okay.
Wait a minute. They do not believe in the right of women to be able to read, to be able to drive, to be able to work. Women are property, and they have no rights in those countries. And we're getting their refugees in our country, and they're not being vetted. And we are getting members of Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas here. Agreed. So yes, we are getting these people who do believe in that. And that's part of the problem.
That isn't what I said, though. I want to be clear on this. The countries have laws against these things.
No, not all these countries do.
Some countries do not. Some countries do
Sean,
not.
help me in this. Help me, Sean. Help me. Don't let them beat me up like this. Help me.
So I think there are laws against it, but I think that they're not the same as the laws we have here. So there are exceptions and excuses and reasons why it was okay, but that certain behavior may be allowed. And then there's also just the culture. There are cultures where whatever the law may say in your local community, you have a different culture. We see that, in our own country.
Look at Afghanistan. We left Afghanistan.
You can go in our own country where the rules that are written in the law book aren't necessarily what goes on in the community.
All right, you got a bunch of people mad about this one. You got a bunch of people mad. I gotta grab some of these. Philadelphia Yeshiva says, "Say grape instead."
Yeah, say grape.
Yes, or SA for that type of assault. So yes,
we need a training session next time.
Yes, that's how you. Again, this is the censorship that we have. That we talk about. Shannon, what are you talking about? This is how the algorithm picks it up, which is why we have to have baby talk on YouTube. Right. Otherwise, we get trashed. We have to have baby talk. It's crazy. Minor Threat's mad at you. He says, so full of S, Iran has women more advanced degrees than the U.S. He's right. He's right, guys.
In 1980, yeah.
No, today.
Let's talk about Afghanistan right now.
Iran is not as
a
bad.
Perfect point.
Afghanistan, yes. Iran's not as bad as the stories get told here.
Yes.
So they
Becky
have
likes
it.
me.
So
She says
Afghan.
very diplomatic, Larry. I was being diplomatic. Thank you,
You
very
were.
much. I was
I'm
being
not.
very good. So yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So you got a couple people got mad at that, but that's fine. It is what it is. So, okay. All this being said, though, since they haven't been talking about the border, is the border going to be a big deal in 2024, or is it still just the economy? Is all of the abortion talk and the border talk just side talk? And it's going to be what Shanna says. Am I paying bills or not? And that's what I'm going to. I'm going to write that. I'm going to write the check. I'm going to check that box for one or the other.
But I think we've just been hearing in some of our conversation about the border, about how the border has an effect on the economy, and it has an effect on your daily life and what's going on in and around your home and everything that you're feeling. And as we established earlier, 95% of the people vote based on emotions. And so it is going to have an effect on the election. And similarly, abortion will for certain people, because they're just drilled in that this is like it's a fear that this is going to be taken away, and they hear it. They're told that it's going to be taken away from them, and whether they ever need it or don't, it's just like it has to be there. And that's something that they've incorporated into deeply held beliefs, and it's hard for people to change deeply held beliefs. It's not impossible. People do it, but it's hard. And especially if you keep listening to media sources that reinforce them.
Nice.
That's one of the problems.
Well, hold on 1 second, Mike. Before you go, keep your thought.
Go ahead.
Peace out. You're being very nice. Thank you for the super $2 for my demonetization fund. There we go. So a couple bucks for that.
Oh,
So, yeah, there we go. We should call it like a swear jar, right? Every time someone says the wrong thing, you got to put $2 in for that. I like that idea.
I like that.
Ryan Murphy, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Tell the apartment complex residents that the border is not a big deal. And see their response. It's a valid point. I think you guys are right. I mean, it's a valid point. Yeah.
And it's an ongoing thing. And you can't, as much as the media would like to downplay it, and they have been, again, they rewrote her history. They basically have switched all of the stories they want to talk about. But you can't get away from, because even though it may not be national, and I've covered a lot of stories across the country, it's happening, and local news is covering it. So it's not hitting national necessarily. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. Sorry about that. So my computer froze, and we're finishing up. We're at the end of the show. Walked my dog. Had to take him out, and so I was letting that play for a little bit, and then the computer froze, so it looked like you were looking at me as I was waiting for my computer to come back. Okay. So here's some of my final thoughts here. Now take a little extra time because we did walk the dog, but I want to thank everyone. You know, if it was 25, if you looked at 24 hours ago, yesterday, And if you were looking at that and said, and you asked me, my computer, actually almost exactly 24 hours ago, my computer goes blue screen, completely dies. Boom. I'm like, what just happened? Thank you, Microsoft. And then I try and repair the computer, won't repair. I try and fix some of the code, not fixing. I can't get this up. It's saying it's missing an EFI file. There's an error code, and I can't get anything to work. Okay. Now I'm saying, oh my God, I've got less than 24 hours. It's going to be my birthday. I'm going to be going on live. I'm supposed to be there for 12 hours. I've got members of Congress who are supposed to be joining me on this. I've got Larry and I've got Kit and Maj Toure and a bunch of other people who are supposed to be coming on. What am I going to do? I was freaking out a little bit. I was freaking out. But I said, I calmed down. I said, you know what? I'll try and fix the computer if I can. I had to delete everything and try and reboot and rebuild everything from scratch. Didn't work. Excuse me. Of course, that didn't work, but I tried, and that took all night. Wound up getting 3 hours of sleep, woke up at 4 a.m, had to walk my dog because he wasn't feeling, he's been back and forth, not feeling so great, so I had to walk him at 4 a.m, got up, got a cup of coffee and started trying to fix the computer. Wasn't going to work. Pulled out the laptop, tried to wake that back up and get it back in order so I could be ready for the show. Got everything within a half hour. And throughout the whole thing, I'm thinking, oh God, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I don't know if this is going to be good. I don't know if people will watch this or even if they'll want to. I don't know if we'll be able to raise money for the Jericho project. I don't know what's going to happen here. And it's starting off so bad. It's nothing is going right. I said, you know what? Do the best you can. Just go for it. I had a plan. I had an idea. It's like, I can't show any of the visuals. I can't show any of the sites that I was going to show. I can't go into details like I wanted to. Screw it. We'll just scratch it all, do it all live, just make the best of it. And I just started talking with you guys. 9 o'clock came and I just started talking to you all. And I said, and as the day went on, Maj Toure wasn't able to join us. I was hoping he would. He couldn't make it. Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media, he had some other emergencies come up. He wasn't able to make it. Larry did make it. I was a little bit late. I made Larry wait a little bit. I apologize for that, Larry. But he was there. He was ready. And he showed up. We had John come in. He was ready. He jumped right on in. I had a member of Congress who had to fly out, had to take some plane flights. And I was hoping that they would be able to get on, help us to raise some more money for the Jericho project. But they couldn't do it. So a lot of trials and errors happened throughout the entire day. A lot of stuff behind the scenes that you never got to see. You didn't know that. I'm just stressing, going, people aren't showing up. They were supposed to show up. They're not showing up. I understand why they can't show up, but oh my God, I'm getting messages on my phone like, gee, Mike, can I get on here? And I'm like, I'm not on my phone. I'm on live with everybody. The phone volume is off. I can't hear you. I don't know that you're sending me messages. So all that's going on, and I hope you guys didn't notice any of it, that there was that hectic nature going on. And the computer, it's very old. This laptop is very old, and it's a bit crotchety, so it's not really running smoothly. But I was like, we'll make it work. And we did, together. I think, I haven't done any of the numbers yet, haven't looked at anything. I'm pretty sure that there's a couple $100 that we were able to raise for the Jericho project, which honestly, that's the most money I have ever raised off of YouTube tonight with you guys. This is the most money I've ever raised on YouTube in a video at any time. And that's only because of the audience, all of you from overseas. We have people coming in from overseas and throughout the entire day, as well as across America. And you guys were so generous and so wonderful and so patient with all the little things that aren't what the normal quality of the show is, aren't the normal style of the program. And you said, you know what? You were like, work through it. We'll just work through it. And you guys did. And I really appreciate that. And so many people were able to join us, and I always say, it's always great, whether you're here for 5 minutes or you're here for 5 hours, whatever it is, whatever time you can give, I appreciate every moment of that time. And so many people came in and wound up watching all 12 hours. They were here the whole day with me. They were here all day with you, having conversations in the chat with each other, as well as having conversation with me, asking questions, listening to some of the people who were speaking, hearing some of the stories about my life and some of the experiences that I've had, and how we overcome difficulty and tragedy, and why I'm so much of an advocate of the Jericho Project and trying to help people today. You guys are wonderful. You guys made this all possible. I mean, you turned around my day, a day that I thought, oh my God, it's going to be miserable. I literally, if you were asking me at 6 a.m, I was just so upset and so anxious. And I was stressing out. And I had a cigarette and I said, you know what? I'm just going to let it go. I'm just going to do the show. I'm just going to do it. Just going to talk with my audience, whether there's 1,000 people or 5 people, it doesn't matter. Whether they're for 5 minutes or they're there all day, I'm going to just talk to people and I'm going to do my very best. And you guys did your very best. And you were here with us all the way through. And I really can't tell you how much I appreciate that you guys made this possible, made it a success. This is a success today. I've never raised as much money as this on my YouTube channel. And that's just the YouTube. I haven't looked at anything about Rumble. I haven't seen the Patreon. I haven't checked on PayPal. I haven't checked if we sold anything in the clothing store. So I don't know. Maybe there's even more that we can do to help so many people. And that's the great news. We help so many people. YouTube's going to take its cut, and we have the money. That's why it was $4.68. Another reason why it was $4.68 out of every $10 is to make sure that, YouTube's going to take their 30%, whatever it is. They're going to take their huge cut, but we still will net have money for the Jericho Project, and maybe a couple of dollars left over for me to, I don't know, I should be able to get the Dune MMO, which I'm thankful for because I'm really looking forward to that, and maybe fix my computer. Fantastic.